Chapter 1. Dongzhou, Wukishan. The mountain peaks resemble dark green silk. Layered forests of vibrant hues surround them, and peculiar pines and gnarled cypress trees stand amidst a vast sea of verdant foliage, as if painted with ink and wash, vividly depicting the essence of spring. Ah, a monster! However, a blood-curdling scream shattered the tranquil atmosphere, and a thick, ink-like aura of malevolence rapidly spread from the mountainside, corrupting the surrounding flora as dark clouds rolled in and debris flew through the air, creating a scene of sheer terror. A colossal python, measuring over 10 meters in length, with scales of deep greenish-black, blood-red eyes, and razor-sharp fangs, hissed menacingly, its gaping maw seeming poised to devour. This serpent, transformed by supernatural forces, lashed its serpentine body against nearby trees, producing thunderous crashes, leaving a trail of shattered rocks in its wake. The source of the scream was a young girl clad in coarse cloth, carrying a basket on her back, a villager from the nearby hamlet, who had ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and wild produce to supplement her family's income. Her once gaunt face now turned pale with despair as she beheld the monstrous serpent, a creature that had claimed countless lives. Struggling to escape, she found herself disoriented by the oppressive aura, stumbling over a broken branch and falling to the ground, her knee grazed and bleeding profusely. At that moment, a striking young man suddenly leaped from the treetops, his garments fluttering elegantly, agile as a swallow. With a sword in hand, he swiftly thrust towards the python's enormous eye socket, propelling himself into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of sword energy descended, glittering like silver, converging to sever the massive serpent cleanly in two. As the grotesque creature collapsed, it took numerous trees down with it, crushed and splintered. As the youth sheathed his sword, the stark contrast between his diminutive figure and the massive serpent's head was striking. The herb-gathering girl had never witnessed such a heart-stopping scene. This moment would surely be etched in her memory for decades to come. The boy, no older than 13 or 14, carried a sword case on his back and wore a gourd at his waist, dressed in a carefree manner that hinted at his roguish charm. He unscrewed the gourd and poured forth a gentle stream of water. The liquid fell upon the girl's bleeding knee, instantly halting the blood flow and healing the wound into a slender scar, leaving no trace of the injury behind. This miraculous sight astonished the village girl, who hastily knelt and bowed her head in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. I am no immortal, merely a cultivator. I have eliminated many of the creatures on this mountain, but dangers still lurk. You should return home promptly," the boy replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively before leaping gracefully into the treetops, vanishing in the blink of an eye. His name was Lin Yuan, an unfortunate player who had perished in an accident, yet found himself transported into a world reminiscent of a fantasy game he had once played, arriving a decade before the game's launch. This game, boasting a perfect virtual experience, had quickly garnered immense popularity upon its release, and Lin Yuan was among its most esteemed players. Who would have thought I'd encounter a serpent demon on my way back? Let's see what spoils I have acquired this time. He opened his system panel, revealing the completion of a temporary quest, slaying the serpent demon and saving a life, along with a reward of 2,000 experience points and a health-replenishing elixir. Upon his arrival, Lin Yuan, having bound himself to the game system, diligently hunted monsters in Wukishan, converting the souls and spirits within an 800-mile radius into experience points. Understanding that he had traversed into a fantastical realm where the mighty could pluck stars from the sky and traverse the void, he recognized that ascending in level was of utmost importance, as was amassing experience. Upon reaching level 20, he would need to join a sect and learn its martial arts to continue his progression, with the system promising delightful rewards in the form of surprise treasure chests. Lin Yuan contemplated remaining in the novice village until reaching maximum level before descending the mountain, envisioning himself as the legendary sword god of Shirley Slope. However, upon arriving in this remote edge of the Great Qi dynasty in Dongzhou, Lin Yuan discovered that the local sects were of little merit, with the best being merely a fifth-tier sect. Sects were categorized from 1 to 9, with 9 being the highest and 1 the lowest. Above the ninth tier lay the prestigious Taoist factions, and beyond that, the inaccessible sacred grounds. For a player who had once achieved the realm of celestial sovereign in his previous life, joining a 5th-tier sect seemed a colossal waste of time. Moreover, the penalties for leaving a sect after joining were severe, involving significant experience deductions and loss of reputation. Thus, selecting a reputable sect was paramount. Yet, the Great Qi dynasty proved too secluded while it lacked immediate dangers. Unlike the densely populated Central Plains, finding a suitable sect was an arduous task. Originally, Lin Yuan had planned to depart the Great Qi dynasty to seek out more powerful sects in Dongzhou. However, fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly when he encountered Yin Qingxue, an elder of the Taiyin Sacred Land, who had been gravely injured in a battle with the Demon King and was forced to teleport to Wukishan to recuperate, suffering from a severe poison. Had it not been for his discovery of subtle clues of concealed formations and the system's quest prompt, Lin Yuan would never have imagined he could encounter a member of the Sacred Land, let alone an elder, in such a remote locale. It was known that the Taiyin Sacred Land, even in the Central Plains, was an unattainable existence, having produced several emperors who dominated their era, ranking among the top 3 of the 10 sacred lands. Although Lin Yuan had little knowledge of the Taiyin Sacred Land in his previous life, he had certainly heard its name. The heart-eating poison that afflicted Yin Qingxue was extremely lethal to cultivators today, with virtually no antidote available. However, as a player, Lin Yuan remembered that the poison had been deciphered by players in forums during his previous life, and due to his enhanced memory as a cultivator, he retained the recipe. After establishing trust with Yin Qingxue by subtly revealing information, he began assisting this elder from the Sacred Land in creating the antidote for the heart-eating poison, and now they were on the final day of treatment. Now that I'm over level 20, once I complete the sect initiation quest, I can unlock the treasure chest. Beautiful master, here I come. Lin Yuan thought gleefully about how to complete the initiation task, quickening his pace toward a cave adorned with formations. Upon checking the system panel, he found that the progress of the initiation quest had reached 80, indicating that the bonds formed during the healing process were not in vain. The only thing left was to find the right moment to join the sect. Inside the cave, mist swirled, spiritual energy permeated the air, and the emerald bamboo swayed gently. Under the influence of a top-tier gathering formation, this place transformed into a spiritual land. If this continued for hundreds or thousands of years, it could potentially evolve into a mid-grade spiritual vein. Amidst the clouds of mist sat a woman clad in white, her beauty exquisite, hair like clouds cascading down, adorned with a celestial bun, her face painted with delicate makeup, and her wrists as pale as snow. This woman was none other than Yin Qingxue, the elder of the Taiyin Sacred Land. After falling into a trap set by the demon race following her slaying of several demon kings, she had used a teleportation array to escape, fortuitously landing in Wukishan to recuperate. She received the last vial of antidote from Lin Yuan, and after a period of meditation and recuperation, she finally slowly opened her eyes. Instantly, celestial cranes danced around her, and numerous Vishen Dharma manifestations appeared, releasing an astonishing aura that silenced the surroundings. Yin Qingxue sensed her injuries had healed, and her cultivation had even improved slightly, a smile of delight gracing her lips as she spoke. "Thank you, young friend, for saving my life. As a token of gratitude, I grant you a promise. You may ask for anything, be it unparalleled techniques or rare treasures." "Senior, I wish to become your disciple," Lin Yuan replied decisively, fully aware that teaching a person to fish was far more valuable than merely providing a fish. The opportunity to complete the system's initiation task was within reach. Joining the Sacred Land would elevate his quest level and rewards, making it essential to seize this chance. Moreover, starting off as a disciple of the Sacred Land was akin to a dream beginning, especially with a beautiful and powerful master, an enviable situation that many could only dream of. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had merely muddled through a 9th-tier sect for a brief period before becoming a rogue cultivator due to various circumstances. Very well. Under the heavens, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Yin Qingxue, and my first disciple at that, she declared solemnly, nodding in approval. After observing Lin Yuan's conduct during her recovery, she found him to be a promising youth of good character and talent. He trained diligently each day, practicing swordplay thousands of times without faltering, primarily to enhance skill proficiency. He exhibited a fervent enthusiasm for slaying demons and monsters, displaying a righteous indignation toward evil, all for experience points, and possessed knowledge of various arcane arts and alchemical techniques. In the remote and desolate lands of the eastern wilderness, Lin Yuan, at a tender age, had already ascended to the rank of a second-tier cultivator, indicating that his innate talent was not to be underestimated. In the central continent, he could very well have become an inner disciple of certain sects. Yin Qingxue, an elder of the Sacred Land of the Taiyin, had once envisioned that her first disciple would undoubtedly rank among the most extraordinary, possessing unparalleled talent. Yet, faced with Lin Yuan, to whom she owed a life-saving debt, she was more than willing to accept him as her disciple, regardless of his unknown potential. Integrity was one of the guiding principles of her path, and thus she produced a jade tablet from the sect, pricking her finger to draw a drop of blood, which she inscribed with Lin Yuan's name in the disciple column. In that instant, her complexion paled slightly, as her previously unstable injuries nearly flared up once more. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully taking on a master and joining the Sacred Land of the Taiyin. Task difficulty, level. Completion successful rewards are now being calculated. Lin Yuan, taken aback by Yin Qingxue's decisiveness, momentarily forgot to check the system rewards and sincerely performed the ceremonial bow of a disciple. As Yin Qingxue regarded her new disciple, she found herself increasingly fond of him. She mused that the remote and barren eastern continent was not a place to linger, and that she should swiftly take Lin Yuan back to the Sacred Land of the Taiyin in the central continent. I am an elder of the Sacred Land of the Taiyin and the master of the Hall of Hidden Merit. As my sole disciple, upon entering the Sacred Land, you shall be recognized as a true disciple, enjoying numerous privileges. Once your cultivation reaches the realm of creation, you may claim a cave paradise as your dwelling. You are my disciple, and also a direct disciple of the Sacred Land of the Taiyin, ranked third in the world, which grants you a prestigious status. Apart from other sacred lands, no other sects will dare to provoke you. Here are some storage rings filled with resources. Accept them to enhance your cultivation. Upon returning to the sect, you may select a top-tier spiritual vein along with several superior spiritual veins, which could yield millions of spirit stones annually. Additionally, you will be allocated territories as fiefs to manage as you see fit. Hearing this, Lin Yuan, who possessed only a handful of mid-grade spirit stones, could not help but swallow hard at the sheer opulence of the Sacred Land. In addition, numerous secret realms will be open to you, allowing you to cultivate the sect's imperial scriptures. Once you return, igniting the soul lamp will ensure your soul is instantly transported back to the sect upon death, allowing for the reconstruction of your body, essentially granting you a second life. There are countless other resources that you will come to know upon your return. As Yin Qingxue concluded her explanation, Lin Yuan began to examine the contents of the storage ring, marveling at the array of rare materials, spiritual elixirs, and esteemed artifacts suitable for the ninth realm. The cultivation stages are classified from first and ninth rank, with the first being the lowest and the ninth the highest, followed by the realms of creation, life and death, sage, celestial sovereign, semi-emperor, and emperor. Lin Yuan had heard tales of ancient human emperors who had suppressed myriad races and dominated an era. Master, what exactly is the Sacred Land of the Taiyin? What does it mean to be a true disciple? Our Sacred Land of the Taiyin was founded by the ancient Taiyin Empress. In her time, she suppressed the Nether clan and opened the 9 Nether realms, being one of the great emperors of our human race, renowned throughout the heavens. With the imperial artifact, the 9 heavens bright moon mirror, she maintains order across the cosmos, ruling over numerous minor worlds beyond the territories of the central continent. The Sacred Land is divided into inner and outer sects, with countless servant disciples provided by the myriad dynasties within our domain. The outer sect boasts 3 million disciples, followed by inner disciples, core disciples, true disciples, and the holy maidens. However, a holy maiden does not emerge every few thousand years, and currently, the position remains vacant, with no successor determined. As Lin Yuan listened to Yin Qingsu's explanation, he gained a clearer understanding of the sacred land of the Taiyin, reflecting that it was indeed formidable, with a stark contrast between a ninth-tier sect and the sacred land. While Lin Yuan perused the resources within the storage ring, he found himself perplexed upon discovering that all the garments were women's clothing, with not a single piece designed for men. He pulled out a few of the dresses and inquired, "Master, have you perhaps given me the wrong attire? I do not require these." "Not at all. These women's robes are exquisitely crafted and highly sought after within the sacred land. Particularly that skirt adorned with floral patterns, it would be particularly suitable for a pretty girl like you." Yin Qingxue replied with a smile, gazing at the long skirts. Finally realizing the misunderstanding, Lin Yuan stood up and exclaimed, "But I am a man. Master, have you perhaps mistaken something? What? You aren't a girl?" This time, it was Yin Qingxue who was left astounded, her mouth agape. She had assumed that Lin Yuan was aware of the Sacred Land's policy of only accepting female disciples. In her previous encounters with him, his occasional displays of knowledge had led her to believe he was well informed about such matters. However, in his previous life, Lin Yuan primarily indulged in gaming in Beizhou. Upon arriving in Zhangzhou, he found himself embroiled in the conflict between the righteous and the demonic, and before long, he was drawn into the battlefield beyond the domain. Consequently, he is rather uninformed about the affairs of the sacred grounds in Zhangzhou. This has led to a rather paradoxical situation where one might assume I possess knowledge I, in fact, do not. Under the mistaken belief that Lin Yuan was aware that the Taiyin Sacred Land only accepts female disciples, Yin Qingxue prematurely concluded that Lin Yuan was a young girl seeking to become her apprentice. Of course, part of this misconception stemmed from Lin Yuan's appearance. As a youth yet to come into full bloom, he possessed a strikingly beautiful visage that rendered his gender ambiguous. Additionally, Lin Yuan possessed a system that shrouded his true identity in mystery, making it impossible for anyone to divine his background or discern his gender through spiritual probing. "Master, I assure you, I am genuinely male," he exclaimed at "Oh no, the Taiyin Sacred Land has never accepted male disciples. Only female ones. This rule was established by the fourth-generation ancestor, and violating it could spell disaster," Yin Qingxue murmured, her complexion paling. Her previous vow to the heavens to take Lin Yuan as her disciple had significant implications in the realm of the extraordinary, binding their fates together in a shared destiny. Should this breach of protocol be discovered, even she, as an elder, would face repercussions, let alone Lin Yuan, who had only just reached the second realm of cultivation. And what are the consequences of violating the rules? Those who infringe upon the regulations set by the ancestor may find themselves, at best, stripped of their powers and confined to the cliff of heartlessness for a millennium. In severe cases, the outcomes are unimaginable. There have been men who attempted to infiltrate the Taiyin Sacred Land, only to be caught and have their powers abolished, subsequently thrown into the abyss of demons to perish. Lin Yuan, feeling the weight of the situation, asked solemnly, "Master, is it still possible for me to withdraw from the Taiyin Sacred Land? Since I have yet to visit, I should not be considered a disciple of the Sacred Land." Right. He would much prefer to remain an ordinary male disciple of a different sect than to join one that exclusively accepts female cultivators. "Alas, my disciple, I have already submitted your name to the sect's jade tablet. It cannot be changed. You are now my direct disciple. A true disciple cannot simply withdraw from their sect unless they betray it, which would incite relentless pursuit by the entire Sacred Land. A bounty would ensure that no ordinary person could survive beyond the next day." Yin Qingxue shook her head in bitter resignation, never having anticipated that her previous decisiveness would ensnare her in such a predicament. The fact that Lin Yuan had become a disciple of the Taiyin Sacred Land was now an established reality. Is it possible to amend the rules? The regulations were set by the fourth-generation ancestor, and only someone with greater prestige and power than her could hope to alter them. The fourth-generation ancestor was a quasi-emperor, merely a step away from the legendary ancient emperor. No one currently possesses the capability to surpass her and modify the rules. The two of them exchanged glances, rendered speechless until a voice shattered the awkward silence. "Disciple, what if you were to disguise yourself as a female?" "Disguise as a female?" Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion before promptly shaking his head. "That is out of the question." He recalled that during his time playing the game, he had ranked among the top players in the world server, regarded as a supreme figure by both players and numerous NPCs. The realm of Taiyin was synonymous with supremacy, and he had amassed considerable accomplishments for humanity on the battlefield of myriad races. He had single-handedly slain numerous alien lords, conquered floating Ghost City, and devastated the ancient realm of the divine race. In the eyes of the alien races, he was a veritable star of destruction. Not only was the prospect of disguising himself as a female fraught with uncertainty regarding whether it could deceive the Sacred Land, but if word got out to others, including fellow players, it would be an utter humiliation. Yet, you are now my disciple, and the sect's record of disciples has already logged your name and ignited the soul lamp. I cannot possibly avoid bringing you back to the sect. Once we return, should your male identity be revealed, it would invite punishment from the Sacred Land, and you might find yourself cast into the abyss of 10,000 demons. Yin Qingxue lamented, filled with regret, realizing that her genuine desire to take on a disciple had inadvertently brought immense trouble upon him. Lin Yuan remained silent. Even if the Sacred Land sought to hunt him down, he could always escape to Nanzhou and explore other options to join another Sacred Land. Although the Taiyin Sacred Land ranked among the top 10, there were several other esteemed sects ahead of it. While it would undoubtedly consume much time, Lin Yuan was well aware of numerous methods to navigate the situation, and if all else failed, he could ultimately teleport to another realm, unbeknownst to him. Yin Qingxue, feeling the weight of responsibility, resolved to seek a solution to the predicament. This is partially my fault. I mistakenly assumed you were aware that the Taiyin Sacred Land only accepts female disciples and misjudged your gender, leading to this grave error. In my excitement, I neglected to inquire about your circumstances before taking you as my disciple. Now that the die is cast, as my disciple, you shall receive the resources I have gathered thus far. You need not return to the sect just yet. I will venture into the sect's forbidden grounds to see if I can obtain a decree from the ancestor that would permit you to enter despite the rules. I have a friend who is currently a peak master at the Taiyin sect, and I will send you there to cultivate. Do not disclose to anyone that you are a disciple of the Taiyin Sacred Land. Your identity is shrouded in mystery, and I cannot discern it. Unless you reveal to others that you are my disciple, even the most powerful beings will be unable to ascertain it, while the sect will undoubtedly seek to confirm your status as my direct disciple. This process will take an extensive amount of time, perhaps a century or even a millennium. By then, you should have achieved considerable progress and left Zhengzhou. Yin Qingxue pressed a storage bag into Lin Yuan's hands. Having resolved to risk her life in a desperate gamble, knowing that the forbidden grounds indeed harbored the potential for obtaining a decree from the ancestor, however, those grounds were exceedingly perilous. Even esteemed beings at the Taiyin level faced near certain death upon entry. Given that she was currently only a cultivator at the saint level, her foray into the forbidden grounds would likely result in her demise, were it not for Lin Yuan's earlier assistance in curing her life-threatening poison. She would have succumbed to death from her injuries. This was truly a matter of life and death. Now, through an unfortunate misunderstanding, Lin Yuan had unwittingly become her disciple. As his master, Yin Qingxue felt a profound obligation to aid him in addressing the issue of the sect's regulations. Recalling the debt of gratitude she owed him, she resolved to take the perilous risk. While the odds were slim, should she succeed, the matter would be resolved effortlessly. No, master, you cannot go to the forbidden grounds. I intended to become your disciple. I can face the risks myself, Lin Yuan interjected, realizing the grave danger posed by the forbidden grounds. Although he was not well versed in the intricacies of the Taiyin Sacred Land, he understood the inherent risks of the forbidden grounds. Even revered figures tread with caution, making it an exceedingly treacherous endeavor. Given Yin Qingxue's current level of cultivation, venturing into the forbidden grounds would be tantamount to courting death. Just as he was about to suggest that he could take the risk himself, he suddenly recalled that he was no longer the esteemed player he once was, revered in the realm of the Supreme. In his heyday, even the Sacred Land had honored him with gifts. While the Sacred Land possessed immense depth, his strength had once rendered him fearless. Upon hearing Yin Qingxue's words, Lin Yuan genuinely acknowledged her as his master and abandoned any thoughts of fleeing. He recognized through the system panel that Yin Qingxue practiced the Tai Su Xin Jing, a cultivation method demanding exceptionally high standards of mental fortitude. Those who strayed from their Tao heart while cultivating this method would face dire consequences at best, a significant regression in their cultivation, and at worst, a shattered Tao heart, reducing them to a mere mortal. Yin Qingxue's words were likely sincere. Someone with her character, who had risked her life to save a small border town from demon kings, had no reason to deceive. Lin Yuan was resolute in preventing her from entering such a perilous place, while it would be exceedingly dangerous to expose his identity upon entering the Taiyin Sacred Land. Lin Yuan felt he possessed enough confidence to escape if necessary. After all, he had prepared several trump cards since his arrival in this realm. Observing Yin Qingxue, who was determined to venture into the forbidden grounds, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and, with a flush of determination, declared, "If it comes to that, I will simply disguise myself as a female. Master, you must not go to the forbidden grounds. Altering the sect's rules is something I will undertake once I have strengthened my cultivation. You need only wait in peace." "Wait, what?" Yin Qingxue was momentarily stunned before shaking her head. "Let me handle this. It may take you thousands of years to reach the quasi-emperor level and alter the rules." "Master, do you doubt your disciple? I am confident that within a century, I can attain the status of a revered one, perhaps even an emperor," Lin Yuan asserted with unwavering conviction. Lin Yuan confidently raised his eyebrows and stated. As a player who had traversed into the game world a decade prior to its launch, his vast knowledge of countless game secrets and the realms he had attained served as his foundation of confidence. "Yuaner, do not jest to please me. Such arrogant words, if heard by others, would surely invite ridicule," Yin Qingxue remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. How could one possibly ascend to the status of a revered master in just a century? The path to the supreme realm is fraught with challenges. Such extraordinary talents are few and far between in the central continent, having scarcely emerged in the past 10,000 years. "Master, just wait." Lin Yuan replied, "There is no rush in amending the sect's rules. We should first focus on our cultivation. Only with strength can we assert ourselves, for it is the strong who dictate the rules of this world." Lin Yuan chose not to elaborate on his previous remarks, for actions would speak louder than words, and the future would reveal all. He had resolved to first persuade his master to abandon her intentions of venturing into forbidden lands. For once he cultivated to the supreme level, or even ascended to emperorhood, the regulations of the Holy Land would surely bend to his will. In that case, people would only say that his master had taken on a remarkable disciple. "Your reasoning is sound." Yin Qingxue pondered for a moment, acknowledging her earlier impulsiveness. "After a few centuries of diligent cultivation, I shall possess the strength to explore forbidden territories with greater assurance. Should the sect discover your true identity as a male during this period, I would risk my life to protect you." She silently vowed to her Tao heart. In this world, cultivation placed great importance on one's Tao heart, and those who were treacherous often faced the tribulations of inner demons. After much contemplation, the idea of disguising oneself as a woman to obscure one's identity and diligently cultivate for a while indeed seemed like a prudent plan. This is a bottle of youth elixir. Once you consume it, your appearance will remain youthful for several millennia without changing. Additionally, here is a Xiantian jade bracelet, a superior Tao artifact capable of concealing and altering your aura, voice, and appearance, possessing illusionary properties as well. After you recognize it as your own with a drop of blood, combined with your innate ability to shield your aura, even the Lord of the Holy Land would be unable to discern your gender. Only if someone were to capture you and probe your soul could your true form be revealed. However, as my true disciple, you need not worry within the sect. It is the outside world where you must remain vigilant against foreign races and malevolent cultivators." Yin Qingxue solemnly handed the elixir and the artifact to Lin Yuan, explaining, "Items are categorized into mundane artifacts, magical tools, treasures, spiritual treasures, Tao artifacts, supreme artifacts, and imperial artifacts. A Tao artifact is indeed exceedingly precious, albeit not offensive in nature. It serves as an auxiliary tool for concealment and illusion. Such items are rare and highly sought after by powerful beings. It was no wonder that Yin Qingxue felt confident in her ability to shield him from the Holy Land scrutiny. With this artifact and Lin Yuan's innate shielding capabilities, they could indeed navigate the complexities of their predicament. "Quickly don this flowing celestial gown. Let me see how it looks on you," Yin Qingxue said. Presenting a sky blue dress, her mood inexplicably lifted. Lin Yuan, with a complex mix of emotions, accepted the gown. Reflecting on his past battles in the alien battlegrounds where he had instilled fear in his foes and earned a place among the ranks of the world's elite, little did he expect to find himself in a situation where he must don women's attire. The trials of life, he sighed, relieved that this matter was known only to himself and his master, for it must never be revealed to others. While changing clothes, Lin Yuan set up a concealment formation and finally assessed his system panel. Completing the S-rank master-disciple task had yielded rewards: 100,000 experience points, a golden heavenly treasure chest, and a chance to draw from the system shop. Although the experience would allow him to level up, the true significance lay in the heavenly treasure chest, for he had seldom encountered such rewards in his past life. After all, for an ordinary second-grade cultivator to enter the Holy Land, let alone become a true disciple in a single bound, was akin to chasing a fantasy, a hellish endeavor. To be honest, Lin Yuan felt that his achievement in becoming a disciple of the Taiyin Holy Land was not just a matter of disguising himself as a woman to conceal his identity. He had truly gained immensely, experiencing an overnight transformation in fortune. The resources provided by Master Yin Qingshui alone were sufficient to support his cultivation to level 100. Not to mention the rare Dao artifact and the myriad benefits of being a true disciple. Along with the various treasures and cultivation opportunities that would leave ordinary disciples of the sect envious. The system was visible only to Lin Yuan himself. Others remained oblivious to his progress. As the moment to open the treasure chest drew near, he took a deep breath and decided to proceed. With a silent thought, he opened the chest and was greeted by a dazzling flash of white light. Congratulations, player, you have awakened the physique. Taiyin Divine Body. Lin Yuan stared at the system notification, momentarily stunned yet pleasantly surprised. After all, this was a divine physique. He understood that physiques were categorized as mundane, spiritual, precious, royal, and divine sacred. The physique one possessed determined the experience and conditions required to break through thresholds, the potential realm one could cultivate to, the speed of experience acquisition, and the potency of Dao techniques employed. The divine physique was the pinnacle of innate talents, implying that he could cultivate to greatness without relying solely on the game system, though he had never encountered the Taiyin Divine Body before. He had witnessed other divine and sacred physiques that he recalled a time when he had met a cultivator with a stellar divine body, who had transformed the celestial stars into formations, refining several small worlds. With the acquisition of the divine body, Lin Yuan's talents soared to the apex, saving him considerable time he had planned to spend on cultivating alternative physiques. The newly integrated Taiyin Divine Body had yet to fully awaken. But Lin Yuan could already feel a lightness throughout his body, with the speed of absorbing surrounding spiritual energy increasing manifold. He sensed a connection with the Taiyin star above, knowing he could summon its power at will. Subsequently, Lin Yuan utilized his system's lottery opportunity. A flash of red light revealed he had drawn a drop of vermilion, fiery Sacred Sacred blood. This is indeed a valuable item, useful for cultivating the sacred beast manifestation. My luck seems to be quite favorable this time, he mused. The Sacred Sacred blood was stored within the system shop, accessible whenever he desired, yet its emergence would surely attract attention and cause disturbances. Until Lin Yuan reached a sufficient level of strength, he would refrain from using it. Lin Yuan then examined his current attributes on the system panel. Race, human. Level, 26, 2nd grade. Midstage, Physique. Taiyin Divine Body, Cultivation Method. Hunyuan Ichi, Volume 1. Techniques. Tai Chingguang Sword Technique, Mountain Moving Technique, Sword Control Technique, Liwa Spell, Earth Level and Below Dao Techniques omitted, Talent. Sword Heart Clarity, Sect, Taiyin Holy Land, Soul. Equipment. Chingpa Sword, Xiantian Jade Bracelet, Spatial Transfer Talisman, many spiritual treasures and artifacts omitted. He had surged 6 levels, making efficient use of the 100,000 experience points, significantly reducing the time spent on monster hunting. Overall, the rewards from this S-rank task were quite lucrative. Lin Yuan reflected internally, though he did not voice it, that his current panel was a far cry from the impoverished state he had found himself in upon his arrival. Returning to the present, he gazed at the gown in his hands, sighed, and ultimately donned the attire with great difficulty. Moments later stunning, "Disciple, you are truly magnificent. Even within the Holy Land, I have yet to see anyone as beautiful as you. At last, I understand why emperors in the mortal realm would willingly sacrifice their kingdoms for a beauty like you. Such captivating grace must be what they mean by a beauty capable of destroying a nation," Yin Qingshui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the young girl before her. Setting aside her brow pencil and rouge, she felt satisfied with the sight of her disciple. Although cultivators often experienced an enhancement in appearance with their cultivation, even so, such unparalleled beauty was rarely witnessed in the Taiyin Holy Land or elsewhere. Yin Qingshui marveled at how her disciple seemed transformed in mere moments, while the facial features remained largely the same. The aura had shifted, exuding an inexplicable ethereal charm. Could it be that disguising oneself as a woman also had the effect of enhancing beauty? The reason for this is primarily due to Lin Yuan's recently awakened Taiyin Divine Body. However, Yin Qingshui remains unaware that her disciple has indeed awoken such a divine form. The figure before her resembles a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, with features akin to a picturesque painting. Delicate brows and mesmerizing eyes. Radiant hair cascading like clouds, skin as flawless as snow, evoking the image of the resplendent moon suspended in the heavens. She appears like an ethereal dream, with a beauty that captivates all, clad in flowing garments that obscure her face. Her cheeks flushed with modesty as she gazes down. Her long hair flows like a waterfall, exuding an otherworldly grace, her sleeves fluttering gently. Her presence as light as a drifting cloud, were it not for the fact that the one offering such extravagant praise was his master. Lin Yuan would have been tempted to retort in indignation. After all, it is rather embarrassing for a man to be lauded for his beauty. In truth, Lin Yuan's natural appearance was indeed quite handsome. However, at his young age, he appeared somewhat androgynous, and as he matured, he would undoubtedly blossom into an exceptionally charming and dashing figure. Yet, upon acquiring the Taiyin divine body, his appearance and demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, leaning towards an ethereal and transcendent beauty that could ensnare the hearts of many. Moreover, as Lin Yuan's cultivation progressed, this effect would only become more pronounced, though at this moment, he remained blissfully unaware of such an influence. "Master, please stop," Lin Yuan said, his face flushed as he looked skyward, covering his face with his hands, feeling an overwhelming urge to find a burrow to hide in at the sound of Yin Qingshue's compliments. Such descriptions of unparalleled beauty, are they even appropriate for a man? He thought to himself, as he felt increasingly self-conscious. Indeed, the more I gaze upon you, the more you resemble a heavenly fairy. In your current attire, no one would suspect you are a male, Yin Qingxue remarked, drawing closer to scrutinize him with frequent nods of approval. After a prolonged examination, she found one minor flaw. "However, dear disciple, your chest is rather flat. Perhaps if we, no need for that. I am still young and have no use for such things," Lin Yuan interjected, stepping back as he observed the peach blossom she had miraculously produced from somewhere. "Oh, very well," Yin Qingxue sighed with a hint of regret, and Lin Yuan, noticing her disappointed demeanor, felt something was amiss. Why, when he was compelled to disguise himself as a woman, was his master now looking at him with such admiration? Yin Qingxue noticed that Lin Yuan had already consumed the youth-preserving pill and had also accepted the Xiantian jade bracelet, exhibiting no trace of his male disguise in either attire, appearance, or voice. She felt a sense of relief. The two had been cultivating on the mountain for a while, and Lin Yuan's rapid progress had astonished and pleased her, having advanced to the mid-stage of the third rank in such a short time. Yin Qingxue reflected on her fortunate choice of disciple, whose talent was indeed remarkable. Aside from his gender, he was the perfect fit. "I possess a keen eye for talent. It seems your cultivation speed surpasses that of some prodigies in the central continent. Though your late start in the eastern wilderness may have hindered you. It was only after receiving a message from the sect urging their return that she decided to return to the Taiyin Sacred Land. After all, true disciples differ from inner and outer disciples. Each true disciple is a core member of the sect, with high expectations for both talent and capability, and they enjoy exceptional treatment. Thus, it was only natural for the sect to hasten their return, especially in light of the earlier news regarding Yin Qingshue's severe injuries. "Sai, my senior sister is urging us. I must return with you post-haste," Yin Qingxue explained to Lin Yuan before stowing the formation plate. She then produced a high-grade spiritual treasure flying boat, leading her disciple towards the sect, central continent, Taiyin Sacred Land. Above, the Yao Pool sparkles. Below lies a celestial paradise filled with spiritual herbs and extraordinary flowers. Pavilions and towers, white jade platforms, and intricate golden carvings, all breathtakingly beautiful. Mist swirls around, and spiritual energy permeates the air. Numerous spiritual peaks float in the sky, their brilliance illuminated by countless formations, with astonishing paradises visible along the way. "This is Yuqiong Peak, one of my cultivation abodes. I often practice here. Should you need anything, feel free to come find me," Yin Qingxue said as she introduced Lin Yuan to the sect. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood, master." Upon their arrival at the main hall of the sect, they found dozens of elders and the sect leader already present. These were the elders of the sect, some of whom were still engaged in battles beyond the borders. Yin Qingxue first reported their encounter, inciting anger among the crowd regarding the ambush by the demon race. The sect leader, Qin Yu, was particularly furious, stating coldly, "How dare the demon race set traps against the elders of our sacred land? The Hall of Justice has already acted to exterminate those demon kings who fled the scene, their bodies cast into the demon refining tower. I have also destroyed a city of the demon race as a warning. Those who dare to offend our sacred land shall face no mercy." Lin Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. It was no wonder that he had heard of a demon city being destroyed by a human master on his journey to the central continent. It was due to this incident. Once the discussions concluded, a woman adorned in floral makeup and clad in cloud brocade robes, smiling brightly, spoke up. She was Elder Wen Qiuyu from the Pill Pavilion and a close friend of Yin Qingxue. "So this is the disciple that Elder Yin mentioned, truly a beauty with an ethereal presence. Come, this is a token of our first meeting," she said, extending a storage bag towards Lin Yuan, unsure of whether to accept it. He glanced at his master, who signaled him to take it. "Accept it, my disciple. This is Elder One, also your senior aunt," Yin Qingxue encouraged. Sipping tea, Lu Faming from the Artifact Pavilion frowned. Her pavilion and Yin Qingshue's cultivation pavilion were at odds regarding the allocation of resources from the recent Small World expedition. True disciples are not something just anyone can become. Furthermore, what talent could possibly emerge from such a remote and desolate place as the Eastern Wilderness? True disciples represent the core of the Sacred Land and are crucial to the sect's reputation. So standards must not be lowered. Lu Faming could not help but voice her discontent, as her ninth disciple, a member of the Lu family, was also vying for the position of true disciple. Each elder has a quota for appointing true disciples, and Yin Qingxue had yet to utilize her quota until now, while Lu Faming's had been used long ago, now that Lin Yuan occupied one of the true disciple slots. The competition for the remaining places would undoubtedly intensify, making it all the more challenging for Lu Faming's disciple to compete, naturally leaving her in a foul mood. I need to concern myself with Lu's opinion when I take a disciple? This is my only disciple. If you dare to speak ill of him, shall we settle this with a duel? Yin Qingxue retorted, her aura imposing, though both she and Lu Faming were at the same cultivation level. Yin Qingxue was far stronger. Thus, Lu Faming, despite feeling somewhat awkward, chose not to pursue the matter further. Lin Yuan observed Lu Faming in silence, realizing that many coveted the position of true disciple within the Sacred Land. Enough. The matter of Lin Yuan being a true disciple of the Sacred Land has long been established and is beyond dispute. Although the Eastern Wilderness is remote, it has historically produced numerous prodigies. Elder Lu need not elaborate. The sect leader Qin Yu interjected. She had assessed Lin Yuan's situation upon his entrance and noted that despite his tender age, he had managed to cultivate to such a level, indicating considerable talent. Since we are all elders here, I too shall present a token of our first meeting. Another elder from the cultivation pavilion chimed in, offering a storage bag with a warm smile. Others soon followed suit, presenting Lin Yuan with various gifts, and the atmosphere became amicable. Lin Yuan, glancing at the generous gifts he received, realized that the offerings from these elders were quite substantial, surpassing the combined value of many sects' entire fortunes. With Elder Wen's gift being the most precious, disciple, I shall now take you to other areas, where you may select a mountain peak of your liking to serve as your dwelling as a true disciple. Yin Qingxue said, leading Lin Yuan away to choose a mountain. Just as they were about to leave the hall, when Shouyu interjected, Elder Yin, your disciple Lin Yuan should visit the Qi Ling Hall. All newly admitted disciples can enter there, and the new arrivals are currently gathered. He can directly access the hall today to assess his talents without waiting. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Yin Qingxue responded, her mind shifting as she led Lin Yuan towards the Qi Ling Hall. Master, what is the Qi Ling Hall? Lin Yuan inquired curiously, having never heard of such a place that could assist in awakening the talents of disciples in smaller sections. The Qi Ling Hall houses the precious Tianqing stone, which can assess talents and aid in awakening them. It is truly remarkable. Each opening requires a waiting period, but you're fortunate, as you need not wait this time. She explained. In the Qi Ling Hall, at the center of the Grand Hall, a Tianqing stone, gleaming like the moon and radiating a treasure-like glow, floated majestically, with serpentine chains extending outward. Numerous disciples in their robes stood upon jade steps, while sect administrators guided them into the hall in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, a streak of light soared into the palace, prompting a curious disciple who had just entered to ask, who was able to fly into the hall unimpeded? It appears to be the elder of a certain peak accompanied by her disciple. Judging by the attire, she is indeed a true disciple, and such individuals can naturally traverse the Qi Ling Hall without hindrance. The outer disciples exchanged envious and reverent glances as they explained a few details about the scene within the hall. All one needed to do was press the Tianqing stone to facilitate the awakening. Yin Qingxue offered a brief instruction before finding a spot within the hall to take a seat. Lin Yuan stood before the Tianqing stone, extending his hand. The moment his palm made contact with the exquisite jade stone, a warm current surged through him. He felt as though he were luxuriating in a hot spring, an extraordinarily delightful sensation washing over him. Instinctively, Lin Yuan opened the system panel, only to discover that his experience points were surging dramatically. Enveloped in a radiant light as numerous phenomena manifested around him. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Grand Hall shifted abruptly. Spiritual energy surged wildly, transforming the daytime sky into a pitch-black night. The moon hung high, illuminating the surroundings with its resplendent glow, and a brilliant beam of divine light shot towards the heavens, illuminating the firmament. At the center of this luminescence, a fairy floated gracefully, resembling a celestial being descending from the 9 heavens, her flowing sleeves and cascading hair amplifying her breathtaking beauty, making her appear ethereal and otherworldly. The sky transformed dramatically, revealing a vast ocean beneath a bright moon, while a magnificent azure lotus emerged from the chaotic currents, embodying profound mysteries. The sound of the great Tao resonated, and divine light sparkled brilliantly. A grand river of purple energy flowed majestically, shrouding the land for miles. As a picturesque landscape unfurled like a scroll, reflecting the mountains and rivers of the mortal realm, this spectacle was not limited to the sacred ground alone. Even several continents witnessed these extraordinary phenomena. The moon shone brightly over the sea, the azure lotus of chaos bloomed, purple energy surged from the east for 30,000 miles, and the splendid landscape unfolded, with the sun and moon reversed against the backdrop of the Milky Way suspended in the air. The magnitude of this event left everyone dumbfounded, including Lin Yuan, who stood before the Tianqing stone, utterly astonished. Spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body, enhancing his strength as his level surged. The endless power of the moon descended upon him, absorbed instantaneously, improving his physical condition. Both his root and talent, as well as his appearance, gravitated towards perfection. The previously dormant Taiyin divine body awakened entirely with the aid of the Tianqing stone, a development Lin Yuan had never anticipated. He had believed it was merely an awakening of a talent akin to sword heart clarity, never imagining it could also facilitate the awakening of his physique. However, this awakening was indeed accompanied by an overwhelming commotion. Yin Qingxue quickly regained her composure, channeling her magical energy in an attempt to contain the tumult within the hall. To her surprise, a figure clad in white had appeared at the center of the hall. And with a wave of her sleeve, she sealed the time and space within the sacred ground, instantly calming the chaotic scene. This figure was none other than the esteemed elder of the sacred ground, Chu Lingyun. Despite her years of cultivation, she could not suppress her elation as she exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. In the past, the Taiyin Empress suppressed myriad races. And who would have thought our sacred ground would be fortunate enough to witness the emergence of another Taiyin divine body? The heavens bless our sect." The Taiyin Empress, who had founded the Taiyin Sacred Ground in ancient times, possessed a Taiyin divine body, unmatched in her splendor. Now, with the birth of another Taiyin divine body, how could the members of the Taiyin Sacred Ground not rejoice? Chu Lingyun approached Lin Yuan, her expression becoming increasingly amiable as she scrutinized him, clearly pleased. Suddenly, she turned her gaze skyward and snorted coldly. "A group of old fools dare to come to our sacred ground for the spectacle. Chu Fairy, it seems your sacred ground has produced a Taiyin divine body. Congratulations." An elder from Qi Yang's sacred ground, known as Elder Liang, stroked his beard and remarked, "The visitors were primarily from several other sacred grounds in the central continent. Drawn by the extraordinary occurrences surrounding the Taiyin IT is indeed a momentous occasion. Our Taiyin sacred ground has gained a successor. You all rushed over here without bringing a congratulatory gift." Chu Lingyun's beautiful eyes sparkled with mirth, her aura growing increasingly formidable and commanding attention. "Haha. We certainly prepared a gift, Chu Fairy. Your presence remains as captivating as ever, and the Taiyin Sacred Ground rejoices at its new successor." Luo Jingxian from Deluo's Sacred Ground laughed heartily, congratulating her. He and the others were well aware of the significance the Taiyin Sacred Ground placed on this newly emerged Taiyin divine body. Anyone who dared to threaten the Taiyin successor would be met with relentless vengeance. Moreover, the emergence of a Taiyin divine body was undoubtedly a boon. Many sacred grounds were already contemplating the prospect of their own disciples being fortunate enough to marry this Taiyin successor. A tremendous gain indeed. Thus, a multitude of elders from various sacred grounds presented their congratulatory gifts, eager to leave a favorable impression on the Taiyin sacred ground. After returning to her sacred ground, Chu Lingyun immediately sent a message throughout the central continent, declaring, "From this day forth, Lin Yuan shall be the saintess of our Taiyin sacred ground, and I shall personally safeguard her, should any foreign races or others attempt to harm the Taiyin saintess. The Taiyin sacred ground will pursue them to the ends of the earth." Upon hearing this proclamation, Lin Yuan was left utterly dumbfounded. As if struck by lightning, he never imagined he would become the saintess of the Taiyin sacred ground. Yin Qingshue's complexion paled. She sensed that both she and her disciple had stumbled into a significant predicament. "I have become the saintess of the Taiyin sacred ground," Lin Yuan thought, dazed as if he were caught in a dream. The issue was that he was a male. How could he possibly be a saintess? This was a grave problem indeed. He suddenly recalled the Taiyin divine body he had obtained from opening the treasure chest, which undoubtedly related to his completion of the task of becoming a disciple of the Taiyin sacred ground. System rewards typically depended on the outcome of tasks, and he must have joined the Taiyin sacred ground to unlock the Taiyin divine body. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the Taiyin divine body from amongst so many physiques? Perhaps, if he had joined the Xingqian sacred ground, he would have received the Xingqian divine body instead, Lin Yuan thought. On the verge of tears, realizing he had effectively trapped himself in this situation. "Are you Lin Yuan?" "I am the esteemed Elder Chu Lingyun." You may call me Grandma. The moment I laid eyes on you. Dear child, I felt a sense of familiarity and wished to adopt you as my granddaughter, Chu Lingyun said warmly, her kind gaze resting on Lin Yuan's youthful face. The sect leader, Qin Yu, who had arrived nearby, remained silent, aware that Elder Chu had suffered emotional wounds in her early years and had no partner, her eccentricity stemming from her singular devotion to the sect. Yan Qingxue, observing all of this, felt anxious and clutched the spatial teleportation array disk she had retrieved from her storage bag. Should Lin Yuan's true identity be discovered and he find himself in danger, she would act decisively, risking her life to ensure his escape. Elder Chu, I am but a novice and scarcely qualified to be the saintess. There are many true disciples within the sect who would be far more suited. Lin Yuan hastily interjected, hoping to persuade her to reconsider and appoint someone else as the saintess. After all, as a transmigrator with extensive gaming experience, while being a saintess would undoubtedly be advantageous. It also meant that the difficulty of shedding his female attire in the future would increase significantly. Must he wear women's clothing for the rest of his life? That seemed far too burdensome. I was initially concerned that you might become arrogant after assuming the role of saintess, but it seems I overstated my worries. Lin Yuan, as a Taiyin divine body endowed with exceptional talent. If you do not become the saintess, who else could? Chu Lingyun remarked, increasingly pleased. Moreover, your humility makes you deserving of this honor as the saintess of our Taiyin sacred ground. I have not misjudged you. Chu Lingyun smiled with growing satisfaction, extending her hand to gently pat Lin Yuan's head, speaking kindly. Silly child, what should you call me now? Lin Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words, finally responded, Grandma, I truly do not wish to become the saintess. What is the matter? Has someone bullied you? You may tell Grandma, and I shall go and deal with them, Chu Lingyun said, her expression turning cold as she scanned the surroundings, prompting everyone to fall silent. Too intimidated to speak further, among the crowd, Lu Faming trembled in fear, shocked to realize that the person she had previously mocked had now become the sect's saintess. Her regret palpable. It should be noted that Chu Lingyun's kindness towards Lin Yuan stemmed from his status as a Taiyin divine body, capable of cultivating the Emperor's scriptures, and could even wield the sacred ground's 9 heavens mirror in the future. He was the true heir of the sacred ground, embodying the hope of advancing the Taiyin sacred ground further, making him an invaluable treasure. However, she had always been indifferent towards others, as Chu Lingyun had once been known for her ruthless prowess on the battlefield against myriad races. Lin Yuan glanced around, shaking his head repeatedly. Grandma, no one is bullying me. I simply feel that being the saintess is rather confining. Rest assured, aside from the forbidden areas, you may go wherever you wish within the sect. However, when venturing outside, you will need to be accompanied by protectors, as there are still some ancient foes and malevolent beings. Other than the places deemed too dangerous for you, you may roam freely throughout the central continent. Chu Lingyun spoke, stating that with such words, Lin Yuan could not find a reason to refuse and could only nod in agreement. She led Lin Yuan to a cave abode rich in spiritual energy, presenting him with a storage bag along with some items. This jade pendant allows you to message me at any time. Inside the pendant are 3 strands of sword energy, each capable of slaying formidable foes. Any enemy whose realm is beneath mine will meet their demise. Additionally, this is the supreme defensive artifact, the 8 trigrams Rui feather robe. Once donned, it will shield you from all attacks below the 9th layer of the supreme realm. In these, as Lin Yuan received the jade pendant and robe, he could not help but think, why is this yet another dress? The resources within the storage bag were indeed abundant, leaving him astonished at the wealth of the sacred land. Lin Yuan contemplated that once he achieved mastery in his cultivation, he would assist the Taiyin Sacred Land in becoming the foremost sacred domain in the world. At that time, he would also repay his master, Yin Qingxuang, and Elder Chu. He intended to procure breakthrough elixirs for his master to aid in her cultivation, striving to elevate her realm further, for a higher realm meant a longer lifespan. Elder Chu had likely lived for a considerable time, and her lifespan might be dwindling. He resolved to find precious longevity herbs to extend her life. He believed in repaying both enmities and kindness, keeping those who had treated him well close to his heart. Confident he would reciprocate in the future, this cave abode is now your dwelling. Here, you will find 15 supreme spiritual veins, with an abundance of spiritual energy, making it ideal for cultivation. This is the sect's legacy cultivation method. The Taiyin Emperor Scripture, which is particularly suited for the cultivation of the Taiyin divine body. You may also explore other techniques in the sect's scripture repository. Should you encounter any confusion, feel free to message me. My abode is in Lingyun Cave, and you are welcome to visit me whenever you wish to inquire in person. Chu Lingyun continued, handing Lin Yuan an ancient and profound jade slip. "Thank you, grandmother," Lin Yuan expressed gratefully. This treatment was indeed quite favorable, far less strenuous than his previous life, where he had to struggle for resources. After conveying her instructions, Lin Yuan departed, having sensed movement that prompted her temporary exit. Otherwise, she would still be in her cave, in quiet meditation. The Sacred Land had dispatched thousands of maidservants to attend to him, with hundreds specifically tasked with caring for the spiritual herb garden. The limited spots available had led to fierce competition among the inner and outer disciples. The foremost maidservant, Xia Tao, who possessed the highest cultivation among them, respectfully inquired, "Your Highness, is there anything you require of us?" "That won't be necessary. You may all take your leave and rest. I will call for you when needed." Lin Yuan politely declined, not wishing to engage too much with the maidservants to avoid any risk of exposure. Within the intricately adorned and splendid cave abode, he found himself alone. Lin Yuan opened the system panel and felt a surge of joy upon discovering that he had directly ascended from level 26 to level 53. It appeared that awakening the divine body had indeed been immensely beneficial, directly enhancing his strength, albeit with some noticeable commotion. Half a day later, Yin Qingshuang entered the cave. "Disciple, what shall we do now?" Yin Qingshuang silently transmitted, her anxiety palpable at the thought of the Taiyin Sacred Land saintess being revealed as a male. "For now, let's remain calm, master, and not worry too much. Once I achieve significant progress in my cultivation, I will be able to manage that situation," Lin Yuan transmitted back, providing quiet reassurance. Yin Qingshuang sighed and produced a storage bag from her sleeve, handing it to him. "This is a gift of apology from Lu Faming of the Artifact Refining Pavilion. She has truly given a considerable portion of her wealth." "Why would Elder Lu do this?" Lin Yuan asked, blinking as he received the storage bag. Yin Qingshuang smiled and explained, "She felt guilty. You are now the saintess of the sect. And with the elders holding you in such high regard, Lu Faming previously mocked your aptitude, suggesting you were unfit to be a true disciple. However, when your talent was revealed, she was taken aback and hurried to seek my assistance in making amends." "I see. I understand now." Lin Yuan nodded, then inquired, "Master, should I accept these items?" Yin Qingshuang took a sip from her wine gourd filled with spiritual wine and stated, "Of course, accept them. After all, resources offered freely should not be declined. If you accept, Lu Faming will feel relieved. If you refuse, she will likely think you harbor resentment, leaving her even more fearful. I believe Lu is simply overthinking it. She may be good with words, but her strength is lacking, rarely taking action." Lin Yuan now comprehended that Elder Lu was someone who overestimated herself while possessing a hint of paranoia. "Very well, I shall accept these. By the way, disciple, the disciples within the sect, including your maidservants, are not as beautiful as you. Do not fall for any of them. This is not the time for romance," Yin Qingshuang cautioned earnestly. Lin Yuan felt a pang at her words. Reflecting, "What do you mean they are not as beautiful as you? In my past life, I was quite dashing, and even the candidates for the Yaoqi saintess had expressed their affection towards me, which I declined, as women would only slow my sword-drawing speed. Why has my current life turned out this way?" "Rest assured, master," Lin Yuan affirmed with determination. Yin Qingshuang sighed in relief but also felt a twinge of guilt and concern. She believed her disciple was admirable in every way and that, under normal circumstances, many young women would be drawn to him. Unfortunately, the current situation was unique, necessitating his disguise as a woman to navigate through. She worried that this charade might hinder him from finding a partner in the future. "If you truly have feelings for someone, it would not be impossible. Just let me know in advance, and we can find a solution." "Master, my focus now is solely on cultivation. I will not engage in romance until I have become an emperor," Lin Yuan resolutely replied, unwilling to pursue a relationship while under the guise of the sect saintess. Thus, he resolved to cultivate to the status of an emperor before seeking a partner. Casting a glance at Yin Qingshuang, she set down her wine gourd and remarked, "Disciple, what a commendable ambition." Years later, in the Tiansong secret realm, deep within the dense forest, Shao Tian concealed himself among the thick canopy, observing a herd of red-horned savage bulls rushing by below. He could handle a single beast, but facing hundreds, he had no choice but to avoid confrontation. Should the herd discover him, he would have to flee. Despite his desire to obtain the purple heart ghost lotus, a low-grade earth-tier treasure located deep in the marsh, Shao Tian realized that his only recourse was to devise a strategy to lure the red-horned savage bulls away. This would grant him the opportunity to infiltrate the marsh and seize the lotus. Just then, a striking young man dressed in white emerged from the forest. His exceptional demeanor left a lasting impression upon first sight. He strode through the perilous secret realm with an air of ease, as if strolling leisurely at home. "Master, can you discern the opponent's realm?" Xiao Tian quietly asked the ancient sword he carried, which housed the remnant soul of his master, Jian Jiu. Disciple, this young man has a powerful being shielding his fate, and he likely possesses a spiritual treasure that conceals his realm. I cannot perceive his cultivation, his master cautioned. Xiao Tian was taken aback to discover that even his esteemed master could not gauge the young man's strength. The sudden appearance of this figure enveloped him in an aura of mystery. What could his intentions be? As the white-clad youth approached the herd of red-horned savage bulls, the ferocious beasts revealed their bloodthirsty greed upon noticing the human presence. They charged forward, kicking up clouds of dust. Annihilate. With a mere glance, the young man dispatched the hundreds of savage bulls, their souls obliterated by an overwhelming surge of mental energy. Boom. A multitude of colossal beasts tumbled to the ground with a thunderous crash, creating numerous deep craters. Yet, not a speck of dust settled upon the figure of the young man clad in white. He hovered effortlessly above the swamp, and with a mere gesture, all the spiritual herbs and treasures within the mire flew towards him, forming a magnificent pile, which notably included the coveted Zixin Yuan that Xiao Tian sought. Have your companions in the trees had enough? You may come forth for a conversation, the young man in white addressed the hidden Xiao Tian, his voice resonating like clear jade, startling Xiao Tian momentarily. I am Xiao Tian. May I inquire your name? He responded, having realized that his concealment technique had been effortlessly penetrated by the other party. With a swift leap, he descended from the tree and stood before the white-clad figure. My name is Lin Yuan, the young man replied, revealing himself to be Lin Yuan, who had, a few years hence, concocted an excuse to temporarily escape from the Taiyin Sacred Grounds. Upon observing the handsome youth dressed in black, Lin Yuan mused, is this the Xiao Tian of yore? He appears far less tormented than in my previous life, radiating an innocence that seems almost naive, perhaps even a tad gullible. Lin Yuan reminisced about the fierce and bloodied visage of Xiao Tian after he had annihilated an entire clan in the blood prison. The aura of murder surrounding him palpable. They had fought side by side on the battlefield of myriad clans, sharing spirits brewed by the Ling clan and vanquishing numerous deities together. Thus, Lin Yuan knew that despite Xiao Tian's seemingly aloof demeanor, he was a man of unwavering loyalty, a steadfast comrade worthy of trust. Xiao Tian was known for his deep sense of righteousness. He had once ventured alone into the underworld of the Ghost Clan to procure medicine for a friend, returning grievously injured yet triumphant. Lin Yuan had even seen edited videos of Xiao Tian's exploits circulating on player forums. Xiao Tian's tale was not overly intricate. He hailed from an ordinary family within a city of the Dacian dynasty. During his training, he encountered a venerable elder within an ancient sword, who became his mentor, thus beginning his journey towards strength. After this secret realm adventure, upon returning home, he discovered his family had been exterminated. Learning through investigation that it was due to the covetous gaze of the Fantastical sect upon his family's ancestral treasure, the revelation transformed Xiao Tian's character, propelling him down a path of vengeance against those who wronged his kin. After numerous trials, he exacted his revenge and continued to grow stronger, ultimately becoming the formidable Xiao Tian, feared by foreign races. His narrative, reminiscent of a protagonist from a novel, positioned him as a key character within the game's storyline, garnering significant popularity among players. At this juncture, the 19-year-old Xiao Tian had yet to experience the catastrophic downfall of his family that would instill within him profound enmity. This was precisely why Lin Yuan had come. As a former comrade and friend, he intended to assist Xiao Tian in averting the impending doom of the Xiao clan. I must find some excuse to accompany Xiao Tian out of the secret realm. I shall eliminate the Fantastical sect when the time comes, Lin Yuan mused, a smile gracing his lips. Say, my friend, do you know how to grill meat? Yes, Xiao Tian replied instinctively, befuddled by the inquiry. Then I shall entrust this task to you. Make sure the meat is thoroughly cooked and well-oiled. As a reward, I will bestow upon you these treasures lying upon the ground. Lin Yuan gestured towards the carcass of the Qijiao mani and the pile of spiritual herbs, dismissing them as trifles of no value to him. Yet to Xiao Tian, they represented a fortune, especially the Zixin Yuan he had sought for over a month, now seemingly within reach. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if fortune had smiled upon him from the heavens. Quickly agree, you simpleton. The Zixin Yuan is a precious find for someone of your humble origins, yet it holds little worth for disciples of high-ranking sections. Nonetheless, securing it through mere grilling is quite the bargain, urged the elder within the ancient sword, anxious for Xiao Tian to seize the opportunity before it slipped away. All right, I understand. Xiao Tian nodded eagerly, beginning to gather firewood and prepare the meat for grilling. Lin Yuan observed him with keen interest, finding amusement in the scene before him. It was a curious sight, envisioning the future ruthless warlord Xiao Tian, now reduced to a mere cook for the sake of spiritual treasures. Your skills are quite commendable, Xiao Tian. This meat is remarkably well cooked, devoid of any charred remnants, Lin Yuan remarked, surprised by the quality of the grilled fare. Xiao Tian, savoring the meat, remained silent, reflecting on the unexpected compliment. His culinary skills, while not expert, had been honed through countless experiences in the wilderness, achieving a level of proficiency that could rival the best. Are these truly a gift for me? He inquired after finishing the meal, his gaze fixed on the pile of treasures that could fetch exorbitant prices at auctions. Indeed, they are yours. Do you find them unworthy? I can offer you more if you desire, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, as he had little regard for these items within the secret realm. Had he not considered the resources in his storage bag for their first meeting, he would have prepared a more formal gift. That is enough. A single grilling does not warrant such a bounty. Perhaps I shall grill for you again in the future. No further recompense required, Xiao Tian suggested, packing the spiritual herbs into his storage bag, pondering the wealth of this so-called young master. Then it is settled. I entrust my meals in the secret realm to you, Lin Yuan replied, patting Xiao Tian on the shoulder, finding in this arrangement a perfect excuse to accompany him. Thus, Xiao Tian became Lin Yuan's part-time cook for the next month while traversing the secret realm. His initial shock giving way to a placid acceptance, Lin Yuan's overwhelming strength rendered their journey through the perilous landscape a mere stroll in the park, transforming what had once been a treacherous expedition into a leisurely outing filled with feasting and the acquisition of treasures. Xiao Tian had prepared himself for potential peril, anticipating the pursuit of beasts far beyond his level, yet with Lin Yuan by his side, he felt no fear for his life. This experience, rather than a harrowing adventure, felt more akin to a delightful excursion, one that left Xiao Tian feeling somewhat abashed. Throughout the month, Lin Yuan's bounty of slain beasts and gathered spiritual herbs was generously gifted to Xiao Tian. Although these spoils held little significance for Lin Yuan, a top-tier player from a previous life, they were invaluable to Xiao Tian, solidifying his foundation for future growth. Brother Lin, your generosity is overwhelming. While these treasures may seem trivial to you, they are a significant boon for me at this stage of my development, and I shall repay you tenfold in the future, Xiao Tian vowed silently, his pride refusing to accept such benefits without reciprocity. Throughout their month together, they forged a deep friendship, discovering a remarkable synergy in their thoughts and discussions, whether on cultivation or the mysteries of the cosmos. Unbeknownst to them, this connection stemmed from their past lives, where Lin Yuan and Xiao Tian had not only been comrades in battle, but also friends who shared countless evenings of camaraderie over drinks and tales. Their mutual understanding was profound, unspoken yet palpable. The elder within the ancient sword, having overheard the sentiments of his disciple, felt a deep satisfaction, recognizing Xiao Tian's gratitude as a reflection of his character. This young lad possesses an extraordinary background. He is likely a descendant of a hidden sect or perhaps someone hailing from the sacred grounds. His strength surpasses yours by a considerable margin, yet he is remarkably approachable and straightforward. The spiritual treasures he has bestowed upon you can undoubtedly forge an unblemished foundation for your future. These resources will likely elevate your cultivation by 2 or 3 realms, far exceeding my initial expectations. As the apprentice matured, he might, if able, extend a helping hand to his counterpart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian nodded repeatedly, the sky now shrouded in twilight. While expertly roasting meat over the campfire, Xiao Tian gazed at Lin Yuan, who was relishing his meal, and spoke. I am deeply grateful for your camaraderie these past few days, Brother Lin. I have gained much. I am now prepared to depart the secret realm and return to my homeland. Might I inquire where you intend to venture post your exit from this domain? I set forth with the intent to wander and refine my heart amidst the mortal realm, without any specific destination in mind. Anywhere will do, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, recognizing the underlying invitation in Xiao Tian's inquiry. In that case, Brother Lin, why not accompany me to my hometown, Zishan City? It is a bustling place, teeming with life and vibrancy, Xiao Tian suggested, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Lin Yuan could not help but smile in response. Then I shall accept your kind offer. I shall rely on you to introduce me to the renowned sights of Zishan City. Haha, naturally. I will ensure you have a splendid time exploring the city, Xiao Tian exclaimed, his laughter hearty and carefree. He patted his chest, assuring Lin Yuan that he would treat him to the finest fare and entertainment, with all expenses accounted for on his tab. After several days of travel, the duo arrived at Zishan City, a majestic fortress that exuded an imposing grandeur, its protective array of runes glimmering under the sun. Ah, it is young Master Xiao returning. We shall grant you passage, the city guards greeted upon seeing Xiao Tian, who hailed from the esteemed Xiao family of Zishan City, despite his fall from grace. He was not a mere trifler to be trifled with. As they entered the vibrant city, Lin Yuan remarked, "Your hometown is indeed remarkable, Brother Xiao." This was his inaugural visit to this city. In his previous life, Zishan City had long been reduced to ruins prior to the player's arrival. Xiao Tian gestured towards several streets and said, "I am well acquainted with this area. There are some delightful local delicacies that I shall show you." Just then, they overheard a commotion in the crowd, whispers of gossip wafting through the air. "Have you heard? The young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Lingxi, has returned from the sword sect to annul her engagement with the Xiao family." Lin Yuan's eyes brightened at the news, recalling that in his previous life, he had not encountered such gossip. After all, Zishan City had been destroyed for many years, leaving little information for players to uncover. Aside from knowing that Xiao Tian's family had been annihilated by the Wind Thunder Pavilion, he was astonished to hear of this quintessential tale of broken engagements. He mused to himself about the irony of a fallen genius and a family bereft of its legacy. No wonder Xiao Tian had advanced so swiftly in his previous life. It seemed he had been accumulating buffs all along, a classic narrative, indeed, with all the elements of a protagonist's journey. It is said that Jiang Lingxi is a rare talent, one of the finest in our great Qian dynasty, and is on the verge of becoming a true disciple of the sword sect. As for Xiao Tian, he was once a genius, but now he is merely a waste. How could he be worthy of the esteemed Jiang Lingxi? Indeed, it is akin to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. That wasteful young master of the Xiao family dares to covet the true discipleship of the sword sect. Were it not for the childhood betrothal between their families, he would have no chance whatsoever. Exactly. If that Xiao Tian were still the genius he once was, there might be a glimmer of hope. Now, however, he is nothing more than a useless individual. Lin Yuan shook his head at the idle chatter of the passers-by, contemplating how many potatoes the game's planners must have consumed in crafting such narratives. Despite the scornful remarks directed at him, Xiao Tian remained composed. Having endured the ridicule of many years, he had transitioned from rage and despair to a steadfast resolve to strengthen himself, with the guidance of a mentor and his own diligent efforts. He had not only regained his former prowess but had also ascended to new heights. As a 20-year-old third-tier cultivator, he was undoubtedly among the most gifted of his generation within the great Qin dynasty. Poised to become a true disciple upon entering a sect, for ordinary cultivators, achieving first-tier status by this age was commendable. Attaining second-tier status was exceptional. The first tier corresponds to levels 1 to 90 in the game. With players, despite starting at level 1, being considered first-tier cultivators due to their innate talents. For the individuals in this world, becoming a cultivator was no simple feat while players had a detailed hierarchy. The local cultivators categorized each tier into initial, lower, middle, upper, and perfected stages. Moreover, this was far from Xiao Tian's ultimate potential, under his mentor's tutelage. His aspirations extended beyond the confines of the dynasty to the vast expanses beyond. Even to the legendary central continent where prodigies roamed. "Brother Lin, Jiang Lingxi is here to annul the engagement. I must return to my family at once," Xiao Tian said, his brows furrowing with concern as he glanced towards the direction of the Xiao family. Though he held a betrothal to Jiang Lingxi, they had never met, as she had been sent to the sword sect for training and had rarely returned. Their engagement was merely a result of the long-standing friendship between their families. While he bore no feelings for Jiang Lingxi, his loyalty to his family was unwavering. His father had stood by him during his fall from grace, providing unwavering support, and the family continued to furnish him with resources. Now, with Jiang Lingxi arriving with members of the sword sect to annul the engagement, he felt an urgent need to return home. "Very well, let us make haste," Lin Yuan replied, nodding in agreement. He contemplated how. In his previous life, Xiao Tian had likely spent more time seeking treasures in the secret realm and would have returned to Zishan City at least 2 or 3 months later. Thus, he surmised that the previous Xiao Tian had not encountered the annulment of the engagement directly. Upon his eventual return, he would have found his family devastated, having been targeted by the Wind Thunder Pavilion due to their ancestral treasures, leading to their annihilation. This harrowing experience had drastically altered Xiao Tian's character, igniting a desire for vengeance against the Wind Thunder Pavilion. However, in this life, Lin Yuan was confident that with his presence, such a fate would not befall them again. The audacity of the Wind Thunder Pavilion to act with impunity was nothing short of suicidal. Upon arriving at the Xiao family estate, they found the reception hall filled with people. At the head of the room sat the family patriarch, Xiao Dingxian, who wore a grave expression as he regarded the members of the sword sect and the patriarch of the Jiang family. The delegation from the sword sect featured 2 individuals, the young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Lingxi, who appeared like a celestial being in her flowing white attire, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a plum blossom defying the frost. Beside her stood an elder clad in the garb of a sect official. The Jiang family patriarch, initially engaged in casual conversation, turned to greet Xiao Tian as he entered, saying, "Ah, young Master Xiao's returned. Please, take a seat. Father, esteemed elders, this is my friend Lin Yuan." Xiao Tian introduced Lin Yuan after bowing to his father and the elders. He then addressed the Jiang family patriarch and the representatives of the sword sect, asking, "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to my family?" "Young Master Xiao, you may not be aware, but this is actually," the Jiang patriarch hesitated, feeling a twinge of guilt as he contemplated their purpose. Just then, Jiang Lingxi stepped forward and addressed the assembly with a bow. "Father, allow me to explain. I have been training in the sword sect since my youth, and now, after over a decade, I have come to a profound understanding of my path. I am wholly devoted to the pursuit of truth and wish to dissolve the engagement arranged by our ancestors. This matter is my fault, and I am prepared to offer generous gifts as a token of my apology." As she spoke, she produced several storage rings and continued, "These rings contain 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones and various cultivation resources, with the most valuable being this 5th-tier medicinal pill, the Qingyuan pill. This pill can aid cultivators of 3rd tier and below in healing internal injuries and restoring their foundations. I have heard that young Master Xiao has experienced a drop in his cultivation from 2nd-tier initial stage to 1st-tier initial stage over the years. I hope this pill will assist him in swiftly regaining his 2nd-tier status." Upon hearing the mention of 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones, many ordinary members of the Xiao family were visibly taken aback, as most had never seen such a sum in their lifetimes. The revelation of a 5th-tier medicinal pill caused even the elders and the patriarch to shift uncomfortably in their seats. Such legendary 5th-tier pills were typically only accessible to the great sects. Jiang Lingxi. These offerings were of little consequence for the Xiao family. The 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones and those resources are worth several years of the family's income. For Jiang Lingxi, the only precious item is the 5th-grade elixir, which she exchanged for her accumulated contributions to the sect. However, using it to annul the engagement conveniently severs the karmic ties. The clan leader, Xiao Dingxian, was immediately stirred with excitement upon hearing about the effects of the Qingyuan pill, as it could cure his son's ailment, a long-held dream of his. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, who was merely an observer, expressed his bewilderment at the significance of a 5th-grade elixir, as he typically consumed 9th-grade elixirs like candy. No need. I have already reached the upper 3rd-grade realm. This elixir is of no use to me. Please, take it back, my friend." Xiao Tian did not accept the storage ring, but instead revealed his previously concealed cultivation level. The sight of the young man in black standing tall, his aura fierce, as an invisible force coalesced like an arrow shooting skyward, stirring the clouds, left the onlookers in awe. The 3rd-grade realm, known as the transcendent realm, signifies a departure from the mundane, where soaring through the skies and moving mountains becomes no longer a dream. This spectacle left everyone present dumbfounded. The Xiao family members widened their eyes, feeling a sense of deja vu. Could this be the prodigious youth who once astounded Zishan City, and now he has surpassed his previous realm? "Has my son transcended?" The clan leader, Xiao Dingxian, exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, his hands trembling. "I would rate this display a 9 out of 10, thought Lin Yuan, secretly amused. Xiao Tian's hidden cultivation was likely meant for such a moment to impress the clan. Lin Yuan had long discerned Xiao Tian's concealed 3rd-grade realm. The Jiang clan leader, witnessing this scene, was initially taken aback, then sighed in regret. Had the engagement been successful, it would have been a powerful alliance beneficial to the Jiang family. However, his daughter, Jiang Lingxi, had already become a true disciple of the sword sect, wholeheartedly devoted to her path, and thus the engagement had to be annulled. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lingxi felt a moment of surprise but quickly regained her composure. Whether Xiao Tian was a genius or a failure did not affect her decision to break off the engagement. She only wished to focus on her cultivation, uninterested in romantic entanglements. "Congratulations, my friend Xiao Tian. On your transcendence. It seems this elixir should be exchanged for spirit stones and resources to be gifted to the Xiao family instead." She then produced another storage ring and handed it, along with the previous one, to Xiao Dingxian. The clan leader hesitated, unsure whether to accept, signaling his son with a glance for guidance. "Brother Xiao, you should accept it. Originally, this was an arrangement between our two families. Now that we, the Jiang family, are the ones breaking the engagement, it would be improper not to accept these tokens of goodwill," the Jiang clan leader said with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Tian communicated telepathically with Xiao Dingxian, saying, "Father, You may accept these if you wish, or to decline if you prefer. I have brought back an abundance of cultivation resources from the secret realm, far surpassing these items. Our family will not lack resources in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Dingxian felt even more elated, thinking that not only had his child returned with enhanced strength, but he had also brought back numerous valuable items, after several rounds of polite refusals and exchanges. The clan leaders of the Xiao and Jiang families ultimately settled on accepting half of the gifts. After all, refusing entirely would seem overly distant, and both families still had business to conduct in the future. Following some pleasantries, the Jiang family and the Sword Sect members took their leave. Once Xiao Tian concluded matters on this side, he spotted Lin Yuan in the courtyard, sipping tea while muttering something about how feudal marriages are deeply harmful, and that arranged marriages and blind unions are to be avoided. Brother Lin, I initially intended to invite you to my home, but it seems we have encountered unforeseen circumstances, causing you to witness such a spectacle. Xiao Tian said apologetically. Lin Yuan chuckled and shook his head. No worries, it's just a pity I didn't get to see you say, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty in that iconic moment. Xiao Tian fell silent for a moment before finally responding, Brother Lin, is it possible that I am not some impoverished youth? I am not a failure. Why should I say, do not underestimate the youth and poverty? Following the conclusion of the engagement annulment, news swiftly spread throughout Zishan City, with many astonished by Xiao Tian's breakthrough into the third-grade realm. Questioning in disbelief, is it true? That waste from the Xiao family has become a third-grade cultivator. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Could an engagement annulment truly lead to such a surge in strength? Some witnesses shouted. The prodigy who once renowned the city has returned, a third-grade upper realm cultivator, a transcendent practitioner. He stands not far from the fourth-grade initial stage of the city lord. At merely 20 years old. Such a young transcendent cultivator holds boundless potential. I heard Jiang Lingxi is also a third-grade cultivator. Could it be that Xiao Tian possesses the strength and talent to become a true disciple of the Sword Sect? TSK, it seems that even after the engagement annulment, the Xiao family remains formidable. With Xiao Tian, the Xiao family will continue to hold their position among the top 4 families in Zishan City. Meanwhile, in the Xiao family courtyard, Xiao Tian led Lin Yuan around the clan, pointing to a training ground where a group of young boys and girls were practicing, stating, This is our family's training ground, where clan members aged 5 to 18 typically train. Brother Xiao, do you have any childhood sweethearts? Perhaps a sister you grew up with? Lin Yuan inquired curiously. Eyeing the trainees. It's a classic trope in fantasy narratives for the protagonist to have a childhood friend or sister after an engagement annulment. No, my father has only one child, and I have no sister. Since my early years, after my exceptional talent was detected, my father and the clan elder have guided my cultivation, leaving me little time to interact with my peers. Thus I naturally have no childhood sweetheart, Xiao Tian replied, shaking his head. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. It seemed the clan leader and the elder had set aside special treatment for him. A reasonable yet amusing circumstance. Reflecting on his own situation in the Taiyin Sacred Land, where he was the sole heir, he realized that perhaps the elder brother and second brother shared similar experiences. That night, 30 kilometers outside Zishan City at the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, a 6th-grade sect naturally occupied a spiritual land. The peaks were steep and perilous, with palaces and towers rising from the cliffs in a picturesque manner, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning summoned by the sect's formations. In the innermost depths of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, a middle-aged man with a long whip and a sinister expression paced in a dungeon. He was the sect leader. Before him, an elderly man dressed in the garments of a Xiao family elder, bloodied and battered, was bound to a torture rack, barely clinging to life. He was Xiao Mu, the 7th elder of the Xiao family, captured by members of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion while hunting magical beasts outside the city. It soon became apparent to Xiao Mu that it was one of his trusted subordinates who had betrayed the Xiao family. Revealing the secrets of their treasured artifact to the ever-ambitious Wind and Thunder Pavilion, leading to his capture. Quickly tell me, where is that treasure of the Xiao family hidden? If you don't, I'll whip you to death, you old fool, the sect leader sneered, raising his whip. Tortured and in agony, Xiao Mu, his voice hoarse, closed his eyes and replied, Our Xiao family has no treasure. The sound of the whip cracking echoed painfully through the air, accompanied by the sounds of flesh tearing and cries of anguish. Were it not for the heart-protecting pill sustaining his life, he would likely have been beaten to death. At this moment, Xiao Mu was filled with regret and despair. Had he not placed his trust in the wrong person, the secrets of the treasure would not have leaked, bringing about this calamity for the Xiao family. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion, being a sixth-grade sect. Far surpassed the Shao family, which was merely a common third-grade clan. The disparity in strength was akin to that of an elephant and an ant, with vast chasms between each grade, since they had set their sights on the Shao family's treasure and employed such ruthless methods. They would undoubtedly not spare any of the Shao family members to prevent any leaks. Still trying to deceive me? Your trusted subordinate has already informed me that your Shao family harbors a treasure. Something quite valuable. If you reveal its location, I might spare your life. The sect leader narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile creeping across his face like a serpent spotting its prey. At this moment, Xiaomu had already closed his eyes, silent, as though he were asleep. With furrowed brows and the sound of the whip cracking, the sect leader finally cursed. What a hard-headed old fool. If you want to speak. Fine. Once I annihilate your Shao family, I want to believe I can't find that treasure. Meanwhile, the seventh elder of the Shao family, Xiaomu, lay lifeless on the ground, his suffering now a release. A nearby deacon of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, a trusted aide of the sect leader, spoke up. Master, I heard that the Shao family has an engagement with the Jiang family. Jiang Lingxi has now become a true disciple of the 8th grade sword sect. We should be cautious about directly striking against the Shao family. The sect leader of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion shook his head in amusement, saying, It seems you do not understand the relationship between the Shao and Jiang families. Ever since the young master of the Shao family, Shao Tian, regressed to a waste, the ties between the two families have dwindled. Furthermore, Jiang Lingxi is a true prodigy of the sword sect. What is Shao Tian? A mere waste, compared to her. A mountain chicken cannot aspire to be a phoenix. I have received news that the people from the sword sect have recently arrived in Zishan City. It is said that they are going to the Shao family today to annul the engagement. After the sword sect departs, we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate the Shao family and reclaim the secret treasure they have stolen. At this moment, another trusted subordinate, tasked with monitoring and gathering intelligence on the Shao family, hurriedly approached to pay his respects, saying, Lord, Jiang Lingxi indeed went to the Shao family today to annul the engagement. However, it seems that Shao Tian has revealed his strength and has become a third-grade cultivator. What? Wasn't that Shao Tian rendered a cripple? How could he possibly become a third-grade cultivator? A third-grade cultivator at the age of 20 could easily be selected as a true disciple by those high-ranking sects. The Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening. He then furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he fell into contemplation. After a moment, the steward cautiously inquired, Lord, shall we still proceed against the Shao family? Of course, and we must act swiftly. Initially, I had intended to wait a while longer, but it seems we must hasten to eliminate the Shao family and that Shao Tian. Though this lad possesses extraordinary talent, he has yet to participate in the sect selection and attract the attention of the high-ranking sects. As long as we eliminate him, a fallen genius will not stir up too much trouble. Have the sword sect members departed Zishan City? The Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion slammed his fist against the wall, his expression fierce. The messenger hurriedly reporting to the Lord. The sword sect left Zishan City in the afternoon after departing from the Shao family. Good. Let us prepare to strike against the Shao family in 3 days. The decision to act in 3 days is twofold. First, the sword sect should have returned to the capital of Deqian by then. Second, to avoid prolonged delays that might lead to complications, we must act quickly to seize the Shao family's ancestral secret treasure and eliminate that unexpected genius from the Shao family. Lord, will our actions against the Shao family attract the attention of the Jiang family? After all, Jiang Lingxi was once the true disciple of the sword sect and was previously engaged to Shao Tian. One trusted subordinate whispered. The Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion waved his hand dismissively. The two families have already broken off their engagement. How can their relationship possibly improve? Furthermore, as long as we execute our plan cleanly, leaving no survivors and ensuring no one knows it was us, the Jiang family will not take action on behalf of the exterminated Shao family. They may investigate briefly, but it will end there. In this world, power reigns supreme, and the pursuit of cultivation resources often leads to bloodshed. Even common dynasties and sects may be obliterated overnight for offending a powerful figure, let alone a third-grade family from a small city. Even if the Jiang family, located within the same city, discovers the extermination of the Shao family, they will merely sigh and offer no vengeance. Relations between families are governed by self-interest, and unless the ties are exceptionally strong, involvement is unlikely. Though the two families share a close connection, it is far from that level. Your wisdom is unmatched. My lord. We shall prepare to eliminate the Shao family in 3 days and seize the secret treasure. As the saying goes, treasures are meant for the strong. How could a mere third-grade family like the Shao family be worthy of possessing such a treasure? it is fated to belong to you. My lord, the subordinate flattered, and the lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, pleased by the compliment, stroked his beard with a smirk. 3 nights later, the night sky over Zishan City resembled a dark curtain adorned with countless stars. The moonlight casting elongated shadows amongst the treetops. The once bustling city had fallen silent, the daytime clamor replaced by stillness, with only lanterns swaying gently with flickering candlelight. At this moment, the Xiao family, situated at the city's heart, found themselves enveloped in darkness as an immense locking formation sealed their surroundings. Suddenly, hundreds of cultivators from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion descended, their presence radiating a chilling aura. Each individual was at least a third-grade cultivator, with many at the 4th or 5th grade, while the leaders were predominantly 6th-grade cultivators, with the Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion himself being at the upper echelon of the 6th grade. It is known that 6th-grade cultivators possess the power to cleave mountains and valleys, capable of severing a mountain with a mere stroke. The members of the Xiao family, sensing the overwhelming presence outside, hurriedly emerged from their chambers into the courtyard. The family head, Xiao Dingxian, stepped forward, his heart racing as he recognized the face of the Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, sending chills down his spine. Though the Lord was clad not in the ceremonial attire of his sect but in a black stealth outfit, he made no effort to conceal his face. Hence, the family head quickly recognized him as the infamous Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Known for his ruthlessness across numerous surrounding cities, having annihilated many families and small sections, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion had become a nightmare for the numerous small families within 100 miles. Once marked by this pack of hungry wolves, they were sure to be skinned alive and devoured. What a calamity! How could the Xiao family attract the attention of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? This could spell our doom. Xiao Dingshuan's heart sank, yet he respectfully clasped his hands, saying, it is an honor for the Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion to visit. No wonder there was a joyous magpie calling today. Enough of your idle chatter, Xiao Dingxian. Hand over your family's ancestral secret treasure, and I may yet grant you a complete corpse. The Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion replied coldly, cutting straight to the point. This declaration startled Xiao Dingxian. Only he and a few elders knew of the existence of the secret treasure. He quickly connected the dots to the recent disappearance of the 7th elder and began to suspect the unfolding events. Reporting to the esteemed Lord, our Xiao family possesses no such secret treasure. Perhaps it is merely slander from a rival family. Please discern the truth. Xiao Dingxian feigned surprise and anger. The Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion scoffed, thinking to himself that the old fox was still pretending. Stop your charade, old man. Once I capture you and apply the rack, I do not believe you will remain silent. As for the Xiao family daring to harbor my Wind and Thunder Pavilion's treasure, prepare for your annihilation. At this moment, Lin Yuan, who had been observing the situation, couldn't help but think, what a remarkable turn of events. The Xiao family's treasure, yet to be secured, has already become the possession of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. This is truly a twisted stroke of fate. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's face darkened with murderous intent. If not for his current lack of strength, he would have rushed out to slay the arrogant Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Clenching his fists in frustration, he gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, is there truly no way for the teacher to eliminate those from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? Disciple, remain calm. Were I at my peak, I could annihilate them with but a breath. However, I have only just recently revived, with merely a remnant soul remaining, and can currently exert only 5th grade strength. Once my energy is depleted, I will fall into a slumber for a period. Alas, if I can recover my high-grade strength in another year or two, exterminating them would be no challenge. For now, I can only ensure the safety of a few and assist you in escaping. If the crisis becomes dire, I shall use my powers to transport you, Lin Yuan, and your father to safety. The ancient sword murmured with a sigh, recalling the days when he once roamed the continent, now reduced to a mere remnant soul residing within this broken sword. Several years ago, Xiao Tian had discovered this ancient sword among the wares of a street vendor and had only recently begun to awaken. The tradition of finding Destiny's child among street vendors lives on. If we leave, will not my kin be slaughtered by the minions of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? Xiao Tian lamented heavily, understanding the wisdom of preserving the green hills to avoid the need for firewood. However, many of his kin were dear to him, including the elder who had taught him his techniques, the kind-hearted elder of the Transmission Pavilion, and those who had come to visit him even after his fall from grace. The thought of their potential demise at the hands of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion filled him with anguish. In truth, there was a solution. The ancient sword's voice slowly emerged once more. However, this hinges on Lin Yuan, my young friend. He likely hails from a hidden sect in the central continent, bearing an extraordinary lineage and should possess some hidden trump cards or guardians by his side. If his guardian intervenes, resolving this crisis should pose no challenge. The ancient sword's voice hinted at the possibility of Lin Yuan's guardian intervening, for in the elder's memory, the prodigies from the central continent typically ranged from the 4th to 5th grades at Lin Yuan's age. While capable of fighting beyond their grade, it would be too formidable to contend against the experienced, higher-grade Lord of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, who also wielded spiritual treasures. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian could only smile bitterly. Murmuring to himself, this calamity stems from the Xiao family's treasure, yet it has entangled Lin brother. With a soft creak, the door swung open, and Lin Yuan stepped out casually, saying, "Who disturbs my peaceful slumber?" The gaze of the crowd instantaneously shifted towards the youth clad in white within the courtyard, whose striking handsomeness and effortless grace rendered him a figure of extraordinary allure, akin to the moon surrounded by a host of stars. The sect leader of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, poised to utter the words "little brat," found himself rendered mute, as a force of spatial energy ensnared both his body and soul. He was immobilized. Unable to move even a finger, resembling a marionette held fast, with no escape in sight, not even the option of self-destruction. All this transpired merely because the suddenly appearing youth had cast a glance in his direction. Just a bunch of insignificant insects, how bothersome, Lin Yuan mused, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the hundreds of cultivators hovering above. With a nonchalant gesture, he pointed, and an immense surge of spatial power surged forth, causing the very void to tremble. In an instant, the oppressive darkness that had engulfed the sky shattered, revealing a tapestry of stars and a luminous moon. As the great formation crumbled, a dazzling white light erupted amidst the tumult, transforming the night into day. The flowing power of the laws intertwined, manifesting countless crystalline chains of order. Such might, if unleashed, could effortlessly obliterate an expansive dynasty, flattening millions of miles into a blank slate. Yet, this colossal power remained confined within a minuscule radius, showcasing the wielder's mastery and ease with such formidable forces. The sect leader of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion felt the inexorable pressure of that single finger. As the shadow of death enveloped him and his fellow cultivators, regret gnawed at his heart. Had he known that the Xiao family harbored such a formidable cultivator, he would never have dared to act so recklessly and would have surely relocated his sect from this perilous domain. What right did they have to encounter such an estimate? Even the rumored 9th-grade cultivator would pale in comparison. There was no need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They were unworthy. However, the anguished cries of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's cultivators remained unvoiced, their bodies ensnared by the spatial force. Facing an apocalyptic judgment as that finger descended, the bodies of hundreds of cultivators from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion dissolved into dust, scattered on the wind, leaving only their garments and storage bags as remnants of their former existence. The sound of the wind stirring the gravel was the sole echo left. The rapidity of these events left the Xiao family members stunned. Once the dust settled, they gasped in disbelief. Good heavens, what just transpired? One finger annihilated hundreds of cultivators. The sect leader of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, renowned as a 6th-grade upper-tier practitioner, had a fearsome reputation for extinguishing dozens of minor sects without a flicker of hesitation and had once slain a 7th-grade serpent in the Thundermarsh. Such a powerful individual had perished with such ease that it was unfathomable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed it true. Incredible. This young Master Zhao's companion is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion has fallen, and we have survived. Thanks to this powerful being, our Xiao family has been spared extinction. How magnificent, to eliminate a formidable foe with a single strike. If only I could possess even a fraction of this strength, I would die without regrets. Xiao Tian had burst from his chamber, stunned by the spectacle before him, momentarily at a loss for words, when he heard the ancient sword whispering in his ear, "Too monstrous. Too abnormal. That is the power of spatial laws. Lin Yuan's prowess undoubtedly surpasses the life and death realm, and he may very well be on the brink of the holy realm, were it not for his remarkably youthful aura. I would suspect he is a reincarnated powerhouse. Such strength at such a young age absolutely marked him as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Even the great emperors of antiquity could not have surpassed this in their youth. Could it be that we have encountered a young emperor?" Meanwhile, Lin Yuan observed the reactions of the crowd, satisfied as he withdrew his hand. In truth, he could have silently and swiftly eradicated the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's members. But where was the thrill in such stealth? It is well known that players who do not show off are hardly players at all. As the saying goes, one does not return home in finery. As if walking the night in brocade. This moment, Xiao Tian, one of the protagonists of the game, reveled in the delight of his own ostentation. Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly at the sight of Xiao Tian standing there in a daze. Though he maintained an air of nonchalance, drawing the admiration of many Shao family members who gazed at him with starry eyes. One must not smile. One must maintain an air of sophistication. The reveal was inevitable. I am, after all, a master. Thank you, my lord, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, our Shao family would have faced annihilation, expressed Shao Dingxian, the patriarch of the Shao family, as he came to his senses. Filled with profound gratitude, Shao Tian remained frozen, wide-eyed, shocked at the realization that such a powerful being stood beside him. The patriarch glanced at his son, pondering that it seemed his offspring was unaware that the Lin Shao friend he had brought back was an unparalleled powerhouse. Although the patriarch was oblivious to Lin Yuan's true level of mastery, he understood that the ease with which Lin Yuan had dispatched hundreds of Wind and Thunder Pavilion cultivators was a testament to his extraordinary strength. The only means by which the Shao family could express their gratitude would be through their ancestral treasures. In gratitude for your life-saving intervention, we are willing to bestow our family heirloom upon you. No need, Lin Yuan replied with indifference. I have no interest in treasures. I only acted to safeguard Shao Xiong's family. Though he had a penchant for collecting artifacts as a player, he preferred to refrain from accepting the ancestral treasures of a good friend. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through just means. Shao Dingxian was momentarily taken aback but soon understood. It appeared Lin Yuan was not motivated by the Shao family's treasures, but had simply encountered Shao Tian by chance, only to find himself embroiled in the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's attempt to seize their treasures. The stronger the individual, the more candid their speech. Clarity of mind leads to straightforwardness. Thus, many powerful beings spoke without pretense, only resorting to deception when the disparity in strength necessitated it. In the eyes of Shao Dingxian, Lin Yuan's prowess rendered deceit or flattery unnecessary. With this thought in mind, he glanced at Shao Tian, concluding that his son had fortuitously encountered a legendary figure capable of traversing the realms of the game. Perhaps there was even an opportunity for him to become a disciple. If Lin Yuan had heard this unspoken sentiment, he would certainly have scoffed. I consider your son a brother, yet you wish for him to be my disciple. Consequently, the patriarch of the Shao family bowed with renewed enthusiasm, smiling, since my lord has no need for treasures. Our Shao family is at your service, willing to offer our assistance. My son mentioned that you enjoy fine cuisine. I have prepared some exquisite food and drink. Thank you, but I have matters to attend to. We can dine upon my return, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Unable to contain his curiosity, the patriarch inquired, might I ask what my lord intends to do? The Shao family is ready to assist in any way possible. To eradicate the sect, Lin Yuan declared, and with those 4 words, it seemed as though he had pronounced the death sentence for the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Having begun, one must see it through to the end. When dealing with enemies, one must root them out entirely, otherwise, they may sprout anew with the spring breeze. Lin Yuan understood this principle well. This display of strength would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Taiyin Holy Land, who would likely come seeking him soon. At that point, he would have no choice but to bid farewell to Shao Tian. Should Lin Yuan depart, the remaining remnants of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion might retaliate against the Shao family and Shao Tian. Given Shao Tian's current 3rd-grade strength, he would be insufficient to confront the 6th-grade cultivators of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. It was possible that many of the Shao family members he had just saved would suffer grievous losses once more. Therefore, to eliminate potential future threats, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion must be eradicated, and the sooner, the better. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your timely intervention. You have done more than enough for our Shao family. It would be too much to trouble you with the destruction of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Shao Tian stepped forward, feeling somewhat ashamed. He knew that the Wind and Thunder Pavilion had not previously offended Lin Yuan, and that Lin Yuan posed no threat to them. His desire to eliminate the Wind and Thunder Pavilion stemmed solely from concern for the Shao family. Come, I shall lead you to their destruction. At that moment, Lin Yuan casually grasped Shao Tian's arm, his demeanor exuding an effortless ease as if he were discussing a trifling matter rather than the annihilation of a sect. His confidence radiated an imposing aura, inciting the members of the Shao family to yearn eagerly to witness the scene of the Thunderstorm Pavilion's demise, particularly captivating many female cultivators, who were utterly enchanted. Observing their reactions, Lin Yuan decided to leave behind a water mirror for them to view the impending spectacle, although he could teleport 1 or 2 individuals across vast distances. Transporting such a multitude was beyond his current capabilities. His primary motive for bringing Shao Tian along was to assist him in avenging his grievances, though he also harbored a desire to display his prowess before his comrade, naturally. Providing the others with a water mirror to broadcast the forthcoming destruction was also a means of enhancing his own grandeur. For the joy of ostentation is amplified by the size of the audience. With a swift motion, the young man in white pointed at the void, causing a portal of light to shimmer into existence. Akin to a gateway, the two then stepped through, vanishing into the ether. Xiao Tian felt a disorienting whirl of sensations, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves at the foot of a foreign mountain peak. Raising his gaze, he beheld a magnificent sect nestled among the towering, cloud-kissed mountains. At the end of the winding ancient path stood a plaque bearing intricate carvings, proclaiming it the Thunderstorm Pavilion, flanked by statues of coiling serpents that exuded an air of grandeur. "Shall we simply charge in?" Xiao Tian inquired, his heart racing with anticipation at the thought of avenging his wrongs. Yet, Lin Yuan remained still, his movements minimal as he caught a leaf blown down by the autumn wind and remarked, "The air grows chilly. It is time for the Thunderstorm Pavilion to face its end." Xiao Tian fell into contemplation, pondering whether the cooling air held any intrinsic connection to the pavilion's impending destruction. Surely, Lin Ge had his reasons for such a statement, far beyond mere bravado. While Xiao Tian was lost in thought, Lin Yuan had already made his move. He had utilized his spatial powers to empty the Thunderstorm Pavilion's treasury, ensuring that the spoils would remain unharmed amidst the forthcoming conflict. These treasures were of little value to Lin Yuan, hardly worth a fraction of a single artifact he possessed. Yet, for Xiao Tian and his family, they represented an unexpected windfall. The resources left behind would suffice to elevate Xiao Tian's cultivation to the 6th or 7th tier without concern. Lin Yuan perceived Xiao Tian's current 3rd-tier cultivation as somewhat lacking and, considering himself the elder brother, felt inclined to assist his friend as much as possible. The wealth accumulated over centuries by a 6th-tier sect would be an astronomical fortune for the 3rd-tier Xiao family, paving the way for their future development. The Thunderstorm Pavilion had committed numerous heinous acts, ignoring the will of heaven. Thus, its destruction was justly warranted. Lin Yuan gazed towards the imposing sect precariously perched on a sheer cliff and spoke. "Before arriving at the Xiao family, I conducted a discreet investigation into the Thunderstorm Pavilion, and their malevolence is well documented. The wrongs committed by their members are countless, including oppression and ruthless extermination. In the nearby cities, their reputation is nothing short of notorious. Hence, Lin Yuan felt no moral qualms in taking action against them, even viewing it as a form of divine justice. As he invoked the laws of space and gold through his magical essence. A profound resonance echoed through the heavens. Golden characters materialized in the air, each imbued with the might of the universe, forming a decree as vast and complex as the cosmos itself. With a mere gesture, he expanded his domain, enveloping a 100-mile radius and directly imprisoning the space surrounding the Thunderstorm Pavilion. Even the birds soaring above were rendered motionless, as if frozen in time. Within the sect, the once bustling crowd, comprised of cultivators in the scripture halls, the grand palace, the alchemy chambers, and the chi refining halls, stood transfixed like statues, their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon the descending golden decree. Accompanied by a voice that resonated with celestial authority, the announcement echoed in the ears of every individual within the Thunderstorm Pavilion, prompting involuntary recollections of their past misdeeds, leaving them stunned and questioning if divine retribution truly existed. As the golden decree descended, the characters grew larger and larger until they converged into a colossal hand that blotted out the sun, crashing down upon the Thunderstorm Pavilion and the treacherous peaks. A resounding roar ensued. With the collapse of the mountain pillars, the earth trembled, and the Thunderstorm Pavilion was reduced to mere ruins, obliterated alongside the surrounding rocks and trees, transforming the once perilous cliffs into a sunken basin. As the nearby rivers flowed into the basin, a shimmering lake soon formed, the breeze creating ripples across its surface, while the leaves along the shore resumed their rustling. In this cataclysmic display of power, not only did the Thunderstorm Pavilion meet its end, but even the very earth beneath it was left devoid of life, down to the tiniest worm, crushed into oblivion. Under such overwhelming celestial force, even souls were returned to dust, merging back into the essence of the universe. Once Lin Yuan had thoroughly checked with his divine sense and magical essence to ensure no remnants of the Thunderstorm Pavilion's cultivators lingered, he retracted his powers. While the game system indicated that the enemy's health points had been entirely depleted, he deemed it prudent to confirm this for added assurance. The members of the Xiao family, who had witnessed the entire spectacle through the water mirror, were left in a state of astonishment. The earlier scene of annihilation had already been shocking enough, but the display of celestial might that reshaped mountains into lakes was utterly breathtaking. Following the destruction of the Thunderstorm Pavilion, the water mirror's image quickly dissipated into a mist. However, as they regained their senses, the Xiao family members excitedly discussed the incredible power that resembled divine punishment. A single command could decide life or death. A single word could level mountains. The benefactor is truly formidable. What level of cultivation must one possess to achieve such feats? They wondered in awe. Just months prior, the notorious Thunderstorm Pavilion had annihilated the entire Yu family in the neighboring city. Now, in the span of a single night, it had been utterly vanquished. Such was the fickle nature of fortune. This esteemed individual is undeniably powerful. One can only wonder how young master managed to recruit him. If only I could encounter such a hidden master. Every generation surpasses the last. The Thunderstorm Pavilion, which prided itself on its strength, met its downfall upon encountering this great figure. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, having dispelled the water mirror, remarked, "These treasures are of no use to me. You may take them." With a wave of his hand, several radiant mountains of gold and silver appeared, filled with cultivation resources ranging from 1st to 6th tier, including rare herbs, mystical elixirs, weapons, and storage bags, all gleaming brilliantly. Such treasures, capable of driving rogue cultivators into a frenzy, lay casually upon the ground, akin to cabbages in a field. Xiao Tian was momentarily dazzled by the sheer brilliance of the treasures before him. He had never seen such an abundance in his life. The ancient sword's remnant soul, accustomed to treasures, chuckled softly at his reaction and advised, "You need not refuse. Accept them. To someone of Lin Zhao's caliber. These 1st to 6th tier resources are but refuse, hardly worth the space in his storage ring. For you and the Xiao family, however, this is a significant fortune. Remember this favor. You may repay it tenfold in the future." Finally comprehending, Xiao Tian nodded and said, "Thank you, Lin Go. I shall accept them." He added yet another line to his mental ledger of indebtedness, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the favors owed to Lin Go. A sensation that left him with the impression that he could never fully repay them. Surely it was just an illusion. Once he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly procure treasures for Lin Go in return. Due to the sheer volume of resources, it took Xiao Tian several minutes to fill his storage bag, utilizing the treasury's larger storage bags to accommodate the treasures, as his personal bag would have been insufficient. Furthermore, he was pleasantly surprised to discover some rare herbs that could aid in restoring his master's soul, potentially elevating his teacher's strength to new heights. "Since you wish to thank me, as the saying goes, a life-saving grace cannot be repaid. How about you call me Big Brother for a change?" Lin Yuan suggested with a mischievous grin. Xiao Tian hesitated, looking at the seemingly younger figure in white before him. Torn between words. Do not be deceived by my youthful appearance. In truth, I am older than you. Addressing me as Big Brother will not be a loss for you, Lin Yuan reassured, patting Xiao Tian's shoulder earnestly. After a moment of deliberation, Xiao Tian finally acquiesced, saying, "Big Brother. Ha ha ha. My little brother. In the future, I will take care of you. Once you arrive in Zhengzhou and announce my name, I guarantee you will walk with great confidence." Lin Yuan exclaimed, excitedly draping an arm around Xiao Tian's shoulder. To him, the Taiyin Sacred Land ranked among the top 3 of the 10 sacred sites, and he believed that with his strength and background, it would be no problem at all to protect Xiao Tian, who had just arrived in Zhengzhou. Little did he know that if Xiao Tian were to announce their connection upon his arrival, he would likely become a target of numerous suitors vying for the attention of the Taiyin Saints, including the sons of saints and imperial clans, leading to potential hostility. It would seem that in Zhengzhou, everyone would be against him. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian contemplated that if he were to go to Zhengzhou, he must carve out his own reputation and not rely solely on his good brother's assistance. He too needed to grow strong enough to support Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, tucked away the communication stone in his hand, thinking that once Xiao Tian achieved success, he would proudly reminisce. "In a certain year and month, the esteemed Xiao Tian once called me Big Brother. Let us return," Lin Yuan said with a smile as he activated the spatial portal, drawing Xiao Tian back to the Xiao family estate. Upon their arrival, the courtyard was already festooned with lights and decorations, laden with an array of exquisite dishes and wines, as the Xiao family awaited their return. My benefactor, you have worked hard. Thanks to your efforts in vanquishing the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, my Xiao family is free from future troubles. Please, take a seat." Xiao Dingxian, the family head, expressed his heartfelt gratitude, while the others wore expressions of joy, celebrating their vengeance. "Lin Brother, this dish is prepared with the unique spirit deer from our Zishan city. It is a renowned local delicacy, melting in your mouth and exceptionally delicious. Give it a try," Xiao Tian said, knowing Lin Yuan's fondness for gourmet food as he handed him a plate. Just as Lin Yuan was about to savor the dish, a distant ethereal voice resonated from the heavens. "Your Highness, you have been outside playing for quite a while now. It is time to return to the Sacred Land." At that moment, streaks of radiant light appeared in the sky, accompanied by celestial music and colorful splendor, as a magnificent heavenly palace, pulled by majestic golden dragons, materialized before them. A graceful phoenix danced around the jade pillars, revealing a splendid imperial vessel of unimaginable rank. Suddenly, a beautiful green-feathered bird gently landed on the shoulder of the young man in white, affectionately nuzzling him. Lin Yuan understood from the gazes of those around him that it would be nearly impossible to conceal his identity now. Help! Why have the people from the Sacred Land arrived so swiftly? I do not wish to reveal my true self. One of the most awkward situations in the world is social death. And being outed in women's clothing is particularly mortifying, especially in front of a good brother. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, intending to mask the truth, but before he could utter a word, the Shao family members beheld a procession of stunning celestial maidens descending from the imperial vessel, followed by tens of thousands of armored attendants wielding long halberds. Each of these cultivators was at least a Death Realm expert, capable of being called a formidable power in the outside world. In realms above the 9th rank lay the Creation Realm, which consists of 9 layers, each with a vastly different level of strength. In Zhangzhou, possessing such a realm could establish a transmission lineage or an advanced dynasty, marking one as a powerful figure. Following this were the Death Realm experts and most of the elders of the Sacred Land, including those at the Saint, Heavenly Sovereign, Quasi-Emperor, and Emperor levels. Currently, Lin Yuan held the initial stage of the Saint Realm, a level comparable to many elders of the Sacred Land. However, the age difference was stark. He was a young, peerless prodigy, while the elders had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years to reach their current status, making his potential incomparable. With his strength in the Saint Realm, Lin Yuan could dominate in regions outside Zhongzhou, which was one of the reasons he felt confident enough to venture out without protectors. His ascent to the Saint Realm over the past few years largely stemmed from his relentless battles against the demons and monsters that emerged in Zhongzhou, accruing an immense amount of experience points. This led to a level that left the Taiyin Sacred Land in awe and excitement. Now, everyone in Zhongzhou knew of the Taiyin Saintess's righteous fury against evil, her gallant spirit, and her unwavering resolve against demons. However, to advance further in the Saint Realm, one must hunt Saint Realm demons, most of which resided in the strongholds of foreign races. It was hardly feasible for one to venture alone into enemy territory. Thus, achieving kills became exceedingly difficult. The experience gained from demons and monsters below the Saint Realm diminished significantly due to the vast level disparity. Consequently, after reaching the Saint Realm, Lin Yuan found it challenging to enhance his power through grinding, relying instead on enlightenment. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan understood that when the celestial demon race and other foreign entities descended from the vast universe, a cataclysmic upheaval would ensue, providing ample opportunities for him to slay Saint Realm demons. The guards descending from the celestial vessel were largely from subordinate lineages under the jurisdiction of the Taiyin Sacred Land, many of whom were leaders of their own sections. Yet these powerful figures, who commanded respect among mortals, now bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Saintess." Their voices resonated like thunder, their movements synchronized, creating an overwhelming presence that echoed throughout the surroundings. At that moment, Lin Yuan's mind was flooded with the image of a scene he had witnessed in his past life, where the Dragon King returned to be greeted by his subordinates. A singular thought consumed him. It's over. My identity can no longer be concealed. Originally, he had planned to finish this meal, bid farewell to Shao Tian, and leave with an air of nonchalance, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had intended to depart with grace, concealing his achievements and name. However, the swift arrival of the Sacred Land had completely caught him off guard, revealing his disguise much sooner than anticipated. A reincarnated and traversed individual, Lin Yuan had envisioned himself as a protagonist in a tale of invincibility, destined to ascend to emperorship, marrying a beautiful and wealthy fairy, thus becoming the ultimate winner in life. Yet, a single misstep had led to a lifetime of regret. In a twist of fate, he had stumbled into the Taiyin Sacred Land and unwittingly become a saintess. Once he ascended to the throne, this would undoubtedly become a dark chapter of his history. Shao Tian, upon hearing this, was left bewildered, pondering, "Saintess, did I mishear? Lin brother is male, right?" Meanwhile, the ancient sword's remnant spirit had already processed the information and exclaimed in shock, "This is the Xianyue celestial vessel of the Taiyin Sacred Land. What kind of luck have you stumbled upon? You actually encountered the Taiyin Saintess sneaking out to play and became friends with her." Each Taiyin Saintess is recognized as a stunning beauty, not only possessing celestial grace but also exceptional strength and talent. Given Lin Yuan's abilities, he is destined to become an emperor, dominating an era. It is truly astounding that you have befriended her. Your luck is nothing short of extraordinary. Years ago, during the Yachi banquet, I had merely caught a distant glimpse of the Taiyin Empress, and that fleeting moment remains etched in my memory. Alas, I lacked the strength to even approach her for a word. The air was thick with a sense of bittersweet longing. Taiyin Sacred Land. Lin brother. Is he male or female? Xiao Tian pondered in confusion after hearing his teacher's words. Feeling increasingly perplexed by Lin Yuan's apparent lack of disguise, suddenly he heard a scolding voice. Are you foolish? The Taiyin saintess cannot possibly be male. Be careful with your words. Had you spoken that aloud, those followers from the sacred land would have torn you apart. At that moment, Lin Yuan wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide himself, overwhelmed by the embarrassment of social death. Turning away to feign interest in the distance. Lin brother. So you are a woman? Xiao Tian exclaimed in astonishment, only to be interrupted by a distant, ethereal voice from the celestial vessel. Your Highness. Now that we have found you, why continue to disguise your identity? The speaker was an elderly woman, holding a jade scepter in her left hand and a bamboo staff in her right. Her kind smile directed at Lin Yuan below. The phenomenon of the seasons cycling around her was a testament to her mastery of the Tao of decay and renewal. She was Gu Mengxing, the Grand Elder of the Taiyin Sacred Land, a figure just a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor, and one of Lin Yuan's protectors, T.O. the Grand Elder. While Lin Yuan's appearance in male attire was undeniably handsome, it paled in comparison to his beauty in female garb. Those of the Taiyin Sacred Land had no need for subterfuge. Lin Yuan, having given up on resisting, resigned himself to the notion that if he were to face social death, then so be it, as long as I remain unembarrassed. It is others who will feel the discomfort. Since the elder has spoken, I should hasten to don the uniform of the Taiyin Sacred Land. With the magical garment at my disposal, the transformation is remarkably swift. Under the astonished gaze of Xiao Tian, the handsome youth before him tore away the ribbon binding his hair, allowing his long tresses to cascade like a waterfall. Dark strands flowing down from the clouds. Before him appeared an ethereal beauty, unparalleled and captivating, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, or a divine goddess gracing the world. Clad in flowing robes of cloud-like hues and embroidered with floral patterns that shimmered like the heavens. Adorned with phoenix motifs and wide sleeves that billowed like the skirts of a fairy, her attire danced in harmony with the tinkling of her ornaments. Her exquisite visage, with a celestial grace, was enchanting enough to captivate the soul, reminiscent of the crescent moon in a secluded valley or the pristine snow of distant mountains. Her eyes, like autumn waters, sparkled with a depth surpassing myriad spring streams, compelling one to forget their troubles and lose themselves in her presence. The allure emanating from the Taiyin divine body intensified with the passage of time, embodying a beauty akin to the ultimate path. A result of the divine essence being restrained, utterly entrancing all who beheld her. The clouds above parted in reverence as the moonlight cascaded down upon the wings of the Taiyin fairy. Her garments fluttering as though she were poised to ride the winds. The hibiscus flowers in the courtyard bloomed, painting the scene with hues reminiscent of ink and mist. Should the players of a bygone era witness this tableau, they would surely recall the lines. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers aspire for beauty. If not seen atop the Jade Mountain, one might meet beneath the moonlit Yao Terrace. The onlookers collectively held their breath. For the Shao clan had never encountered such a spectacle, standing as if bewitched, those who sensed the divine aura and approached to pay their respects, including high-ranking officials and sovereigns from various dynasties, halted in their tracks, mesmerized by the scene. Even the birds in the sky paused in their flight, and those who frequently associated with Lin Yuan, including those from the Taiyin Sacred Land, were similarly entranced. Even the elder, who had witnessed this spectacle countless times, bore an expression of astonishment. Xiao Tian, closest to the unfolding drama, widened his eyes in awe, his heart racing, blood surging. This moment was etched into his memory, destined to remain with him eternally. A fleeting instant transcending time, but a sensation he found difficult to articulate surged within him, as if the figure before him had imprinted upon his heart, illuminated by the moonlight. Lin Yuan, observing the entranced crowd, recognized their dazed expressions as if under a spell, and a smirk tugged at his lips. He had anticipated this reaction. Was it merely a change of attire that dispelled the facade? Was such a reaction truly warranted? Yet, the allure of the Taiyin divine body, with increasing time and strength, enhanced its beauty and charm at an astonishing rate. This was a supreme constitution closely aligned with the Taiyin path. And the deeper one delved into cultivation, the closer they drew to the essence of Taiyin, making the allure of the path undeniable. Thus, the more profound one's cultivation, the more one was drawn to this charm, while those of lower realms were already captivated. Simply put, the more one cultivates, the more beautiful and charming they become, a reality most cultivators struggle to withstand. Only those with exceptionally steadfast willpower could resist this wave of irresistible allure. Xiao Tian, a character of prominence in this tale, quickly regained his composure, though his heart continued to race. Such proximity to an extraordinary beauty was a true test of his resolve. At that moment, Lin Yuan produced a token and presented it, saying, "This is for you. When you arrive in Zhengzhou, you may use this token to find me at the Taiyin Sacred Land." The token was elegantly crafted, inscribed with the character for Lin in Taoist script, symbolizing the identity of the Taiyin saintess. Witnessing this exchange, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. She had previously ignored the Shao clan members, viewing them as inconsequential mortals. Now, her icy gaze turned to the black-clad youth, Shao Tian, a country boy from a remote, modest dynasty, lacking in power, talent, and background. Apart from his appearance, he seemed entirely unremarkable. What virtue had he that the saintess would favor him so? Bestowing upon him her token, surely he must have used flattery to deceive the naive and innocent saintess. With this thought, the elder suppressed her murderous intent, glaring coldly at the youth below. The saintess had grown under her watch, akin to her own child. Were it not for the presence of the saintess, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this smooth-talking charlatan. Prejudice is a formidable mountain. If gazes could kill, Shao Tian would have succumbed to the piercing stares of those from the Taiyin Sacred Land countless times over. If players from the past were to witness this scene, they might comment, "Isn't that the look of someone ready to slay a wild boar attempting to devour their precious crops?" Shao Tian, however, remained oblivious to the scrutiny around him. His focus was solely on Lin Yuan, who had handed him the token. He accepted it and retrieved a jade pendant engraved with a phoenix from his bosom, saying, "This pendant is for you." It was a cherished relic from his mother, one of his most treasured possessions. His father had advised that when one encountered a beloved maiden, this pendant could be presented as a token of affection. Lin Yuan, unaware of its significance, assumed it was merely a gesture of camaraderie, and upon receiving the pendant, he smiled and replied, "Though we part ways now, the mountains are high and the waters long. We shall meet again." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, ascending upon the Xianwei immortal vessel, which soared into the skies like a great rock, carried by the winds toward the distant horizon. The sovereigns of various dynasties who had come to pay their respects to the sacred land bowed in farewell as the vessel vanished into the void, lingering for a moment before rising to their feet. Among them were several rulers familiar with the Dacian dynasty, who congratulated. Who would have thought that someone from your dynasty would earn the favor of the saintess? It seems the rise of Dacian to a higher dynasty is just around the corner. The Dacian sovereign, beaming, expressed his gratitude, recognizing the opportunity presented by the sacred land's attention as a stroke of fortune. Following this, other high-ranking dynasties in Beizhou and numerous Taoist factions would surely treat Dacian with deference, and investments would surely multiply in abundance. After a round of pleasantries, the sovereigns departed, for as rulers, they had many matters to attend to. Upon returning to the royal capital, the Dacian sovereign promptly convened his trusted advisors, exclaiming, "Who would have imagined that someone from our dynasty could gain the favor of the Taiyin saintess? This is truly a stroke of incredible fortune. We must seize this opportunity." The long-anticipated talent competition among the nations was approaching, and they decided that Shao Tian would be their sole representative to participate in the trials of the Taoist sects in the Sacred Land. Soon, an imperial edict arrived from the Dacian capital, declaring the Shao family to be a noble house, accompanied by numerous rewards. This transformation from a modest third-tier family to one enjoying the same status as a ninth-tier sect was nothing short of astonishing, stirring a flurry of discussions and astonishment throughout the capital. As the adage goes, when one ascends, even their dogs and chickens rise with them. Meanwhile, Shao Tian was unaware of the developments in the Dacian capital. He merely stood in place, gazing at the spot where Lin Yuan had departed, while the Shao clan members tacitly refrained from interrupting him. It was only when the sun rose, breaking the dawn, that an old voice resonated from the ancient sword, "Foolish disciple, the person has long gone, and the day is already brightened. How long do you intend to stand there? If you admire her, muster the courage to pursue her footsteps. Though she is destined to become an empress, you likely won't catch up." Hearing his master's poignant words, Shao Tian refrained from retorting. Instead, his gaze became resolutely determined as he declared, "I will strive to improve." He aimed to become the strongest in the world, thus earning the right to stand by her side. Meanwhile, aboard the celestial vessel, Lin Yuan had just entered when a lovely maiden clad in a flowing azure gown approached him. This was his maid, Qing Luo. Originally, the Sacred Land intended to assign Lin Yuan several maids, but fearing the discovery of his true identity, he opted for just one to keep by his side. "Miss, you have returned," Qing Luo exclaimed excitedly, having previously been a maid from a noble family within the jurisdiction of the Taiyin Sacred Land. Fortunate enough to join the ranks of the disciples through the Sacred Land's talent assessment held every 5 years. With modest talent, she had never envisioned that one day she would be chosen to serve the saintess, and over the years, she had become an ardent admirer of the saintess, fiercely loyal, little Qing. I am back. Lin Yuan reached out to gently pat Qing Luo's head, smiling as he spoke. He regarded Qing Luo not merely as a servant, but as a sister. At that moment, the Grand Elder cleared his throat and interjected, "Your Highness." The hearts of those outside the sacred land are complex and treacherous, particularly the men beyond its borders, who are often the most wicked. Some charming scoundrels deceive countless with their looks. Your Highness must not place trust in others. Qing Luo nodded vigorously, clenching her fists as she added, "Indeed, Mississippi, there are few good men in this world. Their sweet words can be deceiving. Once they have ensnared their prey, they grow weary and seek another. I have witnessed many such occurrences in the secular kingdoms. Xiao Tian is not such a person," Lin Yuan quickly interjected, sensing a misunderstanding. "Xiao Tian is a friend I met while traveling incognito as a man. He was unaware of my true identity at that time. Yet, we formed a friendship, and I trust his character. In his past life, Xiao Tian had risked everything to save a friend, braving forbidden territories to retrieve a sacred herb, earning the trust of many players through his noble actions. However, the Grand Elder and Qing Luo perceived this differently, thinking that the prince was simply too innocent and kind-hearted, potentially falling victim to deceit. Seeing their skeptical expressions, Lin Yuan felt helpless. It was impossible to divulge the details of his previous life to them. Furthermore, his bond with Xiao Tian was purely platonic. There was no room for the romantic notions they seemed to entertain. Absolutely not. Besides, both he and Xiao Tian were men, and they were both attracted to women. How could romance even be a consideration? The Grand Elder and Qing Luo were truly worrying unnecessarily, as dawn broke and the sun ascended, casting its golden rays upon the undulating landscape and illuminating mountains and rivers. A new day began. When Xiao Tian returned to his room, preparing to continue his cultivation, he discovered an elderly woman seated at his table. She was a silver-haired matron, holding a bamboo staff and clad in a simple Taoist robe, exuding an aura of kindness and wisdom akin to a venerable sage. His astonishment, the pear tree outside, typically barren in the deep autumn, was in full bloom, its snow-white flowers adorning the branches, attracting flocks of birds, and filling the courtyard with fragrance. This was none other than the Grand Elder Gu Mangxing of the Sacred Land, who was known for her profound understanding of the cycles of life and death. While she smiled warmly at Lin Yuan, her demeanor turned cold and disdainful as she faced Xiao Tian. He felt as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss, an overwhelming force akin to the might of the heavens bearing down upon him. It was as if the Milky Way had inverted from the heavens, and an immense pressure caused his body to tremble, his bones creaking under the strain. The weight of this pressure compelled him to kneel, yet Xiao Tian resolutely resisted, his body tense and blood seeping from his wounds. Standing tall against the onslaught, he must not kneel, not for anything. Clenching his teeth, he focused all his energy to counter this oppressive force, his determination unwavering. The Grand Elder regarded him with surprise, noting that this young man had managed to withstand the pressure she had deliberately released without yielding. This force could easily overwhelm an 8th-grade practitioner, and yet he was not only enduring it but also showing signs of a breakthrough, demonstrating remarkable willpower. However, she mused, talent and background were equally important. Mere will alone would not suffice for significant accomplishments. Xiao Tian pays his respects to the elder. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Xiao Tian spoke through gritted teeth, still resisting the pressure. He had caught a glimpse of the Grand Elder during his time on the celestial vessel and surmised that a figure of her stature must have come for a reason. "Humph, you deceitful wretch, charming my lord with your sweet words. Pray tell, why do you think I am here?" The Grand Elder's cold scoff enveloped Xiao Tian in an aura of chilling malevolence, instilling a sense of imminent peril. Yet, despite her fury, she recognized that since Lin Yuan had accepted Xiao Tian as a friend, she could not truly harm him, only intimidate him, unless, of course, he revealed his unscrupulous nature and deceitful facade, causing the Sacred Maiden to see his true colors. Then his end would surely come. "I swear on the Tao that I am sincere towards Brother Lin. There is no deception in my heart," Xiao Tian declared, invoking an oath that momentarily stunned the Grand Elder. "This boy dares to make such a solemn vow. He must not be lying. Could it be that I have misjudged him?" She pondered, retracting her oppressive aura. With a flicker of her consciousness, a vibrant green light enveloped Xiao Tian, rapidly healing his previously grievous wounds. The warm glow enveloped him. Xiao Tian felt as though he were basking in a soothing spring. A sensation of comfort washing over him, Simultaneously, his cultivation level transitioned from the upper 3rd grade to full 3rd grade without encountering any obstacles, allowing him to naturally advance to the 4th grade. Considering you did not deceive my lord, I offer you a portion of life force sufficient to heal your previous injuries and enhance your constitution, the Grand Elder spoke, her demeanor still lofty. Though her disdain for Xiao Tian had lessened, Xiao Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. This misunderstanding had finally been resolved. This is a bottle of creation pills and 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Just one creation pill can allow a 9th grade practitioner to directly transcend to the creation realm, and those below 9th grade can advance 2 or 3 major levels. Even if the ruler of your Deqian kingdom were to offer his entire dynasty, he would not obtain even a fraction of one. The Grand Elder produced a vial of elixirs and a storage bag filled with spirit stones, her words igniting a frenzy among those who heard them. The legendary creation pill was coveted by countless 9th grade practitioners, inciting fierce competition and conflict. The path of cultivation becomes progressively more challenging, particularly the leap from 9th grade to the creation realm, a threshold that has thwarted countless talented individuals in the northern province. Among 10,000 9th grade practitioners, only a handful might achieve the creation realm. The road from 1st to 9th grade has entombed innumerable cultivators. For someone from an ordinary family in the northern province, the allure of the creation pill combined with 10 million top-grade spirit stones was an irresistible temptation. Elder, may I inquire what the cost of accepting such treasures would be? Xiao Tian felt a stir of excitement, but even as he regained his composure, he understood that one does not simply receive gifts without strings attached. This elder's offering of such precious items must come with a demand. All I require is your solemn vow never to set foot in Zhongzhou or seek out the Sacred Maiden of the Taiyin Sacred Land, that if you agree, all of this shall be yours. The Grand Elder stated plainly, I will not make such a vow, nor will I accept these items, Xiao Tian replied decisively, his expression betraying a wave of emotion for the first time. Is it that the value of these items does not suffice? Or are you in pursuit of something else? I can offer more, the Grand Elder remarked nonchalantly, presenting an array of even more precious treasures, perceiving the youth as somewhat greedy. Senior, I promise I will go to Zhongzhou to find Brother Lin. And I will keep that promise. Xiao Tian thought to himself that no treasure could compare to the chance to see her again, having encountered many cultivators seeking to pursue their Dao companions. The Grand Elder surmised that this young man likely harbored feelings for the Sacred Maiden. The maiden had already shown him favor by gifting him a token. If he were to become overly persistent, it could lead to unforeseen complications. The Sacred Maiden was destined for greatness. Any partner she chose must be extraordinarily gifted and powerful, deserving of her stature. Thus, the Grand Elder launched into a scathing tirade. You think yourself worthy of seeking out the Sacred Maiden in Zhongzhou? Not just anyone can become her friend. Only those ranked among the top 100 on the Zhongzhou Genius list are qualified. Do you realize that entry to that list is reserved for those in the creation realm? The oldest among them cannot exceed 50 years of age. What is your current cultivation level? By the time you reach the creation realm, it may take you hundreds of years, and you would never make it onto that list. You are unworthy to even meet her. If Lin Yuan had overheard this, he would have surely retorted, I have never judged my friends based on their cultivation levels, talent, or backgrounds. None can surpass me in that regard. There is no need for centuries. Within just 3 years, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the top 100 on the Celestial Talents list. In 3 years, I will certainly travel to Zhongzhou to fulfill my promise. At this moment, Xiao Tian recalled the myriad experiences shared with Lin Yuan and their agreement to reunite in Zhongzhou, his heart ablaze with ambition as he proclaimed loudly, If players from my past life were to witness this scene, they would surely scoff. A 3-year pact, a classic trope of fantastical novels. What nonsense about the 3-year period drawing to a close, the Dragon King returning to flaunt his prowess and slap faces, and so forth. Furthermore, this scene bears an uncanny resemblance to those urban novels where the domineering CEO's family tells the innocent heroine, here, take 5 million and leave the CEO. You are unworthy of his company. However, compared to many fantastical novels where the male protagonist is threatened by protectors from a powerful female protagonist's side, nearly facing death without receiving any benefits, the Grand Elder at least expresses a willingness to spend money for the task. But what if, after 3 years, you fail to enter the Celestial Talents list? The Grand Elder coldly remarked in response to the black-clad youth's grandiose declarations. She had little faith that this rustic lad, barely at the 4th-tier realm, could transcend to the realm of creation in a mere 3 years and possess the combat strength to meet the threshold of the Celestial Talents list. Unless he were a genius of the Holy Sun caliber, yet how could that be possible? A mere spirit body would only be an ordinary outer disciple at the holy grounds. How could he hope to be listed among the celestial talents in 3 years? The various physiques of the world are categorized from low to high as mortal body, spirit body, treasure body, king body, divine body, and the even rarer holy body, which exists at the same level as the divine body. Generally, only those with divine or holy bodies can become holy sons or holy daughters. If I cannot achieve this, I shall have no face to meet Brother Lin, Xiao Tian stated resolutely. If he could not even meet the threshold of the celestial talents list, how could he pursue the one he loves? I sincerely hope you keep your word, for then I may regard you with a modicum of respect. Do not, at the last moment, fail to make the list and shamelessly cling to my family as prince. The Grand Elder, having gathered the treasures from the table, cast a sidelong glance at the black-clad youth as she spoke, marking this agreement in her mind. Should Xiao Tian fail to meet the requirements, unable to enter the celestial talents list yet still wish to visit the Taiyin Sacred Land to see Lin Yuan, she would not hesitate to knock him unconscious and toss him back to Beizhou. At that time, if the prince inquired, she could produce the recording stone as evidence of her aiding him in fulfilling his promise. Indeed, the Grand Elder had recorded the earlier exchange using the recording stone, demonstrating that age does bring wisdom. She had begun documenting the moment she entered, primarily to ensure Lin Yuan could see through Xiao Tian's true nature and not be deceived. Unexpectedly, this recording stone inadvertently captured the 3-year agreement. I, Xiao Tian, have always been a man of my word, Xiao Tian replied with unyielding dignity, and upon seeing this, the Grand Elder had no intention of lingering and instantly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, leaving behind a flurry of pear blossoms cascading like snowflakes. After a moment, Xiao Tian quietly inquired within his heart, Master, has that powerful being departed? Yes, they have long since left. That was merely an avatar of theirs. It possesses less than 1,000th of the strength of their true form. Otherwise, with their esteemed power, merely revealing a trace of their aura would suffice to obliterate a 9th-tier practitioner, a feat far beyond your capacity to endure. The ancient sword's remnant spirit spoke again, having concealed itself quietly until the Grand Elder had moved away, then jesting, And you, young lad, spoke so loudly earlier. I thought you intended to propose to Lin Yuan after 3 years at the Taiyin Sacred Land. Hearing his master's jest, Xiao Tian blushed, stammering, I merely planned to visit Brother Lin in Zhangzhou after 3 years. Proposing is still too premature. You're merely speaking whimsically. You'd best keep your feet on the ground and avoid daydreaming. Achieving the realm of creation and entering the celestial talents list within 3 years is no small feat. You must prepare yourself for arduous trials and even life-threatening experiences. The ancient sword's remnant spirit rolled its eyes, interrupting, lest this young man continue to entertain such fanciful notions, potentially even dreaming up names for future children. Very well, master. Once I conclude familial matters, we shall embark on our journey for training. Xiao Tian nodded in affirmation. Recognizing that Zishan City is too small, and even the entire Dacian dynasty is but a mere speck, only by venturing into broader realms can he better hone himself and elevate his rank and strength. His talent, though a marvel in Zishan City, pales in comparison to the entirety of Beizhou, let alone the talent-filled Zhongzhou. Only through life and death trials can one grow rapidly and strive to become part of those brilliant luminaries. On that night, Xiao Tian was led by his father, Xiao Dingxian, into the family's secret chamber, where he beheld the clan's treasured artifacts. Before him lay an ancient bronze mirror, seemingly ordinary but inscribed with runes for subduing demons. Its profound essence concealed within a remarkable item indeed. It is most suitable for you. This mirror, known as the demon-subduing refining mirror from the treasure vault, can extract the essence from demon corpses and transform it into potent elixirs, aiding practitioners below the realm of creation in enhancing their strength more swiftly. However, it holds no benefit for those attempting to break through the realm of creation or above. Originally, I had only a 2-tier assurance to help you reach the realm of creation within 3 years. Now, with this mirror, my confidence increases by 2 more tiers. The ancient sword's remnant spirit exclaimed with excitement. Had this item been in his prime, he would have dismissed it. Yet, for Xiao Tian in his current state, it was indeed a treasured honor. This artifact is a family heirloom, and it is entrusted to your care. Our ancestors warned that only 5th-tier practitioners can refine this mirror, and one must be cautious not to let other practitioners discover it, lest they attract unwanted scrutiny. The family head of the Xiao clan handed over the ancient mirror with solemn instructions. After securely storing the demon-subduing refining mirror, Xiao Tian could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Father, where did this mirror come from? This ancient mirror was a treasure brought back by our ancestors from the demon-subduing past. Our ancestor was a 7th-tier practitioner who, due to great achievements, was granted this mirror. Later, during a fierce battle with the demons, he fell victim to a bizarre poison, causing his realm to plummet to the 4th tier, leading to his imminent demise. Subsequently, he returned incognito to his hometown, Zishan City, to establish our clan. This mirror has since become our clan's secret treasure, known only to the clan head or the elders. Regrettably, our clan has not produced a single 4th-tier practitioner in several centuries, let alone a 5th-tier one. As he spoke, the family head of the Shao clan reflected on the lamentable situation. They possessed a secret treasure yet lacked the means to utilize it. Now, at last, there was someone with the potential to wield this long-sealed mirror. There is one more matter I have kept from you until now. With your talent restored and aided by a benefactor, you are now entitled to know this information. The family head, Shao Dingxian, spoke with a complex expression. Shao Tian could not help but inquire, "Father, what is it?" "Tianer, your mother is still alive." "What? Mother is actually alive? Where is she now? Why did you deceive me before?" Shao Tian was overwhelmed with shock and questions, eager for answers. The family head, Shao Dingxian, took a deep breath, lost in reminiscence as he recounted. "Years ago, your mother, Yu Hongying, was gravely injured while battling the demons on the outer battlefield. Through a teleportation talisman, she found herself adrift in Beizhou. Losing part of her memory, I rescued her from her critical state and cared for her. After she awoke, we spent over half a year together in the monster forest, enjoying a tranquil and beautiful life. We developed deep feelings for one another and became united. Later, she and I returned to Zishan City, and we were married. For 5 years, our lives were harmonious and filled with love, and we welcomed you into this world. However, our bliss was short-lived. Your mother's family sent someone to find her. The Yu family is a prominent clan in Zhangzhou, with a bloodline that traces back to the Phoenix. Thus, they place great importance on bloodline inheritance and seldom intermarry with outsiders. When the elders of the Yu family discovered that we had wed, they sought to kill me, but it was Yu Hongying who saved me. Unfortunately, she was taken back by the elders and punished. I feel utterly powerless that I could not even protect my wife." Shao Dingxian's voice trembled with pain as he clenched his fists, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, lamenting his inability to safeguard those he cherished. Tianer, you must not follow in your father's footsteps. Only with formidable strength can one protect their loved ones. Otherwise, you will achieve nothing but live a life of regret. After a long pause, Shao Dingxian closed his eyes, gathering himself before speaking bitterly. "If you ever have the chance to go to Zhangzhou, I hope you will seek out your mother and see how she has fared since returning to her family. Father, I will definitely bring mother back. We shall reunite as a family." Upon hearing the entire tale, Shao Tian gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination. Their family could have lived in harmony, yet they were torn apart, a situation that stirred his fury and further solidified his resolve to grow stronger. Should players from my past life witness this scene, they would undoubtedly remark, "Isn't this a classic trope from fantasy novels about splitting mountains to rescue a mother?" In the realm of fantasy, the male protagonists often find themselves either orphaned or hailing from broken homes. Another classic trope involves a mother entangled in a love affair with a member of a prominent family, only to be torn apart, prompting the protagonist to strive for familial reunification. In essence, the parents of these protagonists are frequently engaged in perilous professions, amidst the ethereal ambience of the celestial vessel. Lin Yuan, savoring exquisite delicacies, turned to the Grand Elder, presenting a meticulously roasted celestial crane with a cheerful grin, saying, "Grand Elder, it is a rare occasion to venture into Zhangzhou. Shall we linger a while longer before returning?" Accepting the delectable bribe from the prince, the Grand Elder's countenance softened, akin to that of a doting grandmother, as he replied, "Indeed, your suggestion holds merit. But our ancestor has decreed that you may only indulge in this escapade for another 2 months before returning." "Very well, 2 months it is. Let us first journey to Dongzhou, as it has been ages since I last visited my homeland," Lin Yuan declared, clapping his hands to conjure a rationale. In truth, his primary objective was to ascertain whether he could encounter one of the protagonists from his previous life. Fang Xing, the leader of the demonic sect. This individual, a popular character among players, was the formidable leader of the demonic faction, embodying both righteousness and malevolence, ruthless and unyielding. Fang Xing's rise to power was nothing short of legendary. From a mere experimental pawn within the depths of the demonic sect to the unifier of the 9 major demonic sects, he earned the monikers of Demon Sovereign and Demon Emperor. Fearsome to behold. It is said that his ascent was marked by the slaughter of countless cultivators, with estimates suggesting he claimed the lives of at least several million adversaries, leaving a trail of bloodshed and devastation in his wake. Notably, he obliterated the ninth-ranked Thundersound Sacred Land, shattering its golden statue. His popularity among players stemmed from his audacity. As the leader of the demonic sect, he was always at the forefront of battles, allowing the players who followed in his wake to reap the spoils of victory. Unlike other high-ranking demonic cultivators, who were often cunning and treacherous, Fang Xing was known for his generosity in rewarding players, earning him the affectionate title of Big Brother among the demonic cultivators. Fortunately, on the side of righteousness, there existed a powerful figure known as Gu Changxing, the heir of the Taiyin Sacred Land. Revered as the leader of the righteous faction, coupled with the strength and abundance of the righteous sect's resources, it deterred many players from defecting to the demonic side, as their moral compass was notoriously flexible. A group of inquisitive players once delved into the past of Fang Xing. Piecing together his tumultuous history, they deduced that Fang Xing, an orphan with unknown parentage, was rescued and raised by two elderly villagers in a southern region. At the tender age of 8, he narrowly escaped a massacre by demonic cultivators, saved by a disciple from the Southernly sect. Subsequently, Fang Xing joined the Southernly sect to pursue cultivation, only to be grievously harmed a decade later by the sect master's son, who savagely extracted his Dao bone, leaving him on the brink of death. In his desperate flight, Fang Xing leapt from a cliff. Yet fortune did not favor him. He fell into a river below, where he was captured and tortured by disciples of the underworld demonic sect, ultimately becoming a drug slave. Through perseverance and insight gained from a stone tablet within the underworld demonic sect, he comprehended the sacred text known as the Nine Nether Reincarnation Technique, resurrecting his physique and embarking on a path of vengeance, ultimately rising to infamy as the Nine Nether Demon Emperor. Upon learning of his past, players lamented the tragedy of his origins, the cruel fate of betrayal, and the accumulation of power. When the foreign demons and alien tribes invaded, many demonic cultivators chose to ally with the invading forces, betraying humanity. Yet, Fang Xing, leading the Nine Nether sect, stood resolute against these threats, slaying numerous foes on the battlefield. In his previous life, Lin Yuan was a member of the rogue cultivators, starting his journey in northern Zhou, where he thrived amidst battles and became a prominent figure among players. Early on, he encountered Xiao Tian, the chosen one of northern Zhou, who had avenged his fallen kin and transformed from a once optimistic youth into a reticent individual. Their fateful meeting in a secret realm forged a strong friendship as they explored the mysteries together. As time progressed, Lin Yuan ventured to Zhangzhou, participating in the first major conflict between the righteous and demonic factions. Through fierce combat, he amassed enough experience to ascend to the Saint Realm, earning an invitation to the illustrious Yuqi banquet, joining the ranks of a select few players. Subsequently, as the foreign demons invaded the world, Lin Yuan fought alongside the main forces, following Xiao Tian, now a formidable figure known as Brother Tian, a respected leader among rogue cultivators, known for his loyalty to friends despite his reticent demeanor. Thus, Lin Yuan, though familiar with the tales of Fang Xing, had little personal interaction with him in his previous life. In this reincarnation, Lin Yuan belonged to the Taiyin Sacred Land, a bastion of righteousness. Destined to become its future leader, he resolved to bring Fang Xing into the fold of righteousness, allowing the light of virtue to illuminate the land. As darkness enveloped the night, storm clouds loomed ominously over the cliffs of the Southernly sect's rear mountain, where tumultuous voices echoed. The cliffs were steep and perilous, adorned with bizarre rock formations. Bloodstains marred the grass, and a battered figure, drenched in blood, fled to this precipice, a black-haired youth clad in tattered disciple robes, his chest marred by a gaping wound where flesh had been cruelly excised. This was Fang Xing, the current outer sect senior disciple. Hot on his heels were a cadre of inner sect disciples, sycophants of the sect master's son, Huang Yi. Fang Xing, though grievously injured and racked with pain, was more devastated by the betrayal of his sect. Once, when his village was annihilated by demonic cultivators, he had been saved by members of the Southernly sect, fostering a sense of gratitude and kinship towards the sect. Yet, now, his heart ached with anger and despair as he hoarsely demanded, Why has the sect treated me this way? During the last sect competition, I brought glory to the sect by claiming first place, securing resources for 50 years. In the previous event at Falling Cloud Valley, I risked my life to obtain a precious inheritance for the sect and rescued numerous outer disciples. I believed that my talent and contributions would earn me recognition. Is it solely because I am an orphan, devoid of connections, that my Dao bone was taken to please the sect master's son? Huang Yi, with his mediocre talent, wields his family's influence to bully others. Just because I lack a powerful father to back me, They fabricate accusations of collusion with demonic cultivators, imprison me, and extract my Dao bone, rendering me a cripple. How's this just? If players were to judge, they would exclaim, "Isn't this bullying the honest? Ah, you are merely a dog raised by the Southernly sect. The more distinguished you become, the more you irk them. The young master has long coveted your Dao bone. To refuse to surrender it willingly is to invite death. How foolish of you." Leading the inner disciples was Zhao Ronghua, his eyes glinting with malicious glee as he spoke. Over the years, Fang Xing's accomplishments had overshadowed the inner disciples, breeding envy and resentment within Zhao Ronghua. Now, witnessing Fang Xing in a state of despair, his heart swelled with delight, and he continued with a mocking demeanor. "Do you know why you were often bullied as a servant disciple? Why, after becoming an outer disciple, you never received your monthly stipend of spiritual stones? Why, despite reaching the appropriate realm, you remained ineligible for inner sect status? Others attain inner disciple status at the 2nd rank, yet you, at the 3rd rank, are denied even entry to the 3rd floor of the scripture hall. Do you know why your rewards for significant contributions to the sect have been so meager?" Fang Xing, taken aback, instinctively inquired, "Why, ha ha ha, and do you know why your village was annihilated? Out of pity for your impending demise, I shall enlighten you." Zhao Ronghua reveled in this torment, eager to witness Fang Xing's anguish upon learning the truth. As a close confidant of the sect master's son, he was privy to the grim reality. In truth, it was a disciple dispatched by the sect master who orchestrated the massacre of Fang Xing's village. The sect master had stumbled upon Fang Xing's extraordinary Dao bone during a visit, and he resolved to extract it upon the boy's maturity. To facilitate this, he ordered the annihilation of Fang Xing's village, leaving him as the sole survivor to be brought into the sect as a servant disciple. No one taught you any martial arts, yet you, a mere child, were able to discern certain principles while sweeping the floor, relying solely on rudimentary qi cultivation methods to break through to the 1st rank and become an outer sect disciple. Upon learning of your status as an outer sect disciple, the young master ordered the steward hall to withhold your monthly spirit stone stipend and dispatched outer sect disciples to seize your task rewards. To my astonishment, even in such dire circumstances, you managed to break through to the 3rd rank, truly infuriating. However, the sect steward spoke of contributing to the sect in front of the miscellaneous disciples, suggesting that such actions could garner recognition from the higher echelons of the sect. Little did he expect you to take it seriously. Others may be promoted and rewarded for their merits, but not you. You carry the profound enmity of our village's annihilation at the hands of the Nanli sect and risk having your Dao bone extracted. Had you been humble and dutiful as a miscellaneous disciple all these years, you would have spared yourself so much suffering. Your exceptional talent, unrestrained, poses a significant threat. Upon hearing Zhao Ronghua's words, Fang Xing suddenly comprehended everything. No wonder he had frequently been bullied and beaten during his time as a miscellaneous disciple. While other disciples rarely face such treatment, the source of all his tribulations stemmed from the sect leader of Nanli sect recognizing his latent Dao bone in his childhood, leading to the tragic massacre of his village. Fang Xing recalled the loving care of his grandmother and grandfather during his upbringing, the playmates from his village, and the kind neighbors who often assisted his family. He remembered the familiar villagers, culminating in the horrifying night when his village was bathed in blood, the sky as dark as it was tonight, devoid of light, filled only with slaughter and death. As these thoughts consumed him, tears of blood streamed down his face. His tendons had long been severed, and his myriad wounds were starkly visible, rendering him a pitiful sight. At that moment, he let out a maniacal laugh akin to a demon clawing its way out of hell. Ha ha ha. So my life is but a farce. How I lament my ignorance of the truth, foolishly striving for merit in this wretched sect. All for a mere bone, our entire village was annihilated. Your Namli sect's actions are no different from those of the demonic path. How dare you call yourselves righteous? It's utterly revolting. What a farce. In this world, the strong reign supreme, the weak are devoured, and the lives of mortals are as insignificant as ants. Countless lives lost matter not. As long as we are strong, our Namli sect is the righteous path, and you are merely a stepping stone on the young master's journey to power. Once the young master becomes a master of life and death, our Namli sect shall elevate its status as a legitimate lineage. Zhao Ronghua sneered dismissively, having resolved to torment this wretch thoroughly before ending his life. Heaven has no eyes, and the way of heaven is unjust, allowing you beasts in human guise to continue existing in this world. Had I my former powers, I would surely rid the world of your ilk. Fang Xing seethed through gritted teeth, his hatred boiling over. Yet, with his dantian and meridians crippled, he had been rendered powerless, a mere husk unable to avenge his deep-seated grievances. Despair, unwillingness, pain, and rage intertwined within him, akin to being tortured in a cauldron of oil. He would sacrifice everything, even his soul, for the chance to exact revenge. However, now stripped of his Dao bone and reduced to a dying, worthless state, he believed that even if gods existed to grant wishes, they would scorn him. Moreover, there were no deities in this world. Fang Xing gripped his dagger in silence, gazing at the encroaching crowd. Even in death, he would stand firm, willing to stab one of them. Even if it were but a futile struggle akin to an ant's defiance against a giant, you might as well accept your fate. Who told you to be born in a lowly mortal village without any background? No one will come to your rescue here. This is the back mountain of the 8th grade sect, Nanli sect. In the entire Qi dynasty, how many would dare challenge us, even if you die here? No one would care. The elder has long been aware of this matter, waiting for the young master to extract your Dao bone and participate in the upcoming World Genius Battle to elevate our Nanli sect's name. Once the young master enters Zhangzhou and joins a lineage or even a sacred ground, our Nanli sect will rise along with him. Zhao Ronghua spoke with palpable arrogance, already envisioning his own ascent alongside the young master. Just then, a voice as ethereal as a mountain breeze wafted through the treetops and cascading streams, resonating from the heavens above, yet crystal clear to all present. Is there such injustice occurring here? I shall intervene. With the emergence of this voice, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. The group of inner sect disciples surrounding Fang Xing drew their weapons, for they were the trusted subordinates and followers of the sect leader's son. Huang Yi, Zhao Ronghua and his peers, accustomed to tyranny within the sect, were taken aback by the prospect of someone daring to intervene on behalf of the now crippled Fang Xing. No one within the Nanli sect would dare to assist Fang Xing. Even those outer disciples he once saved had only dared to speak against the accusations when he was wrongfully implicated in collusion with demonic cultivators, lacking the courage to visit him in the dungeons. The higher-ups of the Nanli sect were well aware of the truth, and through a series of exchanges, it was tacitly agreed that Huang Yi would utilize Fang Xing's Dao bone. The elder had given his silent consent. Compared to Fang Xing, an orphan who had repeatedly contributed to the sect, Huang Yi, hailing from a prominent family, instilled greater confidence in the sect's leaders. Moreover, the massacre of Fang Xing's entire village was no longer a secret among the higher-ups. As Fang Xing lay on the brink of death, the secret became even less worth preserving. Yet, if those within the sect were unwilling to act, the only possible savior could be someone from outside the sect. Zhao Ronghua pondered who among the reckless dared to provoke the Nanli sect, unaware of its notorious reputation within the Qi dynasty. Just as he was about to speak, an overwhelming aura descended from the heavens. As if a mountain were pressing down upon the inner sect disciples, forcing them to their knees, rendering them immobile, like puppets frozen in place. Fear and dread spread among these disciples, confronted with an incomprehensible force. Their innate cowardice surfaced, causing them to bow and submit. Meanwhile, Fang Xing stood firm, only the faces of his pursuers paling in terror. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the clouds obscuring the sky parted, revealing the moonlight illuminating the figure descending from the heavens, resplendent and dreamlike, ethereal and transcendent, like a celestial maiden alighting upon the earth. All present on the cliff were momentarily stunned. Even Zhao Ronghua and his companions momentarily forgot their fear. A singular thought surfacing in their minds: is there truly such unparalleled beauty in this world? Indeed, she was a manifestation of nature's splendor, a divine creation. Fang Xing, witnessing this scene, felt as if he were ensnared in a beautiful dream. Yet, the pain from his injuries served as a stark reminder that this was no mere fantasy. He recalled tales from his grandmother about celestial maidens descending from the heavens to alleviate suffering. He thought perhaps this maiden was what those legends spoke of. Initially, Fang Xing had been skeptical of the existence of gods. However, at this moment, he felt as if he had encountered a deity of his own. She was a radiant moon suspended in the celestial sphere, now descending towards him. Due to excessive blood loss, Fang Xing felt dizzy, his body swaying precariously as he teetered on the brink of collapse, about to tumble backward into the abyss. Just then, the ethereal maiden reached out, grasping his hand. Lin Yuan, observing the battered and bloodied youth before her, treated his wounds while reflecting on the tragic fate of Fang Xing, who would one day become the leader of the demonic sect. Players in the previous life speculated about Fang Xing's harrowing past, having his Dao bone extracted and his village annihilated by demonic cultivators, only to discover that it was the Nanli sect who orchestrated it all. The very sect for which he had fought valiantly had been the true villain, leading him to be deceived, tormented, and ultimately reduced to a pawn of the demonic sect. No wonder Fang Xing descended into darkness so completely. Who could withstand such suffering? While the protagonist of the previous life, Xiao Tian, had endured the destruction of his clan, he still had a mentor and a mother trapped within a powerful family. The most fortunate protagonist, Gu Changxing, was born into a lineage of strength, with both parents being formidable figures, seamlessly rising to prominence. Fang Xing, however, was a true, without connections or allies. Left with no choice but to rely solely on himself. Once, a player had commented, Gu Changxing is treated like the favored son of heaven, while Fang Xing is merely an adopted child. From now on, I will protect you. You shall be my little brother. I will ensure that you do not endure the same torturous fate as in your past life. Lin Yuan silently contemplated within his heart, recognizing that the heavenly path may not concern him. But he had already saved Fang Xing, and he would not allow the latter to plunge into the abyss and fall into the hands of the demonic sect. As for the loss of a potential future 9 Hells Demon Emperor to the demonic cult, what did it matter to him? At most, he would express a brief apology to the future players of the demonic cultivators, stating that the elder brother Fang, the leader, had already been taken by him and was now a righteous individual. However, whether future players would log in remained uncertain. Just as Fang Xing was on the verge of closing his eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness, a warm, vibrant force surged through his wrist, enveloping him with life-giving energy. This peculiar power, a manifestation of the laws of wood capable of reviving the dead, swiftly mended his injuries, his dantian was restored, and his meridians were reconnected, becoming even more expansive. The grievous wounds that had once marred him rapidly healed, sprouting fresh flesh and shedding old skin, while the withered trees nearby blossomed into vibrant green, adorned with buds. In an instant, Fang Xing felt his injuries vanish, and the residual dark wounds within him were purged, leaving him revitalized and unburdened. Aside from the void where his extracted Dao bone had once been, all else was restored, and his cultivation returned. He was no longer a cripple. This was nothing short of miraculous. Fang Xing had never before encountered such methods and had resigned himself to a life of impotence, never imagining he could once again cultivate. Then, he heard Lin Yuan's voice. Do you wish to seek revenge? Moments earlier, the individuals from the Taiyin Sacred Ground aboard the Xianyu immortal vessel had also overheard the conversation occurring at the back mountain of the non-Li sect. Their formidable spiritual senses, even when restrained, could easily encompass hundreds of miles. Whenever they desired to uncover something, no sect or dynasty within the borders of the South Continent could obstruct their inquiries. Naturally, the events transpiring within the non-Li sect did not escape the notice of those aboard the immortal vessel. Initially, the guards displayed little reaction, wearing expressions of indifference. In this land, such predatory machinations were commonplace, occurring daily in various locales. Only when news of the Daobone surfaced did they express surprise. To encounter a youth possessing a Daobone in such a remote and backward region was remarkable. A Daobone was a talent on par with divine physiques, and such individuals could become true disciples in sacred grounds, with hopes of competing for the title of Holy Son. However, unlike divine physiques, Daobones could be stripped away. There had been instances where demonic cultivators had extracted a gifted individual's Daobone and transplanted it into another, developing a specialized secret technique. Although the transplanted Daobone could generally only exhibit half its potential, or at most 70 to 80%, this was still sufficient to incite fierce competition among powerful beings. Each emergence of a Daobone would result in a bloody storm. If one possessed adequate backing and protectors, the path was relatively smooth. However, an unseasoned Daobone holder without sufficient protection would likely meet a tragic end, much like a child carrying gold bricks through a bustling market. This young man was fortunate. After having his bone extracted, he managed to encounter the princess, thus preserving his life. The leader of the guards could not help but exclaim that, for beings of their caliber, encountering a Daobone would only result in them seizing it from Huang Yi's hands for their own refinement. As for the fate of Fang Xing, the original owner of the Daobone, few cared. Was there any need to save a youth who had been rendered a cripple? It would suffice to silence him. It was merely this boy, Fang Xing, who was fortunate enough to encounter the benevolent princess, who was willing to extend her aid. Indeed, they soon heard Lin Yuan instructing, "You all stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly." Thus, Lin Yuan descended to rescue him. Returning to the present, faced with Lin Yuan's inquiry, Fang Xing, his eyes reddened and his voice hoarse, declared, "I wish to take revenge." His hatred for the non-Li sect was boundless, especially towards its leader, who had annihilated his entire village, and Huang Yi, the sect scion who had extracted his Daobone. Retribution and vengeance had become his foremost desires in life, though his body had been healed. The emptiness where his Daobone had been and the torturous experiences he had endured in the dungeon remained etched in his memory. The former self, who had fought for the sect and saved his fellow disciples, was gone. Now, only a vengeful Fang Xing remained, willing to sacrifice everything for revenge. "Very well, I have sealed their cultivation. You may deal with them as you wish," Lin Yuan said, waving his hand to envelop the entire non-Li sect in a powerful spatial force. He had sealed the space around the non-Li sect, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. To prevent any potential survivors, this space was completely locked down. Even the use of teleportation talismans would not suffice to break through. As a precaution against any hidden cards the higher-ups of the Nanli sect might possess, although teleportation talismans were incredibly precious within the South Continent, it was unlikely that the Nanli sect had any. But it was best to be prepared. The previously kneeling Zhao Ronghua and the others felt an invisible force enveloping their dantian, rendering them incapable of utilizing any of their powers, leaving them as ordinary mortals. This terror of losing their powers made them instinctively cry out, "Why can't I use my magic? I can speak again. What is happening?" Some attempted to curse, only to find that no matter how hard they tried, the words would not escape their lips. A chilling sense of dread enveloped them, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Yuan released most of the constraints on their speech and expressions, for if the targets of revenge were as mute as statues, the thrill of vengeance would diminish. Fang Xing remained silent, gripping the bloody dagger as he approached those inner disciples who had once besieged him, and with swift strokes, their blood splattered upon the ground. "Please, don't kill me. I can give you everything in my storage bag. Please don't come any closer," as the cries and struggles of Huang Yi's lackeys echoed in the air. Zhao Ronghua was consumed by an overwhelming fear. He was acutely aware that he had grievously wronged Fang Xing in the dungeon, and his past actions had irrevocably sealed his fate. He wished to flee, but his trembling body betrayed him, and when he tried to run backward, he collided with an invisible barrier. The instinct to survive compelled Zhao Ronghua to kneel, bowing his head and shedding tears of regret as he implored, "Spare me. I shouldn't have tormented you in the dungeon, nor pursued you. It was all Huang Yi's orders. It has nothing to do with me. Please, have mercy." Zhao Ronghua, who had been deliberately left for last, was filled with bitterness. He resented the thought of dying in such a manner, while simultaneously harboring envy for Fang Xing, who, despite being rendered a cripple, had the fortune to be rescued by a celestial being. "What incredible luck this brat has," Fang Xing observed, unmoved by Zhao Ronghua's pitiful display of supplication. His heart was devoid of any wavering, filled solely with the intent to kill. The black-haired youth, clad in a blood-stained robe, seized Zhao Ronghua by the neck with one hand while wielding the dagger with the other, delivering cuts as if performing a slow execution, the red blood staining the ground of the back mountain. "This cut is for you severing my tendons in the dungeon. This one is for the 127 wounds you inflicted upon me back then. Today, I repay you in kind, and I shall not grant you an easy death." Fang Xing coldly whispered into Zhao Ronghua's ear, his movements as precise and ruthless as a butcher. The words fell upon Zhao Ronghua's ears like the whispers of a demon, plunging him into despair. With each slice, Zhao Ronghua began to comprehend the agony Fang Xing had endured in the dungeon over the past months. It was an exquisite torment that left one yearning for life yet unable to escape. A pain so intense it compelled one to scream. However, his throat, bound by Fang Xing's grip, could only emit muffled sobs and whimpers. As Fang Xing continued his grim task, he thought to himself that he must ensure Zhao Ronghua's cries did not disturb Lin Yuan nearby. It would be far better for this man to die quietly, with the final blade piercing Zhao Ronghua's heart. The latter, with bloodshot eyes filled with hatred, uttered, "Fang Xing, may you never find peace. The young master and the sect leader will not spare you." Fang Xing, his expression as cold as ice, crushed Zhao Ronghua's skull with a single palm. Remaining silent, he had no habit of conversing with the deceased. Would Huang Yi and the sect leader spare him? He had no intention of sparing them either. Blood for blood, this grudge, once he became stronger, would be repaid in full. "Thank you for your timely intervention. The Nanli sect has 8th grade experts stationed, along with a top-grade spirit treasure, the soul-suppressing bell, making it exceedingly difficult to confront. You have already saved my life. I am eternally grateful, and there is no need for you to involve yourself further against such a formidable sect. I will take it upon myself to seek revenge in the future," Fang Xing declared after dispatching the inner disciples who had pursued him. Though he harbored an intense desire for vengeance, he was unwilling to allow Lin Yuan to confront an adversary he deemed formidable due to his own motivations. "If you wish to exact your revenge, you should do so today to avoid prolonged complications. Do not fret," he stated. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan smiled and replied, while the proud maidservant Qi Lei, descending from the heavens, lifted her chin with an air of dignity and proclaimed, "My lord is a powerful sage. The youngest prodigy of the sage realm in tens of thousands of years, capable of vanquishing even formidable beings of the life and death realm effortlessly and annihilating a mere 8th grade sect with ease." Fang Xing had never heard of the sage realm, but he was familiar with the life and death realm, a domain even more formidable than the legendary creation realm. where one could grasp the stars and moons and manipulate the very rivers of the cosmos. What could possibly exist beyond the life and death realm? He dared not even contemplate it, astonished to encounter such a powerful being on this occasion. The imminent prospect of revenge spurred his heart into a fervent, tumultuous rhythm. In a secluded cave deep within a bamboo grove belonging to the Nanli sect, the venerable elder Nanzichu was abruptly roused from his meditative retreat, sensing an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping him. Akin to an unfathomable terror descending from the heavens, has our Nanli sect inadvertently provoked a great enemy? Could it be that a powerful being passing through has discovered the Dao Bone and seeks to seize it, thereby annihilating our sect? Or could it be a consequence of our past actions? Perhaps the blood sacrifice has revealed some inconsistencies that other 8th grade sects have reported to the Southern Domain Dao Alliance. Prompting an investigation, Elder Nanzichu silently pondered, aware that a cultivator's instinct often rings true, and the more advanced the practitioner, the sharper the intuition, although he could not perceive the spatial restrictions. As the only 8th grade cultivator in the Nanli sect, he sensed that something was amiss. The Dao Alliance, a coalition of the 10 sacred lands, typically refrained from intervening in the internal affairs of dynasties or sects, governing the Southern Domain and overseeing the realms within. The Southern Domain Dao Alliance primarily managed the selection of celestial talents for the central continent and facilitated the transit of powerful cultivators breaking through to the creation realm. As a righteous force, they also pursued and eradicated demonic cultivators and powerful fiends emerging in the major regions. The information regarding the Dao Bone was known only to the upper echelons of the Nanli sect, who had sworn oaths to safeguard it. If a passing powerful being were to discover the Dao Bone, it would indeed be a calamitous misfortune. Unable to remain idle, Elder Nanzichu resolved to emerge from his retreat. As he soared into the sky to survey the surroundings, a tremendous force abruptly yanked him back to the ground. He fell heavily, leaving a significant crater, never before having experienced such disgrace since his cultivation commenced. As he emerged from the pit, covered in dirt and infused with a mix of rage and terror, he froze upon seeing the approaching figure. Could there truly exist a woman of such ethereal beauty? For a moment, he was rendered speechless. When Elder Nanzichu regained his composure, a deeper fear gripped him. If such a moment of distraction were to occur amidst life and death combat, even for a fleeting instant, one could perish countless times. Yet, he had been enraptured for so long. Surely, even the renowned seduction techniques of the Heavenly Desire sect among the 9 demonic sects could not achieve such a feat. I am Nanzichu, the venerable elder of the Nanli sect under the jurisdiction of the Southern Domain Dao Alliance, here to pay my respects, not knowing the purpose of your esteemed visit. The elderly man, seasoned by the passage of time, forced a smile and respectfully knelt, his gaze averted, silently praying that it was not for the Dao Bone. Your sect has sent individuals to slaughter villages, extracting this young man's Dao Bone, and subsequently dispatched others to torment and pursue him. I could not bear to witness such injustice, and wish to assist him in avenging his plight. What is your course of action? Lin Yuan spoke, while Feng Xing, gripping his dagger with a cold demeanor, silently regarded the once revered elder now reduced to kneeling before him. Elder Nanzichu's heart sank. It was indeed about the Dao Bone. He understood that the world was rife with conflict over resources and treasures, where even kin could turn against one another over a mere artifact. He believed this powerful being had set his sights on the Dao Bone for himself, viewing any talk of justice as mere pretext. Had he been a few centuries younger, he would have undoubtedly seized the Dao Bone for himself rather than allowing it to fall into the hands of the inexperienced youth Huangyi. If he mismanaged this encounter, it could spell doom for the Nanli sect, lest the news of the Dao Bone's existence leak. Esteemed one, the massacre of Feng Xing's entire village was purely the work of demonic cultivators, bearing no relation to our Nanli sect. In fact, this young man, whom we rescued, has shown no gratitude and instead exhibited insatiable greed, conspiring with demonic cultivators to pilfer our sect's treasures. Upon discovering this, we detained him for interrogation. While the Dao Bone may be linked to Feng Xing, his ungrateful ambition makes him a danger, even with such talent. Thus, our sect's higher-ups decided to strip him of the Dao Bone and bestow it upon our sect's heir. Huangyi. I hope you can discern the complexities of this matter. Elder Nanzichu maintained a composed facade while twisting the truth, fully aware that Feng Xing had held an aversion to demonic cultivators and would never collude with them. Furthermore, Feng Xing had previously displayed unwavering loyalty to the sect, having accomplished numerous deeds of merit. Feng Xing, upon hearing these words, glared with fury, his teeth clenched as he retorted, "You old scoundrel, you speak utter nonsense. I have never conspired with demonic cultivators, nor have I sought to steal treasures from the sect. After completing my mission, I returned only to be apprehended by the elders, who fabricated evidence to frame me. Elder Nan Zichio did not even glance at Fang Xing, maintaining a beaming smile as he clasped his hands and spoke. As the saying goes, treasures belong to the worthy. Such a miraculous item as the Dao Bone can only be possessed by a paragon such as yourself. We are willing to present the Dao Bone to you. We apologize for disturbing you with such trivial matters, and, as a gesture of goodwill, I am prepared to offer you access to our sect's treasury. The Dao Bone is of utmost importance. Should our non-Li sect face annihilation, it would inevitably attract the Dao Alliance's scrutiny, risking exposure. To prevent this, you may establish a great oath and impose restrictions upon us, erasing our relevant memories as well. This would ensure absolute security. Had this been any other powerful being, such tactful words might have led them to consider sparing the non-Li sect in a moment of mutual understanding. Or they might have ruthlessly claimed the Dao Bone, annihilating all involved. However, Lin Yuan had not come for the Dao Bone. His purpose was to save the future leader of the demon cult. Fang Xing, he could not possibly acquiesce to such terms. Justice is self-evident. Your non-Li sect's leader has slaughtered innocent villages for personal gain. Your upper echelons have framed Fang Xing, extracting his Dao Bone while attempting to obfuscate the truth. None of you shall escape today. I shall uphold justice and act on behalf of righteousness. Lin Yuan interrupted Elder Nan Zichao's incessant rambling, his consciousness sealing the elder's dantian and cultivation. Vines transformed into ropes, binding him tightly and suspending him from a crooked tree, swaying precariously. This tree had been chosen deliberately by Lin Yuan, for its symbolism was fitting. There was no rush to execute the venerable elder of the non-Li sect. It would be far more satisfying to allow him to witness the destruction of the sect he had devoted his life to before resolving his fate, a true act of both vengeance and psychological torment. Fang Xing's heart was a tumult of emotions, recalling the outer disciples he had once saved, who had doubted his integrity and accused him of collusion with demonic cultivators. In contrast, Lin Yuan, whom he had known for less than a day, trusted him implicitly, stirring deep feelings within him. Even if Lin Yuan sought the Dao Bone, Fang Xing was willing to offer it willingly, for the debt of gratitude owed for saving him and avenging his grievances far outweighed the value of a mere bone. Furthermore, his feelings toward the Dao Bone were complex, as it had brought about the destruction of his entire village. If given the choice, he would have preferred never to possess the Dao Bone, choosing instead to live alongside his village's cattle and elders, shunning the pursuit of immortality. Yet, reality offered no such alternatives. Through myriad experiences, Fang Xing had come to understand that in this world, strength reigns supreme. And only by becoming powerful could one dictate their fate. He silently resolved that even without the Dao Bone, he would grow stronger, powerful enough that no one, not even those from the non-Li sect, could ever again humiliate him. My Lord has saved me and is willing to avenge me. I shall offer the Dao Bone. Please, accept it. Fang Xing expressed his gratitude with sincerity, believing that had it not been for Lin Yuan's timely intervention, he would have perished, leaving no chance for vengeance. At that moment, a figure wielding a bamboo staff appeared in the sky. It was the Grand Elder, Gu Mengxing. She cast a glance at Fang Xing, contemplating that this young man was still somewhat reasonable. Otherwise, persuading the Crown Prince to accept the Dao Bone would have required additional effort, since the Crown Prince had encountered the Dao Bone. It indicated that this item was destined for him. With the Crown Prince possessing the Taiyin divine body, coupled with the Dao Bone, would it not be akin to adding wings to a tiger, greatly aiding his future journey towards becoming an emperor? By saving this youth, it would be entirely reasonable for him to accept the Dao Bone without any reservations, the Grand Elder, Gu Mengxing, remarked with a radiant smile. Having anticipated that this item was meant to belong to the Crown Prince from the moment she heard of the Dao Bone's existence, their casual wanderings in the Eastern continent had led them to encounter such a rare treasure, which was a testament to the Crown Princess's extraordinary fate. However, Lin Yuan shook his head resolutely, stating, "My path is inherently invincible. I have no need to borrow the bones of others." Lin Yuan understood that the Dao Bone was indeed a valuable asset, one that could significantly reduce the difficulties he would face on his path to becoming an emperor. Yet, he was a man of principles. As an elder brother, how could he see something that rightfully belonged to his younger brother? Even if the younger brother offered it willingly, it remained unacceptable. Simultaneously, he harbored his own confidence, believing that he could achieve the same goal through his own efforts and the assistance of the system. Moreover, Lin Yuan had always loathed the antagonists in the fantasy novels he read, who cruelly extracted the protagonist's supreme bones, Dao bones, or celestial bones, or stripped away their innate talents or bloodlines. Now that he encountered such a villain, he would eliminate them without mercy. After speaking, Lin Yuan reached out into the air, and a piece of bone as white as jade materialized, inscribed with profound and mysterious patterns emanating a sense of the Dao. accompanied by a sharp, agonized scream from Huang Yi, the disciple of the sect, echoing from the mountain peak where he resided. Subsequently, Lin Yuan pointed towards Fang Xing's chest, transforming the Dao bone into a beam of white light that entered his body. To better integrate the bone, he retrieved a high-grade pill to refine its medicinal properties, nurturing the Dao bone and reconnecting it to the severed bone. At the same time, he helped Fang Xing open up his internal meridians and broaden his dantian. Fang Xing felt an immense sense of comfort enveloping his body, and the familiar affinity for the laws of the universe returned. He merely needed to immerse his consciousness within it to once again perceive the mysteries of the world and the fluctuations of the Dao. Additionally, with his meridians unblocked and his physique enhanced through the medicinal essence, he found himself significantly strengthened, his magical power surging severfold, and his realm unknowingly advancing from the initial stage of the 3rd grade to the 4th grade. Though he had directly broken through a level and several minor stages, Fang Xing felt that his foundation was now extraordinarily solid, more stable than ever before, and his physical strength was greatly improved. Alas, the Crown Prince has made his decision, and I shall speak no more, Grand Elder Gu Mengxing commented helplessly, knowing that Lin Yuan was resolute and unwavering in his convictions, since the Crown Prince's determination was so steadfast. She chose not to press the matter further. Given that Fang Xing had been saved by the Crown Prince and had his talents restored, he could thereafter join the Dao lineage under the Taiyin Sacred Land and serve the Crown Prince. After all, the meat was still cooked in one's own pot. Meanwhile, Huang Yi, who had been reclining on a couch and indulging in the service of his attendants, was a pallid youth with a spiritless demeanor, his every step revealing signs of excessive indulgence. While consuming grapes handed to him by a servant, he suddenly hurled the fruit bowl at the attendant's face. The servant, struck and bleeding, could only tremble and bow in fear, pleading, "Please spare me, young master." Huang Yi's eyes glinted with mockery and disdain as he kicked the servant, sending him crashing against the wall. The attendant, being merely a menial disciple with no cultivation, stood no chance against Huang Yi's 2nd grade prowess, and he promptly breathed his last. The remaining attendants trembled in terror, knowing that this was the 18th menial to be brutally killed by Huang Yi this month, confined to his bed for several months due to a bone transplant. Huang Yi's temper had grown increasingly savage, taking pleasure in torturing others and relishing the sight of their terrified expressions. Whenever such moments arose, he would laugh maniacally. However, just as Huang Yi was about to erupt into laughter, he felt a sudden, intense pain in his chest. The Dao bone, which had been reattached through secret methods, abruptly burst forth from his chest, vanishing without a trace. "Ah, my Dao bone. Who has stolen my Dao bone? I will kill him." The pain propelled Huang Yi into a frenzied rage as he stared at the bloody gash in disbelief, screaming and hurling objects in his madness, causing the remaining attendants to flee in terror. "Help, the young master has gone mad." In an instant, the room was left desolate, with only Huang Yi remaining, howling in fury like a wild beast. Just then, a blood-soaked figure with disheveled hair entered. Resembling a vengeful spirit returned from the underworld, wielding a long knife and appearing like a ghostly apparition. "Fang Xing, how could it be you, you wretched spawn? You are still alive? Zhao Ronghua, that fool, is truly useless. He has failed to kill you." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Huang Yi scoffed derisively, only to be met with a deep, chilling voice imbued with intense malice and hatred, declaring, "Huang Yi, your time has come. Ha 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 ha. You, a crippled waste with a shattered dantian and severed meridians. Think you can kill me? How absurd." Huang Yi laughed uncontrollably, fully aware that he had personally rendered Fang Xing's dantian useless, severing his meridians with his own hands. He knew all too well that restoring such injuries required high-grade pills or rare heavenly materials, or the intervention of a powerful healer. How could someone like Fang Xing, an orphan without any background, procure such valuable items? Especially when he had witnessed Fang Xing's storage pouch containing only a few dozen low-grade spirit stones and some low-level beast materials, making him unable to afford even a 3rd-grade pill. Indeed, given that Fang Xing lacked any external patronage, he would have to rely on life and death struggles to earn resources for cultivation, thus accumulating only a meager amount of spirit stones. Yet Fang Xing was not one to engage in excessive talk. He leaped forward, knocking Huang Yi to the ground, firmly grasping his arm and forcing his face down against the floor. "Wait, how could your injuries possibly heal? And your realm has even advanced to the 4th grade. This is impossible." Huang Yi, caught off guard, felt the overwhelming pressure of Lin Yuan's aura and could hardly believe his eyes. Were it not for the pain radiating from his pinned arm, he might have thought he was trapped in a nightmare. "Damn it, where are my guards? Get out here and protect me." Panicking, Huang Yi, previously a cruel young master who had mercilessly killed a menial disciple, now found himself in a state of desperation. He envisioned taking revenge on Fang Xing with a vengeance once his guards arrived. The bodyguards sent by his father were all at least second-grade practitioners, with the strongest being fifth-grade elites controlled by secret techniques, ensuring they could easily apprehend Fang Xing. However, no sounds emerged from outside, nor did any guards enter. Only an eerie silence prevailed. The voice, akin to a vengeful spirit, echoed in Huang Yi's ears. "Who are you calling? Your guards have already perished. I've killed them." Without changing his expression, Lin Yuan thrust a dagger straight into Huang Yi's dantian, then seized his throat, stifling any cries of agony. As for the guards outside, he had dealt with them upon his arrival. He dispatched those ordinary second-grade cultivators as effortlessly as one would slaughter chickens, finishing them off in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Only the fifth-grade practitioner had taken him a bit longer, but vanquishing opponents of a higher grade was a hallmark of a protagonist. As Huang Yi felt his dantian destroyed, the excruciating pain surged through him, almost causing him to faint. Yet the subsequent stinging slaps to his face jolted him back to reality. Lin Yuan had drawn the long knife from Huang Yi's waist, a sharp middle-grade treasure capable of slicing through iron as though it were mud. Regrettably, the precious gem fell into the hands of Huang Yi, who transformed it into a tool for tormenting others. With a glimmering long knife in Fang Xing's grasp, a mere flick unleashed a wave of blade energy, carving a deep pit into the ground. "Rest assured, I shall not grant you such a swift death. Just as you once tormented me, so shall I treat you today." Fang Xing, knife in hand, spoke coldly to the subdued Huang Yi. He covered the other's mouth and nose, delivering blow after blow, each movement fluid and graceful, akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers. Yet every strike penetrated deeply while skillfully avoiding vital points to spare the opponent from death. The pain, the excruciating pain. Huang Yi finally experienced the suffering he had inflicted upon countless others, a torment akin to slow slicing that no ordinary person could endure, especially one as privileged as he. In that moment, tears streamed down his face as he pleaded for mercy. "I was wrong. I should not have framed you or colluded with demonic cultivators. I should not have dug out your Dao bone to torment you. Fang Xing, please spare me. I no longer desire your Dao bone. I possess many treasures I can offer you. For the sake of those treasures, please let me go." Although Huang Yi outwardly begged for mercy, internally he seethed with thoughts of vengeance, vowing that once his father arrived, he would have Fang Xing skinned alive, his tendons pulled out, and his corpse shattered beyond recognition. Fang Xing, however, would not relent due to Huang Yi's pleas. He understood all too well that the other's nature could not truly repent, nor did he see any reason to forgive. All he craved was revenge, to ensure his tormentor suffered a death laden with agony. In the words of players, if apologies held any value, why seek revenge at all? As Fang Xing's blade rose and fell, Huang Yi, realizing his pleas fell on deaf ears, began to curse in bitter resentment. "Fang Xing, you shall not die a good death. You, the monster, have brought ruin to the entire village. What of your Dao bone? In the past, you were merely a pawn in our game. Stop. My arms." Fang Xing's gaze grew ever colder, imbued with murderous intent, as he severed Huang Yi's arms in one swift stroke. His anger fueled his speed, creating afterimages with his movements. Huang Yi trembled in pain, wailing in regret for provoking this madman. Blood gushed from his wounds, quickly forming a pool around him. After a quarter of an hour, Huang Yi, on the brink of death, was drenched in blood, his eyes wide with terror, resentment, and fear as he gazed at Fang Xing. The looming shadow of death brought him to a state of panic as he stammered. "No, you cannot kill me. My father, the sect leader, will not let you go. He will surely kill you. Rest assured, your father will be the next to die. I will ensure you are reunited," Fang Xing declared, delivering the final blow that ended the life of this notorious villain. As Huang Yi's lifeless eyes stared into the void, in his fading consciousness, he seemed to witness the souls of the countless disciples and commoners he had wronged, their anguished spirits rushing towards him like vengeful phantoms, tearing and gnawing at him. Huang Yi's soul, consumed by their resentment, dissipated into nothingness. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, invoking the resentment of the souls Huang Yi had harmed, which turned against the remnants of his spirit. After confirming the absence of any lingering soul, he nodded, assuring that there was no possibility of rebirth or becoming a ghostly cultivator. Fang Xing, wiping the blood from his knife with a cloth, poured oil from a lit lamp onto the wooden floor. With a crackling sound, flames erupted, growing ever more fierce, illuminating the surroundings as a youth wielding a long knife emerged from the inferno, the firelight casting a crimson glow amidst the collapsing structure. At this moment, the sect leader of Nanli Zong, entrenched in his meditative retreat, sensed something amiss and spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly withdrawing from his seclusion only to be met with backlash from his own power. "Who dares to kill my son?" The sect leader, Huang Songhai felt the jade token he had given his son for protection shatter. Drawing out the soul lamp that indicated Huang Yi's life, he discovered it had extinguished, and the last remnant of soul within had vanished. The agony of losing a child drove Huang Songhai to the brink of madness. He had only this one child, whom he had doted on excessively, and it was his indulgence that had led Huang Yi to act with such reckless audacity. Upon learning of his son's demise, Huang Songhai could no longer remain seated. His son had perished within the sect. Who could have committed such an atrocity? He was determined to find the murderer and exact the most brutal revenge. In a fit of rage, he soared into the sky above Nanli Zone, scanning the surroundings until he spotted the elder Nan Ziqiao hanging precariously from a crooked tree, and exclaimed, "Ancestor, how did you end up hanging from a tree?" The elder, filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment, feigned ignorance, his face flushed red. He thought to himself, "At such a critical moment, why is this fool concerned about my predicament? Does he not know that silence is golden? Is this truly the priority?" Soon, he realized that the ability to suspend such a formidable elder indicated the presence of an extraordinary powerhouse within their sect. Was it a ninth-grade cultivator, a transformation realm master, or the legendary beings of life and death, regardless of which, none of them were adversaries that an eighth-grade sect could afford to offend, and danger loomed over them. Just as he aimed to discern the identity of the figure before him, an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain crashing down upon the sea bore down on him, forcing him to the ground. He struck the earth with a tremendous thud, creating a deep crater, lying there as if crushed beneath a colossal boulder. This was a force of unimaginable strength, imbued with principles beyond Huang Songhai's comprehension. Akin to an overwhelming celestial might, such power could extinguish his life as effortlessly as squashing an ant. Suddenly, a pure, chilling force infused with the power of the dark moon invaded his body, shattering Huang Songhai's dantian and meridians. With a violent cough, blood erupted from his 7 orifices, and the fall from a 7th-grade cultivator to a crippled state felt like plummeting from the heavens to the abyss, inflicting upon him a pain akin to being torn apart by 1,000 blades. This unprecedented loss of power, reducing him to a mere mortal, filled him with terror, unwillingness, rage, and resentment, leading him to scream, "My dantian! My power! Who is responsible for this? This is intolerable." As Huang Songhai rapidly aged, his once lustrous black hair turned ashen and frail, and his youthful visage transformed into that of an old man, riddled with countless wrinkles as though he had aged decades in an instant, embodying a state of utter desolation. With his dantian rendered useless, his body, deprived of spiritual energy, began to wither as if it were a plant bereft of roots, leaving him with only days to live. "This man is yours to deal with. The time for vengeance has arrived," Lin Yuan said, retracting his hand and addressing Fang Xing. He had already incapacitated the 7th-grade sect leader Huang Songhai, and how to exact revenge was now Fang Xing's prerogative. Such a great favor goes unspoken. Fang Xing, filled with gratitude for Lin Yuan, approached and dragged the struggling but powerless Huang Songhai into a humble cottage within the medicinal fields of the back mountain. With a resounding thud, the wooden door closed, and the dim light of a candle illuminated the interior. As Huang Songhai regained consciousness and looked up, he could hardly believe that the one who had captured him was Fang Xing, who had seemed like a ghostly figure before him. This revelation filled him with shock and fury as he cursed, "You little wretch, how did you end up here? Why would such a powerful figure act on your behalf? Who are you calling a beast?" Fang Xing retorted, stepping heavily onto Huang Songhai, delivering a barrage of slaps to his face, the sharp sounds echoing through the air. The pain was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. Having lived a life of privilege, Huang Songhai had never endured such disgrace, his eyes blazing with fury as he gritted his teeth. In the game of kings, it is the victor who survives. "If you possess the ability, just kill me directly. Why subject me to this torment? Is this torment? Compared to how you treated me in the dungeon, this is merely an appetizer. Soon, you will truly understand what it means to be unable to seek life or death," Fang Xing coldly declared, raising his long blade to sever each of his opponent's fingers one by one. As the saying goes, 10 fingers connected to the heart. The agony of losing his fingers twisted the expression of the sect leader, Huang Songhai, causing beads of cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Upon seeing the dark iron blade before him, he suddenly let out a cry. "Is this my son's dark iron blade? How could it be in your possession? Did you kill my son? Indeed, I am the one who dispatched that scoundrel." Huang Wai. In his final moments, he cried out for his father to save him. Such deep paternal affection. Fang Xing's malevolent words pierced through Huang Songhai's sorrow, igniting an inferno of rage as he struggled and shouted, "Fang Xing, you demon, return my son's life. I shall slay you and flay your skin, reducing your corpse to fragments." The harrowing wails that reached Fang Xing's ears were music to his ears, suffused with vengeful satisfaction. With bloodshot eyes, he leaned closer to the sect leader's ear and whispered, "I have heard that this very blade was a birthday gift from you to Huang Yi. Today, I shall use it to end you, returning it to its rightful owner. Your son, Huang Yi, has no doubt wielded this blade to slay countless innocent mortals and cultivators over the years, rumored to have even executed many through slow torture. Yet, when I struck him 617 times, he could not endure such weakness. I wonder how many blows you can withstand." At that moment, the youth clad in blood-stained garments appeared both sickly and bloodthirsty in the eyes of the sect leader, who felt as if a beast, having broken its shackles, was now fixated upon him. With each slash of the blade, blood flowed freely, and anguished cries filled the air. Fang Xing, resembling an executioner on the gallows, pressed the blade against Huang Songhai's head and demanded, "Tell me, who did you send to massacre the village? Who was responsible for the destruction of our home? Speak, and I may grant you a swift end. Ha. Do I have any obligation to share the truth with you? Why should I answer your questions?" Huang Songhai retorted defiantly, clearly more resilient to pain than his son. Had it been Huang Yi, he would have long since succumbed to terror, spilling all in a state of utter disarray. Huang Songhai understood that he shared a mortal enmity with Fang Xing. Since Fang Xing had murdered his son, what incentive did he have to divulge the information sought? Surely, you do not wish for your son's corpse to be torn apart by wild dogs. His spirit tormented beyond recognition, Fang Xing continued, his voice dripping with malevolence. Nearby, Lin Yuan, cloaked in his own thoughts, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Fang Xing's words. Musing, is it possible that you sound remarkably like a villain right now? We are, after all, righteous individuals. Perhaps this method of swaying the enemy for information could work? Fang Xing, should you dare to proceed in such a manner, I shall not let you escape. Huang Songhai's voice rose in desperation, his anger momentarily overshadowing his realization of his own broken state. Recognize your position. Who is the true prisoner now? Fang Xing retorted with unyielding contempt before thrusting the blade once more toward Huang Songhai's heart. I regret not having killed you sooner, allowing you, this rabid dog, to find a master and flaunt your power and vengeance that I should never have allowed you to be a mere servant disciple. Giving you the chance to cultivate, I should have imprisoned you and, upon reaching adulthood, have flayed your bones. Huang Songhai spat, blood mingling with his words, lamenting his decision to let Fang Xing live after his son had tortured him for months. Allowing the latter to escape and find support that in truth, Huang Songhai had refrained from imprisoning Fang Xing out of fear that he might take his own life, thereby affecting his path to maturity. Not out of any benevolence. At that time, he had believed that keeping Fang Xing within the confines of the sect, under his watchful eye, would prevent any resurgence of rebellion. His confidence was further bolstered by the fact that he had previously dispatched spies to monitor Fang Xing's every move, both within and beyond the sect, ensuring that all was under his control until today, when everything spiraled out of control. It was utterly unexpected to have a powerful ally intervene on Fang Xing's behalf, aiding him in his quest for vengeance. After a prolonged period of suffering, Huang Songhai could no longer endure and finally confessed, "It was I who ordered the annihilation of your village that fateful night. The foolish mortals there, upon seeing me, called me a mortal master, bowing and scraping. The moment they beheld my wrath, their expressions were truly delightful. Ha 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 ha." As he spoke, Huang Songhai erupted into a cruel laugh, filled with mockery and malice. Relishing the memory of having slain Fang Xing's kin. "How could it be you who acted? The one who struck that night wielded demonic powers. He must have been a practitioner of dark arts." Fang Xing exclaimed, incredulous as he gazed at the sect leader of Nanli sect. The Nanli sect was a righteous sect of the Qi dynasty. It was unfathomable that its leader would be a practitioner of dark arts. He had initially believed that Huang Songhai had colluded with demonic cultivators to orchestrate the massacre, only to discover that it was he who had wielded the blade. "The treasure of Daobone is worth my personal intervention," Huang Songhai recounted, reflecting on that fateful night when he had stumbled upon a mortal village and sensed extraordinary potential in one of the children. Intrigued, he had delved deeper, only to uncover the rarest of Dao bones. Thus, he had cast a spell to cloak Fang Xing from detection, subsequently annihilating the entire village, leaving only Fang Xing alive. Shortly thereafter, the trusted subordinate he had sent to retrieve Fang Xing had met a similar fate at Huang Songhai's hands. "As for my mastery of dark arts, it is the result of my allegiance to the blood cult, one of the 9 sects of demonic Dao, where I have become a covert operative, gathering sustenance for the blood cult within the confines of the Qi dynasty. Not just myself, the entire upper echelon of the Nanli sect has aligned with the blood cult." Huang Songhai continued, revealing that 2 centuries ago, in pursuit of power, he had allied himself with the blood cult. Through blood rites, he had swiftly ascended to the 7th rank, subsequently drawing other sect leaders into his web of darkness. Even those elders who had opposed joining had met their demise at their hands. The Grand Elder, Nan Ziqiao, had ultimately consented to the blood cult's longevity practices and the blood elixirs that aided cultivation. Believing that while sacrificing some mortals' blood was regrettable, the strength it would bring to the sect was a fair trade, provided they remained discreet and did not attract the attention of the Dao Alliance. Huang Songhai's revelation of these matters was not without ulterior motives. He harbored malevolent thoughts, hoping that if Fangxing continued his pursuit, he would inevitably confront the blood cult, one of the 9 sects of demonic Dao, making it easy to eliminate both Fangxing and his unknown ally. Thus it is, Fangxing discerned Huang Songhai's intentions, knowing full well that grievances have their roots, and he would leave no stone unturned regarding the upper echelons of the Nanli sect. As for the name of the blood cult, he etched it into his memory. The blood cult. How dare the insignificant Nanli sect collude with the forces of darkness? Such treachery deserves extermination. The Grand Elder, upon hearing the name of the blood cult, let out a cold snort, her expression one of disdain, clearly harboring a deep-seated loathing for such sects of the dark path. The maid, Qing Luo, gazed at Lin Yuan with awe and excitement, exclaiming, "Undoubtedly, Your Highness, you possess a discerning EYE. In just one outing, you have dismantled the covert operatives of one of the 9 sects of demonic Dao." Inwardly, Lin Yuan contemplated, so the affairs of the Nanli sect are intertwined with the blood cult. No wonder the blood cult of the 9 sects of demonic Dao faced such dire straits in my previous life. They must have offended their superior, the leader of the demonic sect. Fangxing, Your Highness, allow me to employ the soul search technique to ascertain the extent of the Nanli sect's collusion with the blood cult. The Grand Elder, Gu Mangxing, proposed. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's nod, she activated her consciousness, sweeping through the minds of the Grand Elder, sect leader, and numerous elders. Extracting their memories in an instant. It turned out that the blood cult had merely maintained a few expendable pawns in the periphery. Tasked with collecting blood sustenance and gathering intelligence, having believed they could uncover something substantial and ensnare a significant target. However, the Nanyu Dao Alliance's overseer had failed to detect this oversight, and thus would face consequences for their negligence. The Grand Elder, Gu Mangxing, expressed her disappointment, dispatching a message to the central headquarters of the Dao Alliance in Zhangzhou to inform them of this matter. Fangxing, now aware that Huang Songhai had been the orchestrator of the village's destruction, felt his hatred intensified. He employed every torment he had learned from the dungeons, unleashing a barrage of suffering upon Huang Songhai, who begged for mercy, caught in the throes of unbearable agony. Those torturous methods were ones Fangxing had inherited from Huang Yi, whose cruel techniques had left a lasting impression on him. Now, applying these tortures to Huang Yi's father felt like a fitting retribution for allowing his son to act with impunity. As he continued his grim task, Fangxing spoke. Now that your son is dead, you shall soon follow. The Nanli sect is poised for destruction. Do you not regret your fate? Do you ever reflect on the moment you slaughtered those villagers who revered you as a mortal master? I do not regret it. Why should I, a mere mortal, akin to an insignificant insect, is easily dispatched? In this world, strength reigns supreme, and the weak are prey to the strong. Such is the immutable truth of the universe. The sect leader, Huang Songhai, remarked with disdain, holding the common folk in contempt even when faced with dire circumstances. Now you have devolved into a wretched being, inferior even to those you deem as mere mortals. To slay you aligns perfectly with your own philosophy of universal truths, Fangxing retorted. His disdain for those who regard human life as trivial evident. It was precisely this callous attitude that had led to the annihilation of his entire village. In a past life, astute players had noted that the infamous leader of the demonic sect, Fangxing, had never harmed a single mortal, only targeting cultivators, rendering him an anomaly within the sect. After enduring prolonged torment, Fangxing resolved to eliminate the architect of his village's destruction, Huang Songhai. With a final, decisive stroke, he severed the head of Huang Songhai. In death, do you believe you will escape unscathed? The blood-refining sect shall not let those who offend them go unpunished. I shall await you below, Huang Songhai uttered with a venomous expression, his eyes wide with fury as he breathed his last. At the moment of his demise, his soul was wrenched from his body, only to be caught and crushed by Lin Yuan, dissipating into ethereal dust with no hope of resurrection. Fangxing ignited a great conflagration, setting ablaze the wooden edifice that housed his foe's remains. Engulfed in flames that seemed intent on purging the world of evil, the fire spread from the hillside cottage, billowing smoke as it consumed all in its path. Lin Yuan, witnessing this, used a modicum of his magical prowess to intensify the flames. Enveloping the structures of the Southly sect, a place he despised, ensuring it was cleansed entirely by fire. Elder Nan Ziqiao observed this scene, tears streaming down his face, filled with regret. It was fate and our folly. We, the Southly sect, should never have allied with the blood-refining sect. We were wrong, utterly mistaken. A millennium of legacy reduced to ashes by our own hands. How profoundly we lament. The inferno soon reached the trees, consuming the elder as well, turning him to ash. The black-haired youth, wielding a bloodstained blade, strode into the flames, heading towards the unjust law enforcement hall and the abodes of the elders who had allied with the blood-refining sect, systematically eliminating the high-ranking members and sycophants of Huang Songhai. He then proceeded to the hall of miscellaneous disciples, confronting those who had once bullied him, along with the overseers who had unjustly punished his ally. Huang Yi, addressing the panicked miscellaneous disciples, he declared, "You are free now. Gather your belongings and descend the mountain." Many of these disciples were slaves purchased by the sect, their fates bound to it, with the impending collapse of the Southly sect. Their contracts turned to worthless paper, consumed by the flames. The miscellaneous disciples, bewildered yet exhilarated, began to pack their belongings, some seizing the opportunity to loot the overseer's quarters before departing, while others clashed in chaos. Fangxing paid no mind to these developments. Vengeance had been exacted, and he bore no animosity towards anyone among them, save for Huang Yi's underlings. Upon reaching the mountain where the outer disciples resided, he sought out those who had previously robbed him of his rewards and dealt with them one by one. Fangxing, you have returned. Have you truly allied with the demon cultivators? Exclaimed a disciple who ventured forth to investigate, with others soon trailing behind. Some who had been saved by him looked on with shock and complex emotions, chattering among themselves about his alleged transgressions against sect regulations. Big brother, you've returned? Weren't you imprisoned in the dungeon? Have you recovered from your injuries? Big brother, those you just killed were all under Huang Yi, the sect leader's son. He will not let this go. You must flee. Confusion reigned as the outer disciples expressed a tumult of emotions: surprise, guilt, jealousy, and anxiety. Fangxing, with his bloodied blade in hand, turned to leave without casting a glance at them, for they would now be strangers. With the demise of the Southly sect's leadership, he declared, "From this moment forth, I am no longer entangled with the Southly sect, which shall cease to exist." As his indifferent words echoed, the outer disciples' faces paled in terror. When they reached the law enforcement hall and the elders' abodes, they discovered the leadership of the Southly sect had been slain, prompting a mass exodus from this treacherous ground. While some disciples held a modicum of affection for the sect, survival took precedence. They scattered in haste, some even pilfering valuables as they fled. Thus, chaos erupted in every corner as greed-driven disciples clashed over remnants of treasure, leaving behind a scene of utter disarray. Those who lingered in search of spoils would soon find themselves captured and interrogated by the Southern Domain Alliance cultivators, dispatched to investigate the Southly sect's collusion with the demonic sect. Meanwhile, a select few who made their escape would lead lives of anonymity, for the Southly sect had many enemies in the Deqi dynasty, and rival sects wasted no time in issuing bounties for its downfall. As Fangxing traversed the inferno, navigating the twisted paths to Lin Yuan's side, he knelt on one knee, his gaze imbued with profound reverence. "Your Highness, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. I pledge to serve you unto death, ready to brave fire and water, unflinching in the face of peril." Having avenged his grievances, Fangxing wandered amid the ruins of the Southly sect, akin to a lost soul, traversing the steps and pathways that led to crumbling palaces and towers, feeling an emptiness within, akin to a wayward traveler, with his village annihilated and the Southly sect eradicated. He found himself without a home. Yet, the moment he beheld Lin Yuan, determination surged within him, solidifying his resolve. Lin Yuan had saved him and helped him exact vengeance, a debt that transcended mere lives. Thus, the black-haired youth, kneeling before Lin Yuan, vowed with unwavering devotion, his expression one of fervent faith, as if in the presence of a deity. In that moment, Fangxing recalled the words of others. Perhaps the sect leader and his son had spoken a truth. He was indeed a homeless stray. Yet, he yearned to be the faithful hound of the prince, a blade in his hand, to cleave through adversity on his behalf. Doubts crept into his mind. Would the prince accept his fealty? As he pondered, he felt a surge of apprehension, for he lacked background, merely an orphan from a humble village, with little to boast of save for his talent. The very essence of his Daobone had been reclaimed with the prince's assistance. Did he truly deserve to follow Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan, observing Fangxing's kneeling form, was taken aback. This was the future leader of the demonic sect, kneeling before him. There is no need for such formality. It is not necessary, he reassured, noticing the disheveled and bloodied youth before him, feeling a pang of sympathy for the once mighty Fangxing, whose village had been annihilated. manipulated into a pawn by the murderers, only to be drawn into the sect's bloody fray and recently hunted down for his Daobone. It was no wonder that he would become so unhinged and brutal in the future, spilling blood indiscriminately. Yet, Lin Yuan had intervened, effectively disrupting the trajectory of Fangxing's dark path. From now on, Fangxing would embody the light of righteousness, the noble young man of virtue, casting aside the title of demonic sect leader. Just as Fangxing feared rejection, a hand pure and exquisite, resembling a work of art, grasped his bloodstained, rough palm. It was warm and gentle, akin to a hearth dispelling winter's chill. Then, that familiar, melodious voice resonated, like a spring breeze awakening the earth. Do not kneel, rise. Fangxing, pulled to his feet by Lin Yuan, found himself momentarily dazed, for the prince did not recoil from his bloodied state but instead grasped his hand willingly. I in this world, there are no divine saviors. The one who can truly rescue you is yourself. I heard your call for help, and thus I came. Had I not arrived today, you might have tumbled into despair, embarking on a far more arduous journey. I believe you would have ultimately achieved your vengeance, Lin Yuan explained, dismissing the notion that Fangxing's devotion was warranted. He believed that even without his intervention, Fangxing would have persevered and triumphed. Upon hearing these words, Fangxing envisioned a path fraught with challenges and hardships ahead. If he were to fall from the cliff and survive, he would still be deemed a worthless individual. How exceedingly difficult and despairing would it be for a worthless person to seek vengeance against the Southly sect, an 8th-tier sect? He himself lacks the confidence to succeed in such retribution. Yet Lin Yuan believes he can achieve it. Perhaps encountering His Highness is the greatest fortune of my life. Fangxing pondered. No one relishes suffering. If given a choice, he would prefer not to tread the path of vengeance, fraught with agony and despair. Were Lin Yuan to hear his innermost thoughts, he would undoubtedly concur. For that infernal place of the demonic sect makes even those who once traversed the dark path of the demonic realm wish to eradicate evil and purge the wicked. Even many who indulge in the sinister pleasures sometimes find it intolerable, illustrating the sheer chaos and malevolence of the demonic sect. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan inquired, "Would you care to return to Zhangzhou with us?" As the saying goes, one should assist others wholeheartedly. Lin Yuan wished to bring Fangxing back to Zhangzhou, for with his protection, no one could seize Fangxing's Daobone, should he remain behind and fall into the clutches of the demonic sect. Would he not be retracing the tragic path of his past life? This is a promising talent of the righteous path. We cannot allow him to be corrupted by the demonic way. I am willing, Fangxing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. To return to Zhangzhou alongside His Highness and stay by his side was an opportunity he could hardly desire more. Lin Yuan mused. Is such exuberance truly warranted? It almost feels akin to a wedding. Hey, you brat, quickly release my highness's hand, Qing Luo interjected, appearing with her hands on her hips, chiding him like a scoundrel offending a noble lady. Her eyes were alight with anger and jealousy. How long did this boy intend to hold His Highness's delicate hand? I have never held His Highness's hand for this long. I apologize, Fangxing hurriedly uttered, reluctantly loosening his grip, for it was the first time in his life he held a girl's hand, and moreover, that of His Highness. Contemplating this, Fangxing's face flushed crimson, akin to a volcano's eruption. If not for the bloodstains, his embarrassment would have been glaringly apparent, though it was evident that his ears were now a shade of crimson. Beside him, the Grand Elder wore an expression of one who has been through it all. She could easily discern that this was yet another youth enchanted by His Highness. His Highness possesses many admirable qualities, yet at times, she unwittingly stirs desire. It is no wonder that Zhangzhou is rife with admirers, both male and female, yearning to pursue His Highness. However, this is not a fault of His Highness. It is merely the folly of those lacking steadfastness. The reason Grand Elder Gu Mangxing did not intervene as she did with Xiao Tian, nor offer him 1,000,000 spirit stones to depart from Lin Yuan, was that she regarded Fangxing as possessing extraordinary Daobone and talent, worthy of becoming a holy son in any other sacred ground. It is quite admirable for a follower to be captivated by His Highness, preventing other sacred grounds from luring him away. Moreover, should he truly succeed, it would ultimately benefit the Taiyin Sacred Ground. As the saying goes, the fertile water should not flow to outsiders. As Lin Yuan withdrew his hand without further thought, he continued, "Before we depart, is there anywhere else you wish to visit, Your Highness?" "There is one more place I wish to go," Fangxing replied, longing to return to his hometown one last time. Beneath the hills of a desolate, dilapidated village, a row of upright tombstones stood, each adorned with offerings and incense, the smoke dissipating into the breeze. Crows alighted on the withered branches, observing the scene below, where a black-haired youth sat before a tombstone, his eyes reddened as he spoke. "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, I have avenged you. The murderer of our entire village has been dealt with. Do not worry about me down below. I have been well all these years." His words drifted away on the wind, mingling with the smoke, while the wildflowers atop the grave swayed gently. As light rain began to fall from the heavens, the sporadic droplets landed upon the earth, the overgrown grass of the valley, the trickling streams, and the silent tombstones. Fang Xing felt the raindrops descend upon him but chose not to employ his magical powers for protection. Instead, he remained seated before the grave, as still as a stone, enduring the wind and rain. At that moment, an umbrella appeared above him. Lin Yuan had approached, holding it aloft. In truth, given Lin Yuan's realm, he was impervious to water and fire. The raindrops would naturally avoid him without the need for any magical intervention. He simply retained the habit of carrying an umbrella from his past life, instinctively feeling that Fang Xing, sitting alone before the grave, required shelter from the elements. "Your Highness, is it true that mortals are truly as insignificant as ants in the eyes of cultivators? Should mortals perish for the selfish desires of cultivators?" Fang Xing looked up and asked. Lin Yuan answered without hesitation, "Certainly not. We are, after all, mortals. Cultivators arise from mortals, and one must not forget their roots. In my homeland, the principle of a life for a life is a matter of course. All men are born equal. Where does the notion of superiority and inferiority arise? Wherever there is oppression, there is resistance." Upon hearing these words, Fang Xing seemed to gain clarity, no longer shrouded in confusion. He gazed at the snow-white figure of the fairy holding the umbrella for him in the rain, then turned his gaze to the tombstone before him. "I must take my leave now, but I shall return to visit you," Fang Xing declared with unwavering determination. He had now found someone he wished to protect for a lifetime. He would undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse to safeguard His Highness, ensuring that tragedy would not befall them again. Upon returning to the Xianyu immortal vessel, the maid Qing Luo led Fang Xing to the door of a room, saying, "This will be your room. You shall stay here until we reach Zhongzhou." "Wait, could you tell me more about His Highness?" Fang Xing called out to Qing Luo, who was about to turn away, eager to learn everything related to Lin Yuan. "You have come to the right person to inquire about His Highness. I have accompanied the young lady for the past few years, and few can rival my understanding of her. By the way, why do you wish to know?" Qing Luo replied proudly, puffing her chest. Fang Xing responded, "His Highness has shown such kindness in rescuing me from peril. Naturally, I wish to learn more about him to express my gratitude." Qing Luo was quite pleased with this response. As long as one praised His Highness, they were her good friend. Thus, she cleared her throat and said, "Since you are so eager to know, I shall graciously share with you. Who in Zhongzhou does not know that our young lady is most righteous, detesting evil with a passionate heart, standing against wrongdoing? The very first task she undertook upon becoming the Taiyin Saintess was to eradicate all demons and monsters within the jurisdiction of the Taiyin Sacred Ground. None were spared. Moreover, over the past few years, she has cleansed Zhongzhou of all manner of demons and monsters. Once, a powerful demon from the Death Realm, who had devoured several mortal cities, expressed his willingness to surrender and serve the Taiyin Sacred Ground, even as a slave if need be. The great demon cried out, "Do not kill me. I am willing to submit. I can sign a master-servant contract." Lin Yuan, after slaying him, proclaimed, "Trash is trash. I do not recycle trash." There were also demons hiding within human cities who, upon being discovered, pleaded, "Saintess, I do not wish to be a demon anymore. I want to be a good person." As the Buddha says, "Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot." I have now turned over a new leaf. Sparing me would be a deed of merit. Lin Yuan retorted, "You were a demon once. You shall remain a demon for eternity. One cannot cleanse the sins of the past merely by retreating to a pastoral life." With that, he swiftly executed the demon that had caused much suffering to cultivators and mortals alike. On another occasion, Qing Luo witnessed a demonic cultivator who had sacrificed 100,000 mortals to refine a blood pill for a breakthrough. Confront the Saintess, saying, "Your efforts to eradicate demons and monsters are not out of a sense of justice. It is merely to satisfy your own private desires for justice." Lin Yuan, uninterested in discussing principles, swiftly drew his sword and slayed the demonic cultivator, departing with an air of nonchalance. Through Lin Yuan's years of hunting and exterminating demons across Zhongzhou, he made remarkable contributions to public safety. Upon piloting the immortal vessel around Zhongzhou and finding not a single demon, he could not help but exclaim, "Life truly feels as lonely as snow." He finally understood the bewilderment of General Duanmu, who, while searching the streets for the villainous Auxer, could not find a single adversary. Were it not for the sacred ground's watchful eye preventing Lin Yuan from leaving Zhongzhou, he would have sought to hunt demons in other great states. For the Taiyin Sacred Ground had its fair share of enemies. Be they from the 9 demonic sects or foreign races, they would seize any opportunity to eliminate the heir of the Sacred Ground. Even amidst the seemingly harmonious relations among the 10 sacred grounds, there exist intricate calculations. In the Taiyin Sacred Ground of Zhengzhou, confidence reigns that no one would dare to disturb Lin Yuan. However, beyond Zhengzhou, such assurances are far less secure. Here, Fang Xing, captivated by the animated and vivid recounting of Lin Yuan's exploits in slaying demons and eliminating evil in Zhengzhou by his maidservant, Qing Luo, finds himself yearning to witness it all firsthand. Observing Fang Xing's rapt attention, Qing Luo becomes even more animated in her narration. Not only that, Your Highness has constructed thousands of schools and orphanages in the Taiyin Sacred Ground over the years, along with memorial halls honoring the fallen cultivators who died for the sacred ground, and has improved their compensation packages. Your Highness has promoted the cultivation of specially modified spirit rice across all dynasties within the sacred territory, allowing even commoners to partake in this nourishing grain to strengthen their bodies. The schools established by the sacred ground welcome children from all walks of life, including those from destitute backgrounds, while orphanages accept homeless children and those from impoverished families within the dynasty, matters that the dynasty itself would overlook, yet Your Highness attends to. As Qing Luo spoke, memories of her own family flooded back to her. Her parents had perished in calamities, leaving her a refugee, who, after being knocked unconscious by a trafficker, was sold to a wealthy household as a maidservant. Surviving against the odds. It was only upon encountering a celestial master who assessed her family's qualifications that she had the fortune to become a disciple serving menial tasks. In a world rife with dynasties, how many commoners like her experience such luck? Countless orphans perish by the roadside, akin to wild grass. However, with the establishment of orphanages by the sacred ground, these souls gained a lifeline, with the potential to one day enter the sacred ground. Occasionally, Qing Luo would overhear Lin Yuan murmuring, "Children are the flowers of the nation," but she could not comprehend such words. Meeting His Highness, she felt that she and those without homes were incredibly fortunate. As the saying goes, as the upper echelons desire, so the lower follow suit, and since His Highness favors commoners, the rulers of the many dynasties within the Taiyin Sacred Ground have begun to exhibit diligence and benevolence, lightening the burdens on the people. These rulers have become more restrained, no longer engaging in rampant exploitation and oppression as they once did. Indeed, several rulers were executed as a warning after being found excessively cruel and inhumane, leading to widespread suffering among the populace. I once accompanied His Highness through the kingdom of Chu, where we vanquished a formidable demon, the Crimson-Eyed Wolf King. At that time, Chu was a desolate wasteland, filled with displaced refugees. Yet, the ruler of Chu not only neglected his duty but also engaged in rampant tyranny, suppressing the uprisings against him, leaving a trail of corpses. Upon witnessing this, His Highness was incensed, and with a single stroke of his sword, he severed the head of the nine-tiered ruler of Chu and displayed it above the palace. He then eradicated all the corrupt nobles and officials, leaving no trace of their tyranny. Ultimately, His Highness dispatched representatives from the sacred ground to take control of Chu, opening granaries and providing labor in exchange for food to comfort the refugees and help them rebuild their homes. Fang Xing was profoundly moved by these words, realizing that Lin Yuan had gone so far as to slay a ruler for the sake of the common people. Indeed, this is the kind of action one would expect from the prince he wishes to follow for a lifetime. In the past, the sacred ground had never involved itself in the governance of dynasties. It was indifferent to such matters, yet Lin Yuan cared, asserting dominion over his own territory. Despite some discontent among the rulers within the Taiyin Sacred Ground, they dare not offend this future sovereign and instead greet him with smiles, striving to treat the common folk better to avoid being made an example of. The rulers soon learned that good governance would be rewarded by His Highness, a rare opportunity that could not be sought after, prompting them to start competing with one another. This led to a significant improvement in the lives of the common people across the dynasties within the Taiyin Sacred Ground. Not only could they now enjoy spirit rice, but they also had the opportunity to attend the schools built by the sacred ground, gaining access to cultivation and a chance to alter their fates. Previously burdened by oppressive taxes and levies, the people now experienced a lighter load, all thanks to Lin Yuan's benevolence. Consequently, households began to worship the longevity tablet of the Sacred Maiden of Taiyin, offering daily prayers for her blessings. If the faith and incense offerings could be quantified, Lin Yuan would surely be astonished by the overwhelming devotion he has garnered within the Taiyin Sacred Ground. However, Lin Yuan remains unaware of this worship. The system template offers no indication of incense values. Even if he were to learn of it, he would not be concerned about such matters. He acts out of a desire to improve the lives of the people in his domain. Having witnessed Lin Yuan's deeds over the years, Qing Luo has long since become his fervent admirer and continued to speak passionately to the entranced Fang Xing. Not only that, His Highness has brought about earth-shattering changes to Zhangzhou. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, upon hearing his name mentioned, opened his eyes, sensing that someone was speaking of him. Could it be that Xiao Tian is talking about me? Alas. He had departed hastily that day and had not had the chance to savor the local delicacies of Zishan City. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, reminiscing about the spirit deer meat Xiao Tian had presented to him, feeling a sense of longing for that unique dish he had never tasted before. If only he had thought to bring some back. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, traversing the rugged depths of the Beastmaster Forest, was preparing to roast meat, his destination being the demon-subduing pass at the northern border. The elder from the ancient sword rummaged through his storage bag, inquiring curiously, "Why do you carry so many hometown snacks? Are you planning to eat them on the way? These are snacks that Brother Lin enjoys, as well as some unique dishes he has yet to try. I plan to present them to him the next time we meet," Xiao Tian replied, gazing at the starry sky under the moonlit night, filled with anticipation for their 3-year agreement. "All right, I shall leave it at that." "You should go and change your clothes," Qing Luo said, her throat parched from speaking so much. She nudged Fang Xing, urging him to hasten indoors. "Thank you," Fang Xing replied, grateful for the wealth of information she had shared about His Highness. He entered the room, closing the door behind him. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, necessitating a thorough washing. Upon emerging from the room and arriving at the palace of the celestial boat, everyone was taken aback by the sight before them. A young man clad in azure robes, tall and upright, with eyes like cold stars and striking features, reminiscent of resilient bamboo standing firm against the cold winds. Unyielding in the face of adversity, he exuded a tranquil depth akin to a serene pool in a secluded valley. If Xiao Tian epitomized the sunny, cheerful demeanor with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, then Fang Xing represented a contrasting style, reserved and profound. The two, each handsome in their own right, showcased their unique charms. Indeed, appearances matter. After changing into fresh attire, he was nearly unrecognizable. Qing Luo couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Her impressions of Fang Xing having previously lingered on the bloodied figure who seemed to have clawed his way out of the underworld. She was taken aback by how much his demeanor had transformed with merely a change of clothing. At that moment, Lin Yuan also took note of Fang Xing's appearance, recalling the image of the imposing and charismatic leader of the demonic sect he had known in a past life. Indeed, the aura of his former self, having succumbed to darkness, was starkly different from the one he now presented. Even his mannerisms had shifted. In his past life, Fang Xing, having embraced the demonic sect, had ruthlessly annihilated the Nanli sect, leaving no survivors. But this life was different. "The Southern Domain Taoist Alliance welcomes Your Highness's presence. We were unaware of Your Highness's arrival, and I apologize for the lack of proper reception," came a deep, respectful voice from beyond the Xian celestial boat. A group of cultivators clad in Taoist Alliance uniforms had arrived, led by the newly appointed guard, Songwen. This middle-aged cultivator continued to bow, stating, "I am Songwen, the new guard. The previous guard, Shui Su, was demoted for failing to detect the collusion between the Nanli sect and the Blood Refinement sect. I will ensure that the matter regarding the Nanli sect's dealings with the demonic sect is investigated thoroughly. May I inquire if Your Highness has any instructions? I will certainly devote myself to this task." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, realizing he had no specific instructions to give, and simply nodded, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. Please continue your investigation. It is our honor to serve Your Highness. We will do our utmost to fulfill this task," Guard Songwen responded respectfully, thinking to himself that the Sacred Maiden of the Taiyin Sacred Ground was indeed more righteous than the rumors suggested. He had not anticipated that a mere 8th-tier sect's collusion with the Blood Refinement sect would garner the attention of this esteemed individual. This had ultimately led to the demotion of his predecessor, Shui Su, and now it was his duty to ensure the matter was resolved thoroughly to secure his newly appointed position. As for why the Southern Domain Taoist Alliance was in charge of the Eastern continent, it was due to the ongoing 50-year rotation between the Eastern and Southern Domain Taoist Alliances. During the rotation period, the Southern Domain Tao Alliance was tasked with investigating the collusion between the Eastern continent's Nanli sect and the demonic cult. After being informed by the Guardian official, Songwen, he wisely retreated with the Tao Alliance cultivators to continue their investigation. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan informed Qing Luo that he would be entering closed-door meditation for a few days. Qing Luo, filled with excitement, inquired, "Your Highness, have you made a breakthrough?" Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "I have gained some insights, and am preparing to enter seclusion." Upon entering his chamber, he activated the formation to prevent any disturbances. Previously, to examine whether Fangxing's Daobone had any flaws, Lin Yuan had scanned it with his divine sense. The scan revealed profound insights about the laws inscribed within the Daobone. He temporarily stored these insights in his mind, planning to break through once matters were settled. Now was indeed the opportune moment for a breakthrough. He closed his eyes, recalling the intricate patterns that contained the mysteries of the laws. Encompassing the principles of heaven and earth, vast and unfathomable. Immersed in the contemplation of the law's subtleties, he felt as though he were a fish returning to the ocean, completely absorbed in the experience. He seemed to merge with the cosmos, perceiving the primordial essence of the laws as a majestic tree supporting the celestial dome, piercing through the universe's starry rivers. He delved deeper into his understanding. Progress bars appeared on the system panel, indicating an increase in comprehension across various laws. The comprehension of the law of gold improved, the comprehension of the law of water improved, the comprehension of the law of wood improved. The comprehension of the law of space improved. Lin Yuan had long silenced these notifications, fully engrossed in his understanding of the laws. When he finally opened his eyes, a myriad of golden divine lights erupted. Radiant as the dawn, akin to the sun rising and the golden crow descending, the heavens shifted dramatically with winds and clouds swirling. Numerous cultivators aboard the celestial vessel found their weapons uncontrollably soaring into the air. Whether swords, spears, or halberds, they all floated towards the center of the vessel, humming in reverence. The higher the tier and the more extraordinary the spiritual essence of the metal weapons, the more fervently they responded, creating a cacophony akin to subjects bowing before their sovereign. This phenomenon was not confined to the celestial vessel. It occurred across the eastern continent, where cultivators engaged in battles over treasures found their weapons levitating, bowing in midair, leaving them utterly astonished. Likewise, countless mortals on the streets of cities witnessed this spectacle, believing they had encountered celestial beings and kneeling in awe. Both the mortals and cultivators of the eastern continent beheld this extraordinary sight. Standing atop the Xianyu celestial vessel, the elder Gu Mengxing expressed her astonishment and joy, exclaiming, "This is the consummation of the law of gold. Your Highness has truly broken through." It was indeed an extraordinary feat for a sage to comprehend the laws to such a degree. Only the most exceptional prodigies could achieve this. Typically, such profound understanding of the laws was only attainable at the celestial sovereign level. Lin Yuan, merely at the early stage of the sage realm, had reached such heights of comprehension, showcasing his remarkable talent. If he were to avoid misfortune, he was destined to ascend to imperial status, and perhaps even attain the status of an immortal, as the legend spoke. After a while, as the humming of the weapons diminished, they returned to their respective owners, and the celestial phenomena in the sky dissipated with the conclusion of Lin Yuan's breakthrough. Within his chamber, the space around Lin Yuan appeared to be riddled with countless fissures, reminiscent of shattered mirrors, emerging from the void yet ultimately vanishing. His understanding of the law of space advanced further, breaking through from the 5th to the 6th level. This enhanced comprehension of spatial manipulation was significant, as the law of space was notoriously challenging to grasp, with each breakthrough being tenfold more difficult than others. The elder Gu Mengxing, closely monitoring the situation, felt the intense fluctuations of the law of space and nearly fainted from joy. "Your Highness has also broken through in the law of space. Such remarkable talent. With a prince of such extraordinary gifts and insights, how could the Holy Land fail to prosper?" The prospect of becoming the foremost sacred land in the future was no longer a mere dream. Once Lin Yuan concluded his breakthrough, he stabilized the surrounding chaotic space and restored the chamber to its original state. He had initially anticipated that mastering the law of gold would take years. Yet he achieved it today, saving himself considerable time. The breakthrough in the law of space was equally gratifying. Lin Yuan mused to himself, realizing that not only had his comprehension of the laws advanced, but his cultivation level had also risen to the 2nd stage of the sage realm. Unexpectedly, assisting Fangxing in reclaiming the Daobone yielded unforeseen rewards, allowing him to save years in comprehending the laws. Truly, good deeds reap good rewards. The Daobone was indeed a remarkable treasure. Proximity to it for comprehension was akin to wielding an artifact for enlightenment. Perhaps only the legendary enlightenment tea and Bodhi seeds from the Forbidden Grounds could compare in their ability to enhance one's understanding. It was no wonder that whenever the Daobone emerged, it attracted powerful figures, leading to bloodshed and chaos. In truth, this was also due to Lin Yuan's deep accumulation of insights into the laws, which made his breakthrough merely a matter of a final push. Others would not have experienced such dramatic results. Nonetheless, even so, the Daobone could still enhance one's comprehension speed by several times. Lin Yuan felt a profound satisfaction with his breakthrough and chose not to dwell on the Daobone any longer, for it was not his possession. He resolved to continue striving for personal cultivation. As for why he did not seek Feng Xing's permission for closer examination of the Dao bone, one could hardly expect him to constantly place his hand on Feng Xing's chest to feel the bone and grasp the loss. That would be exceedingly awkward. There was, of course, another method, joint cultivation, where the effects would be amplified with a partner of exceptional talent. However, Lin Yuan never even considered this, perhaps only understanding its intricacies through personal experience in the future. Upon stepping out of his chamber, Qing Luo eagerly exclaimed, "Miss, was that immense spectacle and commotion due to your breakthrough?" Lin Yuan nodded in affirmation, while the elder Gu Mengxing beamed with delight, saying, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on your breakthrough in the laws and your elevated cultivation level." Meanwhile, Feng Xing, having sensed the powerful fluctuations of the laws from his room, also entered a state of meditation. At that moment, the elder Gu Mengxing received a message that caused her expression to shift dramatically. "Your Highness, we've received an urgent message from the Dao Alliance. A third-stage sage-level demon has infiltrated the southern border, having found a dragon transformation treasure ground and successfully transcended to the fourth stage of the sage realm. This malevolent creature has not departed but instead is wreaking havoc, having consumed over 10,000 lives in just a few hours, flooding multiple cities and villages." Upon hearing of the chaos and slaughter caused by the demon in the southern domain, Lin Yuan could no longer remain composed. His temper flared at such news. He immediately utilized the power of the law of space to create a portal leading to the southern border. "Elder, I must depart. Your Highness, your impatience is quite evident." The elder Gu Mengxing chuckled, relaying to the others that they would accompany the prince to the southern domain, with a wave of her sleeve. She gathered everyone, including the Xianyu celestial vessel, and took a single step, traversing mountains and rivers to vanish from sight. In the skies above the southern border, the eastern domain's guardian official, Jiang Yusheng, gazed anxiously into the distance as torrents of water engulfed everything. Furrowing his brow, he questioned his subordinates, "What is the current situation? How many mortals and cultivators has that sage-level dragon consumed? How many human cities have been destroyed? What are the plans for retreat?" Jiang Yusheng felt a profound sense of despair. As the guardian of the eastern domain, he had not anticipated encountering such calamities during his 50-year rotation in the southern domain. Truly unfortunate circumstances. It had been centuries since a sage-level demon had infiltrated human territory and wreaked havoc, and yet here he was, facing such adversity this year, unbeknownst to him. The sage-level demon was originally the demon king of the Blackwater Serpent clan, who had infiltrated the border 500 years ago. It had inadvertently discovered a dragon transformation treasure ground within the southern domain, with grand designs to gather various evolutionary bloodlines and treasures. It awaited the arrival of a fully realized third-stage sage to transcend at this site, enabling not only a breakthrough, but also the evolution of its bloodline into that of a dragon. Now that it had successfully transcended, the demon dragon was elated and decided to indulge itself. The essence of the human race, both blood and flesh, was highly attractive and nourishing to the demon kind. It resolved to feast upon the human borders first, planning to retreat to its lair after a few days when human cultivators from the central continent would arrive. In other circumstances, such a plan might have succeeded. Due to the rich spiritual energy of the central continent, which boasts numerous paradisiacal realms, the formidable beings of the human race typically reside there. The spiritual energy in the other four continents is scarce, and their resources are meager. Thus, these powerful beings rarely venture into these regions, preferring to cultivate within their secluded sanctuaries. The journey from the central continent to the southern border is excessively long, particularly as it traverses the chaotic battlefield ruins wrought by an ancient cataclysm. Consequently, teleportation from the central continent to the southern continent necessitates a lengthy detour, taking several days at the very least. However, what this dragon did not anticipate was that Lin Yuan and the Grand Elder, along with others, were still in the eastern continent, close to the southern continent, unprepared for the chaos that would ensue. Reporting to the Lord, one of the subordinates lamented, "The dragon has currently devoured approximately 57,000 lives, and the flood has engulfed several surrounding kingdoms. The casualties continue to rise at an alarming rate. Soon, this beast will have consumed millions, if not tens of millions." With a furrowed brow, he continued, "At this rate, if it does not claim at least several million lives, the dragon will not be satisfied." Sighing, the garrison commander, Jiang Yusheng, said, "I have already sent a plea for assistance to the Dao Alliance headquarters. It is uncertain which sage will come to our aid, and we shall likely have to wait several more days for this matter to conclude. We must expedite our evacuation efforts and rescue as many people as possible." Jiang Yunxing had previously alerted the nearby kingdoms to organize a swift retreat to the mainland for refuge, and his subordinates from the Dao Alliance were dispatched to coordinate the evacuation and rescue efforts. We shall save as many as we can. They have done their utmost. As for confronting that saint-level dragon, I implore you, that is a being of the highest order. Among them, Jiang Yunxing held the highest cultivation level, being at the first layer of the life and death realm, which was a significant disparity compared to the fourth layer of the dragon. To charge forth against such a creature would be akin to delivering oneself as a meal. The dragon could easily devour them in one gulp, leaving naught but bones in its wake. It was conceivable that this demon would even chuckle at the offering. Can we only stand by and watch this unfold? How infuriating that our powers are so limited. One of the Dao Alliance cultivators, at the seventh layer of the transformation realm, expressed his anguish. Situated at the intersection of the southern and eastern continents, as well as the demon race's territory, the dragon's rampage affected several kingdoms, including his homeland. The thought of his hometown submerged and countless lives lost, potentially including those of esteemed mentors and friends, filled him with rage. Fortunately, after attaining the transformation realm, he had relocated his family to the central continent. Otherwise, he would truly be left alone in despair. Nearby, fellow Dao Alliance cultivators offered him their condolences, acknowledging the harsh realities of this world, where humanity bears deep-seated enmity with the other races. They resumed their evacuation efforts. When news arrived from the Dao Alliance headquarters that the Holy Maiden of the Taiyin Sacred Land was currently touring the eastern continent and had come to offer assistance upon hearing of their plight. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Yunxin's spirit surged with joy as he exclaimed, "Gentlemen, the peril posed by the dragon in the southern continent can be resolved today. Let us hasten to welcome Her Highness." At the southern continent's border, the dragon's rampage affected numerous surrounding kingdoms. The flood roared like an enraged dragon, unleashing monstrous waves that swept away everything in its path, submerging villages, forests, roads, and fields. Those unfortunate souls struggling against the rising waters were, at least, luckier than those devoured by the dragon, as they had a slim chance of survival. Miles away, the dragon, towering hundreds of feet high with shimmering scales glinting in the sunlight, feasted upon its prey. Its golden slit-like eyes radiated a chilling, brutal mockery, while its newly sprouted horns jutted proudly from its head. As it gnawed on the flesh of humanity, it appeared both fearsome and grotesque. In a mere blink, thousands of mortals were swept into the air by the demon's winds, their anguished cries echoing through the chaos, leaving no trace behind. Zhong Shan, along with other villagers, fled to the mountains for refuge. Their village lay at a considerable distance from the dragon. When the flood surged forth, some villagers noticed the impending disaster early on. The village chief organized the residents to hastily ascend the mountain to seek safety. Fortunately, several steep peaks nearby provided them with a refuge, unlike other villages that found no escape from the flood's onslaught. A group of young men, bearing the elderly, women, and children, swiftly ascended the mountain. In the midst of the urgency and chaos, many were reluctant to abandon their belongings, while some, driven by desperation, shoved others aside to escape. Tragically, some villagers perished in the flood while attempting to save their loved ones. Ultimately, from the several hundred villagers who initially fled, only around 120 managed to survive and reach the mountainside. Zhong Shan, the village woodcutter, earned his living by chopping wood and possessed greater strength than most. He often ventured into the mountains to hunt for wild game to supplement their meals. At 19 years of age, he had lost his mother to illness and, 5 years prior, his father, also a woodcutter, had met his demise in a mishap with a wild beast, familiar with the terrain. Zhong Shan led the way with his axe, clearing a path for the villagers alongside other hunters and woodcutters, guiding them rapidly toward a well-known route. He was a robust young man clad in coarse fabric, with a bow and arrow slung over his shoulder. His face bore the marks of rugged determination tempered with a touch of innocence, and he exuded the raw essence typical of those from the borderlands. If Lin Yuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as Zhong Shan, the son of fortune from the southern continent. "How much longer until we arrive?" the village chief panted, leaning on his cane. His frail form was supported by 2 burly men, allowing him to reach this point. Among the seasoned woodcutters and hunters, Zhong Shan, despite his youth, was the most familiar with the mountains. His desire for vengeance against the beast that had taken his father had driven him to hunt extensively in these woods. A year prior, he had finally tracked down and slain the leopard responsible for his father's death. "Chief, we are nearing our resting point. Everyone can take a moment to recuperate," Zhong Shan reassured, glancing back at the weary villagers. Drenched in sweat, their shelter was just ahead, and it appeared the flood would not reach them for some time, allowing for a much-needed respite. Upon reaching the makeshift wooden shelter on the mountainside, the villagers collapsed, panting heavily. Many could no longer contain their fear and sorrow, breaking into tears. Those who had lost loved ones to the flood wept uncontrollably, and the mountain echoed with their grief. "Wah! My child was swept away by the waters," cried one villager, while another lamented. "My mother was bitten by a beast while trying to save me and was dragged into the water, never to return." Others, gazing at the submerged fields below, wept. "The crops we planted this year have been ruined by the flood. Without food, we shall starve." Most of the villagers were farmers, and in their haste to escape, they had brought little food with them. Now, empty-handed, their panic deepened as they beheld the inundated farmlands. "When will this calamity end?" the village chief stammered, his voice thick with emotion. The floodwaters continued to rise, and the duration of this disaster remained uncertain. Without sufficient provisions, they were left to wonder if they would meet the same fate as other villages. Zhongshan ascended to a vantage point to survey the horizon. In the distance loomed a colossal, pitch-black dragon, soaring toward the heavens like a pillar connecting earth and sky. Its tail lashed the waters, stirring the vast flood, while a thunderous sound akin to rolling thunder reverberated as it consumed its victims. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, winds shifting violently, and the air was thick with the scent of despair. What had once been prosperous towns and villages lay in ruins, and the ground was a tumultuous sea of waves. "Chief, that is no natural disaster. It is a demon. The flood is the result of that beast's manipulation of the ocean, and many have been devoured," Zhongshan exclaimed in terror, witnessing the dragon sucking thousands of lives into its gaping maw. It was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying creature. Could this truly be the legendary dragon? It must be a manifestation of a demon, the well-informed village chief replied, his face paling as he approached for a clearer view. The other villagers, witnessing the horror, cried out in fear, "Help us! How could such a terrifying demon appear here? It will devour us. We are doomed, utterly doomed. Please, someone, come to our rescue. We do not wish to perish." Just as despair and terror enveloped the crowd, the dark clouds above began to disperse, and the thunder subsided. Suddenly, the sky was a brilliant blue, unclouded for miles, as the laws of the universe swirled and visions emerged. A celestial being, clad in snow-white robes with flowing sleeves, descended from the heavens, standing apart from the world, ethereal and untainted, causing even the light of the heavens to pale in comparison. A voice, filled with formidable intent, resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. "Those who trespass upon the realm of humanity shall be punished." This voice, like a sharp blade wielding divine authority, transformed into golden chains that ensnared the dragon, which had been feasting moments before, rendering it immobile as if trapped in an impenetrable net. Its gaping maw was pierced by numerous golden chains of law, causing it to emit tears of agony as it saw stars. The golden cage forged from the laws of the great completion level was not so easily broken. Moreover, this holy realm dragon, having merely begun to comprehend the water laws through its bloodline, could never hope to escape such binding. The disparity between the beginnings and great completion was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. The Black Water Demon King, having evolved into a dragon, was instantly taken aback, initially dismissive of the approaching figure. Sensing only the second level of the Saint Realm, it now realized the gravity of the situation. It had thought it was presented with a delectable feast, but unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent. The mastery of laws at this level was nothing short of extraordinary among saints. Undoubtedly, this was a peerless prodigy of humanity. Realizing the peril, the dragon chose to fight desperately for survival. Attempting to escape with all its might, it unleashed its divine powers, expanding to a size reminiscent of an ancient divine mountain, charging toward the distance with the force of a meteor, stirring up torrents of water that cascaded into a towering curtain of waves. In the air, Lin Yuan drew his sword. The blade surged forth like a white rainbow piercing the sun. As swift as lightning, it embodied a vast and pure sword intent, as boundless as the cosmos. Akin to the primordial chaos that nurtures all, this strike contained earth-shattering might, harmonizing the five elements, and flowing with the interplay of yin and yang. Furthermore, this sword encompassed the power of spatial loss, leaving the Black Water Demon King with no avenue for retreat. Forced to endure the impending onslaught, the Black Water Demon King felt the sword light upon it, almost weightless, causing a momentary daze. As it questioned whether it was merely an illusion, countless horrific fissures erupted within its massive form, tearing it apart. In an instant, its organs were obliterated, bones shattered, and blood poured forth like rain, culminating in its demise and the extinguishment of its soul. One man, one sword, vanquished the demon dragon, the sword's aura cleaving through the heavens. The sound of golden blood raining down upon the land echoed as the colossal dragon's body collapsed toward the water, creating a vast crater that drew the sea inward. producing a thunderous roar. Thus, a saint-level demon dragon fell, its life extinguished on the spot. Lin Yuan observed the numerous kingdoms submerged in floodwaters, witnessing the plight of the suffering populace. Inside, he raised his hand, summoning the power of the 5 elements, instantly transforming the world. The sky cleared, devoid of any lingering gloom. The once torrential waters morphed into countless water dragons, converging into a lake at the site of the dragon's demise before returning to the ocean. The destroyed wooden houses and earthen walls rapidly regenerated, resembling flourishing saplings, restored not only to their former state but appearing even sturdier. The previously uneven roads were now uniformly paved. Moreover, vegetation thrived. Fields yielded bountiful harvests. Spiritual energy coalesced, flowers bloomed profusely, and fruits ripened abundantly. What was once autumn and winter now resembled a vibrant spring, teeming with life. The ruins of numerous kingdoms also rejuvenated, their structures surpassing their former glory. In an instant, vast lands were transformed, a testament to the might of a saint wielding the power of laws. This place, blessed by the dragon's blood and further transformed by Lin Yuan's mastery of laws, would become a treasure trove in the southern domain, a fortune born from calamity. Lin Yuan then waved his sleeve, sending forth rain imbued with healing power from the wood laws, shimmering with a green light as it fell upon the crowd below. From the mountains, Zhongshan witnessed a breathtaking scene. A once disabled old hunter, who had lost an arm in battle with wild beasts, now stood rejuvenated, his severed limb restored, radiant with life. Stammering in disbelief, he exclaimed, "My arm, it's grown back." Among the crowd, the elderly, previously listless and barely alive, now brimmed with vitality as if rejuvenated by years. The weak and frail felt their strength returning, while the rain that fell upon the uninjured warmed them, akin to a soothing hot spring, invigorating their spirits. Yet, the harsh reality remained. Nearly 1 million lives lost to the chaos of the dragon's rampage could not be revived. The village chief, invigorated and straightening his back, cast aside his crutch and knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "A miracle! This is the blessing of the Celestial. We have been saved. It was the Celestial above who vanquished that rampaging dragon. Our homes, destroyed, have returned to us. How marvelous! We can go home." The villagers, trembling with excitement, knelt and bowed, murmuring in fervent agreement. Meanwhile, Zhongshan recalled the celestial maiden who had glanced back from the clouds above. A fleeting moment etched into his memory forever. "Your Highness truly possesses a benevolent heart," remarked the Grand Elder Gu Mangxing, observing Lin Yuan restore the terrain and heal the wounded mortals and cultivators. She smiled, reflecting on how had she dealt with the dragon. She would have departed without concern for these matters. Other saints would have done the same. They often held little regard for the lives of common mortals and ordinary cultivators. Lin Yuan, however, was different. Born under the red flag and nurtured by the spring breeze in his past life, he naturally felt compelled to assist those who had suffered due to the demons, calamities, and the resulting displacement. Watching the scene unfold, Gu Mangxing was unconcerned for Lin Yuan's safety, recalling an instance where a demonic cultivator had threatened him with the lives of an entire city. The next moment, that very cultivator was obliterated into ashes. Lin Yuan declared, "I never negotiate with the dead, nor do I trust the deceitful words of my enemies. Children make choices. Adults can have it all that I safeguarded the lives of the city's citizens. And I shall take the life of that wicked demon cultivator as well. Becoming stronger is for the purpose of having the power to act upon one's will that if one is timid. What was the point of cultivating? Perhaps one day he would face an insurmountable dilemma requiring a choice, but he would save if he could. If not, he would do his utmost, with a clear conscience." "We pay our respects to your Highness," spoke Jiang Yunxing, the garrison commander of the Eastern Domain Alliance, who approached with numerous cultivators from the Alliance, bowing deeply. "Your Highness, having slain the rampaging demon dragon and saved countless lives from peril, your immense kindness is unforgettable. On behalf of the people of the Southern Domain, I express our deepest gratitude for your assistance." With that, Jiang Yunxing bowed profoundly, his weary, weathered face filled with gratitude. Earlier, he and other cultivators had been preoccupied with the evacuation of numerous kingdoms, hastily escorting people to safety, thus arriving in disarray. There is no need for such formality. It was but a simple task. This demon dragon has wrought havoc, daring to act wantonly within our realm. Such audacity is akin to having the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. You shall tidy up the aftermath and ensure aid is provided. By the way, how many lives were lost within the Alliance during this calamity? Lin Yuan gestured dismissively, inquiring about the Alliance's casualties as he was naturally concerned for their losses. "Reporting to your Highness, 312 cultivators of the Alliance have perished. Many fell victim to the dragon's jaws, while others sacrificed themselves while escorting the evacuation," Jiang Yunxing reported. Hearing these figures, Lin Yuan felt a weight settle upon him. He spoke somberly. For those cultivators of the Alliance who sacrificed or were injured while protecting the common folk of the southern domain, let their families receive compensation multiplied tenfold. I shall cover the additional rewards myself. Moreover, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. The red straps within these 2 storage bags are intended as compensation for the families of the fallen monks, while the spirit stones in the other bag shall serve as a reward for your diligent rescue efforts. Lin Yuan possesses an abundance of spirit stones. Financial concerns are of no consequence to him, as he is the founder of the esteemed Wanbao Tower, the foremost trading house in Central Continent. Thus, he generously presented the storage bags without hesitation, receiving the 2 bags from Lin Yuan, the garrison commander. Jiang Yunsheng felt utterly astonished, and the other Dao Alliance cultivators were equally moved. Trembling with emotion, it was astonishing that someone as noble and powerful as the Holy Maiden of the Taiyin would show concern for the lives of these ordinary Dao Alliance cultivators, igniting a fervent desire in them to pledge their loyalty, almost to the point of kneeling before her. However, they restrained their impulses, recognizing their limited power and lack of qualification to become her followers. If the system could measure loyalty, at that moment, the loyalty of these individuals would have risen several notches, reaching an impressive level. The Grand Elder, Gu Mengxing, discreetly cast a glance at the oblivious Lin Yuan, then surveyed the surrounding Dao Alliance cultivators, whose expressions were filled with admiration and eagerness to swear allegiance. She mused to herself, as expected of Her Highness, wherever she goes, there are always those who wish to follow and serve her. In the celestial vessel, Feng Xing, having concluded his seclusion, witnessed Lin Yuan's heroic deeds of vanquishing demons and monsters, akin to a divine being descending to alleviate the suffering of the world, stirring his own emotions deeply. His gaze toward Lin Yuan grew increasingly fervent, akin to that of an exceedingly devout believer. The expressions of the Dao Alliance members as they regarded Lin Yuan evoked a sense of urgency in Feng Xing. The number of individuals desiring to follow Her Highness was overwhelming. He felt compelled to grow stronger, aiming to become the most formidable and loyal follower under her command. Qing Luo, with stars in her eyes, fervently captured images with a recording stone, envisioning how splendid these would be as promotional material for her esteemed mistress in Central Continent. Unaware of Qing Luo's antics, Lin Yuan addressed Jiang Yunsheng and the others, stating, "The recent incursion of the Blackwater Demon King has resulted in the slaughter of millions of our kin. I shall demand an explanation from the demon race." Jiang Yunsheng could not help but smile wryly upon hearing this. The enmity between humanity and the demon race runs deep, rooted in bloodshed. In ancient times, when humanity lacked the means for cultivation, the demons enslaved and consumed them. It was only with the rise of the human emperor that this dark era was brought to an end, driving the demons beyond the 5 continents. Over the subsequent ages, generations of humans and demons clashed in a cycle of vengeance, leading to a blood-soaked history, though a mutual non-aggression pact was signed millennia ago to prevent large-scale conflict. Smaller skirmishes continued to occur. The demons periodically unleashed waves of lower-tier beasts to assault the borders, while humanity constructed the Demon Guard to fend off these invasions, known for their arrogance. The demons often dismissed the human casualties as insignificant. In the eyes of the demon kings, the consumption of human lives was merely a trivial matter. They might even consider the slaying of a holy realm dragon by humanity as a slight against their dignity, eventually succumbing to pressure from the human elite to apologize and settle the matter. Centuries prior, when a holy realm demon king invaded human territory, it devoured millions before fleeing from the pursuit of human sages. The resolution was a mere apology from the demon race, with the attitude of the demon sages have apologized. What more do you desire? The sage from the Tianxian Holy Land had no choice but to relent. For the demon king had already escaped, and the dangers of the demon race's stronghold were not to be trifled with by an ordinary elder. Jiang Yunsheng, resigned, thought that this incident would likely unfold similarly to that of centuries ago, with the demons accusing the human sages of pursuing their kind, only to ultimately apologize under duress. Yet, the Blackwater Demon King, the true instigator, would not escape unscathed this time. As a cultivator of humanity, Lin Yuan harbored a profound disdain for the demon race, especially given their betrayal during the invasion of the Jiuzhou world. Witnessing the suffering of millions in the southern continent deepened his loathing for the demons. Turning to the Grand Elder beside him, he inquired, "Might the Grand Elder be interested in accompanying me to the demon race's stronghold? Your Highness's invitation fills me with delight. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Grand Elder Gu Mengxing replied, her bamboo staff in hand, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Yuan's voice echoed, "I intend to eradicate the Blackwater Serpent Demon Clan." The Blackwater Demon King has trespassed upon our borders, and the existence of the Blackwater Serpent clan is no longer warranted. Furthermore, for every million lives the demon race has taken from humanity, I shall claim the lives of 10 million demons in return, blood for blood. Tenfold repayment. In the demon territory, the waters inhabited by the Blackwater Shin Snake clan were rife with swamps and lakes, a place once ruled by the Blackwater Demon King, now referred to as the Blackwater Domain by the demon race. Fish occasionally leaped from the depths, bubbles rising to the surface, while a river, reminiscent of a jade ribbon, meandered through the landscape, flanked by weeping willows and sparkling waters, within the valleys where serpents dwelled. Countless caves wound deep into the earth, resembling a plethora of black holes, from which chilling screams occasionally echoed, mingling with the noxious mist that blended with the emerald demon aura, creating an atmosphere of foreboding. Inside the caves lay heaps of bones, severed limbs, and bloodstains, evoking the horrors of the underworld, starkly contrasting with the sunlit beauty outside the valleys. Here, the remains of humanity, plundered over the years, lay buried. Enormous cauldrons simmered with broth made from various herbs and unknown wild fruits. A small demon, wielding a fork, approached a group of trembling mortals, all captured from the vulnerable borders, having stealthily infiltrated human villages. The boundary between humanity and the demon race was extensive, with the demon guard established at critical locations to repel beast waves and high-tier demons. However, due to its length, it was impossible to monitor all those who stealthily infiltrated. These demons often abducted individuals from human villages along the borders, taking advantage of their weakness, while avoiding towns fortified by cultivator families or sections. Thus, each year, numerous disappearances occurred, many of which ended in the jaws of demons. The small demon scrutinized the trembling villagers, finding them emaciated and lacking the plumpness of earlier captives. With a flick of its serpentine tail, it carelessly tossed two men into a boiling pot, eliciting piercing cries. "Ah, it's so hot, help, I don't want to die." After a time, the screams faded, and the two men ceased to struggle, evidently lifeless in the cauldron. Nearby, a Blackwater serpent demon reveled in the aroma of the cooking flesh, stirring the pot with a spoon and adding spices, as a line of serpent demons awaited their meal. Among the captives, Hu Chai, disheveled and drenched in sweat, his face pale, realized that among those captured, the children had long been consumed, and the able-bodied men had been devoured in recent days, leaving only himself, a few others, and some elderly. If this continued, he too would soon find himself in the cauldron. Unwilling to accept such a fate, Hu Chai rubbed a sharp stone he had hidden in his sleeve against the ropes binding him, waiting for the demons to finish their meal and take a respite, his chance to escape. As anticipated, once the serpents were satiated, they dispersed to their respective caves for merriment, with cries of anguish emanating from within, indicating both men and women were subjected to torment. Those among the captives who were deemed attractive were taken into the caves, where their fates were equally grim. Once they had been exhausted, they too would be cast into the boiling pot. The cave was unguarded, for the demons believed these mortals could never escape their territory. After waiting a quarter of an hour for the serpents to depart, Hu Chai finally tore free the severed ropes and signaled for silence among the astonished crowd. He then proceeded to release each person from their bindings. Those who had survived this long were not fools. The overly loud had already been consumed. They held their breath, ready to follow Hu Chai's lead. "Let us take advantage of the serpent's rest to flee the cave. Run as far as you can, and try to separate to avoid making too much noise." Hu Chai whispered softly, and the crowd nodded in agreement, cautiously following him as they groped their way toward the exit of the cavern. As they approached the tunnel's end, guided by a distant light, sunlight cascaded down from the sinkhole above, illuminating the dim grotto. When the group finally discerned the cave's opening, towering dozens of meters above them, despair washed over them. The height was insurmountable. They could only stand at the bottom of the cavern, gazing up at the unattainable exit. No. How could this be? Hu Chai, filled with despair and unwillingness, pounded the ground with his fists, letting out a low roar of frustration. The others were equally terrified and despondent, some weeping bitterly, others beating their chests and lamenting. "Oh heavens, why is this happening? Is there truly no path to salvation? Woo, I want to go home." It was no wonder that those detestable demon tribes had left no one behind to guard. They had long known that we could never escape this cavern. Just then, the cavern echoed with the rustling of footsteps and the curses of the Blackwater snake demons. Capture those fleeing human delicacies. How dare they run? They truly do not know the meaning of danger. I shall whip them to death. These despicable humans dare to flee while we are not paying attention. It infuriates me. Armed with weapons, the pursuing Blackwater snake demons opened their gaping maws, Bearing their crimson tongues, their greedy, furious eyes sweeping over the retreating humans, the leading snake demon wielded a long whip and struck out directly. The ferocity of that whip contained a malevolent demonic power, accompanied by a gust of demonic wind. As a howling tempest raged, should they be struck, they would surely be killed instantly. As Hu Chai and the others awaited their impending doom in despair. A radiant beam of sword light descended from the heavens, transforming into countless sword rain. The white light intertwined like an impenetrable net from the sky, cascading into every cavern as if a multitude of stars were falling. Not only that, but this sword light also rained down upon the plains, lakes, forests, and soil, rendering all demonkind exposed, with nowhere to hide. It was a pure and immaculate sword light, akin to a crescent moon illuminating the pitch-black cavern and dispelling the gloom within their hearts. The crowd witnessed the moonlight-like sword light descend upon the pursuing black water snake demons, who, like ice and snow melting away, lost their lives one by one, collapsing like toppled statues, quietly lying in pools of their own blood. A single strike to the throat, blood splattering on the spot. This scene did not occur solely in the cavern where Hu Chai and the others resided. It transpired in countless other caverns as well. The sword light fell like rain, and in an instant, tens of millions of demonkind perished throughout the Blackwater domain. Not only the million-strong Blackwater snake tribe, but also various other demons active in the Blackwater domain were utterly annihilated. Hu Chai and the others felt as though they were dreaming in broad daylight. The scene unfolding before them was simply unbelievable, too fantastical to comprehend. A single brilliant sword light had slain so many fearsome-looking demons. Rescuing them from certain death, was this truly not a dream? Then, they felt a pulling force that drew them, along with the bodies of the Blackwater snake demons, out of the cavern. Hu Chai realized he was floating. Astonished as he waved his hand and exclaimed, "I am actually flying." As they emerged from the dark cavern, they saw many other humans, similarly abducted, floating in the air. They also beheld a celestial maiden, radiant as the moon, high above in the heavens. Her eyes sparkled like rippling spring waters as she glanced at them, and then with a wave of her sleeve, she scattered a multitude of luminous light. As this light enveloped them, the crowd felt a sense of rejuvenation. Many who had been gaunt and emaciated suddenly became strong and robust, while wounds inflicted by the demons healed as if they had never existed. Overcome with emotion, they wept and choked out their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, immortal teacher, for saving our lives. The demons in this place have been vanquished by my hand. Soon, I shall escort you home." Lin Yuan spoke. Upon arriving, he surveyed the scene with his divine senses, witnessing the atrocities committed by the demons and the tragic fates of the countless bones that had been captured. Filled with righteous fury, he unleashed a single sword strike that obliterated millions of demons in the Blackwater domain. Yet, this was not enough. He aimed to make the demons understand the consequences of bullying humanity. At that moment, a voice, resounding with the might of heaven, swept across most of the territories and domains inhabited by the demons, its reach extending to the borders and cities of the human territories. In an instant, both the demons beyond the Blackwater domain and the border humans heard the same voice ringing in their ears. Recently, the demon tribes have slaughtered 100,000 humans in the southern region. Today, I shall sever the head of the Holy Realm Blackwater Demon King here, exterminating your millions of demons as a warning to others. From now on, any demon daring to infiltrate human territory shall be met with merciless slaughter. Should you harm my kin, the retribution shall be tenfold. At that moment, Xiao Tian, who had already reached the demon suppression pass and was within the city, felt a jolt of recognition upon hearing that familiar voice and nearly exclaimed, "That's Brother Lin's voice." The old man within the ancient sword could not help but click his tongue in admiration, saying, "Lin, my young friend, has slain even the Holy Realm Demon King and taken down millions of demons. How magnificent! And you, my apprentice, how many beasts have you slain?" "Master, I have just arrived at the demon suppression pass," Xiao Tian replied with a wry smile in his heart, increasingly aware of the insurmountable gap in strength between himself and Lin Yuan, which only served to ignite his fighting spirit further. Meanwhile, the enraged and bewildered demons, along with the border humans, simultaneously conjured a horrific image in their minds, an immense graveyard, a landscape piled high with the remains of countless demons. Particularly striking was the grotesque head of the Holy Realm Flood Dragon, resembling a small mountain. A suffocating aura of death permeated the area, with crimson blood frothing like waves. Even the evening skies glowed dimmed in its presence. A figure clad in white, wielding a sword, stood atop that mountain of corpses and blood, painting the skies red with death and casting the day into darkness. Even from a distance, the blood-red killing intent seemed to pierce through the fabric of space. striking at the hearts of the many demons, causing them to break out in cold sweats, trembling in fear, their faces paling in terror. This scene collectively ignited a single thought among the demons. Humanity had birthed another god of slaughter. How audacious it was to issue such a warning in this manner. It was a level of arrogance unseen for millennia, the last to act so brazenly, leaving rivers of demon blood in their wake. Was that legendary madman with a spear, known as the god of slaughter, who had been hunted into the Forbidden Zone after slaying numerous demon kings. However, it was said that many years later, that human became a quasi-emperor, and the demon lords could only offer apologies and let the matter rest. That slayer was a figure the demon race could not afford to offend, a name that was a taboo. To utter it would invite attention from the emperor's consciousness. Yet now, a mere sage dared to threaten them so boldly. They were truly unaware of the danger they courted, their arrogance blinding them to the possibility that this human might one day ascend to emperor status. If Lin Yuan were to learn of their thoughts, he would surely smile and affirm, "You are correct. It is indeed possible." Some of the demons, having regained their composure, erupted in fury. This was a blatant slap to their faces, and they could not tolerate it. The demons had always acted with impunity, indulging themselves in human territories, feasting, and then returning to their lairs. This had occurred more than once. The severed head of the Black Water Demon King, slain by Lin Yuan, was a glaring insult to the demon lords, and the loss of millions of their kin only stoked their rage further. When did it become the humans' turn to flaunt their might before them? Thus, a multitude of demon lords, empowered by the resonance of their communication, resolved to eliminate this audacious human who dared to challenge their domain. Many demon kings shouted furiously, declaring, "How dare this human child act so brazenly? I shall surely kill him. Is it not just a few 100,000 lives lost? Mere lowly humans, they have perished, so what? To retaliate with the deaths of millions of our kin is unforgivable." The demons seethed with anger. This human dares to come into our territory and speak so audaciously. I shall flay him alive, strip his skin, and refine his soul into a lamp. Let all humans know the fate of crossing our demon race. As these demon lords seethed with fury, preparing to strike back, the voice from the Black Water domain echoed once more, igniting their wrath. "I hereby challenge you to a duel. Are there any demon lords willing to come forth and accept my challenge? Do not make me regard you demon lords as cowardly garbage, cowardly garbage." Such was the term to describe the demon race, concealed within the void. The venerable elder Gu Mangsing of the Path Guardians could scarcely suppress a laugh upon hearing those words. Historically, the demon race has always been characterized by its extreme arrogance, yet unexpectedly, they now encountered an even more audacious and domineering presence. "You wait right there. I shall come forth and slay you." Some demon kings, having lost their composure, erupted in furious curses as they charged outward, and many others followed suit. These demon kings, typically imposing and authoritative within their clans, had never before faced such humiliation. Their destination set firmly on the Black Water domain. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained unhurried, prolonging the combination of his sound transmission and mirroring techniques akin to a live broadcast of his magical arts, as he prepared a stage for the gathering of saints around him. Those humans he had rescued were already ensconced within his cave treasure, awaiting their return home once he concluded his business within the demon territories. This time, he aimed to instill profound fear in the hearts of the demon saints and those beneath that rank, ensuring that the demons would think twice before covertly infiltrating human lands to cause mischief. Only then would these demons comprehend that the repercussions of bullying humans were beyond their capacity to endure. Simultaneously, he was fishing for the big catches among the demon saints and kings. Uncertain of how many would be ensnared before the demon sovereign made an appearance, he aspired to safeguard the myriad inhabitants of the Taiyin Sacred Land when the impending invasion of the demon race and the ensuing cataclysm struck. Presently, his second-level saintly power was still woefully inadequate. He required at least the cultivation of a quasi-emperor to have any semblance of assurance. It is worth noting that in his previous life, the foremost sacred land, the everlasting Qing, suffered severe devastation and nearly faced annihilation during the demon invasion. In that lifetime, Lin Yuan was aware of the existence of demon emperors who had yet to intervene. While the Jiuzhou world had not produced an emperor in tens of thousands of years, to confront the demon emperors and bring an end to this calamity in the future, the human faction must have an emperor rise. Lin Yuan was not the type to place his hopes upon others. Upon arriving in this world, he was entirely alone, relying solely on the sword in his hand to carve a path forward. His ambition was to become an emperor, a pursuit that demanded an unfathomable amount of experience points and a profound understanding of laws and principles to forge his own path. a daunting and arduous endeavor that could very well lead to perilous outcomes. Yet he would never relent. Without strength, how could he protect those he wished to guard? Lin Yuan set up his stage to confront the approaching demon kings, partly motivated by his anger at witnessing the plight of so many humans. When had it become the demon race's turn to bully the human faction? Additionally, he sought to amass experience points to elevate his realm and diminish the living forces of the hostile demon faction. He had long desired to wreak havoc within the demon territories. With the elder beside him wielding the imperial artifact, the Xianyu immortal boat. Even if they encountered a quasi-emperor among the demons, they could make a hasty retreat, ensuring their safety. Before long, several demon kings approached from the Blackwater domain. Accompanied by a multitude of demon soldiers, the sky was darkened by a vast number of demon troops, banners fluttering, demonic energy swirling, and dust rising, obscuring the sun and casting a pall over the scene. The overwhelming throng of demon soldiers, numbering in the millions, brandished weapons and beat drums, their imposing presence amplified by the cacophony of shouts proclaiming the might of their demon king and the impending doom for the human race. The spectacle resembled the celestial army of the demon pantheon descending to capture mortals, with dark clouds gathering like a tempest and torrential rain pouring down, the icy droplets cascading from the heavens. Amidst this turmoil, a lone figure, a man with a sword, stood resolutely atop a mountain peak. Clad in white, he resembled a solitary boat amidst a stormy sea, appearing precariously close to disaster yet unwavering in his stance. In such a scene, he seemed both insignificantly small and resolutely steadfast. This sight caused those humans stationed at the borders to feel a pang of anxiety, instinctively worrying for this brave human warrior delving deep into demon territory. In particular, the cultivators tasked with guarding the borders longed to be present on the battlefield, standing shoulder to shoulder with this remarkable individual. Lin Yuan, finding the chaotic display of demons overhead rather irksome, spoke up, "Descend at once." As his voice rang out, it seemed as though his words wielded the power of law itself. The demon army plummeted from the sky like dumplings, the vast black clouds dissipating to reveal the true sky. Ah! The screams of the demon soldiers echoed as they were mercilessly torn apart by the spatial laws, their souls extinguished upon their descent. Countless demon bodies fell into the blood-soaked depths below, transforming into a sea of corpses as the heavens once again unleashed a rain. This time, a torrential downpour of blood. The first of the 4 arriving demon kings was a golden-winged rock of the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Its body shimmering like crystal, radiating a golden glow. Its immense size, when it spread its wings, rivaled that of a lake, and its avian eyes glinted with avarice as they fixated on the human before it. The Golden Rock Demon King could not help but secretly ponder, who would have thought such a breathtaking beauty existed among humans? If only I could have a taste of such splendor. It would be an ecstasy beyond compare. Following closely were several demon kings of the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, among them a snow-beard demon king of colossal stature, resembling a moving mountain. Wielding dual golden hammers with an intimidating presence, the Wolf King of the Songyue Wolf clan, transforming into a great wolf, was not far behind in size, its claws glimmering with silvery radiance as it approached like a thunderstorm. Upon seeing the figure before them, these demon kings were utterly mesmerized, their eyes fixated in disbelief. The final one among them was the Red Bull Demon King, adorned in a radiant glow with intricate patterns etched upon its body. Clutching the treasure blade, Qi Xiaohong Lian, its gaze transfixed upon the human as it swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Is there truly such a transcendent beauty in this world? To embrace her would be to die beneath the peony." Yet remain a romantic spirit. The demons, primarily reliant on bloodlines and innate abilities for their growth, lacked the concept of cultivating laws and lacked a moral compass, often exhibiting wild, ruthless, and arrogant personalities. Thus, they were utterly unable to withstand the allure radiating from the Taiyin divine body. The violent and greedy nature of the demon race stirred within these kings a primal desire to plunder, completely disregarding any sense of etiquette or decorum. They were so captivated that they entirely forgot their previous rage. Even the deaths of the demon soldiers accompanying them failing to register in their minds. To them, the fallen soldiers were mere cannon fodder, brought along merely for show. With their formidable strength and esteemed status, they could easily recruit more demons eager to ally with them. Why have such insignificant saints arrived ahead of the others? Not even a late-stage saint among them, Lin Yuan remarked, disappointment evident as he surveyed the demon kings. Upon hearing the Red Bull Demon King's words, his expression darkened. Why must they bring up such matters? Ever since he had donned women's attire, countless male cultivators had sought to pursue him, which was an incessant source of annoyance for Lin Yuan, who identified as a straight man. He detested being gazed upon with such lustful eyes, especially by male demons, In his previous life, these alien races had regarded him with terror, either fighting fiercely or fleeing in panic. Fleeing as swiftly as they could. Which demon king would dare to flirt with him so recklessly? Hidden in the void, the elder Gu Mangxing furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. How dare the bull demon clan show such disrespect toward the esteemed one? With a mere thought, she traced the bloodline of the Red Bull Demon King, unleashing her divine power to slay all demons bearing that bloodline, regardless of their location within the demon territories or their incursions into human lands. Every last bull demon was annihilated, their souls obliterated, never to reincarnate. Die. Lin Yuan made his move. He lifted his hand and unleashed a palm strike, the supreme level magical art, the mountain river seal. Surged forth like a divine mountain pressing down upon the world. The magnificent landscape unfolded like a scroll, revealing majestic mountains and valleys, their grandeur encapsulating the passage of time. Among them were ancient pines and cypress trees, twisted vines, and tranquil waters, flowing endlessly, with pearls splashing and waterfalls cascading. Not only could one witness the vibrant human life, bustling cities, but also the rise and fall of empires, the chaos of war, the cyclical nature of seasons, and the myriad lives that history encapsulated. It was truly a scene where towering peaks concealed millennia, and twilight forests concealed the joys and sorrows of existence. The universe painted a grand vision, illustrating the wonders of the ancient and modern worlds. Faced with the perfect supreme magical art, the Red Bull Demon King's expression turned to one of sheer terror, while the other demon kings gasped in astonishment. Is that truly a supreme magical art? And to such a flawless degree, wielded at will? It's simply unfathomable. Only revered beings could perform such feats, yet here stands a human saint capable of doing so. This individual must be an extraordinarily rare human prodigy. A talent so formidable that it was truly alarming. The Red Bull Demon King was in grave peril at this moment. Under the overwhelming expanse of the magnificent landscape, the Red Bull Demon King felt an ominous premonition wash over him. His entire being was engulfed in a chilling dread, compelling him to unleash the 36 layers of the chaotic flame blade technique. His form rapidly expanded, resembling an ancient giant, towering above the ground, which soon bore two unfathomable chasms. The execution of his blade technique was relentless, akin to a torrential downpour of pearly rain, with a speed and ferocity that conjured countless tornadoes that surged forth into the distance. Fiery, ethereal red lotuses intertwined with the intent of his blades, while the domain of fire law was fully activated, transforming the entire black water domain into a sea of molten lava. This spectacle astonished the golden-winged Demon King, who had not anticipated the Red Bull Demon King's profound concealment. His comprehension of the fire law had reached the 5th tier, allowing him to manifest a domain.as sage at the 3rd level. The Red Bull Demon King wielded the might of his domain, rivaling those of the 4th and 5th level sages. However, all of the Red Bull Demon King's defiance and struggle proved futile. As a colossal handprint blotted out the sun, his immense demonic form felt as if it had fallen into the grasp of a mountain, rendering him exceedingly minuscule, ultimately crushed into a pulp. His soul scattered. The domain of fire law he had conjured was mercilessly shattered by the 5 elements law contained within the mountain river seal, extinguishing the previously flowing rivers of molten lava. Furthermore, as Lin Yuan unleashed his full power, the supreme law mountain river seal transformed into a scroll that surged toward the other demon kings. The colossal blizzard demon king found himself unable to escape in time, resorting to casting his innate divine ability, the ice and snowstorm. Snowflakes danced through the air, enveloping the realm in a vast expanse of silver. While the domain of ice unfurled, it was soon devoured by the mountain river scroll. In a mere night, the blizzard demon king perished. Witnessing this, the Tsangyue wolf king activated his innate divine ability, the dark moon shadow, dispersing his form into countless black phantoms that scattered in all directions, desperately attempting to evade disaster. Each shadow appeared vividly lifelike, indistinguishable from the real, moving at a speed akin to light. Yet, it was a grave error for him to employ such evasion techniques before Lin Yuan, whose mastery of spatial laws far surpassed his own. Inevitably, the Tsangyue Wolf King, having barely taken flight, collided with a spatial barrier, as this realm had been sealed by Lin Yuan, resulting in his demise under the crushing force of the mountain river seal. Blood cascading like rain, the golden-winged Demon King, witnessing these events, trembled in fear, unhesitatingly igniting his essence to invoke his innate talent, void instant teleportation, which whisked him away to a distance of millions of miles. Narrowly escaping the supreme law's onslaught, the golden-winged roc, pale and shaken, gasped in terror. This must be a conspiracy and trap set by the human race. How could there be such a terrifying human prodigy? The comprehension of the five elements law has reached a level close to creating a world, compounded by that perfected supreme law capable of sealing space. This is utterly formidable. Those three demons are dead. Had I not fled swiftly, I too would have perished on the spot. I must inform the other sages. They cannot approach. Just then, a radiant, dreamlike sword light pierced through the fabric of space, descending like an endless river of stars. Embodying the profound truths of the vast universe. It was a blade of light that defied description, the most powerful attack the golden-winged demon king had ever witnessed. Even the golden-winged rock, summoning a tempest of 1,000 golden wings for defense, could not withstand its might. As a member of the royal bloodline of the golden-winged rock, he had consumed countless rare treasures and obtained numerous opportunities for bloodline evolution, rendering his physique exceedingly robust. Each feather possessed strength comparable to a Tao artifact. Yet, even so, the golden-winged demon king fell beneath this sword, his eyes wide open in death. Thus, he could not help but reflect that the mightiest aspect of this human strongman was not the supreme law, but rather his swordsmanship. In a single strike, the sage at the 5th level fell. Lin Yuan, observing the dozen or so sages arriving one after another, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You are all too slow. I'm pressed for time. Come at me all at once." He sought a swift resolution, eager to eliminate as many demon kings as possible before the demon race's elders intervened. Every kill was a gain. This space is too constricted. Let us battle in the starry sky. Should any of you be fearful, you need not follow, Lin Yuan declared, for even those at the life and death realm could effortlessly traverse the cosmos. Plucking stars and moons. A battle among sages, thousands of times more powerful than the life and death realm, would yield even more terrifying results, capable of shattering the void and fracturing the galaxy. Had it not been for the unique rules within the Jiuzhou continent, which greatly restricted the exertion of cultivators' powers, with each higher realm facing increasing limitations, the commotion from Lin Yuan's previous battle with the demon kings would have shattered numerous planets in the cosmos. However, with so many sages gathered, a confrontation would undoubtedly rupture the tectonic plates of the continent, obliterating the lives within this region. If only the demon race suffered in this area, Lin Yuan would applaud. Yet, this region also encompassed the borders of several human continents. Thus, he was determined to engage in combat within the cosmos, not wishing to endanger the human race. The demon race sages, aware of the potential consequences of fighting within their own territory, where the majority of casualties would be their own kind, were equally hesitant to instigate conflict. Moreover, with such a significant portion of their domain ravaged, they would undoubtedly face retribution from the demon lords, and the unfortunate ones would be the demon kings themselves. After Lin Yuan spoke, he opened a portal to the cosmic expanse within the void of space. Stepping through and vanishing from sight, the demon kings, furious yet relieved, muttered among themselves, Does he think he can challenge us all alone? He is far too arrogant. Who would fear such a mere human? I shall venture into the stars to face him. We have so many demon kings. How could handling a single human be anything but effortless? Today marks the end of this man. How could you all be so ungracious? I have never encountered such a beautiful celestial being. Let me handle this. Let us hurry, lest that human sage look down upon us. The assembly of sages among the demon race hastily pursued Lin Yuan, entering the spatial portal he had left behind. They did not fear it was a trap set by the humans. With so many sages present, what trap could withstand them? The cosmos stretched infinitely. And Lin Yuan surveyed the demon kings who had arrived, particularly wary of the few at the late stages of sagehood. The most formidable among them was the Chongqi demon king, who stood shrouded in darkness. His form reminiscent of a fierce tiger or leopard, extending massive wings that appeared as sharp as steel needles, exuding an aura of menace. As a prodigy of the Chongqi bloodline, he possessed several Tao artifacts and a lower-grade supreme artifact, granting him strength surpassing that of ordinary 9th-level sages. Another was the Swan Ni demon king, whose golden form radiated like a majestic lion, clad in golden chainmail, enveloped in swirling smoke, with the bloodline of an ancient fierce beast. The Swan Ni demon king was far more powerful than his contemporaries, capable of unleashing the strength of an 8th-level sage. The highest-ranking demon kings remained silent, maintaining their distance from those of inferior bloodlines and status, with no sage daring to approach them. A 4th-level sage once attempted to ingratiate himself but was met with a sharp rebuke from the Swan Ni demon king. Scram! The unfortunate demon king was sent flying, humiliated, and the others hesitated to approach. The absence of 9th-level sage demon kings was due to their engagements in closed-door cultivation or exploration of secret realms in pursuit of breakthroughs. They lacked the time and interest to confront a human sage who had issued a challenge to the demon race. Among the other 7th-level sages, the Tingsha Demon King was filled with a burning desire for vengeance, for the recently slain Black Water Serpent Demon was a prominent member of his serpent clan. As a serpent race sage, how could he not feel the pain and fury? Thus, he was the first to confront the human, demanding, "You, human child, are the one who killed my serpent clan sage. Today, I shall capture you and subject you to endless torment, forcing you to seek life, but find none. Filthy mud loach, do not compete with me for prey. This human is mine." As for the Gu Jiao Yao Wang, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the person before him as if assessing a prime piece of prey, and interjected. This creature, resembling a hawk yet akin to a beast with horns sprouting from its head, emitted a sound akin to a baby's wail, clearly overwhelmed with excitement and bloodlust. Beside him, the Yayu Yao Wang, with a horse-like face and features, took on the role of mediator, letting out a harsh, grating laugh as he remarked, "Gentlemen, let us not be hasty. This human saint is already our meal, destined to enter our bellies sooner or later. Why quarrel over it?" However, before the Yayu Yao Wang could finish his words, Lin Yuan had already taken action. Believing that the best offense is a strong defense, he produced a superior-grade supreme artifact. The Void Ancient Mirror, inscribed with countless profound patterns, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur, embodying the intertwining of Tao and principle, infused with an endless flow of magical power. In an instant, the Void Ancient Mirror shone brilliantly, radiating auspicious light, streaks of dawn, and billowing clouds, casting forth immeasurable brilliance that illuminated the entire cosmic starry expanse, originally at the 6th level of spatial law comprehension, enhanced by the superior-grade supreme artifact. It reached the 9th level of perfection, accompanied by the formation of chains radiating divine light. This starry sky was entirely sealed off, trapping these saintly realm demon kings within, none of whom had even begun to grasp the spatial laws. The difficulty of comprehending spatial laws is notoriously tenfold greater than that of other laws. The demon race, inherently more adept at physical combat and reliant on bloodline and innate abilities, found comprehension of laws to be a weak point. Primarily relying on bloodline endowments and the passage of time, only a demon lord who had mastered the spatial laws could potentially break such a restriction. The demon kings present quickly realized this, their expressions shifting. Even the highest-ranked Qiongqi Yao Wang's countenance darkened, for he understood that even wielding his own inferior-grade supreme artifact, the 5-fire mysterious flame spear, he would be unable to break the spatial seal and escape. This star domain had transformed into an enormous cage, confining these saintly realm demon kings with no hope of escape. At this moment, Lin Yuan unleashed his domain, the power of the laws surging like an endless tide, enveloping all that could be seen. Thousands of brilliantly radiant stars encircled his white-robed figure, like the sovereign of the stars, exuding innate sanctity. The demon kings, witnessing this scene, felt an ominous sensation arise within them. And when that voice rang out, it sent chills down their spines. "Now, you cannot flee. Eliminate this human saint and seize the supreme artifact upon him. Such a treasure is far beyond what a mere human deserves." A 5th-level saintly realm golden lion Yao Wang, his eyes glinting with greed, was the first to act, for that supreme artifact was something only a demon lord could possess, and it was exceedingly rare. Containing the essence of spatial laws, its value immeasurable, the golden lion Yao Wang unleashed his divine ability, transforming into a massive entity, akin to a golden sun, as he rushed forward like a meteor streaking across the starry sky, opening his cavernous maw as if to devour all existence. Yes, by eliminating this person, we can still escape. The other demon kings began to respond in kind, driven by the temptation of the treasure. Disregarding their unease, most of these demon kings, at the 4th or 5th level of the saintly realm, recklessly charged forward. The few late-stage saintly realm demon kings, however, were more cautious, preparing to let the others probe the depths of this human saint's abilities first. Among them, the most aggressive was the 6th-level Zhuyin Yao Wang, a being with a white mane, bare feet, and clad in armor forged from mysterious iron and gold, wielding a long staff with great ferocity. His aura surged like a towering demon lord, executing the divine ability mounting the mountain and crossing the moon, lifting an enormous ancient divine mountain, while a bright moon illuminated the heavens, casting down its silvery radiance. The interplay of earth and water laws created an expanse of ocean, sending ripples throughout the cosmic void. Even amidst the void, the power of the water law resonated with sound, as it absorbed countless massive stars and innumerable meteors, forming thousands of mountain ranges, becoming part of this ancient divine peak, its might growing ever more formidable. Other demon kings dared not approach too closely, fearing the backlash of this overwhelming display. The scene was thick with demonic energy, cascading like a tide over the surrounding starry sky, a chilling wind howling, darkness enveloping, and black mist swirling, as if calamity had descended upon them. Yet, the ethereal figure in white, radiant as snow and unparalleled in grace, remained unfazed, effortlessly waving her sleeve as if summoning clouds from the mountains and breezes from the woods. From the chaotic energies emerged a lotus, embodying infinite Tao rhythms, resembling a timeless celestial lotus. Deeply mysterious and resonating with the sounds of the great Tao, opening the gates of myriad wonders, this divine ability blossomed in an instant, untouched by worldly interference, dispelling all malevolence. The overwhelming, earth-shattering assaults fell upon this blooming lotus. Yet the protective divine light repelled them effortlessly, not even a single petal shattered, akin to a burning meteor shower plunging into the vast ocean. Even the towering ancient divine mountain could not break through this azure lotus. Remaining barred from entry as the mountain quaked, the earth trembled, and the very fabric of the earth shattered with a resounding roar. Boom, boom. As the divine mountain collapsed, the celestial pillar toppled, the bright moon shattered, and the seas surged. The scene left the demon kings aghast, their faces etched with disbelief as they murmured, "Impossible! How can such a divine ability exist? What sorcery is this? It is truly unfathomable, horrifying to behold. Despite our combined might, we cannot breach this accursed protective light. I believe I have heard of such a divine ability. It is said to be impervious to all attacks, exceedingly difficult to master. Even for many esteemed beings, what shall we do? How can we break this human's defensive divine ability?" Just as the demon kings were contemplating how to counter this blossoming divine ability, Lin Yuan formed a hand seal to invoke the supreme method. The South Brightly Fire technique. A mark of vermilion appeared between his brows, radiating a supreme, sacred, and noble aura, accompanied by a resounding cry that echoed like a thunderous bell. The sound resonated within the souls of the assembled saints, causing the starry river to flicker in response. An endless sea of flames descended, and exquisite golden lotuses emerged, accompanied by the ethereal imagery of those golden lotuses amidst the flames, radiant as the celestial peaks. A divine bird, the vermilion bird, appeared, its feathers as red as blood, each plume woven from clouds, shimmering like flowing light, a spectacle of auspicious brilliance, its wings igniting the heavens. Radiant light illuminated the firmament. As the vermilion bird descended upon the universe, the raging flames unfurled grand visions, harboring virtuous aspirations to quell calamities. The leaf fire incinerated all malevolence, safeguarding all living beings throughout the ages. It soared gracefully, casting its brilliance in all directions, its voice resounding like thunder, shaking the starry river. All the demon kings changed countenance, sensing an oppressive force stemming from the disparity in bloodlines. Their powers were stifled, and what was once a full display of strength was now reduced to a mere 70 to 80%. Lin Yuan, who had previously refined a drop of the divine beast vermilion bird's blood, unleashed a divine ability that was far more extraordinary than that of others, with a manifestation embodying the very essence of the vermilion bird's bloodline, rather than a mere shadow of the law. Thus, the vermilion bird's manifestation inherently bore suppressive power over these demon kings with impure bloodlines. The demon race places immense value on bloodlines, typically. These saintly realm demon kings could easily subdue those of lesser bloodlines and realms with just a hint of their bloodline power. Now, facing the oppressive aura of the divine vermilion bird, even a fraction of its true power was enough to leave them trembling and quaking in fear. The vermilion bird soared towards the demon kings, and wherever it passed, the pure white South Brightly Fire descended as if the grim reaper had arrived. The nearest golden line Yao Wang, upon contact with the South Brightly Fire, screamed in agony, his vast, golden, sun-like form transforming into a blazing fireball. Amidst his tormented writhing, he was ultimately consumed by the leaf fire, incinerating several nearby stars that had caught the flames from his struggles into nothingness. Run. This is the supreme method, the South Brightly Fire technique. How did a peerless prodigy of the human race emerge to manifest such a terrifying vermilion bird avatar at the realm of saints? No, I have lived for so long and fought countless battles. How could I possibly perish here? The demon king Zhu Yin also cast aside the mountain he held and fled at breakneck speed. Yet, he was still met with the sweeping wings of the passing vermilion bird, which unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed him, resulting in a wretched scream as his soul was extinguished. Following this, the other 6 or 7 demon kings at the 4th and 5th levels of the Saint Realm fell one after another, turning to ashes in the fiery sea, leaving only their storage bags and magical artifacts floating above the blazing inferno. The most tragic demise was that of the 4th level Xian Gui demon king, who attempted to use the precious 3 light divine water to alleviate his immediate peril, ultimately, while his shell was preserved. His body and soul were immolated by the southern Ming Lihua, enduring a fate akin to being flayed alive. The remaining demon saints, terrified, dared not linger any longer. They turned to flee, shouting loudly, caring not for their dignity as saints, each employing their own abilities to escape into the distant void. Even the late-stage demon kings wore grim expressions, recognizing the dire situation, and hurriedly shielded their fellow demon kings, each fleeing with remarkable speed. In particular, the Swan-Ni demon king utilized his innate powers to transform into a golden arc, traversing the starry expanse until he could go no further at the edge of the spatial blockade. It became clear to these demon kings why Lin Yuan had sealed the void earlier. The purpose was to ensure that they would all be buried here. The Swan-Ni demon king turned to the fleeing demon kings and shouted, "Do not run. This spatial blockade cannot be breached by us. Everyone, reveal your true abilities and trump cards. Only by slaying this human powerhouse can you hope for a slim chance of survival." After declaring this, the Swan-Ni demon king unleashed his powers to summon the celestial gangs of the 33 heavens, calling forth the ethereal and deadly heavens' weak water. A celestial river of vast, boundless expanse flowed relentlessly across the firmament, resembling a resplendent and immaculate jade ribbon, separating the incessant southern Ming Lihuo. As the celestial gangs and weak water combined their efforts, they mitigated the onslaught of the raging inferno brought forth by the vermilion bird avatar. Accompanied by the cries of divine birds, the flames surged ever more ferociously, consuming the rolling weak water, and the pressure mounted significantly. "I shall lend you my strength," the Cheongqi demon king bellowed. Employing his divine powers to reverse the flames, bolstered by the formidable might of an 8th-level saint, pushing back the sea of southern Ming Lihua by 100 zhang, with the combined might of these two top-tier divine powers, the demon kings were extricated from the peril of being encircled by the inferno. Even the vermilion bird avatar, formed from the supreme technique of southern Ming Lihua, appeared somewhat diminished at this moment, its feathers losing their vibrancy. Seizing this opportune moment, the Tingshi demon king utilized his innate abilities to ride the clouds, releasing a green radiance that transformed into a white rainbow, piercing through the celestial river and the sea of flames. Aimed directly at Lin Yuan, this was the Tingshi clan's innate curse, capable of consuming physical strength, magical power, and even blood and lifespan to slay enemies. Such an intangible and formless attack was often difficult to withstand, even for protective divine lights, as it targeted the soul. Upon the green radiance flashing towards Lin Yuan, the curse would take effect. The Tingshi demon king, pale and weak, fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yuan's direction. Having expended a significant portion of his essence and sacrificed 500 years of lifespan to perform this curse, thus, should it strike a late-stage saint, death would be inevitable, regardless of the strength of one's techniques and divine powers. They would merely be a second-level saint. If such a prodigious human genius were to perish at my hands, a grand reward would await me upon my return to the clan. With this thought, the Tingshi demon king could not help but narrow his eyes, already imagining the accolades he would receive upon returning to his clan, and he felt an increasing surge of excitement and anticipation. Then, the Tingshi demon king and the other demon kings beheld a scene that left them stunned and questioning their existence. They witnessed a figure clad in snow-white robes, exuding an unmatched elegance. As his aura ascended higher and higher, akin to a towering tree reaching for the heavens, his realm surged as well, ascending from the second level of the saint realm to the third in a single bound, and continuing to climb swiftly until he reached the mid-stage of the fourth level, where he finally halted. Lin Yuan had gained experience from the slaughter of over a dozen saint-level demon kings, including several that were at the 5th and 6th levels of the saint realm. However, this experience only allowed him to ascend 2 levels, illustrating the vast amount of experience required for a breakthrough. The reason for his sudden elevation was to swiftly eliminate these demon kings. Given the commotion, it was certain that the demon sovereign would soon take notice. A swift resolution was imperative, with no time for delays. Impossible. How could anyone possibly break through 2 levels in succession? The demon kings exclaimed in disbelief. This human prodigy's soul aura is so youthful. How could he have accumulated the foundation to ascend 2 realms? This was absolutely inconceivable. The heavens are unjust. It took me thousands of years to breach a single realm, yet this human prodigy can achieve a sudden breakthrough. We must eliminate this human prodigy. Should he remain, he will undoubtedly become a profound threat to our demon race in the future. The remaining demon kings watched this scene with eyes ablaze with jealousy, their hearts nearly twisted with envy. If they possessed any semblance of a righteous heart, it would be on the verge of shattering at this moment. Particularly, the Tingshi demon king gritted his teeth and declared, "Even if you can break through 2 levels, what of it? If you have not reached the 7th level of the Saint Realm, a strike will surely result in your demise." Meanwhile, the Gujiao demon king recognized this as a prime opportunity. If he could seize the credit for slaying this human prodigy, his future breakthroughs would be assured. The Gujiao demon king's wings emitted a chilling, inky blackness, the runes inscribed upon them shimmering with a faint radiance. Each feather was as sharp as a blade, laced with a poison capable of corroding the very soul, a truly malevolent toxin. The wings transformed into thousands of lethal projectiles, descending upon the figure in white. The Yagu Demon King reacted even more swiftly than the Gujiao Demon King, having previously urged the two Demon Kings not to bicker, yet now was the first to act when the time for confrontation arrived. The Yugu Demon King brandished a supreme magical artifact, an ancient bronze cauldron, upon which were inscribed images of birds, beasts, insects, fish, flowers, grasses, and trees, exuding an aura of antiquity and profundity. At this moment, the bronze cauldron radiated with emerald light, shrinking from several meters tall to an immense size that blotted out the sky. All of this is for you. Lin Yuan extended his hand and pointed into the void, causing the entire starry river to blaze with brilliant light. The space trembling with a resonant hum. As the power of the laws flowed, the 7 stars of the northern dipper shone vibrantly, while the celestial pivot and the shaking light gazed upon each other. The jade balance and the open sun illuminating the heavens, celestial shift. The Tingshi Demon King felt the world spin, his vision blurring, as the feathered assault meant for the Gujiao Demon King struck him instead. Instantly, his flesh was torn, and the corrosive poison seeped into his very blood, swiftly expanding its taint upon his soul. Already weakened, the Tingshi Demon King stood no chance against this assault and fell on the spot. No, I do not wish to die. Simultaneously, the curse unleashed by the Tingshi Demon King struck the Gujiao Demon King. The curse took effect instantaneously, and this Demon King, who had caused untold suffering to countless humans, could only emit a final wail before his breath ceased, perishing on the spot. The Yagu Demon King was thrown into disarray, having not anticipated this turn of events. The highly esteemed supreme magical artifact, the ancient bronze cauldron, had fallen into Lin Yuan's hands, its soul imprint erased, thereby changing ownership. This act seemed to declare, "This cauldron is quite splendid. It is now mine." The Yagu Demon King felt utterly humiliated, the backlash from the severed soul imprint causing it to spit out blood in furious indignation. Just as it contemplated unleashing a torrent of curses, Lin Yuan's finger, previously pointed, had already pierced through the void, obliterating the entirety of the Yagu Demon King's body and soul. The tidal force of the spatial shredding swept forth, consuming and erasing it from existence. In but a brief moment, 3 late-stage Demon Kings had fallen. This left the remaining 2 Demon Kings in a state of sheer horror and dismay, particularly as Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon them, akin to that of a butcher surveying his lambs. As if to say, with these Demon Kings gone, it is now your turn. At this moment, the remaining 2 Demon Kings in the late stage of the sacred realm wore expressions as dark and brooding as turbulent waters. They had always regarded the human race as mere prey, yet never had they encountered such disdainful gazes directed at them, akin to that of fish on a chopping board. This incited even greater ire and fury within the 2 Demon Kings. I concede that you, a prodigy of the human race, possess formidable strength. However, we too harbor hidden cards. If a true battle ensues, the outcome of life and death remains uncertain. Do not let your pride and arrogance cloud your judgment. The Tingshi Demon King roared, his voice reverberating like thunder across the starry sky, shattering countless meteors into a rain of fragments. Lin Yuan found this statement rather peculiar. Arrogance. But you are demons. Where are the humans? Had you been human, I might have spared you a glance. The venerable ones of our clan will soon arrive. You stand alone, and when they do, your demise will be inevitable. The Swanee Demon King quickly retorted coldly. In its view, as long as they could hold off this prodigy of the human race until their demon lord arrived, the human would undoubtedly meet his end. Moreover, if it were to reveal its hidden strength, it might even succeed in slaying this unparalleled human genius. Given the human's astonishing talent and potential, such a feat would be a monumental achievement. With this thought, the Swanee Demon King's eyes glimmered with greed as it resolved to unleash its hidden cards. Both Demon Kings held considerable status within their clan, their bloodlines reflecting a return to ancestry, evidenced by the supreme artifacts they possessed. Particularly, the Swanee Demon King had once been a renowned prodigy of the demon race a millennium ago, having slain countless human cultivators and was seen as a potential demon lord. The Tingshi Demon King summoned its innate talent, devouring heaven and earth, transforming its body into a colossal landmass. Its wings spread wide enough to shatter countless stars in its wake. It also wielded the supreme grade technique, unyielding sun body, capable of manifesting as a great sun that incinerates the void. The landmass formed by the Tingshi Demon King morphed into 10 black suns, scorching the surrounding starry river. The very fabric of space twisted by the terrifying heat. Stars ignited and were swiftly reduced to ashes. The unyielding sun body could quickly restore itself even if several suns were destroyed, akin to the immortal and indestructible. Indeed, Only the complete annihilation of all black suns could lead to destruction, a task fraught with immense difficulty. Furthermore, the Qiongqi also brandished the supreme artifact, the 5-fire profound flame spear. Executing a set of supreme-grade spear techniques, the spear erupted like a dragon, with the laws of wind and wood swirling, as hundreds of azure dragons roared, wreaking havoc in their path. The Swanee Demon King also revealed its hidden card. The supreme artifact gifted by the clan's venerables, the purple jade falling sunset bell. This bell, sculpted from purple jade, was translucent and emanated an overwhelming aura. It was a replica of the legendary imperial artifact. The falling phoenix bell, which, when struck, would summon a divine phoenix to its demise, raining blood upon the heavens. Although this purple jade falling sunset bell was a replica, its power was fearsome, with the Swanee Demon King's strength at the 7th level of the sacred realm. It could only unleash a fraction of its potential, yet even that was sufficient to obliterate an ordinary late-stage sacred realm being. As the Swanee Demon King burned its essence and even resorted to secret methods to consume its lifespan. It could unleash approximately 70 to 80% of the bell's power. Upon striking the bell, a series of resounding, ethereal, and divine chimes echoed throughout the cosmos. Each chime resonated with the force of a peak sacred realm expert's full-strength strike. Boom, boom, boom. 18 consecutive chimes reverberated, equivalent to 18 peak sacred realm experts unleashing their might simultaneously, each sound more earth-shattering than the last, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. At this moment, Lin Yuan drew his sword. As the blade emerged, it seemed as if the primordial chaos was unfolding. The essence of creation was encapsulated within. The duality of yin and yang birthed the two forms, and the 5 elements flowed, stabilizing the cosmos. As the ancient verse proclaims, the universe and all things are born from the primordial one, unfolding endlessly within. The truest path gives rise to myriad manifestations. The profound rules emerge from nature. The cycle of yin and yang reveals principles, as the sun and moon traverse their celestial paths. This was his sword intent, the primordial sword intent, the beginning of all things, the genesis of creation. Just as mentioned in the Lizi, Tianrue, where the primordial essence is the inception of energy, this strike seemed to encapsulate boundless profundities, moving with incredible swiftness as a white rainbow pierced the sun. The Qiongqi Demon King, transformed into 10 black suns through its unyielding sun body, was instantly shattered. Its fragmented form tumbled into the sea of stars. Its severed wings resembling fallen celestial appendages. As blood cascaded like a volcanic eruption. Droplets of black golden blood exuded a searing aura, raining upon the meteors, igniting them into numerous fireballs. Even the supreme artifact, the 5-fire profound flame spear, was sent flying by the residual shockwaves, its brilliance dimmed. With a single strike, the 8th-level sacred realm Qiongqi Demon King had fallen. The sword intent surged forth, splitting into thousands of sword rain, directly obliterating the 18-peak sacred realm attacks conjured by the Swanee Demon King's purple jade falling sunset bell. The anguished cries of the purple jade falling sunset bell echoed as it suffered a catastrophic backlash, its innate spirit severely wounded, plunging into silence. This dense and overwhelming array of sword light surged forth like 10,000 swords converging upon a singular target. Accompanied by numerous divine manifestations illuminating the starry river, purple chi emanating from the east for 30,000 miles, splendid landscapes, chaotic seed green lotuses, and the moon rising over the sea, all converging into a kaleidoscope of radiant colors and auspicious phenomena. The primordial sword intent, unyielding and irresistible, surged forth with an overwhelming momentum, targeting the Swanee Demon King. At this moment, the Swanee Demon King, weakened from burning its essence, was filled with terror as it fled desperately, employing secret techniques to transform into a streak of light, racing into the distance. The Great Ping Clan's techniques were synonymous with unparalleled speed among the demon race. However, amidst the pervasive sword rain that swept all before it, all attempts at escape proved futile. The Swanee Demon King was filled with resentment, struggle, and fear, pondering, when did the human race produce such a sword immortal? Had I known the prowess of this human sage, I would have kept my distance and not plunged into this murky water, nor sought the flesh and blood of the human sage. Damn that black water demon king for provoking such a powerful human prodigy. That wretched mudfish should have returned sooner after breaking through in human territory instead of causing this catastrophe, leading to the deaths of countless beings and inciting the wrath of this human reaper. Although it grumbled, had the Swanee Demon King been in its position, it would certainly have celebrated the breakthrough in human territory with the feasting of thousands of lives. Yet, it could not withstand the onslaught. Even as a rare prodigy of the demon race, a royal bloodline of the Swanee clan, equipped with numerous protective treasures, it found itself powerless against this assault. despite activating all its defensive artifacts. They crumbled like thin paper against the relentless sword rain, and just as the Swanee Demon King faced imminent doom, a colossal phantom of a hand appeared in the starry sky, overshadowing everything. Emanating an overwhelming pressure, countless beings poured forth from this hand's realm, as if to worship the very essence of creation. This was the Demon Lord, acting from afar in the 9 provinces. This somewhat ethereal yet terrifying colossal hand blocked the path of the Swanee Demon King. Within this palm, the blood and souls of numerous lesser worlds had been refined, and those beings, manipulated like puppets, some human, some demon, and others of various races, recited scriptures with indifferent expressions. Then, a voice filled with fury resonated from an unfathomable distance, causing the void to tremble. Stop! The moment this voice emerged, it pierced through the air like a demonic echo, unsettling the minds of other sacred realm beings, blurring their consciousness. However, Lin Yuan's gaze remained sharp, his will unwavering. As he faced the terrifying pressure of the Demon Lord without flinching, he conjured resplendent blooms of sword light, akin to summer stars cascading from the night sky, each strike imbued with profound mystery and depth. Unleashing a torrent of sword energy in an instant, these streams of sword energy converged to create a realm of swords. This world appeared hazy, like a mirage, clear as a deep well, gradually unfolding. It revealed a panorama of mountains and valleys enveloped in mist, with rivers reflecting the setting sun against the distant horizon. The blossoms, resplendent as brocade, adorned the tranquil paths, while ancient trees cast their shade over the sweet springs. Here, one encounters the deep woods that shield the sun, where babbling brooks weave their melodies, and the smoke from villages rises gracefully into the air. In the cities, prosperity flourishes like a tapestry, with bustling thoroughfares teeming with life. Particularly captivating are the magnificent towers and pavilions, enshrouded in swirling mists, standing tall like jade palaces, their intricately carved railings and painted beams reflecting the hues of the setting sun. Petals dance and fall in pursuit of fragrance. As the moonlight bathes the ethereal waters of the Yao Pool, this breathtakingly beautiful, dreamlike realm resembles the celestial city of white jade or the fabled paradise of Palai upon the sea. It is here that the world of swords bows in homage to the myriad lesser realms cast in the shadow of the demon sovereign. A thunderous roar echoes as the colossal hand that obscures the sky shatters. The terrifying specters of gods and demons vanish, and a figure clad in white, wielding a long sword, emerges like an ancient young emperor, exuding divine grace and authority, surveying all directions with disdain. In an instant, the world of swords surges forth like a tidal wave, completely engulfing the late-stage sage Swanee Demon King, akin to a mighty river sweeping away all in its path, accompanied by the resounding proclamation that the dust is settled. What I wish to slay, you cannot hinder. The soldiers stationed along the border walls of the 4 continents of the human realm, alongside numerous cultivators, bore witness to Lin Yuan's entire battle, with a single sword. He vanquished over a dozen sage-level demon kings, unrivaled among his peers, engaging in battles across realms, even shattering the ethereal form of the demon sovereign from afar. The Swanee Demon King could hardly believe, even in its final moments, that the demon sovereign could not save it. Powerful, fierce, dominant, confident, the figure of the unparalleled white-clad swordsman, invincible in the demon realm, deeply etched itself into the minds of these cultivators, igniting a fervor within them that made them long to shout to the heavens. How exhilarating! It is truly exhilarating, they exclaimed, witnessing the fall of so many demon kings, a joy they had never felt before. What a delight! What a delight! To drink deeply of this fleeting life. Cheers erupted in celebration of their prince. The demon kings had truly brought ruin upon themselves by provoking him. Witnessing his prowess was a stroke of fortune in their lives. I will tell my descendants that your grandfather once witnessed the solar Sanus in action, wreaking havoc among the demons. One lamented, recalling a friend lost to a 7th-tier black water serpent demon during last month's beast tide. How I despise my lack of strength, trapped at the 5th tier, thinking I might never avenge my friend. Yet, who would have thought our prince would eradicate the black water serpent clan? The crowd was filled with those whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, many having lost comrades in the relentless wars against the demon beast tides. How could they not be stirred to emotion now that justice had been served? In the city, Xiao Tian also witnessed the fierce battle waged by Lin Yuan. The violent clash that shattered the stars, igniting a fire within him, prompting him to murmur, I wonder when I will stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Lin in battle, perhaps in a few hundred years. The ancient sword spirit, unimpressed, rolled his eyes and remarked, You, still learning to run, dream of flying. What nonsense, he continued, astonished. Do you comprehend what it means for Lin, a mid-stage sage, to wield the supreme art to perfection? Many revered beings cannot even achieve such mastery, and the terrifying Taichu's sword intent, and the world of swords he has created, that Taichu's sword intent is so profound that even I cannot fathom it. The establishment of the world of swords, although merely in its infancy and requiring refinement, is something only the pinnacle of revered beings undertake to breach the threshold of quasi-emperorship. Only by creating a world can one better comprehend the principles of the great Tao and forge one's path. This is the most challenging hurdle for revered beings aspiring to ascend to quasi-emperorship. I never anticipated that Lin, in the mid-stage sage realm, would accomplish this step first. Such extraordinary talent is truly remarkable. Rivaling even the great emperors of old. In short, you are far from catching up to Lin. Abandon such delusions. What you must do now is prepare for your own trials and venture outside the city to hunt demons. Undeterred by his mentor's cold water, Xiao Tian nodded resolutely, shouldering his heavy sword as he continued to procure supplies beyond the city. Only by becoming a formidable warrior could he stand alongside the likes of Lin Yuan. Otherwise, he could only watch his figure from afar, as he did in this battle. When the demon sovereign intervened, Lin Yuan unleashed the full might of the sword world to slay the Swanli demon kings. Concluding the projection of the battle scene as he could no longer maintain the mirrored image, the sight of the Swanli demon king's demise sent shockwaves through the heart of the demon sovereign. Far away in the demon realm of the Jiuzhou continent, it had not anticipated that its strike would be countered by a mere human sage, who would dare to slay a demon prodigy before its very eyes. Although it was but a casual blow, the vast distance across the Jiuzhou continent and into the depths of the cosmic void diminished its power significantly. Yet, even so, this strike should not have been something an ordinary sage could withstand. For the disparity between revered and sage realms is akin to a chasm. A casual blow from a revered being could effortlessly vanquish hundreds, if not thousands, of late-stage sages. To block such a strike and simultaneously manifest the sword world is undoubtedly the mark of an extraordinary human prodigy. One who has breached the forbidden ranks. This person must be eliminated. This human prodigy must be slain. Otherwise, in a few hundred years, humanity will gain another quasi-emperor. A surge of murderous intent filled the heart of the nine infants demon sovereign. Mingled with rage at the audacity of a mere sage defying its command. It had not been defied by either human or demon for millennia. Enraged, the nine infants demon sovereign crossed the void, its thunderous roar reverberating through the depths of the stars. Human brat, you dare to slay my demon prodigy? I shall rend your corpse into 1,000 pieces, flay you alive, and scatter your soul. Old mangy hair, who do you wish to kill? Lin Yuan, sensing the futility of combat, resorted to verbal jabs without fear, for the Grand Elder of the 9th tier was nearby. If worst came to worst, he could always call out, Elder, please help me. The nine infants demon sovereign, nearly driven mad by such words, halted its advance, bellowing furiously. For millennia, no one had dared to insult it in such a manner. Damn human insect, you dare to insult me. I will make you regret every moment of this day. Oh, it seems you dislike the term mangy hair. How about mangy scraps, mangy cultivator, or old beast? Lin Yuan retorted with a mocking expression. Upon hearing this, the nine infants demon sovereign's fury intensified, its visage transforming into a terrifying mask filled with murderous intent as it coldly warned, Speak again, and I shall rip your mouth apart and extract your tongue. Demons are merely beasts, born of fowl and creatures, are they not? To call them beasts is hardly incorrect, is it? Your vehement opposition only proves my point. As the saying goes, the more the enemy resists, the more it confirms my righteousness. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, continuing his taunt. Be a cultured player and enjoy an unscrupulous life. As long as I adhere to no morals, I shall not be shackled by them. When dealing with alien races, why speak of morals and etiquette? Directly hurling insults is sufficient. The nine infants demon sovereign, incensed by Lin Yuan's words, sought any means of retort, sneering. Isn't your human race renowned for its etiquette and moral principles? You, a young human, have shamed your kin with such rudeness. When confronting alien races, morality is unnecessary. The face of humanity is earned through blood, not discourse. Lin Yuan replied coldly, as the saying goes, Those not of my kind will have different hearts. How can one cease hostilities? Only through death. At that moment, the nine infant demon sovereign shattered the void and descended from the 9 provinces continent, when its colossal form, akin to a demonic deity, emerged in the depths of the starry sky. It enveloped everything like an overwhelming black ocean, causing the surrounding space to warp and emit a low, resonant hum. The 9 heads, each grotesque and terrifying, loomed large like 9 distinct stars of varying hues. Some resembled fierce tigers or leopards, while others bore the cruel, mocking gaze of malevolent wolves, akin to that of lifeless corpses. There were also heads with greenish faces and sharp fangs, reminiscent of vengeful spirits. Furthermore, its serpentine body writhed, cloaked in scales, while eerie chants emanated from within, revealing the countless small worlds it had devoured and the myriad souls it had buried. The sevenfold heavenly sovereign of the nine infant demon sovereign took direct action. Its prior verbosity was merely an attempt to ascertain the precise location of the space sealed by the supreme artifact, the void ancient mirror, and to traverse such vast distances required a measure of time. Otherwise, given its notoriously vicious nature, it would have struck at the slightest provocation. Yet Lin Yuan remained undaunted, standing firm. One of the nine infant demon sovereigns' heads rapidly enlarged, resembling an ancient beast as it opened its cavernous maw to bite down. A foul wind surged, and a putrid stench assaulted the senses as its gaping, abyss-like mouth sought to devour all. All light was drawn into its maw, and silence enveloped the surroundings, with nearby meteorites being sucked in as if falling into an endless pit. Die, human scion. Once I consume you, I shall tear your soul apart and torment you in myriad ways, the nine infant demon sovereign croaked, its eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. For the more notable the talent of this human prodigy, the more potent the effects of its consumption, comparable to a peerless elixir. How dare you harm my lord? You foul serpent, you seek death. A chilling voice reverberated through the void as the venerable elder Gu Mangxing, at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm, emerged, brandishing a bamboo staff towards the head of the nine infant demon sovereign. Divine radiance shimmered, and the resonance of the great Tao echoed, as if a celestial being had descended. Countless bamboo leaves transformed into azure light, cascading like a waterfall, while 3,000 lines of Tao manifested, their power surging forth to crush mountains and sun and moon alike, creating a magnificent spectacle akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. The black and white essences of life and death coalesced into a diagram of the 8 trigrams, firmly ensnaring the colossal form of the nine infant demon sovereign. The bamboo staff struck with the force of a divine whip, shattering 1, 2, 3 heads as if they were suns. Bang, 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 accompanied by thunderous crashes and heart-wrenching screams. Blood rained down like golden droplets upon the starry expanse. Lin Yuan observed this scene as if watching a splendid fireworks display. Blinking as he quietly collected the golden blood, demon blood was a valuable substance, excellent for alchemy. Moments later, the nine infant demon sovereign, now missing 3 heads, its remaining half-body eroded by the essences of life and death, gazed in terror at the silver-haired elder wielding the bamboo staff, exclaiming, "Guzun of the Taiyin Sacred Land, what brings you here?" It thought to itself, "How could that madwoman Gu Mangxing of the Taiyin Sacred Land be here? It seems I have provoked a formidable adversary." The Taiyin Sacred Land was renowned among both humans and demons for its fierce protectiveness. Offending even one member of the Taiyin Sacred Land could summon a relentless assault from a multitude of foes. And if incited, even the Emperor Ancestor might directly intervene. To protect their successor, the Taiyin Sacred Land would not hesitate to wage war against the demon clan. Their close ties with the other 6 major sacred lands only heightened the stakes. For instance, the ancestor of the Yaoqi Sacred Land was the sister of the ancestor of the Taiyin Sacred Land, and the Supreme Elder of the Daoyuo Sacred Land was a suitor of the Supreme Elder of the Taiyin Sacred Land. Among other connections. In summary, to offend the Taiyin Sacred Land meant preparing for a simultaneous onslaught from the 7 major sacred lands. It was a veritable hornet's nest for the human race, one best left undisturbed. Since you are here, esteemed Guzun, it follows that this human prodigy must be the Taiyin Saintess. Truly, a dragon among humans, with astonishing talent. The nine infant demon sovereign forced a pained smile, attempting to flatter Lin Yuan, its demeanor shifting dramatically. It was no wonder it was unaware of Lin Yuan's identity, for not many years had passed since she ascended to become the Taiyin Saintess. The venerable ones who often spent centuries in seclusion. Such a brief span was insignificant, leaving little time to gather news. Pray tell, why the sudden shift from arrogance to deference? One cannot help but find it amusing that I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. Do restore it. Lin Yuan shook her head with an amused smile. Faced with such blatant mockery, the nine infant demon sovereign's heart burned with humiliation, yet it was compelled to maintain a forced grin and silence. Daring to show disrespect to my lord, I have heard you possess 9 lives. Having lost 3, do you wish to part with more? The elder Gu Mangxing's gaze was icy, her presence exuding a murderous intent that pierced through the scales of the nine infant demon sovereign, causing it to flinch in pain. No, this is all a misunderstanding. I had no intention of harming the Taiyin Saintess. I believed it was some rogue human who had trespassed into our demon territory and unleashed a massacre. The nine infant demon sovereign hastily retorted, fully aware that Gu Mangxing's strength could easily obliterate it. The disparity in power between levels of the heavenly sovereign realm was immense, akin to an insurmountable chasm. The only reason Gu Mangxing had not slain it was due to the consideration of the covenant between the human and demon races. However, while she might spare its life, Inflicting further injuries was well within her capabilities. The loss of those 3 heads meant it would take at least 80 to 90,000 years for the 9 infant demon sovereign to regenerate them, and it was uncertain whether it would survive until then. Such a loss was undeniably painful. The 9 infant demon sovereign lamented that it should not have involved itself in this troublesome affair. The death of the Swan Ni demon king was inconsequential to it. After all, they were not part of the 9 infant lineage's esteemed figures. Had it remained uninvolved, it would have been the Swan Ni clan's sovereign facing this madwoman, sparing it from suffering. As for its claim of mistaking Lin Yuan for a rogue, such a statement was hardly credible. No human prodigy would possess such extraordinary strength without a formidable background. Had another elder of lower stature than Gu Mengxing been present, the 9 infant demon sovereign would have donned a far more arrogant expression. Given that you have offended my lord, is it too much to demand 3 of your lives? Surely, you have no objections? Gu Mengxing's expression remained frosty as she addressed the 9 infant demon sovereign, which hastily shook its head in response. How could I harbor any grievances? Your teachings are most enlightening. I was blind to the presence of both Gu Zun and the Taiyin Sanctus, misled by the Swan Ni clan, leading to this grave misunderstanding. In light of the treaty and the peace we have maintained for millennia, I implore your forgiveness. We have always been allies. Millennia of peace. I see little peace in that. Your demon clan launches beast tides against our borders every month, and every few centuries, a saintly demon king invades our territory, consuming countless lives without remorse. Since ancient times, your kind has feasted upon humanity until the rise of the human emperor, who led us through perilous trials to become a great race. The enmity between the demon and human clans is profound. Are you truly worthy of being called allies? Lin Yuan's expression was one of indignation, prompting the 9 infant demon sovereign to sense impending doom. Fearing Lin Yuan might alert Gu Mengxing to demand further severed heads. These are offerings for my lord, who has been startled. I will ensure that the Blackwater Demon King, who has been wreaking havoc in the southern region, is held accountable by the Dragon Palace, and that they promptly offer their apologies. The 9 infant demon sovereign reluctantly presented several storage bags, clearly pained by the loss, yet willing to part with treasured items to avoid further harm from the elder. As for the Blackwater Serpent Demon Clan, they were aligned with the Dragon Palace of the demon race, not the 9 infant lineage. The very thought of the Blackwater Demon King inciting such a calamity filled the 9 infant demon sovereign with annoyance. If it encountered the Blackwater Demon King, it would relish the opportunity to rend it asunder. Lin Yuan accepted the offerings, discerning their value with her divine sense. She understood that once the 9 infant demon sovereign realized Gu Mengxing's presence, it would surely dispatch messages to the other heavenly sovereigns in distant demon territories, leaving them with little time. Are you returning to the human realm, my lord? The 9-headed demon lord inquired with an expression of eager anticipation, longing to expedite the departure of this diminutive human ancestor, fervently hoping that the other party would hasten to escort that madwoman, Gu Mengxing, away. I shall merely tidy up the battlefield and collect the spoils before I depart. Lin Yuan replied with a nod. With a flicker of his consciousness, he gathered the remnants of the slain demon kings and their storage bags, then opened a spatial portal to return to the Blackwater domain. The 9-headed demon lord, somewhat puzzled, wondered why this human prodigy had yet to leave and what business he had in the Blackwater domain. Then, he beheld a scene that left him utterly astounded. Lin Yuan was removing everything that could be taken from the Blackwater domain, not only the corpses of the deceased Blackwater serpent demons but also the rare flowers and herbs from the ground. And even the buried spirit stone veins were not spared. Everything was being carted away, leaving not even a single spirit stone or herb for the rival races, not content with merely plundering the Blackwater domain. He also visited the territories of the other demon kings he had previously vanquished, ruthlessly slaying and looting as if a locust swarm had swept through, leaving no trace of vegetation behind. Witnessing this entire spectacle, the 9-headed demon lord gazed down at the desolate expanse below, feeling his heart sink into an abyss of frustration and indignation. Where had this human bandit come from to ravage his homeland? Just moments ago, the 9-headed demon lord had received information from his subordinates regarding the current Moonlight Sanctus, which described Lin Yuan as gallant and kind-hearted. Such kindness was an absurdity. Were those people from the central continent blind? Just as the 9-headed demon lord seethed with resentment, a phrase drifted from afar that nearly made it spit blood. Thank you for your hospitality. I shall return next time. The 9-headed demon lord surveyed the now barren land stretching for millions of miles, devoid of even a single spirit herb, a place so destitute that even the impoverished mouse tribe among the demon races would scorn it. It was truly a heart-wrenching sight, enough to bring tears to the eyes of any onlooker. Departing from this sorrowful locale, the 9-headed demon lord resolved that once it had healed, it would seek retribution against the Dragon Palace for the calamity caused by their Blackwater demon kings, which had resulted in such a tremendous loss. It was time to settle the score. A decree was to be dispatched, instructing that no demon prodigy should ever provoke the Moonlight Saintess Lin Yuan. Furthermore, the demon kings were to be reminded to behave for several centuries to come, refraining from stealthily infiltrating human territories for gluttonous feasting. Any violators would face dire consequences. Before departing, the nine-headed demon lord relayed a message to its subordinates, urging the demon kings to remain subdued during this period, as they had finally managed to send off that human ancestor, and the madwoman.it did not wish to provide that human scourge with any excuse to return and wreak havoc upon the demon race. Now, it could only wait for that human prodigy to ascend to the realm of a venerable sage in several hundred years, at which point he would no longer be able to act with impunity. By then, the fear of such incidents occurring as today would be greatly diminished, as there existed a pact between the human and demon races stipulating that venerable sages would not engage in direct combat. Although this agreement allowed for considerable leeway, over the years, venerable sages from both races had indeed refrained from conflict. As for the demon kings who had perished, their deaths were merely the result of their own folly. They failed to consider that a human prodigy bold enough to set up a platform in demon territory would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent, had Lin Yuan been a wandering cultivator. The demon race would have pursued him with fury, chasing him to the ends of the earth to ensure his demise, just like that lunatic who had stormed into demon territory armed with a firearm years ago. Ultimately cornered by several demon lords, left with no path to escape save for venturing into forbidden zones. Alas, such was the plight of a wanderer, much like many protagonists in fantastical tales who, lacking a background, face relentless pursuit by antagonistic forces. However, Lin Yuan was the sole heir of the Moonlight Sacred Land, destined to become its future master. Not only could he traverse the human territories with impunity, but even the demon race dared not provoke him lightly. Such was the advantage of having a powerful lineage. In his past life, Shao Tian had once slain a demon prodigy of the first rank within the demon territories, only to be pursued relentlessly by a demon king, enduring numerous trials before he finally escaped back to the human lands. This was not merely due to Shao Tian's lack of a strong background. Had he possessed the backing of a sacred land, the demon king would never have dared to act so brazenly. As news of Lin Yuan's massacre of millions of demons and the slaying of several demon kings spread rapidly through the demon race, many demons received a critical piece of information. A peerless sage-level prodigy had emerged among the younger human generation, and the Moonlight Saintess Lin Yuan was not to be trifled with, lest one meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan returned, laden with spoils, contemplating that his next visit would likely coincide with the demon's invasion of the human realm in a few years. He vowed to slay even more demons, turning the world upside down in the process. According to his past memories, the demonic invasion of the Jiozhou world was set to commence in 3 years, leading to a war between the humans and demons. While the demon race publicly claimed to cooperate with the humans, behind the scenes, they were plotting treachery. The higher echelons of the demon race had already colluded with the demonic forces, engaging in nefarious conspiracies. Subsequently, the demon race would brazenly tear off the mask of cooperation and directly assault the 4 continents of the human realm, slaughtering and seizing multiple human cities, resulting in countless deaths in the billions. In his previous life, the sect Lin Yuan had joined, the Shanhua sect, was also obliterated during the demonic invasion. He had fought valiantly alongside other players, yet could only watch helplessly as the sect fell, becoming a wandering cultivator. Although he had developed some connections within the sect after learning their techniques and frequently battling monsters on the borders and in secret realms, he still had a few familiar NPC friends, such as the kind cook in the dining hall who often provided him with extra servings, and the elder in the transmission hall, who loved to play chess despite being quite poor at it. Lin Yuan often found himself on the receiving end of his regrets during their matches. Watching them fall to the demons filled Lin Yuan with a deep-seated loathing for the demon race. After Lin Yuan broke through to the realm of life and death, he sought out the formidable beast responsible for the destruction of his sect and exacted vengeance for his entire sect. In this lifetime, shortly after joining the Sacred Land, Lin Yuan arranged for the Shanhua sect to be relocated from the northern continent to the central continent, integrating it into the influence of the Moonlight Sacred Land. The sect master and senior officials of the Shanhua sect were overjoyed to discover that they had caught the attention of the legendary Sacred Land, especially when the saintess herself personally ordered their relocation, an opportunity that felt like a windfall from the heavens. Thus, the members of the 9th-tier sect, Shanhua sect, hurriedly packed their belongings and relocated en masse to a paradisiacal realm within the jurisdiction of the Moonlight Sacred Land in the central continent. The spiritual energy there was hundreds, if not thousands, of times denser than at their former site, and the techniques and resources provided by the Sacred Land far surpassed their previous highest-tier methods. Under Lin Yuan's guidance, the Shanhua sect swiftly ascended from a 9th-tier sect to a Dao lineage-level power, and the familiar NPC friends from his past life also thrived under the elixirs provided, breaking through their realms and living carefree lives. Upon Lin Yuan's and the Grand Elder Gu Mangxing's return to the southern region, he released the mortals who had been abducted from the demon caves. As these villagers found themselves back in the human realm, tears of joy streamed down their faces as they exclaimed, "We have returned. We are finally home. Thank you, immortal master, for bringing us back." The commander, Jiang Yunxing, stepped forward and, with a look of reverence, bowed, saying, "Your Highness, you have returned. I am not too familiar with the mortal villages of the southern region, so I would appreciate your assistance in escorting these abducted humans back. If they have homes, please return them. If not, help them find a safe place to settle." "Thank you." As Lin Yuan spoke, he offered a storage bag as a token of gratitude, believing that one should always reward those who serve. However, Jiang Yunsheng did not accept the storage bag but instead clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "It is my honor to serve your highness. The abduction of the southern region's mortals by the demon race was indeed my failure as the commander, and I thank you for granting me the opportunity to remedy my mistake." The Dao Alliance cultivators nearby could not help but glance at Commander Jiang Yunxing, thinking to themselves that their superior truly was worthy of his position. In truth, incidents of mortals being abducted by demons had occurred far too frequently, and the Dao Alliance had previously neglected such trivial matters. However, it seemed that these issues warranted more attention now. Given that the prince was observant, seeing that Jiang Yunxing would not accept the spirit stones, Lin Yuan had no choice but to relent. After Commander Jiang Yunxing instructed his subordinates to arrange for the safe return of the villagers, he continued with great respect, saying, "Your Highness, General Guanjin of the Demon Suppression Army at the southern region's border wishes to invite you to be their guest at the border, where they have prepared a feast in your honor." "Very well, let us proceed together." Lin Yuan nodded with a smile and remarked that in his previous life, he often exterminated monsters at the demon-subduing pass on the border. Returning to the frontier felt as familiar and heartwarming as coming home. Although he had been stationed at the demon-subduing pass in the northern state, he had heard of the name of General Guanjin from the southern state. In his past life, when the demon race invaded the human borders, General Guanjin led several formidable demon generals to their mutual destruction, embodying the spirit of a city remains as long as its people live, but falls when its people perish. As Lin Yuan and the others arrived above the human border city, he beheld a throng of people densely packed on the city walls. A general clad in armor and wielding a long blade sword into the sky, accompanied by thousands of cultivators, the warriors, filled with excitement, gazed at Lin Yuan with admiration and clasped their fists, exclaiming, "We welcome your highness back in triumph. Let the might of our human race be exalted." Their voices resounded like thunder, shattering the clouds, a grand display of unity, clearly a premeditated expression of their reverence. At the border, those who could slay demons were regarded with the highest respect. Not only the soldiers of the human border shouted in unison, but also the cultivators who had participated in the battle at the demon-subduing pass, as well as the common folk from the city and surrounding villages, all joined in the clamorous cheers. Comprising men, women, and children, many of their kin or dear friends had perished at the hands of the demon race, and they were filled with gratitude and respect for Lin Yuan, who had vanquished so many demons. The collective voices surged forth like a mighty river, echoing between heaven and earth, imbued with fervent and intense emotions that lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Lin Yuan gazed at the multitude of boundary cultivators bowing towards him in midair, as well as the bustling crowd on the streets. The fervent admiration in their eyes stirred warmth within his heart. Perhaps this was the true meaning of guardianship. Many citizens within the city held fruits or food as tokens of their goodwill, and villagers from nearby brought rice, corn, and even wild game from the mountains. Though they understood that this celestial being had no need for such mundane offerings, it was their most heartfelt way of expressing gratitude. Many children, clutching flower garlands, listened to adults recount tales of their prince slaying demons, while the city was adorned with lanterns and bunting, exuding a festive atmosphere. This scene was etched into Lin Yuan's heart. Impossible to forget. Faced with the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, usually eloquent, yet now he could not find the right expression. He simply gestured with his hand, summoning the corpses of thousands of demon beasts, laying them out on the open ground outside the city. Before them lay a mountain of demon carcasses, towering and seemingly endless. This was merely a small fraction of the demon remains he had brought forth. He refrained from summoning more, as the available space outside the city was insufficient to accommodate them. Having slain over tens of millions of demon beasts, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, although they had witnessed the mountain of demon remains through a projection spell. Seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. The memory of the images and the reality of witnessing it were not equivalent. Ordinary folk from the interior, who had never encountered demon beasts, might be somewhat frightened by the sight of these once ferocious creatures now lifeless. However, the border's human populace, who bore deep-seated enmity towards the demon race, displayed expressions of vindication and grew even more animated. Then, a voice resonated through the crowd. "Today, I invite everyone to a feast of demon beasts. There will be an abundance of demon meat and fine wine. Let us drink heartily until we are inebriated." "Long live your highness!" The crowd erupted with even more fervent cheers and shouts, their joy and gratitude palpable, their voices melting into a torrent akin to the beating of drums. The cultivators were all smiles, and the people danced with abandon, the scene more exuberant than ever. "Thank you, your highness. I had intended to host you for a banquet, yet it seems you have gone to such lengths." General Guanjin approached. Scratching his head, he was a towering figure, akin to an iron tower, clad in armor and wielding a long knife with an imposing presence. "I am most pleased to celebrate with everyone. I hope the general can assign someone to prepare these demon beasts into dishes." Lin Yuan replied with a smile. General Guanjin clapped his chest with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! I have long heard of your highness's illustrious name, and now that I see you in person, it is indeed well-deserved. Your military exploits are remarkable. You have vanquished so many demon kings, bringing great joy to our hearts. Thank you, your highness, for avenging the fallen of our border. Handling the demon beast is a trivial matter. Let our demon-subduing army take care of it. Our chefs are most adept at preparing the most exquisite parts of demon beasts. Then I eagerly anticipate today's feast." Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked down at the jubilant crowd celebrating below. Smiling slightly as he waved his sleeve, summoning a gentle rain of pure spiritual energy that descended like a spring breeze, this highly refined spiritual rain fell upon the people within the border, ensuring that the citizens of the city and surrounding villages would be free from illness and disaster, while also enhancing the cultivator's magical power. The citizens felt an immense relief wash over them, a warm current flowing through their bodies. The numerous cultivators sensed their magical powers improving and, recognizing the benefits of the spiritual rain, raised their arms in unison, shouting, "Thank you, your highness," amidst the jubilation. In the throng of people, a 5- or 6-year-old girl held by her family clutched a flower garland. In the midst of the crowd's excitement, a sudden surge caused the couple to lose their grip on the child. At that moment, a cart on the road was startled and barreled forward uncontrollably, creating a commotion in the bustling market. The cart was headed directly towards the spot where the child was about to land. With a terrified cry echoing through the air, the little girl, with her hair styled in 2 buns, waved her tiny hands, emitting a soft cooing sound as she neared the ground, while the runaway cart hurtled towards her and the throng. In that critical moment, a figure clad in white descended from the sky. It was Lin Yuan, who had noticed the situation. He swiftly caught the falling girl, and the out-of-control cart came to an abrupt halt. Time seemed to freeze, sunlight bathing the street, as the surrounding people stood in stunned silence, momentarily speechless. The child, with her innocent, wide eyes, had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Unaware of the peril she faced had she fallen to the ground, potentially under the hooves of the cart, she gazed at the handsome figure before her and, recalling stories her mother had told her, offered the flower garland, saying, "Fairy sister, this flower is for you." Lin Yuan was both amused and touched by her innocent words as he bent down to allow the little girl to place the garland upon him. He then gently patted her head and entrusted her to her family. The couple, who had been weeping in despair, were overjoyed to see their child return unharmed, and they knelt down, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Celestial Master, for saving our daughter." Lin Yuan offered the couple a few words of reassurance. And after learning from the cart driver that the chaos had been caused by the crowd's exuberance, he promptly addressed the situation. Clearing his throat, he projected his voice to everyone. "Please, do not crowd. Pay attention to your safety." Were players to witness this scene, they might exclaim, "What a classic trope from ancient novels, the moment of heroism in a bustling market," especially as the cart approached the child. The child being rescued by the male or female protagonist in the street is a quintessential moment. If a prince happened to witness this scene, it would be even more iconic. The city guard, hearing Lin Yuan's words, hurriedly descended to maintain order, realizing that amidst their earlier joy, they had neglected the potential dangers of such a large gathering. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan returned to the air and continued his conversation with General Guanjin about matters concerning the border. Beside them, Qing Luo, her eyes sparkling, clasped her hands and remarked, "I did not notice such things, yet your highness was attentive." Amidst the crowd, Feng Xing was moved by the scene. He had witnessed Lin Yuan slaying a demon dragon to save the people from peril, as well as mocking a demon lord to the point of nearly causing the demon to suffer a heart attack. Initially, he perceived Lin Yuan as a celestial being, yet with each encounter, that impression became more vivid and relatable, filled with vigor and approachability. The more he understood, the more he felt irresistibly drawn to Lin Yuan, like a moth to a flame, realizing that the first half of his life had been shrouded in darkness. It was only upon encountering Lin Yuan that he glimpsed the light, a light that ignited within him a desire to protect for a lifetime until death. He harbored no grand aspirations. The prince was his earthly ideal. Simultaneously, in another world, a fantastical game named Jiuzhou abruptly emerged on the Chinese internet, launching an overwhelming wave of promotion that saw its name appearing across major gaming zones and app recommendation lists. Every individual with a smartphone or computer soon discovered a new game icon labeled Jiuzhou on their devices. This incident, which would typically incite great upheaval, strangely went unnoticed by the inhabitants of Earth, who, under the influence of a mystical force of rules, felt no sense of abnormality and refrained from probing the cause. Everything seemed to fall into place under the sway of this rule-bound power. Beneath the night sky, the bustling modern city glowed with countless lights, its streets teeming with crowds. As night deepened, it became the hour for nocturnal adventurers. Xiang Wanqing, a gaming live streamer, possessed long black hair, dawn glasses, and bore charming freckles. Her smile revealed two dimples, lending her a playful and endearing quality. Today, as was her custom, she opened the gaming section in search of intriguing new games to comment on. Skillfully navigating the options, she addressed the camera, saying, "Dear brothers and sisters, let us see what interesting new game we can find today." The chat room buzzed with lively comments. "Ha ha ha. Is Wanqing in jail today? Hee hee. I wonder what new storyline the host will uncover." Last time, she explored the secrets of the monastery in that Western fantasy game and was thrown into prison by the city guards within a day. With tears behind iron bars, I laughed at Wanqing's plight. Who would have thought there was a hidden storyline about the disappearance of orphans in the monastery? Yet, her combat skills were rather lacking. During a breakout attempt, her character was swiftly defeated, leading to a wave of GG remarks. Unable to hold back, Xiang Wanqing retorted, "Can you really call that bad? That's just a spirit of exploration and courage. How can you declare me lacking so arbitrarily? Adventurers have their own challenges." Then she proceeded with her spirited defense, filling the air with a lively exchange. "Ahem, I have delightful news. The new virtual reality gaming helmet I ordered has arrived. Our live stream's visual quality will take a leap forward. All of you esteemed viewers can now experience VR mode." As she spoke, she unveiled a sleek black and red virtual gaming helmet from a delivery box, its striking design immediately catching the eye. In this world, the technology surrounding VR and virtual gaming had matured significantly over time, with games boasting virtual immersion levels between 2050 flooding the market. Furthermore, virtual network technology had been integrated into live streaming platforms, allowing viewers to enjoy a more authentic sensory experience. The chat room erupted. "Wow, Wanqing, well done. I've been eager to try out the VR perspective. Hurry up. I can't wait to see the visual experience of the VR game." After expressing her gratitude, Xiang Wanqing picked up the instruction manual and began operating the gaming helmet to authorize the live stream. Once she donned the helmet and settled into a comfortable position, she found herself face-to-face with a projected screen connected to the network. "Let me see what new virtual games have recently been released. Let us pick one together," she murmured, her fingers deftly gliding across the projection screen to locate the new game rankings. When her gaze landed on the top-ranked game, Jiuzhou, and its description, she could not help but exclaim, "This new game ranks first and claims to have achieved 100% virtual immersion. Is that for real?" The chat room was soon flooded with comments. "I just saw the game icon for Jiuzhou on my phone. I thought my phone had a virus. This game development company must be quite powerful. I just searched and saw this name on all the major gaming recommendation lists. Truly extravagant. 100% virtual immersion? Doesn't that mean it feels almost like the real world? This has to be fake. The highest virtual immersion on the market is only about 75%. If this game actually reaches 100%. ILL live stream myself doing a handstand while eating feces. Is someone here trying to deceive us? I think this could be a groundbreaking game, maybe even a portal to another world, as novels often describe. Whether it's true or false, we'll find out soon enough. Wanqing, please launch this Jiuzhou game so we can see." Seeing the enthusiastic request from many viewers eager to explore the game, Xiang Wanqing nodded in agreement and replied, "All right, Let us take a look at this JioJoWorld.it seems at 1T officially launched for another year, and for now, we can only view the promotional video on the official website. Please be patient as we watch the game as promotional video. As she clicked to play, the previously dark screen was illuminated by radiant light, and when they beheld the ethereal figure clad in white amidst the heavens, all viewers were entranced, unable to tear their eyes away, forgetting their previous thoughts entirely. The live stream fell into an odd silence as Xiang Wanqing, entranced, exclaimed, "Friends, today I have seen a celestial being." This phenomenon transpired for millions, each captivated by the figure on the screen, rendered speechless, as if transformed into stone statues, holding their breath, fearing to disturb the presence before them. Although viewed through a screen, the breathtaking beauty was enough to leave countless souls spellbound. It was a beauty beyond words, every smile and frown bewitchingly captivating. An extraordinary allure, so terrifying. After what felt like an eternity, the audience and Xiang Wanqing finally regained their senses. The chat rapidly filling with fervent excitement as messages flooded the screen. "I hereby declare her my new wife. No one is allowed to compete with me. Rivals, be gone. For the one I adore, I will fight you all. Oh my, she is so beautiful. How can such a being exist in this world? Tears are streaming down my face. Beautiful maiden, marry me. I would transform into a werewolf for you. I have seen this divine sister before, in my dreams. In 3 minutes, I demand to know everything about this white-clad fairy. For her, I am determined to play JioJo. Not even the King of Heaven can stop me. Absolutely, even if JioJo turns out to be terrible, I will play on for the sake of the fairy. Is it really just a year until it launches? I would wait a decade if necessary. Why has JioJo launched yet? I can't wait to see my wife." Xiang Wanqing, witnessing the surge of fervent comments, clenched her fists in frustration, declaring, "How dare you all try to steal my wife? Don't you have wives of your own? Why must you compete with me?" The chat then erupted with demands for her to continue playing the promotional video without delay, eager to witness the fairy's entrance. Thus, Xiang Wanqing resumed the video. The promotional material for the JioJo game showcased Lin Yuan's entire journey, from slaying the dragon to battling countless demon kings in the starry sky. Not only was it masterfully edited, but it was also accompanied by an evocative soundtrack. From the white-clad fairy's decisive strike against the dragon to her healing of the wounded and transforming desolate landscapes back into serene homesteads. Each scene was rendered so vividly that the live audience felt as though they were experiencing it firsthand. Utterly entranced, they flooded the chat with comments of awe. That dragon was terrifying. When it opened its massive jaws, I nearly thought I was next. Thank goodness the fairy intervened and defeated it with a single stroke. My wife is both beautiful and kind. Transforming such vast terrains and healing so many must have taken a toll on her. She must have paid a price, diamond tears. The sensation of a divine being descending to save the world was palpable, and the viewers rated it a perfect score, with the extra 99,000 points dedicated to their beloved white-clad fairy. As they witnessed Lin Yuan single-handedly storming the demon realm, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake, the chat erupted into exclamations. "Incredible! This massacre is truly exhilarating. The fighting and scenes are simply unparalleled. No special effects in movies can compare to this. The hall is intoxicated with flowers, 3,000 guests, a single sword, frost chills 14 states. The white-clad sword immortal is simply magnificent, and I am utterly enamored. A shooting star with white feathers tucked at the waist, the sword blossoms like autumn lotuses emerging from the sheath. The whale drinks but has not swallowed the sea, yet the sword's aura has already traversed the autumn. I have finally witnessed the scenes depicting the sword immortal in these tales. To effortlessly send so many demon armies fleeing, to single-handedly strike down such multitudes, how awe-inspiring, how delightful." When the audience in the live stream sees Lin Yuan establish the arena against the backdrop of the cosmic starry sky, slaying dozens of demon kings, the breathtaking and intense combat, the splendor of shattered galaxies far exceeds their imagination, leaving them utterly mesmerized. The barrage of comments floods in. How exhilarating. Is this truly a promotional video for a game? How much funding must such a grand spectacle require? It feels like it must be at least several $100 million. This expenditure is burning wildly, far more captivating than any film I have ever seen. So intricate and dazzling, the scenes in fantasy novels, where the Tao is shattered and star rivers fall, have suddenly come to vivid life. I never anticipated that in my lifetime I would witness such a spectacle. A lone warrior battling legions, pursuing so many terrifying great demons, navigating through chaos. What a striking display of prowess. No one can hinder the white-clad sword immortal from slaying the demons. The fervor of fighting for humanity. Brothers, I feel a fire igniting within me. When the audience sees Lin Yuan engaging in a war of words with the demon lord, mocking him while emptying the treasures of the demon realm, Laughter erupts. So the white-clad fairy is the saintess of the Taiyin Sacred Land. I understand now. When I enter the game, I will be the saintess' loyal dog. Woof woof. You shall not contend with me. How infuriating. Let us have a duel to see who is truly the saintess' most loyal dog. Ha ha ha. Look at how furious the demon lord is being called old scruffy hair. It's utterly delightful. My beautiful, powerful, kind-hearted, and charming wife also possesses a sharp tongue, making her even more adorable. While you all call her wife, am I the only one wanting to call her husband? The saintess is so dashing. Sister, I want to marry her. Ha! This is killing me. Not leaving a single thread for the enemy. I can see that the demon lord's face has turned green with rage at this moment. A keen-eyed viewer discovers the option to immerse themselves as a random bystander, urging the host, Xiang Wanqing, to quickly select this mode for a closer observation. Without hesitation, Xiang Wanqing clicks to randomly draw a bystander for the immersive viewing experience. Suddenly, she feels a rush, as if the world around her is spinning, and the scenery transforms entirely. It feels as though she has traversed into a vast ancient border city, filled with jubilant crowds. Above, countless flying cultivators fill the sky. Xiang Wanqing, looking at her short arms and legs, is almost in tears, realizing she has drawn a 5 or 6-year-old girl held in her mother's embrace. Glancing again at the white-clad figure, surrounded by the crowd like a moon amidst the stars, she finds it too distant to see clearly. She wishes she could simply watch the video again for clarity. Feeling a twinge of regret, she considers whether to redraw, but ultimately decides to wait until the video concludes before making a new selection. She resolves to savor this video at least a few hundred more times, so there is no rush. However, when the little girl she has chosen is about to fall and be trampled by a cart, the ensuing events after her rescue make Xiang Wanqing feel incredibly fortunate. The white-clad fairy, adorned with a floral crown, smiles gently, sunlight glistening upon her hair, tugging at the heartstrings of countless onlookers. Xiang Wanqing gazes at this scene, clutching her heart, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. Mama, I feel like I have fallen in love today. She smiled at me. She must hold me in her heart. The audience in the live stream erupts in excitement. This immersive experience, the closer the encounter, the more they can feel the extraordinary beauty and the hero saving the beauty. This sensation, seen through the little girl's eyes, is utterly intoxicating, quickening their heartbeats, yearning to experience it all firsthand. The barrage of comments flows in. I am at the scene. It is I who was rescued by the fairy sister. I thought the little girl would be doomed when she fell, but unexpectedly she was saved by the white-clad fairy. Sob sob, she is so warm. I wish to stay in the embrace of the white-clad fairy for a lifetime. Amen. Away died and came back to life. I am healed. I love you, my lady. How can I not love you, my wife? Is that love? No, that is mere lust for the body of the white-clad fairy, while my love is pure and unwavering. So choose me, fairy. Puffed. The one above is truly shameless, claiming a pure love, when in truth, they merely seek an excuse to steal my wife. The promotional video soon comes to an end, as the festivities in Jiuzhou with Lin Yuan have yet to commence. They must wait until the mountains of demon beast meat are prepared into dishes for the evening bonfire celebration. Thus, the footage captured only extends to this point before the screen fades to black. After all, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. Without footage, how can they continue the editing? It ended so soon. I haven't had my fill. Xiang Wanqing exclaims in disbelief, having thought there would be much more content to enjoy, only to find the video concluding after Lin Yuan returns to the human realm, greeted with a wave of thunderous applause. She longs to see the subsequent bonfire celebration, where Lin Yuan shares food and laughter with everyone, but finds the promotional video ending so abruptly. It's far too little, utterly insufficient. Xiang Wanqing murmurs, and the comments in the live stream reflect a similar sentiment, though this video is an hour long. As a promotional video that is already substantial, yet the audience is so engrossed that they yearn for even more content. One viewer pins a little essay, lamenting, although I don't know if the graphics of the Jiuzhou game will be as outstanding as in the promotional video. Like those companies that pour their heart into CG while skimping on gameplay, for the white-clad fairy in this promotional video, this game is undoubtedly worth diving into. Yet, this promotional video is far too brief. I could watch hundreds more without ever growing tired, only wishing for more. After confirming there is only this one promotional video on the official game site, Xiang Wanqing and the audience resign themselves, replaying the video numerous times. Suddenly, a viewer browsing the official game website comments, "Look, the Jiuzhou game has released character art featuring the white-clad fairy. Wow, finally, I can learn more detailed information about my wife. I had opened the official site ages ago, eager to see. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wanqing's eyes light up as she eagerly opens the website. There, she finds a promotional poster. The image depicts majestic mountains and misty valleys, where a stunning white-clad fairy, sword sheathed on her back, gazes into the distance, her sleeves dancing in the wind, as if preparing to ride the winds and ascend to immortality. The character introduction is brief, consisting of only a few lines. Saintess of the Taiyin, Lin Yuan, bearing a 3-foot sword to vanquish the injustices of the world. Wow. So my wife's name is Lin Yuan. This introduction is so short. Can't it be more detailed? Why not include what she likes to eat or what she enjoys doing? Xiang Wanqing gazes at the image, her eyes wide, unable to contain herself. The comments erupt. I've set it as my phone wallpaper. Every time I open it, I can see my wife's divine countenance. Sigh, my Yuan, how could I live without you? When will this Jiuzhou game go live? A year without seeing Yuan has me anxious to the point of rushing to the game company to urge the production team to hasten the launch. Ah, Yuan, so handsome, beautiful, and just, you truly strike at my heart. Can we crowdfund to hasten the official launch of the game? A year is far too long. We must seize the day. Here, Xiang Wanqing has successfully downloaded and saved the images, setting them as the screensaver for all her mobile devices and tablets, allowing her to appreciate them day and night. She continues to explore the official forum of the Jiuzhou game on its website, discovering that this newly launched forum, less than a day old, has already accumulated numerous posts, with the number of contributors rising rapidly. The most prominent pinned post piques Xiang Wanqing's curiosity. Its lengthy title reads, Speculations on the main storyline of the Jiuzhou game. What events will players encounter with the fated protagonist, the white-clad fairy? The post has garnered considerable attention, evident from its high click-through rate, and has been pinned to the forum's homepage, indicating that many players have engaged with it. The title is not only lengthy, but also authored by a well-known content creator in the gaming community, who frequently publishes various narrative threads and strategies, thus inciting even more discussion. Intrigued, Xiang Wanqing clicks on the post to browse alongside the live audience. The content of the post unfolds as follows. Firstly, the game, a remarkable emergence in the gaming world, has captured the attention of many netizens. To be honest, this is my first encounter with such a game that claims to achieve a virtuality level of 100. An unprecedented feat. It is widely known that the highest level of virtuality achieved by current games is merely 75. If the production company can indeed realize this, it would undoubtedly represent a significant breakthrough in the history of virtual gaming. However, the authenticity of the game's promotional claims remains debatable, so let us proceed directly to the core of the matter. Based on the promotional video, I have a few speculations regarding the main storyline. Initially, the dragon appearing in the video is clearly part of the demon faction, having devoured countless mortals and destroyed several dynasties, showcasing its malevolence. This establishes an undeniable antagonism between the human and demon factions, suggesting a profound enmity has been cultivated between them. Furthermore, the subsequent appearance of the lunar saintess, Lin Yuan, as she slays the demon dragon, has undoubtedly captivated many viewers, myself included. I have replayed that scene dozens of times. This indicates the presence of the sword cultivator class in the game, which appears to possess formidable strength, and once Jiuzhou launches, many players will likely opt to become sword cultivators. After all, strength may be fleeting, but style is eternal. As the adage goes, a sword cultivator's wife is a sword, so sword cultivator players should refrain from vying for the attention of the lunar saintess, Lin Yuan, and instead focus on perfecting their swordsmanship. Towards the latter part of the promotional video, we witness the white-clad fairy avenging the fallen humans in the demon territory, clearly highlighting the opposition between the human and demon factions, should the game allow for faction choices upon launch. I believe the majority of players will align with the human faction, as the demon kings appear exceedingly grotesque, exuding an aura of malevolence that unmistakably marks them as villains. The contrast between the demon kings and the white-clad fairy is striking. One group embodies the lowest of aesthetics, while the other represents the pinnacle of beauty, making our allegiance clear. Moreover, the numerous deceased demon soldiers lack human form, resembling merely bizarre beasts, thus reinforcing the notion that they are nothing but monsters and fiends, some even evoking the visage of ancient deities. Consequently, I am confident that the vast majority of players will not choose the demon faction, save for a few with differing tastes or those seeking amusement. Our human faction's leader is undoubtedly the white-clad sword immortal, the lunar saintess, Lin Yuan. Although the elder wielding a bamboo staff is powerful, The deference he shows to the white-clad fairy indicates that Lin Yuan occupies a position of dominance. Who leads and who follows is evident. I also believe that the lunar saintess, Lin Yuan, is the destined protagonist of the JoJo game. It is widely acknowledged that the protagonists featured in promotional videos are typically the main characters of the game's narrative. This promotional video centers around the exploits of the white-clad fairy as she rescues the populace and vanquishes demons, with Lin Yuan at the heart of the narrative. If she is not the protagonist, then who could possibly fulfill that role? Even if the JoJo game features multiple protagonists, Lin Yuan remains the most significant among them, as evidenced by her placement as the first character highlighted in the promotional video. Furthermore, the white-clad fairy embodies all the quintessential traits of the game's leading lady. She possesses extraordinary beauty, and upon first sight, one can truly comprehend the meaning of phrases like stunning beauty and grace beyond compare. In addition to her immense power, she also possesses a strong personality and an impressive background that in many fantasy novels. She would undoubtedly be the main character, the kind who requires the male lead to chase after her for thousands of chapters to match her extraordinary background and talent. Regarding the assertion that the lunar saintess, Lin Yuan, is the game's destined protagonist, I see little room for doubt. Beauty is justice, and if the JoJo game company does not allow such an exceptional beauty to take center stage, it would be a grave oversight on their part. Having discussed the protagonist of the JoJo game, let us now turn our attention to the main storyline. I have two hypotheses. The first speculation is that upon logging in, players will follow the lunar saintess in battling foreign foes, ultimately unifying the JoJo world, aiding her in establishing an enduring human dynasty and supporting her ascension as empress. This narrative arc seamlessly amalgamates combat and management, offering enjoyment to both battle enthusiasts and life simulation players alike. The second hypothesis aligns with a common trope in fantasy novels, wherein a world-ending crisis emerges, and the lunar saintess leads players in a quest to save the world amidst trials and tribulations. Though somewhat glitch, it remains a classic. I wonder which of these storyline modes resonates more with all of you. Moreover, I eagerly await the JoJo game's launch. The anticipation of not being able to play and experience Lin Yuan's other videos is driving me to despair. I implore the JoJo development team, do not take me for granted. Release the game soon so that I may reunite with my beloved. If that is not feasible, at least share more related content. Beneath this post, a plethora of player comments abound, with the first remark reading, "While you make valid points, the rivalry for a beloved is a matter of life and death. Let the battle commence." Thus, a lively discussion ensues, filled with fervent exchanges. Some engage in heated debates, others revel in the drama, while many discuss the main storyline, yet all seem to converge around the white-clad fairy, evidencing that many subconsciously regard Lin Yuan as the JoJo game as protagonist. Should Lin Yuan come across the contents of this post, she would undoubtedly be taken aback and exclaim, "Well said. But please, I am not the protagonist of the game. Players, you have misunderstood." Xiang Wanqing finds some merit in this post. Yet she recognizes that many covet her idol. It appears that once the JoJo game launches, she must strive to see if she can reach the lunar sacred land, even if it means playing a minor role. She would willingly endure any labor just to be in close proximity to her goddess. In truth, Xiang Wanqing is not alone in this sentiment. Countless viewers of the promotional video have etched the name Lunar Sacred Land into their memories, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to seek the white-clad fairy's presence once they enter the game. However, these individuals remain unaware that the vast expanse of the JoJo continent is rife with hierarchical power dynamics, and without sufficient strength, they may find it challenging to even exit the novice village after months, let alone reach the central state's lunar sacred land. Initially, players' encounters with Lin Yuan will rely heavily on fortune. After concluding her live stream, Xiang Wanqing edited her experience of the promotional video into a compilation and shared it online. To her surprise, the video went viral, achieving significant popularity. This was not solely due to the random character experiences within the promotional video. Many viewers had encountered different characters. However, Xiang Wanqing was fortunate enough to draw the role of a young girl, allowing her video to resonate with those who had not been as fortunate. The extensive promotion and advertising surrounding the JoJo game have sparked widespread discussion and interest. Naturally, her video gained traction, attracting many eager players wanting to immerse themselves in the JoJo game. Meanwhile, within the border towns of JoJo, an atmosphere of festivity prevails, reminiscent of a grand celebration. Whether atop the towering city walls or beneath the eaves of the flying roofs, or even in the narrow alleys, resplendent red lanterns adorn the grand structures and homes alike. The streets are teeming with an exuberant crowd, bustling with people at wonton stalls and various vendor booths. while tea houses and taverns alike declare that today, all is free to celebrate. Consequently, the atmosphere is filled with joyous excitement. The clamor of drums and gongs fills the air, while street performers showcase their talents. And melodious sounds emanate from the opera house, painting a vibrant tapestry of prosperity that unfolds gracefully before the eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, engaged in conversation with General Guanjun, finds himself within the city walls. Observing the culinary practitioners hauling large, black iron cauldrons, as others bring forth mysterious iron tripods for cooking, the scene is alive with energy as chefs wield their cleavers with the grace of fluttering butterflies, transforming the flesh of mythical beasts into delicate slices and finely chopped morsels, reminiscent of a master butcher dissecting a massive carcass into perfectly sized chunks. The bubbling cauldrons release an enticing aroma that causes Lin Yuan's senses to awaken. Eliciting a delightful swallow, he watches with keen interest, eagerly anticipating the bonfire feast planned for the evening. Having just delivered numerous jars of fine wine to the kitchen courtyard, he is assured that tonight's banquet will be bounteous. Allowing everyone to indulge to their heart's content. In a secluded corner of the Demon Suppression General's estate kitchen, Fang Xing diligently prepares a dish, after inquiring about the prince's preferences from Qing Luo. He hears her proudly declare, hands on hips, that he has indeed asked the right person, for the young lady has a penchant for exquisite cuisine, particularly for dishes she has yet to savor, which piques her curiosity. Thus, Fang Xing resolves to personally craft a bowl of the rare Dragon Jade 9 Treasures spirit rice porridge, a recipe he fortuitously acquired, to present to Lin Yuan for tasting. Given that this delicacy has been lost in his homeland for many years, he surmises that few would know how to prepare it, and it should certainly intrigue the prince. During his time as a handyman disciple, he honed his culinary skills by preparing meals for himself. With deft hands, he skillfully fillets a red-scaled fish, slicing its flesh into pristine white sashimi, before adding a handful of fish fins, sea cucumbers, and dried scallops into the pot. The glistening Dragon Jade spirit rice, having been soaked in the essence of dragon's blood, bubbles enticingly. Its quality and flavor elevated to new heights. As he adds mountain delicacies and ocean treasures for seasoning, an irresistible fragrance wafts from the pot, rich and inviting. After several hours of simmering, ensuring that all the ingredients meld perfectly, Fang Xing ladles a bowl of porridge to taste. Satisfied with the delightful flavor, he prepares to present it to Lin Yuan. He carefully transfers the porridge into an exquisitely crafted blue and white porcelain bowl, the dish resembling a snowy landscape adorned with vibrant plum blossoms, elegant and unique. Once the porridge cools sufficiently to be savored, Fang Xing emerges from the kitchen. By now, night has fallen, and the city is illuminated with a dazzling array of lanterns. The open space outside is alive with festivities, where people gather around bonfires, laughter and cheers resounding as they celebrate, frequently proclaiming their congratulations to the prince. The border city's inhabitants come together to feast on the sumptuous bounty of mythical beasts and sip on spirit-laden wines, their faces radiant with joy. For humanity, these mythical creatures are treasures. Every part, from flesh to sinew, has its purpose. Consuming this sustenance empowers cultivators to refine their strength and enhance their vitality, while even ordinary folk find themselves invigorated, some discovering their latent potential for cultivation. Thus, the attendees express their profound gratitude to the Lady of the Taiyin, Lin Yuan, raising their cups in salute toward the center of the gathering. As the flames crackle and pop, Lin Yuan observes the golden, glistening skewers of roasted beast meat sizzling over the fire, the massive swan and demon king taking up considerable space. Even a pair of wings occupies a substantial area. Crackling and hissing in the flames, he relishes the skewers in hand, savoring their flavor, while few dare to approach him due to his esteemed status. This distance evokes a tinge of regret within Lin Yuan. As in his past life, he reveled in camaraderie with his fellow warriors, sharing drinks and laughter. Now, clad in feminine attire, he finds it challenging to bridge that gap, even if he were to join their conversations. It might stifle the jovial atmosphere. Qing Luo has ventured to the kitchen for more dishes, while the Grand Elder has retreated to the Xian Yu immortal vessel to liaise with the Holy Land. As Lin Yuan enjoys the roasted meat, he reminisces about the barbecues shared with Xiao Tian during their escapades in the secret realm, recalling the delightful flavors. He muses, perhaps when Xiao comes to Zhangzhou, they could hunt in the outer realms, he taking charge of the hunt while Xiao handles the cooking, uniting their strengths in battle in a most enjoyable manner. Lost in thought, he contemplates how to persuade Xiao Tian to be his cook in the outer realms. Meanwhile, in a desolate mountain wilderness of the northern state border, Xiao Tian meticulously experiments with various gathered herbs to concoct a new barbecue recipe, facing failure after failure until finally, he succeeds and records the formula. The ancient sword spirit observes the process and quips, aside from battle and swordplay, you seem to spend your leisure time tinkering with seasonings. Are you planning to impress Lin Xiaoyu in Zhangzhou? Embarrassed, Xiao Tian scratches his head, recalling his father's parting advice. To win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. His father had wooed his mother with his culinary skills. Very well, continue your endeavors. The sword spirit concedes, secretly pondering if this rascal might truly leverage his culinary prowess to curry favor with the future Taiyin empress. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tian, memories of barbecues shared with Lin Yuan in the secret realm flood back to him. They had often accidentally swapped skewers, a trivial mishap among good friends. Yet, recalling those moments now causes his cheeks to flush and his heart race, prompting him to focus intently on grilling the meat. In the future, as some players find themselves rescued by Xiao Tian, they will witness this formidable master carefully retrieving a cherished tome from beside the fire, expecting a legendary martial arts manual. They are instead astonished to discover it is a cookbook. Meanwhile, Fang Xing approaches Lin Yuan, bowl in hand, but hesitates, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Will the prince enjoy this porridge, afraid of rejection? He stands silently, grappling with his nerves, before finally mustering the courage to present the Dragon Jade 9 Treasures spirit rice porridge, saying, "Your Highness, this is the porridge I made. I would be honored if you would try it." Lin Yuan, taken aback, had not anticipated that the formidable and decisive leader of the demonic sect, Fang Xing, would also possess such domestic talents. Should the former players of the demonic path witness this, they would surely question their beliefs. Accepting Fang Xing's heartfelt offering, Lin Yuan takes a generous sip of the porridge. The sweetness and freshness envelop him, the flavors harmonizing perfectly, evoking a warmth akin to the gentle sun in winter. Leaving a lasting impression, his eyes sparkle as he downs the porridge eagerly, exclaiming, "Delicious. Thank you." Fang Xing, enchanted by Lin Yuan's radiant smile, feels his heart race, momentarily rendered speechless. Noticing Fang Xing's prolonged silence and gaze, Lin Yuan glances at the skewer in his hand, now reduced to a mere bone with a few nibbles remaining, and suddenly realizes Fang Xing must be yearning for roasted meat but hesitates to ask. The allure of the Swan Ni Demon King's meat is indeed compelling. "This is for you," Lin Yuan says, pressing the skewer into Fang Xing's hand. He then retrieves several more skewers from the fire, offering them, "These are yours. Feel free to enjoy the roasted meat without hesitation." The demonic energy contained within the roasted meat of the mythical creature is overwhelmingly abundant. After consuming a few skewers, remember to employ your techniques to refine it, as this will aid in enhancing your physical strength and vitality. This moment, Fang Xing is utterly astonished, instinctively accepting the skewers of roasted meat and cradling them in his arms, feeling as though he has just won a grand prize. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan has already produced 2 bowls filled with spirit wine and hands one to Fang Xing, urging him to sit beside the campfire. Is there not a certain exhilaration in indulging in copious amounts of wine and meat? One must seize the joy of life and cast aside worries, relishing the present moment as a delightful pursuit. Let me tell you, the wings of the golden-winged pung are delightfully crispy and possess remarkable chewiness. Lin Yuan exclaims with enthusiasm, recounting the flavors of various mythical beasts, as if sharing treasured anecdotes. Noticing that Fang Xing has yet to take a bite of the roasted meat, Lin Yuan cannot help but urge, "Hurry and eat. The meat will lose its delightful taste once it cools." Upon hearing this, Fang Xing, as if awakening from a dream, begins to devour the roasted meat, finishing it all under Lin Yuan's watchful gaze. Observing Fang Xing, who seems to be radiating with demonic energy, Lin Yuan steps in to help dissipate it, chuckling, "The roasted meat is simply too delicious. One must savor it slowly, no need to rush." Thus, Lin Yuan and Fang Xing continue their hearty feast, exchanging tales of their experiences in the central continent and the outer battlefield. Often, it is Lin Yuan who speaks, while Fang Xing listens attentively, responding occasionally. Beneath the resplendent starry sky of the night, the two engage in conversation, the campfire casting a warm glow upon the spirited young man in white, whose gestures evoke images of grandeur as distant melodies drift through the air, stirring the grasslands and fields. This moment becomes etched in Fang Xing's memory, cherished as one of his most valued recollections. When dawn breaks and the banquet concludes, Fang Xing, returning to his chamber aboard the Xianwei immortal vessel, recalls the skewers of roasted meat that had been bitten into by His Highness Lin Yuan. Would this not mean that he has, in a sense, shared a kiss with His Highness? The mere thought causes Fang Xing's face to flush crimson, his heart racing as he covers his heated cheeks. Struggling to regain composure. In his own quarters aboard the Xianwei immortal vessel, Lin Yuan initially intends to meditate and cultivate, but is taken aback when a familiar webpage appears before him. Could it be the official website of the Jiuzhou world from his past life? What is going on? He is astonished and begins to check his physical condition. Everything seems normal, and his Dao heart remains steadfast. With the protection of the Xianwei immortal vessel, even the most formidable of beings could not easily ensnare him in an illusion. After confirming he is neither deluded nor trapped in a mirage, he quickly browses, discovering he is accessing the site as a player. This revelation invigorates him, and soon he finds a poster on the Jiuzhou World's official website featuring a figure in white. Wielding a long sword, could it truly be himself? Is this for real? He exclaims in disbelief, never expecting to become the face of the game. Every time a player clicks on the Jiuzhou game page, they are greeted by this poster. The background of this image is the peak of the mountain where he resided in the holy land of the Yin. But who took this photograph? As he muses, Lin Yuan cannot help but gaze out the window at the sky, a bold thought crossing his mind. Could this be a photo taken by the heavenly will of the Jiuzhou world? Surely not. Although he is a traveler from another realm, it seems improbable that the heavenly will would take the time to photograph him. Or perhaps it was done by an unparalleled expert capable of evading the Holy Land's array? But for what purpose? Surely it cannot merely be for the sake of better promoting the Jiuzhou game. A multitude of questions flit through Lin Yuan's mind, as the Jiuzhou world feels far too real, unlike a mere game. Moreover, he recalls how the Jiuzhou game appeared seemingly out of nowhere, with every individual's phone suddenly featuring it. Yet no one questioned its origins or the company behind its creation. This is indeed a peculiar phenomenon, as if some unseen rule prevents people from investigating further. That it is only after his own transmigration that Lin Yuan realizes the oddity of the situation. Affirming that the Jiuzhou world, which can influence so many, is undoubtedly not a simple game, but rather a genuine fantasy realm. As for the influx of players, Lin Yuan speculates it may be due to the invasion of the demonic tribe, drawing forth players from the fourth calamity to save the world. Yet, this is merely conjecture. It could very well be unfounded. In reality, the vast majority of players are of mortal physique, at most reaching the creation realm, with only a handful possessing spiritual bodies, aside from a select few who, through various opportunities or techniques, have reshaped their physiques to acquire extraordinary bodies or even royal physiques. Most players face limitations, typically achieving no more than the creation realm. Even those with exceptional physiques will encounter challenges in breaking through at higher levels, requiring comprehension of the laws. The player system can only assist in elevating levels and understanding techniques, while insights into the laws of the Tao must rely on the player's innate understanding. In his previous life, as an ordinary player, Lin Yuan relied on his astounding insight to grasp the power of the laws, rising to become the top-ranked fighter among the players. For others, understanding the laws seemed a Herculean task. With his comprehension of multiple laws and the primordial sword intent, Lin Yuan achieved remarkable feats on the outer battlefield. Recognized as the foremost player in terms of combat strength, despite being a loose cultivator with relatively inferior equipment, he could still contend with other disciples from the Holy Lands. In this life, Lin Yuan has vanquished over a dozen demon kings in the domain of the demon race, a feat that other players of the same rank would struggle to match, as encountering such numbers would surely lead to their demise. Thus, while all players share the same system, some are inherently stronger. Lin Yuan speculates that perhaps it is due to his status as the strongest among players that he was resurrected in the Jiuzhou world after his heroic demise. It seems improbable that such a rebirth would occur without reason. Returning to his thoughts, Lin Yuan gazes at the image of the white-clad fairy standing atop the mountain, a profound sense of embarrassment and awkwardness washing over him. Who could understand the humiliation of having his cross-dressing photo displayed on the game's webpage as a promotional poster? For countless players to see this at first glance is akin to public execution. Surely, could they not have chosen another image for the poster? A scenic view would suffice. Overwhelmed by shame, Lin Yuan cannot help but sigh skyward, recalling how the promotional poster in his previous life showcased a breathtaking vista of mountains and rivers. He then glances at the Jiuzhou game's reservation numbers, an astonishing 230 million and rapidly climbing. This figure astounds him. How could there be so many players reserving the Jiuzhou game? Exceeding 100 million already. Given the official launch time of merely a day, this is a staggering increase compared to the initial reservations from his past life. In disbelief, Lin Yuan observes the ever-increasing reservation numbers. Pondering the cause, His gaze then sweeps down to the promotional video beneath the poster. He remembers the previous promotional video showcased the culture and landscapes of the Jiaozhou world from an aerial perspective. Akin to a documentary, he wonders if this new promotional video differs in any way. Could the surge in player reservations be linked to the promotional video? Curiosity piqued, Lin Yuan opens the promotional video, only to be taken aback by the barrage of comments on the screen, all exclaiming wife. His astonished expression could be best represented by a meme, were it not for the fact that wife referred to him. He would have quipped that the internet is not a lawless land. Bigamy is a crime. The video begins with Lin Yuan himself slaying a demon dragon, and as the breathtaking figure of the white-clad fairy appears, the comments flood in, declaring her a goddess. The comments read, Yuan Yuan, have pity on me. I've never had a wife. Will you be my wife? Ah, my goddess has arrived. Is the Jiaozhou game live yet? When will the official Jiaozhou game release more videos featuring the white-clad fairy? How long until I can see my wife? Yuan Yuan, a day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. I cannot bear it. Yuan Yuan, my wife. I am coming. I truly wish to see the coldly beautiful white-clad fairy blushing as she is swept away. Your Highness, my only wish is for you to glance my way, and I shall die without regret. For the white-clad fairy, I would dive into the Jiaozhou game. This overwhelming flood of declarations of love leaves Lin Yuan utterly dumbfounded. Particularly, some of the scathing remarks in the comments were utterly unbearable, leaving Lin Yuan greatly astonished as he promptly disabled all the comments. How frightening. Do these individuals not have wives? Why do they shout wife upon seeing anyone? In his previous life, Lin Yuan, the white-clad sword immortal, was renowned among players for his formidable achievements, and many fans affectionately referred to him as husband. He never imagined that upon his rebirth, he would be pursued by so many players calling him wife. Was it really necessary for them to react this way just because he had momentarily donned women's attire? Lin Yuan held little self-awareness regarding his own allure, which even the holy ones of the demon race could not resist, let alone those lacking in cultivation. This was primarily due to the significant reduction of charm values between the two worlds. Otherwise, the scene would have been even more chaotic. How could I be the one featured in the promotional video? This is not like my previous life. After hastily fast-forwarding through the promotional video, Lin Yuan murmured to himself, glancing at the rapidly increasing number of reservations, and suddenly understood. So, this was the secret to attracting attention that the officials of the Jiaozhou game had discovered. Indeed, compared to the scenic videos of his past life, it seemed that beautiful women were far more captivating. Yet, with so many good-looking individuals in the world, why was he chosen? The Yaoqi Saintess was also stunning. Why not select her instead? Lin Yuan pondered over the Yaoqi Saintess he had encountered at the Yaoqi banquet in his previous life, who appeared as a breathtakingly cold and ethereal beauty. He then recalled that during his previous life, the Yaoqi Saintess was either in seclusion for cultivation or remained secluded. Apart from her brief appearance at the Yaoqi banquet, she seemed to stay within the Yaoqi Sacred Land, rarely making an appearance. This life was no different. Lin Yuan had heard that the Yaoqi Saintess had been in seclusion for 10 years and had yet to emerge, with her next appearance likely not until 3 years later at the Yaoqi banquet. Could it be that because the Yaoqi Saintess had remained in seclusion, while he had been exceedingly active over the years, he was chosen for the promotional campaign? As Lin Yuan contemplated his life, he realized that while the Yaoqi Saintess was in seclusion, he had been traversing the central plains, hunting demons and vanquishing evildoers. In contrast, while the Yaoqi Saintess remained secluded, he had already entered the demon territory, setting up arenas for a slaughter. In this light, it seemed reasonable for him to be selected for promotion instead of the Yaoqi Saintess. But wait, I am a man. I am not truly a saintess. What on earth is going on with the Jiaozhou game officials? Lost in thought, Lin Yuan remained unaware that even if the Yaoqi Saintess frequently appeared, the Jiaozhou game would still choose him as the star of the promotional video. The intricacies of this situation would only become clear to him later. In any case, he could never let the fact that he had cross-dressed be revealed. Lin Yuan resolved to keep his disguise well hidden. If the people from both worlds discovered that he had dressed as a woman, it would be nothing short of social death. After watching the video, Lin Yuan continued to navigate the familiar player forum from his previous life. As expected, upon opening it, he found numerous posts already. One particularly lengthy post speculating on the main storyline of the Jiaozhou game, discussing what events would unfold between the destined protagonist, the white-clad immortal, and the players, caught Lin Yuan's attention. After reading the entire post, he thought to himself, how could I possibly be the game as protagonist? The child of destiny is clearly Xiao Tian, Feng Xing. Zhongshan, Yiluyan, Guchangxing, and Imo Xuanji. These players have been misled by the promotional video. With this in mind, Lin Yuan could no longer contain himself and decided to post his thoughts. He changed his login account name from Lin Yuan, the Saintess of the Dark Moon, to Have You Eaten Yet Today, and replaced his default selfie with a picture of a delicious meal. Who still uses their real name online these days? It had to be changed. He then commented under the post, "Have you eaten yet today? Is it possible that Lin Yuan is not the game's protagonist, and that the main character is someone else?" The enthusiastic user Lichi replied, "Are you a hired troll from another game company? Do you understand the Dark Moon Saintess better than I do? You clearly don't know her. How could Yuan possibly not be the game's protagonist?" The original poster, Lichi, passionately argued, completely unaware that the person he was chatting with was the very white-clad immortal he idolized. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly exclaimed, "Yuan, take me with you." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan felt a rare moment of confusion upon seeing the reply. He is the Dark Moon Saintess. How could he not understand himself? As he continued to browse the forum, he was startled by the posts from a group of players, particularly by the overly enthusiastic and fervent comments. Some posts contained rather serious fan art, while others shockingly featured risque images and even explicit content. Although the quantity of explicit content reflected a character's popularity, it compelled Lin Yuan to swiftly close the forum page, wishing he could cleanse his eyes. "Goodness, I've seen something scandalous." Lin Yuan, who used to enjoy browsing forums and engaging in discussions, concluded, "Perhaps it's best not to look at this forum anymore." JoJo game officials, I implore you to show some decency. Please do not use me for promotional materials on the official game website. He couldn't help but sigh, feeling overwhelmed by this treatment. Lin Yuan noticed a time reminder indicating that the player login would take place 3 years after the JoJo World's timeline, which corresponded to 1 year in the real world. The time synchronization ratio between the JoJo world and the real world was 3:1, meaning that for every day that passed in reality, 3 days elapsed in JoJo. Many players in his previous life gasped in astonishment upon discovering this time ratio, exclaiming, "What kind of revolutionary black technology is this? It's as if it grants us more time to live longer." This sparked discontent among many foreign netizens, as the JoJo game was only launched in China, leaving foreign players unable to access it. However, by this point, China had already risen to become the world's leading nation, and foreign netizens could only express their grievances online without causing much of a stir. As for the higher-ups in other countries, their actions remained uncertain. Yet, under the influence of a mysterious rule, soon everyone ceased to investigate how a gaming company could possess such time-defying technology that it was as if the Western nations had collectively forgotten about the matter, with even the complaints of foreign netizens vanishing without a trace, as though nothing had ever occurred. Consequently, the JoJo World's server was effectively a national server in the distant future, when the spiritual energy of this world was restored. Chinese players would discover just how far ahead they were in their cultivation compared to other countries. In 3 years, when players logged in, he would finally be able to meet these fellow countrymen. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile at this thought, but the memories of those posts in the forum dimmed his amusement. He resolved not to dwell on events 3 years hence, deeming it too far away, and discovered how to hide the JoJo game interface, performing a series of operations to keep it out of sight. Lin Yuan began to organize the spoils from his recent hunt, having slain more than a dozen saint-level demon kings. Indeed, there were quite a few valuable items in this storage bag. This exquisite artifact, the dragon-scale spirit cloud armor, boasted exceptional defensive capabilities. Judging by the design patterns, it likely originated from ancient ruins. It was of higher quality than the one he had previously obtained in the Central Plains Purple Mansion ruins, making it a perfect gift for his master to use for protection. Lin Yuan spoke to himself as he examined the golden, shimmering armor, recalling how he had sent numerous defensive artifacts to his master, Yen Xingxue, over the years. Initially, he had gifted her supreme-grade artifacts, but she had steadfastly refused, insisting that such items were meant for supreme beings, and giving them to her would be a waste. Thus, Lin Yuan had resorted to giving her ordinary artifacts instead. He had only this one master, and their bond had deepened over the years. He could not allow any harm to come to her. This mysterious water Rui flag could instantly create a heavy water array for watering flowers, which was quite handy. The design was rather intriguing. Qing Luo would surely appreciate it, so he planned to gift it to her tomorrow. Lin Yuan muttered to himself as he rummaged through a set of 36 superior-grade spiritual treasures. The mysterious water flags, these superior-grade spiritual treasures, which could incite fierce competition among countless cultivators, were casually designated for watering flowers. If those cultivators were to discover this, they would surely question their life choices. The Grand Elder had a fondness for plants, so he would gift him the rare thunder calamity wood from 10,000 years ago. This time, he also wanted to express his gratitude to the Grand Elder for dealing with that demon lord. And coupled with this rare star flower, it would surely bring him joy. Lin Yuan joyfully remarked as he admired the ancient thunder calamity wood in his hands, which emanated a thunderous aura, akin to a withered tree springing back to life. Beside him, there was also a pot of flowers that shimmered with starlight, resembling a colorful rainbow, with petals as delicate as gossamer. Although these items were splendid, they held little value for him. Due to Lin Yuan's possession of the finest equipment available in the Sacred Land, he is undeniably well-equipped. In terms of cultivation, Lin Yuan has long reached the supreme level in his comprehension of the laws and principles, allowing him to level up instantaneously with sufficient combat experience. Unlike other players who find themselves stymied at the bottleneck of comprehending the laws, Lin Yuan faces no such hindrance. After reaching the realm of creation, every subsequent breakthrough requires players to meet specific requirements in their understanding of the laws. Otherwise, no matter how much experience they accumulate, they remain stuck at the threshold. Regarding the treasure known as the 10,000-year Thunder Tribulation Wood, Lin Yuan intends to fully comprehend the thunder laws inscribed within it before gifting it, along with the Starflower, to the Grand Elder. The Broken Army Meteor Knife is crafted from ancient cold iron, possessing significantly greater power compared to weapons of the same rank. And since Feng Xing wields a blade, Lin Yuan plans to gift it to him. He retrieves a long knife, gleaming with a chilling light and appearing exceedingly sharp. This top-grade Dao artifact, the Broken Army Meteor Knife, exudes both an ancient aura and a palpable sense of lethality, truly deserving of its name. Although he himself wields a sword, and his acquaintances, including his master Yin Qingxue and Xiao Tian, also favor blades, Qing Luo plays the flute, and for the Grand Elder, the quality of weapons is inconsequential. What truly matters is the path of the laws. Lin Yuan distinctly remembers that Feng Xing prefers knives, and he intends to find an appropriate moment to bestow this blade upon him. This is the 5-colored auspicious cloud mushroom, which can assist both ordinary and spiritual bodies in enhancing their physique and transforming into a treasure body. It also exhibits remarkable efficacy for certain special techniques. Lin Yuan muses that he shall present it to Brother Xiao during their next encounter in Zhongzhou. As he rummages through a trove of treasures, he comes across a vibrant, iridescent mushroom, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage, emanating a unique and enticing fragrance. He recalls that in his previous life, Xiao Tian spent considerable time seeking information about the 5-colored auspicious cloud mushroom on the outer battlefield and eventually succeeded, indicating its significance to him. Perhaps due to Xiao Tian's unique cultivation technique as a spiritual entity, he requires the 5-colored auspicious cloud mushroom as an ingredient to enhance his physique. This rare treasure, capable of augmenting one's constitution, would incite fervor among countless ordinary cultivators, often leading to fierce battles for possession. However, such treasures hold no allure for Lin Yuan, as his physique is already of the highest caliber, unrivaled in the Jiuzhou world, leaving no room for improvement. Indeed, he is unparalleled in every aspect, truly a figure of grandeur. His grandmother adores incense, and the Danxia cloud crane furnace he beholds is aesthetically pleasing and emanates a delightful fragrance, an excellent gift for her upon his return. Continuing his search, Lin Yuan cradles a translucent, crystal-like incense burner, its elegant design resembling a celestial crane poised for flight. He plans to present it as a gift to the ancestor of the Taiyin Sacred Land. After selecting and organizing these gifts for others, Lin Yuan resumes his quest among the mountains of treasures, seeking items that will enhance his own power. This segment of Heavenly Azure Divine Wood will aid him in comprehending the laws of wood. Its abundant vitality is truly magnificent, and he believes it will facilitate a breakthrough to the 7th level of the wood laws. Gazing at the towering branch of this heavenly azure tree, Lin Yuan is resolute in his choice. The realms of comprehension are categorized from low to high as follows: realm of perception, domain, laws, and the great Tao, with each realm subdivided into 9 levels. A plethora of refining materials lay before him: fire essence mysterious gold, earth vein Yuan magnetic stone, Tai gold essence, undersea snow silver, and cold star crystal sand can all be utilized to deepen his understanding of the laws of metal, earth, water, and fire. Once comprehended, These materials could serve as the foundation for creating a miniature world. As Lin Yuan traverses the valleys formed from various precious star-like minerals, he cannot help but exclaim. Some peaks resemble immaculate snow mountains, their heights soaring into the clouds, composed of undersea snow silver, while others shimmer like a galaxy, sparkling with the brilliance of cold star crystal sand. There are also peaks as dark as ink, embodying the depth of Yuan magnetic ore, alongside many others radiating a myriad of colors, creating a truly magnificent and sacred spectacle. Adjacent to him lies a lake, as blue and translucent as a sapphire. This is the primordial heavy water. Each droplet bears the weight of 1,000 pounds and brims with abundant spiritual energy. Whether for refining or other purposes, it is a precious resource. Lin Yuan plans to integrate these materials into his sword world after comprehending the laws. For the demon race, or the vast majority of cultivators, these are merely treasures of heaven and earth. However, for a prodigious genius like him, these materials infused with the power of the 5 elements are exceptional resources for understanding the laws. Aside from the primordial heavy water, the Sun Godstone will aid him in condensing true solar fire, allowing him to achieve the perfected golden crow form. The golden stone, radiant like a small sun, draws Lin Yuan's attention. Its remarkable height of over 10 zhang is rare, sufficient for him to achieve perfection in his other supreme technique, the true solar fire art. Some supreme techniques require corresponding heavenly materials to reach completion. The 9-mystery glazed treasure tree is an extraordinary spiritual plant that aids in the comprehension of the Tao. Although it may not surpass the ancient tea tree of comprehension, it can still enhance his understanding speed by a margin. This treasure has certainly aided the Swan-Ni Demon King, despite its high comprehension of the demon race's laws, in becoming a celestial figure among them. Upon seeing the flourishing 9-mystery glazed treasure tree within the cave's treasure, Lin Yuan nods in delight. This tree flowers once every 5,000 years and bears fruit once every 10,000 years. Currently, several colorful fruits resembling agate adorn its branches, signifying they have yet to mature. This is actually the 80,000-year 9-leaved sword heart grass, a remarkable find. Such a herb, emerging from the storage of the Qiongqi Demon King, is fortunate that the demon race, disinterested in sword techniques, left it untouched. This level of sword heartgrass can significantly refine his sword world. The power of his techniques can potentially double. As he continues his exploration of the treasure mountains, Lin Yuan is pleasantly surprised to discover the verdant 9-leaved sword heartgrass. Its color reminiscent of jade, bearing 9 leaves and exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness that appears as if a single blade of grass could cleave mountains and rivers, with the sword intent radiating from its leaves being astonishing, revealing intricate and profound patterns that evoke a sense of mystery. This 80,000-year 9-leaved sword heartgrass, once refined, is sufficient to enhance the density of his sword world by 30%, bringing him closer to truly evolving his world. After all, such treasures can even stir the hearts of those at the level of the venerable. Particularly for sword cultivators, it is a mystery how the Qiongqi Demon King acquired it, but it has now fortuitously fallen into his hands. He is grateful to the demon race for their generous gifts. Additionally, the treasures sent by the Demon Lord as compensation include over 100,000 earth and heaven xianhuang fruits, purple cloud clearlight bamboo, and water and fire twin lotus, among other precious herbs. Such high-quality and aged spiritual herbs would cause even venerables to feel a twinge of regret when parting with them. In addition to these exceptional heavenly materials, there are also 1,250 varieties that can be somewhat utilized for comprehending the laws or refining to enhance strength, or as foundational elements for the sword world. As for the other materials, their numbers are vast and innumerable. By the time Lin Yuan finishes organizing, it is already evening. After tallying his spoils, he reflects on the immense wealth of the demon race, whose collective fortunes could rival dozens of established sections now. All these treasures belong to him. He feels an urge to raid the demon race again, but considering the commotion caused by his recent defeat of several demon kings, he decides to wait a few more years. Besides the heavenly materials and the vast reserves of spiritual stone mines, there are also several hundred weapons. Apart from the top-grade supreme artifact, the purple jade falling sunset bell, which catches his eye, the other weapons do not spark much interest. One particular weapon, however, captures Lin Yuan's attention. Upon examining the purple gold mysterious origin hammer, he remarks with a peculiar expression, "What a waste of resources. To think that they have incorporated the exquisite 9 apertures Linglong stone as a material for weapon crafting." It seems the demon clan responsible for forging these weapons did not recognize the precious stone. After all, divine artifacts are often concealed, and it would take an extraordinary understanding of spatial laws to detect the unusual nature of this hammer's composition. He extended his hand, swiftly melting the hammer with the southern Ming fire. Extracting a fist-sized piece of 9 apertures Ling Long stone, this gem, now revealed in its true form, appeared flawless, crystalline, and resplendent, a true marvel of nature. However, its diminutive size presented a challenge. This small stone could not possibly be fashioned into an external incarnation. Would he simply leave it as is? Lin Yuan contemplated this fist-sized gem and conceived an idea. He could transform it into a ring and then infuse a fragment of his soul into it, thus creating a rudimentary version of an incarnation. This would grant him an additional perspective through which he could behold a myriad of different sights. It was Lin Yuan's first visit to southern continent, and he had yet to fully indulge in its wonders. Soon, he would return to the holy land of central continent, making it the perfect occasion to leave behind a ring for further exploration. In doing so, he could experience more intriguing adventures, akin to refining his heart amidst the mortal realm. This would not only enhance his comprehension of sword intent, but could potentially unveil numerous clues regarding materials for external incarnations. Having swiftly reached a decision, Lin Yuan nodded to himself, affirming that his primary motive was indeed the heart's refinement in the mortal world, and certainly not merely for the sake of enjoyment in southern continent. Dividing a sliver of his soul would not significantly impact his essence, as he could easily recover with the aid of a soul-nurturing treasure after a few days of rest. This was precisely why he felt so at ease in making this decision. Before long, the 9 apertures Ling Long stone was refined into an ancient and elegant ring. Lin Yuan then infused a fragment of his soul, merging it with the ring in a brilliant flash of light. The sensation was truly extraordinary. As he experienced the world through the ring, he diligently savored the moment, allowing his powerful soul to manipulate the ring as it floated freely, granting him a taste of an aerial roller coaster ride. After a time of delight, after a period of exploration from the ring's perspective, Lin Yuan resolved to cast the ring away, leaving its fate to chance in some corner of southern continent. As he gazed at the ring, a thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled. Was this not akin to another version of an old man with a golden finger? He wondered who the destined individual would be that might discover his ring. At that moment, the night sky twinkled with stars, and the ring transformed into a shooting star, swiftly hurtling through the clouds, over towering mountains, winding streams, and quaint villages, until its radiant trail gradually slowed and silently descended. The air was crisp and refreshing, with gentle clouds drifting lazily, a perfect autumn day. The road was adorned with fiery red maple leaves, undulating like waves of flame in the breeze, while in the distance, golden rice fields swayed as farmers bent low to harvest the grain, and frogs leaped about in the waterlogged fields. A lush forest, painted in autumn hues, embraced a broad official road where several ox-drawn carts traversed, carrying young men and women. Among them, the youngest appeared to be around 12, while the eldest neared 20. Zhongshan sat among these individuals, all of whom were journeying to participate in the Taiyin sect's entrance examination for new disciples. The Taiyin sect required its candidates to be between the ages of 10 and 20, situated near Zhongshan's village. The Taiyin sect was a 6th-tier sect that recruited new disciples from surrounding towns and villages every decade. However, due to the recent chaos caused by a demon dragon, resulting in numerous casualties among the Taiyin disciples, the recruitment examination was hastily arranged earlier than usual. One of the many villages near Taiyin sect, Zhongshan's village, received news of this expedited timeline, prompting the village chief and elders to organize the young men and women wishing to participate in the selection process. Thus, they rode in ox carts to the Taiyin sect for the examination. Having traveled for 2 days and now approaching their destination, the youths in the cart began to grow increasingly excited. Brother Zhong, what do you think the disciples will be tested on? I'm so afraid I won't qualify. Liu expressed his apprehension to Zhongshan. Being the most composed and reliable among them, Zhongshan often remained silent while others chattered away, spending his time carving a piece of wood with a sculpting knife. The others could not discern what he was crafting. It seemed he was sculpting a figure, though who it was remained a mystery. Had they seen the front of the carving, they would surely have exclaimed, "Isn't this the very fairy in white who slayed the demon dragon by the riverside?" Though the wooden sculpture only captured a fraction of its essence, it was still recognizable to anyone who had witnessed that unforgettable scene. I do not know, Zhongshan replied, shaking his head. He was merely a humble hunter and woodcutter from a mundane village. Possessing little knowledge of the lofty sects that seemed unattainable to ordinary folk, he could elaborate on hunting techniques, but when it came to the sect's examination, he was entirely in the dark. Before long, the ox cart arrived at the foot of Taiyin sect's mountain, where towering peaks loomed, steep cliffs hung precariously, strange rocks jutted out, and ancient pines and cypress trees flourished, entwined with vines, amidst the verdant mountains and misty waters. A winding staircase appeared, resembling a ladder to the heavens. The foot of the mountain was now bustling with activity, numerous stalls and vendors had set up shop, and several Qingyan disciples were flying overhead on swords to maintain order, transforming the area into a vibrant marketplace. Many elegantly dressed young men and women gathered at the foot of the mountain, engaged in lively conversation, while numerous youths from nearby towns and villages clustered together, creating an atmosphere of exuberance and commotion. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the youths from ordinary villages erupted in exclamations of awe. Wow, how lively! So many people! Is this really the legendary Celestial Gate? It's magnificent. Zhongshan gazed at the sect, momentarily entranced by the towering peaks and the winding white jade staircase, as flocks of white cranes danced gracefully in the sky, a breathtaking sight that left him utterly astonished. A few days later, the sect's examination officially commenced. In the early morning, a steward clad in a Taoist robe, wielding a whisk, addressed the crowd. This is the stairway to heaven. Only those who ascend these 3,000 steps on foot may qualify. This is the first test for those wishing to join the sect. Those who reach the mountain gate before nightfall may proceed to the second test. His words resonated with everyone present. And soon they discovered that the invisible barrier preventing them from ascending the stone steps had vanished, that a throng of people began to scramble up the staircase. The first test was not particularly arduous. With a full day to complete it, as long as one persevered and maintained their stamina, they could reach the mountain summit and arrive at the sect's entrance. Zhongshan, being a woodcutter accustomed to the mountains, possessed excellent stamina and moved swiftly. Thus, he found himself among the front ranks of those climbing, garnering the attention of many. However, he did not rush to surge ahead, concerned that the second test might also require physical exertion. By midday, he had ascended to the mountain gate, where he observed several individuals who had arrived earlier waiting in line at the sect's steward for their aptitude assessment. It was then that Zhongshan realized the second test was to evaluate one's talent. Outside of Central Continent, the majority of individuals across the 4 great continents were of ordinary physique, with only a minority possessing spiritual bodies. Among those with ordinary physiques, talent varied significantly, categorized as low, medium, or high. These classifications corresponded to the levels of cultivation one could achieve. Low talent could only reach the 3rd tier, medium talent had a ceiling at the 6th tier, and high talent could attain the 9th tier. The steward, adorned in resplendent attire, held a copper mirror used for assessing talent. Shining it upon each individual, characters began to materialize on the mirror's surface. Low talent, disqualified. You may choose to descend now or stand over there to become a servant disciple of the sect. The steward glanced at the inscription on the mirror and addressed the young man before him, who, disheartened, mustered the courage to inquire, "Steward, may I ask what the duties of a servant disciple entail?" "They primarily involve daily cleaning, cooking, chopping wood, caring for spirit beasts, and cultivating spirit rice and medicinal herbs," the steward replied. The disciples of the sect, tasked with menial duties, are permitted to select a single cultivation technique for free. Yet they must diligently complete the assignments delegated by the sect each day. Only after serving the sect for a full 30 years may they depart, should one manage to break through to the 1st tier of cultivation before the age of 25. They may ascend to the status of an outer disciple, the steward elaborated, explaining that due to the recent casualties inflicted by the demon dragon, the sect is in dire need of laborers. Thus, he showed a remarkable patience in elucidating these matters to the mortals of inferior talent. In the past, he would have deemed it beneath him to engage in such discussions. Now, make your choice swiftly. Do not squander time here, he concluded, gesturing for the individual to rejoin the line for aptitude testing. Among the subsequent 8 individuals, the majority displayed inferior aptitude, with only one showcasing moderate talent. Those of moderate aptitude would qualify to proceed to the 3rd round of assessments. The presence of a moderately talented individual softened the steward's demeanor, prompting him to nod in acknowledgement before they reached Zhongshan. Alas, Zhongshan's results revealed him to possess inferior aptitude, a constitution deemed utterly worthless among mortals, rendering him incapable of cultivating even a modicum of spiritual energy. The steward, astonished by the findings displayed in the bronze mirror, remarked on the rarity of such abysmal talent. Most mortals with inferior aptitudes still held a glimmer of hope for cultivation. But those with such a wretched constitution were destined to never embark upon the path of cultivation. You have been eliminated. Next, the steward pronounced without hesitation. Upon hearing the results, Zhongshan felt a chill envelop him. After stepping aside, he paused momentarily to inquire, "Esteemed steward, may I remain here as a menial disciple?" The steward furrowed his brow and scrutinized Zhongshan, noting the young man's robust physique, which suggested he might prove useful as a laborer. He consented, albeit reluctantly, stating, "Though your aptitude is shockingly poor, and your prospects for cultivation are bleak, I shall accept you as a menial disciple under the banner of our esteemed Taiyin sect. Please stand over there." "Thank you, esteemed steward." Zhongshan expressed his gratitude before moving to join the other menial disciples. He felt a flicker of hope, believing that even the bleakest circumstances could yield opportunities. One must not easily surrender without first exhausting all avenues of effort. As dusk descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the mountains, as if painting them with hues of brilliance. The sky darkened, and lanterns along the roadside flickered to life, illuminating the steps at the foot of the mountain. The bustling crowd dwindled to a sparse few. This ethereal scene resembled a watercolor painting. The first round of assessments was nearing its conclusion. Anyone who had not ascended the heavenly ladder before nightfall would be disqualified. For many ordinary mortals, joining the sect was akin to reaching for the stars, hence the staircase was aptly named the heavenly ladder. Should players witness this scene, they would undoubtedly scoff, exclaiming, "Ah, the classic and cliché first stage of entering a sect in a fantasy novel. How familiar it feels." As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the steward of the Taiyin sect rang a bell 3 times, announcing from the air, "The first round of assessments has concluded. Those who have not reached the mountain gate must depart immediately." Following this proclamation, an invisible gust of wind swept away those still climbing, depositing them at the mountain's base. Upon landing, they lamented and wailed, but their cries could not reach the summit. The jade steps were now beyond their reach. The next opportunity to join the Taiyin sect would not arise for another decade. For these mortals, how many decades could one expect in a lifetime? Moreover, the Taiyin sect imposed age restrictions on its disciples. These individuals had lost all hope of joining the Taiyin sect, yet those with connections might seek other minor sections. Those without such connections could only bemoan their failure to arrive at the mountain gate in a timely manner. In truth, most of those who managed to participate in the assessments had ascended to the mountain peak. Many returned home after failing to meet the qualifications for the second round. The Taiyin sect, classified as a 6th-tier sect, required its formal disciples to possess moderate talent, unlike some lesser sects which accepted disciples of inferior aptitude. Some individuals, unwilling to abandon their aspirations, chose to remain as menial disciples of the Taiyin sect. Zhongshan among them, the outer sect steward, responsible for the assessments, led those who passed to the 3rd round. At this juncture, a youth clad in the garb of an inner disciple descended before them. His expression devoid of warmth. "I am Zeng Ping, an inner disciple of the Taiyin sect. You may refer to me as Senior Brother Zeng. I am here to escort you to the External Affairs Hall." Upon finishing his introduction, Zeng Ping produced a leaf that transformed into a verdant vessel, ferrying them aboard. This was Zhongshan's first experience soaring through the air, as the cool evening breeze caressed his face. Below, clouds billowed, and the mountain peaks illuminated with ornate structures and flickering lights revealed numerous flying cultivators, some soaring on swords, while others rode spirit beasts. Many onlookers paid the newcomers little mind, having noted their lack of sect attire. Throughout the journey, Zeng Ping remained silent, and Zhongshan and his companions refrained from asking questions. They soon arrived at the External Affairs Hall, where the menial disciples were managed. At that moment, a jovial outer sect steward, plump and cheerful, approached with a smile, saying, "Ah, Junior Brother Zeng, welcome back. You've worked hard that I have brought these menial disciples to you. Senior Brother Yuan, please make the necessary arrangements. I must return to fulfill my duties." Zeng Ping replied, his demeanor shifting from cold to warm as he addressed Steward Yuan. After Zeng Ping departed, Steward Yuan adopted a serious expression, stroking his beard as he addressed the assembled newcomers. "Greetings. I am Yuan Ronghua, the steward in charge of the menial disciples. You may call me Steward Yuan or esteemed steward. Once I have assigned your responsibilities, I will guide you to your living quarters. Starting tomorrow, you shall rise at dawn to work until nightfall, with only 1 day off each month. Meals can be collected in the main hall of the menial hall. Those who complete their monthly tasks will receive 10 taels of silver and a bottle of low-grade chi-raising pills. Failure to fulfill your duties will result in various forms of punishment. Do not assume the sect is a place of leisure. Here, effort is requisite for reward. To avoid corporal punishment, ensure you diligently complete your daily tasks. For cultivators, spirit stones serve as currency, rendering mundane gold and silver worthless. However, for these still mortal menial disciples, silver holds considerable allure. Wan Ronghua's words were clearly rehearsed, as he swiftly registered names and assigned tasks, such as cooking in the kitchen, tending to spirit beasts, cultivating herbs in the medicinal garden, and cleaning the sect's buildings. When it was Zhongshan's turn, one steward nodded at his robust stature and said, "You are Zhongshan, correct? Your task will be to gather 50 bundles of firewood and fetch 50 buckets of water each day to the kitchen courtyard of the menial hall." "Understood, esteemed steward," Zhongshan replied, thinking to himself that chopping wood was precisely his forte. Though laborious, it posed little difficulty for him. After assigning tasks to all, one steward retrieved a stack of gray robes and identification tokens, along with manuals and books, addressing the group. "These are the garments for menial disciples. Each of you shall receive 2 sets. From now on, you must wear the sect-issued attire while within the sect. Each of you will also receive an identity jade token and a book detailing the sect's rules and regulations, along with a free cultivation technique, the 5 elements technique that board the sect's spirit crane for flight. You will need your disciple token. Without it, the crane will not acknowledge you. Familiarize yourselves with the sect's regulations upon returning. Any violations will result in punishment, ranging from whippings to severe consequences. Should players from the past have witnessed this scene, they would surely scoff, exclaiming, 'Flying on swords or boarding spirit cranes is far too thrilling for those with a fear of heights.' I strongly recommend implementing safety rails, with only 1 day of rest each week and the threat of physical punishment for failure. Such harsh treatment would be deemed exploitation by the capitalists, perhaps a suggestion to install street lamps. Yet, for the inhabitants of this world, such circumstances were commonplace, and the nature of feudal dynasties was well understood. Upon hearing one steward's pronouncement, the attendees grew tense, while some appeared unfazed, having relatives within the Qingyun sect who were familiar with such matters. That moment, a menial disciple, pale and cautious, inquired, "Esteemed steward, what if one cannot read?" This statement also echoes the sentiments of many of the auxiliary disciples. These disciples, hailing from farming backgrounds, lack both the financial means and the time to pursue an education, and they are illiterate. The sect offers a hall dedicated to teaching characters and explaining cultivation techniques, where lessons are held daily for disciples. You are welcome to attend these evening classes, but do not let it interfere with your daytime duties. Otherwise, should you find yourselves beaten and bloodied, you will realize your folly. This is not the first time Elder One has encountered such issues. He remarked that this literacy program is primarily designed for those outer disciples who cannot read. As for the auxiliary disciples wishing to audit the classes, they are free to do so. Zhongshan mentally noted the name of the cultivation hall, as he too was illiterate and intended to learn when the opportunity arose. Among the chosen ones, Zhongshan's educational level could be described as that of a complete illiterate. It is utterly impossible to cultivate without being able to read. How could one comprehend the techniques without understanding the text? After speaking extensively, Elder One felt parched and clapped his hands, addressing the assembly. "Enough questions for now. I will lead you to your resting place for the night." The group then arrived at the area where the auxiliary disciples resided on the back mountain, where numerous wooden cabins were nestled amidst a lush bamboo grove. Zhongshan chose a secluded little cabin near the rear mountain. After a day of exhausting climbing and having eaten very little, he was ravenous. He retrieved a dry biscuit from his pack and, after taking a few sips from his water gourd, began to peruse the 5 elements technique. This text was quite ordinary, with illustrations far outnumbering the written words. Fortunately, the text was not overwhelmingly complex. However, after trying to study the technique for a considerable time, Zhongshan was at a loss. He could not read. He reluctantly stored the technique away and prepared for sleep. A month later, while chopping wood and fetching water, Zhongshan continued to attend the classes at the cultivation hall every night as usual. Sitting at the front was an elderly man with a goatee, wielding a duster, who was the instructor for the course, Su Tingxing. His gaze swept over the students in attendance. The majority were seated upright, attentively listening, among whom Zhongshan, diligently jotting notes with a brush on paper, caught his attention. "That disciple with his head down, would you kindly answer this question?" Above is the spirit, below is the Guan Yuan, to the left is Xiao Yang, to the right is Taiyin. Idly residing in the Ruizhu, composing 7-character verses, transforming into the myriad deities, Su Tingxing inquired. Zhongshan, called upon, stood up and scratched his head, his expression sheepish as he replied, I regret to inform you, instructor, that I do not know. Having only recently learned a few characters, he could barely decipher the 5 elements technique, and such profound verses, clearly not belonging to the basic text, were utterly beyond his comprehension. Then what about the phrase I previously mentioned? Above are the souls, below lies the Guan Yuan. To the left is Xiao Yang, to the right is Taiyin. What does that mean? Su Tingxing pressed, his brow furrowing. Zhongshan could only respond helplessly, I apologize, instructor, but I do not know that either. His repeated inability to answer left Su Tingxing visibly frustrated, as he had hoped to guide this eager auxiliary disciple. What is your name? Su Tingxing asked, his expression deepening into a frown, clearly irritated. Zhongshan's failure to respond correctly not only embarrassed the instructor, but also undermined his teaching credibility, inciting his annoyance. He thought to himself that auxiliary disciples truly live up to their reputation. It is indeed like trying to sculpt with rotten wood. I am Zhongshan, he admitted, his head bowed in shame. Resembling a student caught in wrongdoing. Zhongshan, are you the one cursed with a congenital disability? Su Tingxing scoffed. What business do you have attending classes with such a worthless constitution? It is an utter waste of my breath. To think someone like you wishes to cultivate. How laughable. Get out of here and do not return to these classes. Upon hearing his name, Su Tingxing's expression turned disdainful and contemptuous, feeling that his previous anger towards this waste of potential was unwarranted. And he waved his hand dismissively. Zhongshan, his face flushed with indignation, clenched his teeth in fists, clutching his book and brush, leaving without a backward glance if circumstances allowed. He would have loved to retort loudly. However, the more he learned about cultivation, the more he realized that a congenital disability truly renders one incapable of cultivation. Blocked and deficient meridians prevent the circulation and storage of spiritual energy, let alone the cultivation of magical power, unless a formidable figure, above the legendary realm of creation, intervenes to help reshape one's meridians, or one encounters exceedingly rare materials capable of refining one's constitution. It is futile to pursue the path of cultivation in this life. Anger, frustration, and a sense of injustice fueled Zhongshan's determination to cultivate. During lunch, he arrived at the auxiliary hall to find a group of disciples mocking him. Ah. He is the infamous Zhongshan, said to be a once-in-a-century congenital disability. If I were diagnosed with such a worthless constitution, I would have long returned home. Another chimed in. Indeed, if it were me, I would have left ages ago. With such a useless constitution, how dare he remain in the sect? Does he actually aspire to embark on the path of cultivation? Such delusions are laughable. Exactly. I've noticed how diligent he has been these past few days, attending classes at the cultivation hall every night, only to be thrown out by instructor Su. Ha ha ha. You should have seen that scene. He looked like a drenched stray dog being chased away. One must possess self-awareness. A waste is a waste, and garbage is garbage. It is truly ridiculous for someone so deluded to fail to recognize their own worthlessness. Very few of us auxiliary disciples can even reach the first tier and become outer disciples. Does Zhongshan truly think he can aspire to that? The laughter echoed through the auxiliary hall as Zhongshan realized he could take on a few, but certainly not all of them. After all, without cultivation, he was merely a mortal. He could only suppress his fury, take his food, and ignore their taunts. Having realized he was indeed the most inferior of them all, he chose to let them have their say. After all, their words would not cost him flesh. However, his simmering anger eventually boiled over, and as he left with his meal, he shouted back at them, though I am a congenital waste, the heavens do not close off all paths. The road is forged by those who walk it, not dictated by your words. Once he had exited the auxiliary hall, the laughter erupted anew among the disciples. One could hardly stand upright from laughing. Proclaiming, a congenital waste daring to speak so boldly. Does he truly believe himself the protagonist of a story? How utterly hilarious. Indeed, he speaks of paths. He is clearly staring down a dead end. Zhongshan will likely meet with a brutal awakening before he realizes his folly. The crowd echoed in agreement, their derision resounding in the auxiliary hall's meal area. In the following days, Zhongshan faced a barrage of ridicule. With little entertainment within the sect and the auxiliary disciples confined to a monotonous environment, many found amusement in mocking him. Yet, Zhongshan paid them no mind. rendering their jests dull. A week later, their novelty worn off, combined with the burdensome tasks of the auxiliary disciples, they ceased to focus on Zhongshan's expulsion from the cultivation hall. Zhongshan's life returned to its routine of chopping wood and fetching water, with evenings spent delving into his own cultivation. Thankfully, the text of the 5 Elements technique was not overwhelmingly verbose. After a month, he had managed to recognize the majority of characters and, aided by the illustrations, began to attempt cultivation. 3 months later, at noon, a tall young man with a strikingly handsome and resolute visage sat cross-legged on the wooden bed within his cabin. Drenched in sweat and appearing quite pained, his arms bulging with veins, several empty bottles labeled qi nourishing pills lay on the table beside him. He was certain he would not return to the cultivation hall. He would only go back once he had achieved success in his cultivation. That he yearned to demonstrate to those who had mocked him that Zhongshan was not a waste, and that he too could cultivate. With no access to classes or anyone to seek guidance from, Zhongshan was left to explore cultivation on his own, repeatedly attempting and failing, only to face yet another challenge. After a long while, he stood up, resembling a tightly wound spring that had finally snapped. He opened his eyes, a look of despair etched on his face as he lamented, "This is the 15,864th failure. I have followed the prescribed pathways of the technique precisely and utilized the qi nourishing pills distributed by the sect. Yet, my meridians remain blocked, unable to retain even a trace of spiritual energy. As if every path has been sealed off. Others who consumed the qi nourishing pill could, to some extent, sense the absorption of spiritual energy. Yet, for me, the essence contained within the pill seemed to vanish into the abyss. Could it be that those born with a congenital deficiency truly lack the ability to cultivate? At that moment, as I forced the operation of the 5 Elements technique, the already strained meridian screamed in agony, sending waves of excruciating pain throughout my body, causing me to tremble uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. More painful than the physical torment was the gnawing despair of not being able to glimpse my own path ahead. Once, I believed that with enough diligence and effort, perhaps I might shatter the shackles of my constitution and cultivate the 5 Elements technique. However, after months of relentless struggle and challenge, I sorrowfully realized that my inherently deficient physique resembled a leaky funnel. Even the slightest infusion of spiritual energy from the qi nourishing pill would dissipate almost instantly, rendering it utterly futile, a waste of precious medicinal power. This realization filled me with profound anguish, akin to a parched lake helplessly watching the rain evaporate before its very eyes. The feeling of being devoid of hope tormented me, leaving me in a state of anxiety and helplessness. Unable to devise any solution, if the players were to experience my current sentiments, they would likely describe it in one phrase. Only after striving earnestly can one truly comprehend despair. At that moment, I withdrew a hand-carved peachwood statue from my pocket, a figure of a white-clad fairy standing atop the clouds, her flowing garments dancing in the wind, wielding a long sword. She gazed down upon the world as if the celestial goddess had descended to earth. Whenever I laid eyes upon this wooden carving and recalled the breathtaking visage I had witnessed that day, I would momentarily forget my pain and tribulations, suppressing all feelings of anxiety and despair. Allowing my heart to find solace, I retrieved a fresh piece of wood from beneath my bed, grasped my carving knife, and resumed my work, etching with unwavering conviction. My desire to grow stronger stemmed from the wish to protect myself and the villagers from crises like the calamity wrought by the demon dragon. Rather than fleeing helplessly amidst the storm, feeling small and powerless in the face of natural disasters. Moreover, I yearned for the chance to encounter that white-clad fairy again, to express my gratitude for her valiant deeds in slaying the dragon and vanquishing evil. For one like me, born with a congenital deficiency, merely embarking on the path of cultivation would be a stroke of immense fortune, let alone achieving strength. That I thought to myself that it seemed I would never have the chance to see that fairy again in this lifetime. A bitter ache filled my heart as I mused. That fairy was so formidable, a veritable celestial being in the eyes of us mere mortals. It was akin to the disparity between a soaring swan in the skies and an ant on the ground. Completely worlds apart in terms of power and status. To have encountered her even once was a stroke of serendipity, let alone engaging in conversation. As I carved, I shook my head, quickly casting aside these burdensome thoughts, immersing myself fully in my craft. My fingers danced deftly, skillfully shaving away delicate wooden blossoms, as fragments rained down like a gentle shower. By the time I completed my carving, my spirits had already settled, my resolve as steadfast as a rock. ready to plunge once more into the seemingly bottomless abyss of cultivation attempts when my body was restored, no matter if it took 1,000,000, 10,000,000, or even 100,000,000 tries. I would never abandon my quest for cultivation, even if it meant enduring bloodshed along the way. I would never regret my choices. Afterward, I rose to tidy my room, preparing to fetch water. Upon leaving my wooden abode, I skillfully balanced the burden on my shoulders, transporting water to fill the large vat in the backyard. With a few dozen trips, I could complete my task of filling 50 vats for the day. As I continued my journey, I witnessed a man with sharp features and a devious demeanor mercilessly beating a frail, pallid boy. Both were clad in gray robes, typical of the menial disciples, the scoundrel. While raining blows, cursed vehemently, I asked you to help tend to the spiritual fields, and yet, when pests appeared in my land, you failed to notice. You deserve a beating. It seems you've grown itchy for a thrashing. Please, Jean-Gu, spare me, cried the beaten boy, his face bruised and bloodied, trembling like a shrimp in agony. The situation was clear. The man was coercing the boy into performing tasks for him, resorting to violence when the latter failed to meet expectations. Such occurrences were not uncommon among the menial disciples, and the stewards rarely intervened. Although I appeared more composed and taller than my peers, I still possessed the fervor of youth. I immediately set down my burden and, like a leopard, leaped forward, seizing the assailant's fist and bellowing, "Stop! Bullying others like this is despicable." Zhang Qi, infuriated by the interruption, retorted, "You dare insult me? Do you know who I am? You dare to intervene without knowing my status? You think a brutish fool like you can teach me a lesson? I'll make sure you regret it." Enraged by his words, I swung my fist, landing a powerful blow to Zhang Qi's face. The force akin to a meteor hammer, causing him to bleed profusely and scream in pain. "Ah, my face! I will kill you! You shall not die a good death for this!" Zhang Qi howled, his features contorted in agony, never having suffered such a defeat before. Then, with a swift kick, I sent the towering figure of Zhang Qi crashing against a tree with a resounding thud. "Get lost! Don't let me see you again," I warned, watching as the defeated disciple writhed in pain, vowing, "You'll pay for this. I won't forget it." Afterward, bloodied and battered, Zhang Qi stumbled away, fully aware that lingering would only lead to further humiliation at my hands. "Truly arrogant," I remarked, shaking my head. "That it seems he hasn't learned his lesson yet. He still has the vigor to make threats, and no matter, he has far enough now. I can't be bothered to pursue." The boy, who had been victimized by Zhang Qi, gazed at me with a mix of fear and gratitude. "You actually struck Zhang Qi? His cousin, Lin Yuan, possesses superior talent and has become an inner disciple. Inner disciples are not someone we menial disciples can afford to offend." As he spoke, the wounded boy, still bleeding, rose to his feet and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." However, Zhang Qi, relying on his cousin-esque connections, has gathered a group of henchmen among the menial disciples, bullying us mercilessly. Since my assigned fields were closest to his, he coerced me into working for him for free and often resorted to violence. After this beating, he will surely seek revenge. Be cautious in the coming days. Without revealing his name, the battered boy hastily departed. Watching his retreating figure, I felt a weight in my heart, realizing that Zhang Qi had a cousin among the inner disciples, which explained his arrogance. I could only hope that the relationship between the two was not strong. Otherwise, I would find myself in a predicament. The matter was now beyond my control. I had already crossed the line. Sighing, I resumed my task of fetching water, shaking my head as I picked up the burden I had set down earlier, determined to complete my chore before darkness fell. Once the water-fetching task was accomplished, I returned to my wooden abode, resolutely continuing my persistent attempts at cultivation. Meanwhile, back in his dwelling, Zhang Qi retrieved a vial of pills he had procured from his cousin, originally intended for his cultivation. He now had no choice but to use one to alleviate his injuries, for the pain was unbearable. He swallowed a jade-green pill, warmth radiating through his body as it mended his wounds. The bleeding on his face gradually ceased, scabs forming and peeling away, restoring his features to their usual devious expression. Wiping the blood from his forehead, he glared with malice. "That I will avenge this. That scoundrel who dared to strike me will pay dearly." However, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. Wait, who was that again? He seems vaguely familiar. As he pondered, Zhang Qi recalled the encounter from months prior at the martial arts hall, where he had witnessed the so-called congenital failure. Zhang Shan, being humiliated and leaving in disgrace. Isn't this the same fellow? Zhang Shan. Was it? Just you wait and see, Zhang Qi exclaimed, hastily rousing his lackeys from the small wooden cabin. Any of you know where Zhongshan resides? The 8 underlings, responsible for tending to the spirit fields and medicinal gardens, exchanged glances, utterly unfamiliar with the lumberjack who fetched water. With thousands of miscellaneous disciples and numerous cabins, one could hardly know the whereabouts of another unless they were particularly close. Have you all turned mute? Is there not a single soul among you who knows where Zhongshan lives, or what his duties entail? Zhang Qi asked impatiently. One of the lackeys stepped forward, saying, I once overheard someone mention that Zhongshan is supposed to chop 50 bundles of firewood and haul 50 buckets of water to the back courtyard of the miscellaneous hall tomorrow evening. We could follow him then and uncover his residence. Indeed, that is somewhat useful, Zhang Qi replied, a malicious smile creeping across his face. This fellow has the audacity to chop wood and fetch water. Tonight, we shall smash his water barrels and burn all the firewood he has cut. Let us see how the steward punishes him tomorrow. Zhang Qi's words sent a shiver down the spines of his companions, as they recalled the steward's stern warnings about completing daily tasks without fail, lest they face repercussions. The underlings thought to themselves that Zhongshan, a congenital failure, had foolishly dared to offend their leader, sealing his own doom. That night, the back courtyard of the miscellaneous hall echoed with the sound of shattering barrels, water gushing forth and soaking the grass below. Crackle, crackle, they tossed bundle after bundle of firewood into the flames, the wood crackling and roaring under the intense heat. Once their mischief was complete, they departed the courtyard. The following morning, Zhongshan rose as usual and made his way to the main hall of the miscellaneous hall, where Steward Wan would check attendance to ensure no one was late or slacking off. By the time Zhongshan arrived, many had already gathered, whispering and pointing at him. Look, that fellow Zhongshan has offended Zhang Qi. Last night, Zhang Qi vowed to teach him a harsh lesson today. I recall he is the congenital failure, right? With such a pathetic constitution, what audacity does he have to provoke someone like Zhang Qi, who has the backing of inner disciples? They exchanged incredulous remarks. I cannot believe this guy has the gall to stand against Zhang Qi. He is surely doomed. Let us keep our distance from him to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Zhongshan noticed the crowd distancing themselves from him, and his expression grew complex upon spotting his fellow townsman Lu Tinyu among them. Lu, who would usually greet Zhongshan, now stood at a distance, head bowed, clearly unwilling to associate with someone who had crossed Zhang Qi. This scene chilled Zhongshan's heart, and he chose not to speak, turning away. That moment, Zhang Qi and his lackeys arrived, wearing smug, provocative expressions, seemingly anticipating a show. Moments later, Steward Wan, his face ashen, entered the hall and coldly demanded, Zhongshan, the disciple responsible for chopping wood and fetching water, step forward. Why are the water barrels in the back courtyard shattered? And why is there not a single bundle of firewood in the kitchen? What have you been doing? Zhongshan's heart sank. He distinctly remembered the barrels and firewood being intact when he left the previous day. It was evident that someone had deliberately sabotaged his work. Glancing at Zhang Qi and his companions, Zhongshan shot them a fierce glare before turning to the steward, saying, Esteemed steward, it was Zhang Qi and his crew who did this. They smashed the barrels and burned my firewood. Do you have any evidence? Steward Wan's expression remained icy and impatient, aware of Zhang Qi's connection to an inner disciple. Zhongshan, a mere commoner with no backing, was inconsequential in the steward's eyes. I have no evidence, Zhongshan replied, clenching his fists in frustration. Had he anticipated Zhang Qi's treachery, he might have set a watch in the courtyard, but it was too late now, and he possessed no proof of their wrongdoing. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Surely Zhang Qi and his companions left footprints last night. We could compare them to determine the truth. Enough, be silent. I care only for results. You were responsible for chopping wood and fetching water, and now both are missing. You failed to complete your tasks yesterday, and you shall face punishment. One interrupted, waving his hand for his subordinates to fetch the whip, instructing Zhongshan to lie down for his punishment. With no other recourse, Zhongshan resigned himself to his fate. His failure to fulfill his duties, caused by Zhang Qi's interference, warranted punishment, yet it was he alone who was to suffer. While the true instigators roamed free, igniting a fire of indignation within him, he felt the bias of Steward Wan against him. But he was powerless to change his circumstances, particularly as Zhang Qi had the backing of an inner disciple, while he himself was merely a congenital failure. unable to cultivate and devoid of influence. Failure to complete tasks results in 30 lashes. You all bear witness. This is the consequence of neglecting one's duties. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of the whip tearing into flesh, Zhongshan felt a searing pain as if scalding water had burned his back. He gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a single cry. Standing silent as a statue, blood pooling beneath him, Zhang Qi, unable to hear Zhongshan's cries, felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet upon seeing Zhongshan's back, bloodied and mangled, he broke into a gleeful grin. This will teach you to defy me. Ha ha ha. But this is not over yet. Although witnessing Zhongshan's torment quelled some of Zhang Qi's fury, he remained intent on exacting further vengeance. Following the punishment, Steward 1 ordered everyone to disperse and return to their duties, tossing a bottle of healing ointment at Zhongshan. Apply this after tending to your wounds and get back to chopping wood and fetching water. Do not delay today's work, or you shall face punishment again tomorrow. With that, one turned and left, not sparing a glance at Zhongshan, whom he feared might hinder the day's labor due to his injuries. Zhongshan, looking at the bottle of ointment thrown at his feet, forced himself to rise, applying the medicine with great difficulty. After donning his clothes, he felt pale and pained, his brow furrowed. Today's wood-chopping duties were particularly grueling, especially when lifting firewood, as it aggravated his wounds, making it nearly impossible to stand upright. The same agony accompanied him as he fetched water. Finally, after much effort, he completed his task just before dusk, preparing to return to his small cabin for rest. However, he remained oblivious to the 7 or 8 individuals trailing behind him. Zhang Qi and his companions, having followed him to the cabin on the mountain, did not allow Zhongshan to enter. Instead, they sprang into action. Having grown impatient, a group of them emerged, encircling the weakened Zhongshan, who was overwhelmed by the sheer number of assailants. He was pinned to the ground, receiving blows from every direction. I warned you not to cross me. Now let us see who can save you. Zhang Qi snarled, seizing Zhongshan by the throat and delivering a flurry of punches that left Zhongshan bruised and battered. Then he forcefully slammed Zhongshan's head against a rock. Bang! Bang! The sound of impact echoed as Zhongshan's head was bloodied, his vision blurred by the crimson haze. The assault continued, with fists and feet raining down upon him, particularly on the wounds from the morning's lashing, turning the pain into a torturous ordeal. This excruciating agony caused Zhongshan to tremble uncontrollably, engulfed by despair, fury, resentment, and suffering, all crashing over him like a relentless tide, dragging him into an abyss of despair. But ha ha ha, weren't you so resilient? Having endured such a multitude of lashes without uttering a single cry, one might well assume him to be mute. Why do you not scream? Do so, I implore you. Perhaps I might spare you another blow. As he continued to unleash his fists upon the wounds of Zhongshan, Zhang Qi laughed heartily, deliberately scattering a handful of dirt and ants onto the injuries. The torment of the ants gnawing at him caused Zhongshan's eyes to redden with discomfort, igniting a desire to fight back with all his might. Yet, surrounded by so many assailants and weakened from blood loss, Zhongshan found himself powerless to resist their relentless torment. He clenched his teeth, resolutely suppressing any cries of anguish to preserve what little dignity remained to him. 2 hours later, a lackey, observing the battered and barely conscious Zhongshan, could not help but exclaim, "Is it possible this man has already perished? We have struck him for so long without any reaction." Perhaps, another chimed in, "With such grievous wounds, I doubt he can survive." Zhang Qi, having exhausted his energy from the prolonged torment, waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Humph, let us cease for today. This fellow is fortunate indeed, for I have no penchant for beating a corpse after such a lengthy bout. I too am weary and shall return to rest." Once the tormentors had departed, Zhongshan, lying amidst the grass, struggled to open his eyes. He yearned to rise, but the excessive blood loss clouded his consciousness, rendering his body unresponsive, and he felt his temperature plummet as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. The sensation enveloped him like drowning in the depths of the ocean, suffocating and despairing. Gazing at the inky black sky above, he lamented to himself, "Am I to die here tonight?" The darkness seemed impenetrable, devoid of any light, mirroring the bleakness of his own existence. At that moment, as his blood flowed onto a ring nestled in the grass, a gentle white light enveloped the surroundings, instigating miraculous changes. The flora flourished, blossoms erupted, and even the clouds parted to reveal a radiant moon, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. When the ethereal figure of a stunning youth clad in white appeared, Resembling an otherworldly being, silence fell, and the mountains dimmed in reverence. Before his consciousness faded into oblivion, Zhongshan beheld once more the enchanting figure who had haunted his dreams. Am I dreaming? He mused. Feeling like a leaf adrift upon a lake, his awareness akin to a fish swimming freely in the water, the world becoming hazy and indistinct, it was a warm sensation, akin to soaking in a hot spring. As all pain dissipated from his limbs, that a miraculous force began to heal his wounds, infused with the vibrant life essence of the wood principle, restoring even the most grievous of injuries, that he felt rejuvenated. As if reborn, the dissipating life force caused the wild grass around him to grow wildly, rapidly blooming into vibrant flowers that defied the autumn chill, blossoming as if it were spring. When Zhongshan awoke from his near-death state, he opened his eyes to behold the white-clad figure illuminated by moonlight. Before him stood a handsome youth in white, exuding an ethereal grace, with a long sword at his back and a gourd at his waist. Reminiscent of a celestial being, he evoked images of verdant pines beneath a blanket of snow, or exquisite jade trees in a garden, his every gesture radiating an effortless charm. One could easily envision him soaring into the skies on a sword, a flurry of sword energy trailing behind him. Recognizing the visage before him, Zhongshan realized that this was indeed the same white-clad figure who had vanquished the demon dragon by the riverbank. Though the attire and hairstyle were different, the striking beauty and aura remained unforgettable. Surely, he was dreaming. How else could he encounter this savior once more? Such occurrences belonged solely within the realm of dreams. Zhongshan, having been gravely injured by Zhang Qi and his cohorts, pondered how he could be so fortunate as to dream of a celestial being healing him. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, having emerged from the ring, found himself confronted by the grievously wounded youth. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he did not hesitate to extend his aid. The healing power infused with the wood principle could revive even the most grievous of wounds as long as there remained a flicker of life. Months had passed since Lin Yuan had cast the ring aside to enter seclusion for cultivation. Upon his return, he first gifted the 36 mystic water flags to Qing Luo, saying, "Take this and enjoy." "Thank you, miss," she replied joyfully as she cradled the treasure and merrily wandered off. Later, when Lin Yuan presented the eternal thunderwood and starry flower as gifts to the Grand Elder, she received them with a delighted smile. Appreciating their value, for someone of her stature, such treasures were abundant, yet the significance of receiving a gift from Lin Yuan was unparalleled, akin to a grandmother receiving a present from her granddaughter. As Lin Yuan gifted the cold, gleaming broken star blade to Fangxing, Fangxing felt unworthy and hesitated to accept it, but Lin Yuan pressed the weapon into his hands. "Take it. No need for formality." Lin Yuan insisted that I shall not disappoint your expectations. Watching Lin Yuan depart, Fangxing felt immense gratitude, overwhelmed by the realization that a legendary artifact had been bestowed upon him so casually. He resolved to diligently cultivate his swordsmanship. Determined not to let Lin Yuan down, if Lin Yuan were aware of Fangxing's thoughts, he would surely be puzzled, as he had merely intended to give a gift without any expectations. When Lin Yuan and his companions prepared to leave the southern continent, the multitude of soldiers and citizens, along with Dao League cultivators, gathered to bid them farewell. The crowd was immense, their respectful gazes fixed upon the white-clad figure that had saved countless lives. As they bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to your highness and wish you safe travels and prosperous fortunes. Thank you for your send-off, everyone. May the mountains be high and the waters long. Until we meet again." Lin Yuan waved his hand in farewell and transformed into a streak of white light, soaring back to the Xianyu immortal vessel. Over the next 3 months, he immersed himself in seclusion. Contemplating the principles of the universe, the Xianyu immortal vessel slowed its pace, eventually arriving at the ancient city of Big Dipper in the eastern continent, where the group rested and indulged in leisure for a while. Lin Yuan, sensing the ring stained with blood, directed his focus to manifest as a shadow in the distant southern domain, where he beheld Zhongshan, battered and bloodied. After healing him, Lin Yuan observed the revitalized Zhongshan and nodded approvingly. He levitated the ring into the air, addressing the youth. "My young friend, did you lose this golden ring, this silver ring, or perhaps this jade ring?" "Celestial sister," Zhongshan instinctively exclaimed, his gaze captivated. "Where is the celestial sister?" Lin Yuan looked around, puzzled, wishing to see the Celestial Maiden himself, but finding no one else in the desolate wilderness. Wait, could he possibly be referring to me? Lin Yuan belatedly realized, his expression shifting. he was not dressed as a woman, but rather as a carefree swordsman in white. He almost retorted, "I am a man," but then remembered the need to conceal his identity as a woman, so he amended his response, "Do not call me celestial sister. Refer to me as senior." Lin Yuan had not anticipated that in such a remote place he would encounter someone who had seen him in women's attire during a previous encounter. It became clear that this gray-clad youth had witnessed him slaying the demon dragon, leaving a lasting impression. However, the term celestial sister was rather perplexing. He was indeed male. Lin Yuan felt a mix of exasperation and embarrassment at the rapid shift of his disguise. "Senior, I did not lose any ring," Zhongshan replied sheepishly, scratching his head and offering a goofy smile. He thought to himself that he should not have called her celestial sister. This divine being appeared younger than he, making it odd to refer to her as such. And calling her senior felt somewhat strange. "You are quite honest. Then I shall entrust this ring to your care for the time being." Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, remarking that the title of senior was indeed far more pleasing than the appellation previously used by Zhongshan. He handed over the ring, which contained a fragment of his soul. Since he wished to indulge in the joy of playing the role of a benevolent elder, it was only fitting to seek out a fated individual. If the other's character proved commendable, Lin Yuan intended to bestow upon them certain fortuitous opportunities. Even his casual guidance would be akin to a sage's counsel, a tremendous boon for someone not yet at the transformation realm. Zhongshan cautiously accepted the ring, resolving to safeguard the celestial artifact entrusted to him by the fairy, ensuring that no mishap would occur. "Thank you, senior, for vanquishing that demon dragon and saving the entire village," Zhongshan said, his gratitude evident as he looked up, astonished at how swiftly his dreams had materialized, granting him the chance to express his thanks before the white-clad fairy. "Exorcising demons is the duty of righteous individuals like ourselves. I graciously accept your village's gratitude," Lin Yuan replied, a smile gracing his lips. Clearly in high spirits, he relished the appreciation from those he had rescued, having saved countless lives during his hunts in Zhangzhou. It was not uncommon for him to encounter mortals or cultivators expressing their thanks with flowers. For humility, it was a concept that, for now, did not exist in his lexicon. By the way, what is your name?" Lin Yuan inquired, having yet to learn the other's identity, only to hear a somewhat familiar name in response. "Senior, I am called Zhongshan," the honest and simple-minded young man replied with a foolish grin. The tall figure clad in gray, though stained with remnants of blood, exuded an air of sincerity and simplicity. Lin Yuan pondered, why did the name Zhongshan sound so familiar? Wait, isn't that the name of the son of destiny from Nanzhou? Zhongshan, the son of fortune from Nanzhou, the future martial emperor and pioneer of the body cultivation path, who would surpass the proudest of the myriad races, leaving them questioning their own worth and shattered in spirit. Could this disheveled, bloodied youth, who had just been gravely injured and was now grinning foolishly, truly be the future martial emperor of such imposing stature? The contrast was simply staggering, watching this familiar yet battered face. Lin Yuan decided to confirm, "What place is this, senior?" "This is the back mountain of the Taiyin sect," Zhongshan replied. With this, Lin Yuan was entirely convinced that the individual before him was indeed Zhongshan, the son of fortune from Nanzhou, for in his previous life, players had encountered Zhongshan at the Taiyin sect. Among the numerous sons of destiny, Zhongshan undoubtedly had the lowest starting point. Beginning as an ordinary person devoid of cultivation or background, and even labeled as a waste with an innate inability to practice, in his past life, Zhongshan had become a late bloomer, enduring countless trials and tribulations, ultimately achieving the status of a quasi-emperor with his mortal body, emerging triumphantly on the battlefield against the myriad races. He had carved a path to greatness, shattering the notion that a mortal body could never ascend to emperorhood, thus creating a new method of cultivation for body practitioners. Players were deeply moved by his indomitable spirit and referred to him as Brother Perseverance, exclaiming, "Who says humanity's body cultivators cannot become emperors?" The majority of players were of mortal physique, while a minority possessed spiritual bodies. The path of chi refinement demanded much from one's constitution and had strict limits. In contrast, body cultivation imposed no such restrictions. Anyone with a mortal body could learn, despite the abundant resources and insights required being significantly greater than those needed for chi refinement. The upper limits were remarkably expansive. This was why Zhongshan was so well regarded among players. The path he forged in body cultivation was akin to a celestial ladder for them. After their chance encounter at the Taiyin sect, players could seek guidance from Zhongshan regarding body cultivation techniques, and he would generously teach them without demanding any special conditions, as he despised instructors who made things difficult for others. Thus, players, especially those focused on body cultivation, sang his praises, grateful to have him clearing the path for their studies. Body cultivation was once a relatively obscure profession in the world of Jiuzhou, with the previous methods of training only allowing one to reach the life and death realm, which had limited prospects. Now, however, the possibility of becoming an emperor through body cultivation shattered that limitation. Under Zhongshan's influence, body cultivation became one of the most sought-after professions in Jiuzhou. Lin Yuan was equally astonished to encounter the son of fortune, Zhongshan, who appeared to have suffered greatly. Yet, he soon realized that this was merely the destiny of the fortunate that had drawn them together. Wasn't encountering a sage-like elder with a golden touch also a manifestation of luck? If the protagonist of a fantasy tale possessed poor fortune, he would have long been buried beneath towering grass, with no path to rise again. Since fate had brought them together, Lin Yuan resolved to assist him. Although he had little experience with martial emperors in his past life, he had heard tales of Zhongshan's remarkable achievements, and many body cultivation players spoke highly of his loyalty and kindness. Lin Yuan believed his presence could facilitate Zhongshan's ascendance, for in his previous life, Zhongshan was a quintessential late bloomer. In this life, Lin Yuan was confident he could help Zhongshan grow stronger sooner. He had heard from players hailing from the novice village of Taiyin sect that Zhongshan had endured much bullying during his early years due to his poor aptitude. Now that he was here, he would not allow Zhongshan to suffer at the hands of those from the Taiyin sect any longer. No one could lay a hand on those under his protection. Our meeting is indeed fated. Since you have encountered me, I shall impart some techniques and divine powers to hasten your growth, so you shall no longer be bullied, Lin Yuan said, patting the shoulder of the gray-clad youth. Upon hearing these words, Zhongshan was deeply moved, his eyes reddening. He could hardly believe that a mere villager with such lowly aptitude could be favored by a senior who would bestow upon him teachings. Since being expelled from the Hall of Techniques, he had endured scorn and ridicule, facing countless failures and suffering the agony of his meridians flowing backward, yet refusing to give up. Senior, your salvation is already a tremendous grace. My aptitude is lacking. I possess an innate inability to cultivate, so it would be best not to waste your time on me, Zhongshan said, wiping away the tears that had flowed unknowingly. Choked with emotion, a man sheds tears only when deeply pained. He believed that his woeful constitution would only drag down the white-clad fairy, who says you cannot cultivate. I will resolve your innate inability. It is no problem at all. Even as a mortal, I can help you ascend to the transformation realm that I see great perseverance in you. A brilliant future awaits. Lin Yuan's encouraging and affirming words struck a deep chord within Zhongshan, filling him with immense gratitude. The white-clad fairy had not given up on him despite his seemingly useless physique. Instead, she sought to help him overcome his challenges, offering unwavering belief and encouragement. Zhongshan thought himself extraordinarily fortunate to have encountered such a person. Rising to his feet, the tall young man in gray knelt before the white-clad figure, bowing 3 times in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, "Disciple Zhongshan pays homage to my master." This bow signified a bond that would transcend the heavens and the earth, binding their fates together for this lifetime without regret. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He had not intended to take on a disciple, but merely wished to impart techniques to help Zhongshan grow stronger and escape the bullying of those from the Taiyin sect. Yet, witnessing Zhongshan's hopeful and grateful gaze, it seemed inappropriate to refuse. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan decided that accepting Zhongshan as a disciple would be beneficial. After all, he was the son of fortune from Nanzhou, destined to become the future martial emperor. Should they both rise to the status of emperors, a dual emperor lineage would undoubtedly be impressive, and they would make their mark on the battlefield, commanding respect from the myriad races. Moreover, having a disciple of emperor caliber would certainly bolster his prestige. However, he still needed to confirm Zhongshan's intentions before proceeding. Do you truly wish to take me as your master? I perceive your resolute character and remarkable fortune. Even without my guidance, you are destined for great accomplishments. Disciple earnestly wishes to become your student. That I hope master will grant this wish. As for fortune, it feels ethereal and elusive to me. I only know that had I not encountered you, I would likely have met my end here tonight. Even if I had survived, I would have faced the torment and humiliation from Zhang Qi and his ilk. Zhongshan took a deep breath and clasped his hands, stating he did not believe his fortune to be particularly favorable. Otherwise, why would he be burdened with an innate inability to cultivate, subjected to scorn and ridicule at the Taiyin sect, and nearly beaten to death? Was this truly good fortune? Yet, he pondered, perhaps his luck was indeed astonishingly favorable. Otherwise, how could one encounter the unforgettable white-robed fairy on 2 occasions and be fortunate enough to become her disciple? Such an occurrence is indeed a tremendous stroke of luck. The tribulations faced previously pale in comparison to this blessing. Just as Lin Yuan was about to agree, he suddenly recalled his other identity as the saintess of the Taiyin Sacred Land. If he were to take Zhongshan as a disciple, would that not mean the latter would also become a member of the Taiyin Sacred Land? However, the Taiyin Sacred Land only accepts female disciples. What a narrow escape. He nearly repeated the blunder of his master, Yin Qingxue, who had unwittingly accepted him as a disciple without clarifying his gender, leading to a significant misunderstanding. Most of the cultivation techniques of the Taiyin Sacred Land are closely related to the path of Taiyin, making them more suitable for female practitioners. Thus, the Sacred Land predominantly recruits female disciples. The supreme technique of the Taiyin Sacred Land, the Taiyin Emperor Scripture, can only be cultivated by those possessing the Taiyin divine body. Therefore, while Lin Yuan is able to practice the Emperor Scripture without issue, Zhongshan would not be able to. As for why the Sacred Land has a strict rule against admitting male disciples, if a man is discovered infiltrating the Taiyin Sacred Land, it spells certain death. This stems from an incident during the era of the 4th-generation patriarch, when a male demon cultivator disguised himself to sneak into the Sacred Land to steal its secrets. Upon discovery, he met a gruesome fate, resulting in the annihilation of his entire clan. Consequently, the Taiyin Sacred Land instituted a rule that any man found infiltrating the Sacred Land would face merciless execution. Cases like Lin Yuan's, where a male disciple inadvertently joins the Taiyin Sacred Land, are exceedingly rare. Typically, disciples are recruited within the jurisdiction of the central continent, with those beyond its borders being an exceptional occurrence. Moreover, the recruitment of a male disciple has been unheard of in the history of the Taiyin Sacred Land. Lin Yuan had intended to amend the sect's regulations after attaining the status of emperor, making them less rigid and allowing for a more lenient approach towards male disciples. While those with malicious intent should certainly face death, he believed that misfortunate male disciples, who joined due to misunderstandings, should be given a chance for leniency. As Lin Yuan contemplated how to refuse Zhongshan with a suitable rationale, Zhongshan, noticing the white-robed fairy's furrowed brows and her silence, assumed he had erred in some way. In a state of fluster, he continued to bow deeply, saying, "I am aware of my limited aptitude and should not foolishly aspire to be your disciple. This is all my fault. I only hope not to trouble you." Esteemed elder, Zhongshan regretted his persistence in seeking to be taught by the fairy, realizing he was unworthy of becoming her disciple due to his inferior talent. Observing the gray-clad youth kneeling with sincerity, his forehead still stained with blood, and his tattered clothing, Lin Yuan felt a pang of compassion at the sight of the young man's self-reproachful and despondent demeanor. He sighed, reaching out to grasp Zhongshan's hand, saying, "Do not kneel. I wish to take you as my disciple. The only obstacle lies in the fact that my sect primarily accepts female disciples, which is the source of my earlier hesitation. It has nothing to do with your talent, so do not blame yourself." Zhongshan finally understood. Ah, so that is the case. Lin Yuan had initially intended to jest, suggesting that his disciple could cross-dress. However, upon observing Zhongshan's tall and robust physique, he realized that even in female attire, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Now that he had voiced his intention to take on a disciple, he resolved to proceed without hesitation. After all, what difference did it make if he accepted a disciple under his own identity, separate from that of the Taiyin saintess? If you are willing to become my disciple, you need not disclose my name outside, nor can you officially join my sect. Are you still willing to accept me as your master? Take your time to consider, for you may refuse, regardless of your decision. I will impart my techniques to you, so do not feel pressured. Feel free to decline if you wish." Zhongshan, filled with excitement, replied without hesitation, "I am willing. As long as my master is willing to accept me as a disciple, I would do anything." He grasped Lin Yuan's outstretched hand earnestly, feeling that he would willingly traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire for this opportunity, let alone keep their master-disciple relationship a secret. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Lin Yuan. I shall do my utmost to assist you in becoming a formidable powerhouse." Lin Yuan firmly clasped Zhongshan's hand, his expression earnest and solemn. For he was a man of his word. "Rise now. I am rather laid back and do not adhere to excessive formalities. You need not constantly refer to me as master. Calling me by my name is perfectly acceptable. For your first gift as my disciple, I shall resolve your innate inability to cultivate and help you restore your foundation." As Lin Yuan helped Zhongshan to his feet, he smiled, initially intending to present him with a gift from his storage bags. However, after searching through his ring, he realized that he had merely housed a fragment of his soul within it, leaving him devoid of any storage bags. Thus, he opted for a different form of initiation gift. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan could resolve his congenital inability to cultivate, Zhongshan felt a surge of excitement and anticipation, nodding fervently, "Thank you, Master, for your assistance in restoring my foundation. Please, take a seat. The rest shall be handled by me," Lin Yuan instructed the tall gray-clad youth beside him. Hearing this, Zhongshan immediately sat cross-legged, adopting a meditative posture with his palms facing upward, replying, "Understood, Master. The process may be somewhat painful. Bear with it. Once your meridians are unblocked and your foundation restored, it will all be worth it. If the pain becomes unbearable, you may call out to me," Lin Yuan explained before commencing. After all, reconstructing meridians and breaking through congenital limitations would inevitably entail discomfort. "Yes, I understand, Master," Zhongshan nodded, determined to endure the pain and not disgrace himself before his master. As the white-robed youth directed a flow of spiritual energy towards the seated gray-clad youth, a surge of soul power surged into Zhongshan's body, beginning the process of reconstructing his meridians while simultaneously sealing off the surrounding space to prevent any disturbances from passers-by or wild beasts. Within Zhongshan's body, the powerful force systematically remodeled his previously blocked meridians, clearing away all obstructions as if a great mountain had been removed from his path, allowing for unimpeded flow. The human body contains 12 primary meridians, and the soul power rapidly spread throughout the intricate web of veins and arteries, beginning with unblocking the hand-yang meridians, proceeding to the hand-yin meridians, and ultimately clearing the ren and du meridians. Not only did Lin Yuan unblock the meridians, but he also devoted immense concentration and care to reconstruct them, widening their capacity and tolerance that it was akin to transforming a narrow mountain path into a broad thoroughfare capable of accommodating multiple carriages. Furthermore, Lin Yuan expended considerable effort and soul power to enhance Zhongshan's dantian, increasing its capacity tenfold, thereby allowing for a corresponding increase in the amount of magical energy or vitality it could store. The complexity of this transformation was comparable to converting a small puddle into a vast lake. Even with Lin Yuan's formidable mental acuity, such a strenuous endeavor left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, he remained wholly focused on helping his disciple restore his foundation, not allowing himself a moment of relaxation during the process of reconstructing the meridians. Lin Yuan also communicated with the laws of nature to summon a vast influx of spiritual energy, nourishing Zhongshan as previously ordinary physique. He utilized this refined energy to mend the wounds resulting from the meridian transformation. Meanwhile, Zhongshan felt as though he had plunged into a realm of both ice and fire, experiencing the comforting embrace of Lin Yuan's wood and water energies on one side, while simultaneously enduring the excruciating pain of his meridians being forcibly widened and reshaped on the other. This agony clung to him like a parasite, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably as the meridians were reconstructed time and again. The intense pain radiating from his dantian compelled Zhongshan to grit his teeth and remain silent. Determined to persist, the strong conviction fueled his resolve, and his willpower grew increasingly resilient amidst the suffering, akin to a grain of sand within an oyster gradually being transformed into a lustrous pearl. Beginning to shine, the gray-clad youth sat cross-legged on the ground, his body flushed red like a boiled lobster, reminiscent of spewing volcanic lava, with steam rising from him. Lin Yuan closely monitored his disciple's condition, prepared to halt the process if Zhongshan could no longer endure the pain. In any case, there is no rush for the transformation. It can be approached gradually. He concentrated, channeling his soul force to refine the inherently flawed and subpar constitution of Zhongshan, meticulously completing the numerous minute meridians that had been absent at long last. After 2 hours had elapsed, the foundation was successfully reshaped. Lin Yuan let out a long breath, his heart at ease, and remarked, "It is done. The issue of your innate meridian has been resolved. Disciple, your aptitude has now ascended to that of a superior mortal body. Moreover, in comparison to others, your dantian has been expanded tenfold, allowing for the storage of a greater reservoir of magical energy." Zhongshan, feeling as though he had been reborn, since the once imperceptible spiritual energy throughout his body now vividly clear, with merely a thought, he could draw it into himself. His body would no longer be incapable of absorbing and storing spiritual energy. Furthermore, after Lin Yuan had assisted him in reshaping his body, The surge of spiritual energy drawn forth by the power of the laws propelled him to a direct breakthrough into the first rank of cultivation. Leaping from a mere mortal to that of a cultivator. For an ordinary mortal to become a cultivator is no easy feat. It requires traversing numerous stages such as sensing energy, gathering energy, and condensing energy, culminating in the refinement of 100 strands of magical power to attain the first rank of cultivation. When Zhongshan felt the abundant magical energy within his dantian, he was astonished by the tenfold capacity compared to ordinary cultivators, realizing the extent of his master's prowess. If this were to manifest in battle, I would undoubtedly dominate ordinary cultivators. Thank you, Master Zhongshan. Suppressing his joy, intended to express his gratitude once more when he was struck by a jarring sight. The youth, clad in white, resembling snow, appeared pale and somewhat fatigued. The once solid figure he had conjured now seemed ethereal and insubstantial. Under the silvery moonlight, Zhongshan realized that Lin Yuan had no shadow. He was, in fact, a soul entity. This revelation sent a jolt of anguish through Zhongshan, compelling him to rush forward and inquire. Master, what has happened to you? Who has caused you to be in this state? Is it a result of expending too much energy to assist me? He reached out to support the weakened Lin Yuan, but his hands grasped only air, deepening his anxiety. It is nothing. No one has harmed me. The assistance in reshaping your foundation did deplete some of my soul force, yet it is of no consequence. There is no need for you to worry, Lin Yuan reassured, waving his hand after regaining composure. He had expended a significant portion of the soul force stored within his ring, leaving only a trace, as his true self was situated far away, and he could not replenish the energy used. The effort to help Zhongshan reshape his foundation had consumed approximately 1/3 of the soul force in the ring, when in truth, only 1/5 would have sufficed. However, in pursuit of perfection, he had chosen to expend more energy to enhance his disciple's dantian. The substantial depletion of soul force had caused Lin Yuan to dissipate the ethereal form he had previously conjured. Explaining why Zhongshan had grasped at nothing. Who is the one that has caused you to exist without a body, leaving only your soul? Is there truly no reward for good deeds? Who could have harmed my benevolent master in such a manner? Moreover, you depleted so much energy for my sake, rendering your soul form so tenuous. With reddened eyes, Zhongshan pondered, firmly disbelieving Lin Yuan's reassurances of it being inconsequential. It was evident to any discerning observer that he had been weakened by an excessive expenditure of soul force. Vowing silently to avenge his master, he resolved to seek treasures capable of restoring Lin Yuan's soul. For such kindness bestowed upon him must never be forgotten. With this thought, Zhongshan felt an intensified desire to grow stronger, for only then could he adequately repay Lin Yuan's profound kindness, a debt that loomed larger than mountains. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained oblivious to Zhongshan's imagined adversaries. Had he known, he would assuredly have told Zhongshan, should anyone in the realm of humanity dare to lay a hand upon me, they shall find themselves returning empty-handed. It would be akin to an old man consuming poison, seeking to prolong his life. Lin Yuan had already utilized the water cleansing technique to wash away the bloodstains on Zhongshan's body. Snapping his fingers to mend the tattered garments, the once bloodied and disheveled figure transformed into a tall and imposing youth clad in gray, appearing far more spirited. Lin Yuan nodded in approval, contemplating how to procure suitable equipment for his disciple. Tomorrow, he would sift through his treasure vault to select some artifacts to conceal in a secret location within Beidu Ancient City. Otherwise, once he returned to Zhongzhou, it would be impossible to send items across the ancient battlefield. However, retrieving the equipment was not an urgent matter. He would wait until Zhongshan became stronger before doing so. The thought of traversing 2 vast continents to reach Beidu Ancient City was still too formidable for Zhongshan at present. Thus, increasing his strength was the only viable path to overcome such challenges, serving as an invaluable experience that would expedite his growth. Reflecting on Zhongshan's previous near-fatal injuries, Lin Yuan resolved to avenge his disciple's grievances as swiftly as possible. It was intolerable that anyone dared to bully his disciple. My child, who was it that mistreated you so grievously? Let us seek them out and exact your revenge. Speak their name, for in the South Continent, there is no one I cannot contend with, Lin Yuan declared confidently. Although he primarily practiced the sword path and had not specifically trained his soul force, this fragment of soul energy, having detached from his true self, could still exert power equivalent to the 9th level of the creation realm, and could contend with those in the life and death realm. Engaging in battles beyond one's rank was a familiar endeavor for him. Such strength in the South Continent would render him invincible, allowing him to stride confidently. Nonetheless, he understood that every bit of soul force was precious. he must wield it judiciously. Lin Yuan mused that within the modest 6th-rank Taiyin sect, there were still those who dared to bully his disciple, and extinguishing such foes would be but a simple task. Thus, he urged Zhongshan to lead the way in pursuit of vengeance. "Disciple, why do you linger here? Come, let us find the one who wronged you. With me by your side, you need only to charge forth. Even the Taiyin sect would be no match for me." Lin Yuan gestured towards the path while encouraging Zhongshan. However, Zhongshan gazed at the floating youth in white with concern, saying, "Master, let me handle the matter of revenge. Would it not be prudent for you to rest first?" In comparison to vengeance, Zhongshan was far more concerned about Lin Yuan's condition. Acknowledging his disciple's worry, Lin Yuan felt the fatigue from his earlier exertions and willingly acquiesced, transforming into a beam of white light that floated back into the ring. Transmitting softly, "I shall rest for a while. Be sure to call for me once we have apprehended the culprits. In these times, striking at the young may well summon the elders. Worry not, for I shall safeguard you." "Understood. I shall heed my master," Zhongshan replied, a warmth spreading in his heart as he carefully donned the ring with utmost reverence. Under the deep night, the shadows danced among the trees, the surrounding wilderness thick with overgrown grass, revealing stains of blood upon the ground. The tall youth in gray coldly declared, "Zhangqi, you and your cohorts await my retribution." Emerging from the desolate mountains to the expansive main road, Zhongshan resolved to seek vengeance against Zhangqi and his companions that very night. Yet, as he walked, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had no knowledge of Zhangqi's whereabouts. It was akin to drawing his sword and searching in vain, unaware of his enemy's location. Like seeking 1,000 times only to find a fleeting glance back at the depths of the wooden cabin in the rear mountain. Surveying the vast expanse of wooden cabins, housing the disciples, locating Zhangqi felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhongshan knew that Zhangqi was in charge of cultivating spiritual fields. Yet Zhangqi had pushed the task onto others, leaving Zhongshan utterly ignorant of where he actually tended to the fields. If one were to describe Zhongshan's current internal turmoil, it would be, "How do I find the dwelling of my enemy to exact revenge?" Online, urgent assistance needed. Zhongshan halted at the crossroads, uncertain of how to explain this to Lin Yuan, for he had promised to awaken him upon finding Zhangqi. This left the gray-clad youth lingering at the intersection, indecisive. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, sensing the silence, inquired through the ring, "Disciple, why do you stand idle?" Though Lin Yuan had closed his eyes to rest in the ring, he had not fully succumbed to slumber. Part of his consciousness remained vigilant regarding Zhongshan's situation. After all, he had but one disciple, his first and perhaps his last, and thus he was keenly attentive to his safety to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. "Master, I do not know where Zhangqi resides," Zhongshan replied, scratching his head in a somewhat foolish manner. The air grew thick with awkwardness, as if the sky itself had been sullied by the flight of crows. The gray-clad youth contemplated before suggesting, "Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow during the day to follow Zhangqi and find his dwelling before seeking revenge." "Ha ha ha. It turns out such trivial matters caused you, my disciple, to be entangled for so long. Next time, do inform me sooner. This situation is quite simple to resolve. Allow me to calculate it." Lin Yuan, unable to contain his laughter, chuckled heartily. He extended his hand, employing the method of divination to deduce the location, and in no time, he arrived at the conclusion. The place where Zhangqi resided was the 65th wooden house by the small creek at the bend in the southeastern direction. As the saying goes, revenge should not be delayed. Today's grievances must be settled today. With the night dark and the wind howling, it is the perfect time for retribution. Let us proceed swiftly. Under Lin Yuan's enthusiastic urging, Zhongshan hastened his steps and followed the directions to arrive at Zhangqi's wooden house. By now, it was deep into the night, and Zhangqi, lost in slumber, was snoring loudly, muttering incoherent phrases in his dreams. "I'll beat you, you rural bumpkin, daring to fight back. You're courting death." Clearly, due to the profound impression Zhongshan had left on him previously, Zhangqi was still dreaming of exacting revenge on Zhongshan, his face twisted with delight, completely absorbed in his dream. Zhongshan approached and struck Zhangqi with several swift slaps, his hands descending upon Zhangqi's rat-like visage with the force of a fan, leaving him bruised and battered. Upon awakening, Zhangqi felt a sharp pain in his face, blood gushing from his nostrils as waves of agony surged through him, causing him to grit his teeth in rage. When he finally recognized the tall figure clad in gray before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Zhongshan, weren't you beaten to death by us? How are you still alive?" Clutching his face, which bore the imprints of Zhongshan's strikes. Zhang Qi cursed vehemently. You country bumpkin dare to lay a hand on me again. I could kill you once. I can certainly do it a second time. This time, I want to kill you outright. I will ensure you suffer beyond measure. However, before Zhang Qi could finish his tirade, Zhongshan pressed him to the ground, unleashing a torrent of punches like a tempest. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed through the air. Bang, 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 accompanied by the sound of Zhang Qi's body being pounded into the ground, creating a crater beneath him. His bones creaked under the onslaught. Overwhelmed and utterly defenseless, blood gushed from his wounds as he gasped in shock. How have you become so powerful, and your injuries have healed? Could it be that you have become a cultivator? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a waste like you, born with a congenital disability, become a cultivator? There is nothing impossible. I am indeed a cultivator now, Zhongshan replied coldly, his fists clenched in anger, his expression conveying a silent message. Do I resemble my former self in any way? How can this be? How can you have become a cultivator? I refuse to believe it. Zhang Qi shouted, his voice filled with madness, his eyes radiating jealousy and hatred, twisted into a grotesque semblance of a wild beast. Slap! Zhongshan landed another heavy blow, jolting Zhang Qi awake, causing him to spit blood as he cried out in agony. It hurts. It hurts too much. I beg you, spare me. I'm willing to give you all my elixirs. It was my folly to offend you. Please, show mercy just this once. You have become a cultivator. Don't stoop to the level of a mere mortal like me. Ha ha ha. You dare bully my disciple? You are courting death. Do you think we will let you off? You are truly dreaming. Lin Yuan emerged from the ring, striking a classic villain pose with a smirk, having long awaited the opportunity to act. He had refrained from doing so before in the presence of the elders, as he had some pride to maintain. Now, in this remote corner of the South Continent, with no familiar faces around except Zhongshan, no one would recognize his identity as the Holy Maiden of the Taiyin, allowing him the freedom to act as he pleased. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, a smile crept onto Zhongshan's face. This master of his seemed to differ greatly from the benevolent and gentle figure he had previously known. It was equally adorable. He wanted to say, Master, are we not a righteous sect? But thought better of it. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master is correct. Do not question why. Master's words are law. Master's words are reason. And together they form the truth that if we kill him, the spoils will still belong to us. Disciple, do not let him off easily. Do you remember how many times he struck you? Return the favor and finish him off? Lin Yuan continued to direct the proceedings with enthusiasm. Zhongshan pondered for a moment. Scratching his head awkwardly, Master, I don't recall. Lin Yuan replied, then unleash your creativity to teach him a lesson and dispose of him afterward. As he spoke, Lin Yuan recalled how, in his previous life, Fang Xing, the vengeful leader of the demonic sect, had remembered every single grievance he endured. It was no wonder he had such a good memory. Players from the demonic path had revealed that their leader, Fang Xing, was known for his vengeful nature, ensuring that not a single adversary was left alive, sparing neither man nor beast. Zhang Qi, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the figure in white, stared in shock. Frozen like a statue, momentarily forgetting the intense pain coursing through his body, Zhongshan, filled with fury at Zhang Qi's audacity to gaze upon his master, was consumed with indignation at that moment. His desire to kill Zhang Qi reached its zenith, and he was no longer interested in torturing him for revenge. He simply wanted to end his life swiftly, with a surge of energy. The tall youth in gray channeled all his power into a single, devastating punch, striking Zhang Qi's chest with a resounding crash, shattering his heart in one lethal blow. Zhang Qi was doomed. Just as the saying goes, the king of hell calls for you at midnight. How could you be allowed to linger until dawn? Under the excruciating pain, Zhang Qi regained consciousness just before death. His face contorted with envy and hatred as he shouted, Zhongshan, how is it that you have such good fortune? Just as death approaches, you are saved by this celestial being. A waste like you, born with a congenital disability, truly does not deserve such favor. It drives one mad with jealousy. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yuan swiftly silenced him with a mere thought. Every time he was referred to as a celestial being, he was reminded of his previous embarrassing moments. Being addressed as such by a lowly bully like Zhang Qi felt akin to provoking disaster. Prior to this encounter, Zhongshan had recounted the background to Lin Yuan, explaining how Zhang Qi, accompanied by a group of henchmen, had terrorized the junior disciples, garnering a notoriously bad reputation. After Zhongshan intervened to protect others, he was beaten, and Zhang Qi harbored a grudge. This led to Zhang Shan's task being sabotaged, punishment from the overseers, and Zhang Qi and his cronies inflicting grievous injuries upon him. Ultimately, justice was served, and Zhang Qi met his demise at the hands of Zhong Shan, the very person he had once looked down upon. Zhong Shan mused that it was indeed his extraordinary luck that had allowed him to encounter his master. He needed to grow stronger swiftly to better protect Lin Yuan. Once Zhang Qi breathed his last, Lin Yuan ensured that his soul had completely departed before beckoning Zhong Shan over. Disciple, come and collect the spoils of war. In his previous life as a wandering player, Lin Yuan had spent a considerable amount of time scavenging corpses and collecting loot. Even after reaching the Sage Realm, he possessed only 2 items of Dao artifacts. And it was only after breaking through to the Venerable Realm and conquering an alien royal city that he acquired a low-grade supreme artifact. The skill of collecting loot was a necessity for many players, involving rummaging through every corner and turning over every stone. In this life, having joined a sacred place, Lin Yuan not only had access to its resources but also reaped rewards from secret realms and demon-slaying missions. Moreover, the largest merchant association in the central continent was part of his enterprise, making him exceedingly wealthy. With newfound wealth, Lin Yuan's standards had risen significantly, rendering many low-grade spoils unworthy of his attention. Spirit stones were as inconsequential as clouds to him, as he could never exhaust such riches. However, he now existed merely as a fragment of spirit contained within the ring, having brought no spirit stones or treasures with him. While Zhong Shan was utterly destitute. Thus, the traditional virtue of frugality and scavenging for loot must be reinstated to instill good habits in his disciple. All right, master, I'm coming. Zhong Shan responded promptly, then approached to begin his somewhat clumsy scavenging. He discovered dozens of vials of elixirs on Zhang Qi's person, the majority being qi-boosting pills, indicating that Zhang Qi had pilfered a considerable quantity from other junior disciples. In addition to the elixirs, there were several heavy cloth bags filled with silver. It appears that Zhang Qi has likely amassed these items from other auxiliary disciples, and now they have all fallen into Zhong Shan's hands. This is the first time Zhong Shan has acquired such a trove. Leaving him both astonished and elated, he mused to himself, my master was indeed correct. I never anticipated that gathering spoils of war would yield such treasures. It seems I must make it a point to scour the battlefield in the future. Let us proceed to the next wooden cabin, Lin Yuan called out as he led Zhong Shan toward the quarters occupied by Zhang Qi's sycophants. That night, those auxiliary disciples who had besieged Zhong Shan earlier left in serenity after experiencing his powerful blows, finding eternal rest with remarkable tranquility, engaging in such a noble act of aiding others into their eternal slumber. Without the need for recognition, Lin Yuan and Zhong Shan departed swiftly, leaving behind no trace. This behavior evokes a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, there are still many good souls in the world. As night gradually faded away, the dawn broke with the soft light of early morning, the sun rising majestically above the towering mountains, illuminating the heavens with its radiant glow. Upon returning to the wooden cabin on the back mountain, Zhong Shan stowed his newfound treasures into a wooden cabinet. Lin Yuan observed as his disciple concealed the lesser quality elixirs and silver coins. This scene reminded him of his own past, when he first entered the Jiuzhou world as a penniless refugee, where every copper coin was meticulously accounted for, and each spirit stone was carefully considered for its utility after he began cultivating. Yet, that was a long time ago. This moment felt familiar, invoking memories of days gone by, stirring a sense of wistfulness within him. Now, he was quite affluent, with a treasury overflowing with exquisite treasures and countless veins of spirit stones. Regrettably, he had forgotten to place any items within the ring during its creation. Thus, it was best for his disciple to strive and earn his own cultivation resources, a form of tempering, indeed, Lin Yuan contemplated, recalling the adage that a sharp sword is forged through rigorous honing, and that the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. True strength requires ample trials to foster rapid growth. He resolved that, unless Zhong Shan encountered a life-threatening crisis, he would refrain from intervening in his battles, as such challenges would better cultivate his disciple's combat experience. Disciple, I shall retreat into the ring to rest. You may attend to your matters, and should you require assistance, simply call my name in your heart, Lin Yuan remarked, stifling a yawn as he waved his hand. His spirit had been considerably drained while restoring Zhong Shan's foundation, and he was in need of recuperation. Very well, master, please rest well, Zhong Shan replied, contemplating that unless faced with an exceptionally difficult predicament, he would not disturb Lin Yuan's slumber. After Lin Yuan's figure vanished, Zhongshan, after a moment of contemplation, retrieved a red string, tying it into a secure knot and concealing it beneath his clothing to prevent others from noticing. The jade ring he wore was rather conspicuous, particularly due to its ancient and elegant design, appearing translucent and invaluable. As the sky brightened, Zhongshan decided to report to the auxiliary hall as usual. He was in no rush to reveal his newfound status as a first-grade cultivator and outer sect disciple. The disappearance of over a dozen auxiliary disciples, with no bodies found, would surely prompt an investigation by the deacons. Though many outcomes would likely remain inconclusive, that in such a precarious situation, revealing his cultivation would not be prudent. It would be wiser to wait a month before applying for outer sect status. As for how to avoid exposing his master's existence, he could simply claim to have stumbled upon a rare treasure on the back mountain, which had unexpectedly led to his breakthrough into cultivation after all. There would be no evidence to dispute his claim. With these thoughts in mind, Zhongshan left the wooden cabin and made his way to the auxiliary hall, where several auxiliary disciples had already gathered. Upon seeing the gray-clad youth, they regarded him with expressions of shock and disbelief, whispering amongst themselves, "Is that Zhongshan? He is still alive and seemingly unscathed. Did Zhang Qi and the others not lay a hand on him? That can't be. Given Zhang Qi's arrogant nature, how could he let Zhongshan go? There must be something amiss. Indeed. Do you remember the auxiliary disciple responsible for tending the spirit fields who offended Zhang Qi? He vanished shortly thereafter, and no one has seen him since, dead or alive. Do you think he is human or a ghost? Perhaps he has returned for vengeance." Listening to their speculations, Zhongshan remained unfazed. Choosing instead to find a secluded spot, he did not spare a glance at Lu Tiniu, who lingered in the shadows, hesitant to approach. Some relationships, once estranged, could never return to their former state. After a brief wait, Deacon 1 arrived, and the auxiliary hall fell silent. The rotund deacon surveyed the room, surprised to see Zhongshan in good health, and noted the absence of Zhang Qi and his entourage, leading to his suspicions. Could it be that something unfortunate befell Zhang Qi and the others while they sought revenge against Zhongshan? Perhaps they encountered a beast on the back mountain and met their demise? He pondered. Otherwise, why would they fail to appear? Auxiliary disciples were required to report daily, and failure to do so would result in punishment. Zhang Qi and his cohort were unlikely to endure such consequences. So their absence was perplexing. Why haven't Zhang Qi and his group shown up? Is anyone aware of the situation? Deacon 1 inquired, his brow furrowed. The gathered disciples remained silent, including Zhongshan, who was fully aware of Zhang Qi's fate. Having buried them just the previous night, seeing that no information was forthcoming, Deacon 1 merely scoffed, holding the attendance list. "It seems none of you have any answers. That I will look into this matter. For the time being, you auxiliary disciples should keep a low profile and avoid causing any trouble. It's dangerous out there with the beast lurking on the back mountain. Now, let us begin roll call." Zhongshan noted Deacon 1's lack of inquiry into his own situation, surprised by the indifference towards Zhang Qi and company's fate. After all, for a fourth-grade cultivator like Deacon 1, the deaths of mere auxiliary disciples were inconsequential. If they perished, more could be recruited from the masses. Once roll call concluded, the auxiliary disciples dispersed to attend to their duties, while Zhongshan promptly headed to the back mountain to gather firewood and fetch water. Filling 50 barrels, his movements were light and swift as he carried the heavy buckets along the rugged paths with ease, as if he were lifting feathers rather than water. This feeling is so liberating. Is this the difference between cultivators and mortals? Zhongshan mused aloud. Having become a cultivator, he felt significantly more robust, capable of lifting a cow with ease. Tasks that once consumed an entire day could now be completed in mere moments. Most of the time spent merely traversing the distance. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, he refrained from waking the slumbering Lin Yuan. Instead, he took out the well-thumbed, yellowed book containing the 5 elements technique and began to study it. As Zhongshan sat cross-legged and activated the technique, he found that the spiritual energy no longer ignored him but was rapidly absorbed into his body, transforming into strands of magical power. Is this what normal cultivation feels like? It's not painful at all. Rather, it's quite pleasant. Zhongshan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the process of cultivation had shifted from a source of torment to one of enjoyment. With his eyes closed, he savored the unprecedented sensation of comfort that accompanied his practice, a direct result of having his innate limitations lifted and his foundation reshaped by his master, Lin Yuan. It was not until nightfall that Zhongshan concluded his training and began to eat the hard, dry biscuits at that moment. Lin Yuan emerged from the ring, his form materializing as he said, "Disciple, tonight I shall impart to you techniques and divine abilities." Hearing that he would learn from his master filled Zhongshan with excitement. What kind of powerful techniques and abilities would his master share? Relax your mind. I will take you to a special place, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Observing Zhongshan's expectant expression, he reached out and touched the space between Zhongshan's brows, drawing him into his own spiritual realm. Within this mystical world, the strong souls of powerful beings could manifest their inner sanctums. Though ethereal, this realm allowed one's spirit to traverse freely, filled with myriad wonders. Some adept spiritualists could even transform the virtual into the tangible. For instance, transforming the entire ethereal realm of the mind into a tangible microcosm. In a fleeting moment, Zhongshan felt the world around him shift dramatically as he found himself amidst an expansive and boundless universe. The sky above soared infinitely high, with a resplendent river of stars cascading like a hanging Milky Way, radiating a brilliant golden glow. Simultaneously, a fiery red sun blazed alongside a pure and luminous moon. While the distant Fusong tree hosted the dancing golden crows and the jade rabbit diligently concocting elixirs in the lunar palace, this extraordinary spectacle of the sun and moon illuminating the heavens was truly awe-inspiring. The ground beneath was a vast expanse reminiscent of primordial chaos, majestic and grand, teeming with life. As the rivers flowed ceaselessly, suddenly, day turned to night, and Lin Yuan plucked the stars from the sky, scattering them into radiant lanterns that illuminated the path ahead. With a mere flick of his sleeve, towering mountains shrouded in clouds emerged from the depths of the ocean before Zhongshan's eyes, revealing the entire dojo that stood before him. Within the depths of the white clouds lay the abodes of immortals, replete with exquisite palaces and countless pavilions, surrounded by verdant pines and bamboo, flourishing with rare flowers and herbs. The crystal-clear waves of the jade pool surged, and the five-colored rays of light shimmered with treasure-like brilliance, as celestial cranes danced gracefully, and dragons and phoenixes heralded auspicious omens. Truly, as the verse states, in this eternal abode of immortals, wonders abound. As the path matures, the sun ascends to the zenith, the fragrant breeze swirls around the cliffs, while the spiritual pool echoes the tides of the sea. Such a celestial realm left Zhongshan, a mere woodsman from the countryside, utterly astounded. Lin Yuan gazed upon this scene with satisfaction, for the grandeur of the dojo only amplified its prestige. His efforts in constructing this sanctuary of the mind were not in vain. Upon returning to Central Continent, he would delve into the path of the soul, with the potential to transform this ethereal realm into a genuine world. Observing his apprentice's naive expression, it seemed he had successfully impressed him. The master and disciple arrived at the heart of the dojo, where the wondrous sights along the way had broadened Zhongshan's horizons. As Lin Yuan settled on the high altar's mat, he smiled and beckoned. "Come closer. I shall impart the teachings of the Tao." Zhongshan complied, and Lin Yuan tapped his head thrice, inquiring, "Do you comprehend, my disciple?" Lin Yuan savored the joy of imparting knowledge, reminiscent of the Bodhi patriarch's bliss. He found the sensation of tapping thrice quite delightful. The tall young man in gray, bewildered, touched his forehead, pondering what he was meant to understand. At that moment, an immense torrent of information flooded Zhongshan's mind. Techniques and supernatural powers acquired by Lin Yuan through trials and tribulations in his past life. These techniques were solely Lin Yuan's own discoveries, unrelated to the sacred land of the Taiyin, since he was taking on a disciple in his own right, rather than as the holy maiden of Taiyin. It was only natural that he would not pass on the techniques of the sacred land to Zhongshan. After all, Zhongshan had not joined the Taiyin Sacred Land and was not one of its members. In fact, there were many instances in the past where individuals took on disciples in their personal capacity, rather than through their sect. In a previous life, a player had been chosen as a disciple by a wandering elder from a sect. Yet he declined to join, becoming solely the elder's personal disciple without reaping any sect benefits. Thus, it was not uncommon in the 9 provinces for personal disciples to be taken in this manner. As for why Lin Yuan insisted on keeping their master-disciple relationship a secret, there were 2 primary reasons. First, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to explain to the Sacred Land's members why he returned from a journey with a disciple, especially one who appeared to possess mediocre qualifications. This was particularly true since Zhongshan had only seemed ordinary after Lin Yuan had enhanced his talents. If the elders were to learn that he was, in fact, a naturally deficient individual, they would undoubtedly seek to intervene. After all, they were unaware that the seemingly unremarkable Zhongshan would one day become a formidable quasi-emperor of the human race. The second reason was that Lin Yuan's identity as the Holy Maiden of Taiyin attracted considerable attention in Central Continent. Should Zhongshan become his disciple, it would inevitably draw the gaze of many. However, Zhongshan was just beginning his journey in cultivation and could hardly bear the immense pressure and scrutiny from others. Therefore, keeping their relationship confidential was essential. Once both master and disciple ascended to the rank of emperor, they could publicly reveal their bond, which would be a splendid affair, a dual emperor lineage. Yet, if revealed now, it would only lead to complications. What I imparted to you were the introductions to techniques and supernatural powers, totaling 10 that can be cultivated to the level of celestial sovereign. You may select one technique to practice. These are all methods for refining qi. Take this one to start with. As for your innate talent for body cultivation, I shall seek out an appropriate technique for you. Regarding the supernatural powers, there are 108 varieties. You may choose a few offensive, defensive, and evasion techniques to learn first, Lin Yuan explained, extending his hand to summon a cascade of jade slips containing techniques and powers, which tumbled down like a small mountain. Each technique and supernatural power, when laid out before Zhongshan, could incite a frenzy among countless wandering cultivators in the 9 provinces. Now they were scattered before him, seemingly as trivial as mere table props. Which techniques and powers do you wish to choose? Take your time. There is no rush, Lin Yuan said, sipping his tea with an air of contentment at this moment. Zhongshan sheepishly scratched his head and confessed, Master, there are some characters I do not recognize. This admission nearly caused Lin Yuan to collapse in laughter, so he had taken on a disciple who was illiterate. Understanding Zhongshan's background, Lin Yuan reached out and gently touched his head, imparting knowledge about written language. From a visual perspective, the scene resembled an ethereal youth in white robes, akin to a celestial being, tenderly caressing the head of his disciple below, as osmanthus petals drifted down and stars twinkled in the sky, creating a serene tableau. The moment evoked a sense of an immortal bestowing blessings, promising longevity. However, the knowledge imparted was not some transcendent technique, but rather the simplest form of literacy, feeling an influx of comprehensible characters in his mind that would enable him to understand the techniques. Zhongshan gratefully remarked, Thank you, Master, for teaching me to read. It is but a trifling matter. Now, select your techniques. Lin Yuan gestured for Zhongshan to proceed with his choices, eager to pass on his teachings. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongshan selected the Taiyin Sacred scripture, and then pondered aloud, Master, which supernatural powers do you think would be best for me to cultivate? Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and replied, Disciple, I recommend you consider the following supernatural powers: subduing dragons and tigers, heavenly law manifestation, repairing the heavens, and bathing in the sun, and a step away from heaven. Once you cultivate the path of body refinement, subduing dragons and tigers will grant you formidable close combat capabilities. Heavenly law manifestation can elevate your body to the heights of the heavens and the expanses of the earth, making it an exceptionally powerful skill. It bears similarities to the size alteration, which allows one to change their size to that of a mountain or a mere koi fish. Meanwhile, repairing the heavens and bathing in the sun enables the absorption of solar energy, significantly accelerating your recovery in battle. Lastly, a step away from heaven can be utilized both for escape and in combat, akin to teleportation, showcasing remarkable speed. As for defensive techniques, they are the best forms of protection. In Lin Yuan's view, each supernatural power possessed its unique merits and applications. Choosing techniques and powers that resonate with oneself would enhance motivation and speed in learning. He himself had experienced this, as his understanding of the sword path accelerated with his passion. Thus, he encouraged Zhongshan to select techniques and powers that appealed to him. However, since Zhongshan had inquired, Lin Yuan proceeded to recommend a few supernatural powers for him to learn first. Very well, Master, I shall choose these supernatural powers, Zhongshan declared without hesitation. Lin Yuan responded with a gentle smile, saying, The classification of techniques is quite straightforward. A technique's rank corresponds to the highest realm it can cultivate to. The Taiyin Sacred scripture can be cultivated to the level of celestial sovereign. Thus it is classified as a sovereign-level technique. Techniques that can reach the emperor level are termed emperor scriptures. The ranks of Tao techniques are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with the yellow tier being the lowest. Above the heavenly tier techniques are the supernatural powers, and above those, the supreme laws, which are typically cultivated by sovereigns of the celestial level. As for the formidable emperor-level techniques, each peerless powerhouse capable of becoming an emperor possesses their unique Tao and laws, with methods that are both mysterious and immensely powerful. Generally, one must reach the creation realm to begin cultivating supernatural powers. So there is no rush for you. Your current realm is still too low. We shall discuss this once you reach the creation realm. However, I will first impart to you the simplified version of the heavenly tier techniques corresponding to the supernatural powers, allowing you to acquire offensive capabilities swiftly and facilitating your future entry into supernatural powers. For now, focus on cultivating the Taiyin scripture to elevate your realm. The essence of strength lies in the realm of transcendence. Allow me to elucidate the scriptures for you. Thus, from the high platform emanated a profound discourse, its resonance akin to the harmonious sounds of the Tao, echoing like the deep tolling of a great bell. Shrouded in mystery, unlocking the gates of myriad wonders, enlightening the soul. In the air, ethereal cranes danced gracefully, while in the mountains, spiritual deer frolicked, and in the waters, lotus blossoms flourished abundantly. The phrase, conveys, strive to bring your spirit to the pinnacle of emptiness. Steadfastly maintain tranquility in life. All things flourish in unison, allowing one to contemplate their cyclical nature. Each entity, vast and myriad, returns to its origin. Returning to one's root is termed tranquility. Tranquility signifies a return to life. This return to life is nature. Understanding the laws of nature is wisdom. Ignorance of these laws often leads to chaos and calamity. Such an intricate, yet accessible explanation, articulated in simple and unpretentious language, elucidates profound and esoteric truths with clarity and precision. Seated on a cushion, Zhongshan listened with rapt attention, experiencing an epiphany. For the first time, he realized the true meaning behind those obscure scriptures. Previously, the instructors in the cultivation hall delivered lessons in a manner so convoluted that comprehension eluded many, with some scriptures even baffling the teachers themselves, making their clarity seem unattainable. In stark contrast, this explanation was as disparate as heaven and earth, a chasm wider than 1,000 miles. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. After all, this was the guidance of a sage, and Lin Yuan's profound level of insight was unparalleled even among the esteemed realms of the heavenly sovereigns. His teachings resonated with the laws of the universe, aiding others in comprehending the art of cultivation and its essence. Were he to preach in the world of Jiuzhou, celestial phenomena, such as golden lotuses erupting from the earth and radiant flowers cascading from the heavens, would undoubtedly manifest. Zhongshan, engrossed in his listening, was overwhelmed with joy. Every utterance accompanied by the flow of Tao resonated deeply within him, imprinting itself indelibly in his memory as he absorbed all manner of esoteric discourse. The Tao is vast, yet its utilization may seem never-ending. It is profound. Appearing as the source of all things, it dulls the sharp, resolves the tumult, harmonizes the light, and mingles with the dust, appearing unfathomable, as if eternally present. Thus, do you comprehend this meaning? Lin Yuan, while explaining, posed a few rhetorical questions, and Zhongshan rose to respond. The meaning of this phrase is, the realm of the Tao is ethereal and boundless, its influence seemingly inexhaustible. It is profound and tranquil, akin to the origins of all things. It tempers sharpness, dispels chaos, harmonizes brilliance, and blends with the mundane. It is unfathomable, as if it were perpetually existent. Correct, let us proceed. Lin Yuan nodded, continuing his discourse as the master and disciple engaged in a meticulous exchange of knowledge. After 2 hours, Lin Yuan observed Zhongshan, who had yet to grasp the fundamentals of the technique, remaining silent. Throughout this time, he had expounded upon the intricacies of this sacred scripture in detail. Zhongshan's understanding of this exalted Taiyin scripture could not be described as entirely lacking. One could say he had grasped a fragment of its essence. He had committed the entirety of the scripture's content and meaning to memory, listening intently, yet he could not fathom the profound ambience the text described. Thus he was unable to initiate his cultivation. For Lin Yuan, whose insight was remarkable, mastering this technique should have been a matter of simply putting his hands to it. In his past life, upon first encountering this scripture, he comprehended its meaning within mere minutes, swiftly proceeding to practice and achieving minor success, followed by a seamless journey to perfection. 2 hours had elapsed, yet Zhongshan remained at a standstill, a concept unfathomable to Lin Yuan. Seated nearby, Zhongshan wore an expression of deep shame and self-reproach, his heart filled with anxiety. His master had imparted so much wisdom, presented with such clarity and depth. Yet he still could not grasp the essence of the technique, akin to trying to fish for the moon in water or perceiving flowers through fog. truly a disservice to his master's patient guidance and earnest expectations. Forgive me, for I am but a dullard, unable to comprehend the profound essence of this scripture that I implore you, Master, to impose upon me any punishment you deem fit, Zhongshan said, his head bowed in embarrassment. His heart heavy with worry. In truth, his perception was commendable. Although he had been born with an innate deficiency, his understanding was still considered exceptional among ordinary cultivators. However, facing the teachings of a venerable master, achieving quick comprehension was akin to scaling a mountain. It must be noted that the techniques of venerable masters belong to the realm of transformation, and even those strong enough to traverse the boundaries of life and death found them challenging to comprehend. Let alone Zhongshan, who had only just begun his journey into cultivation. As for Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight, he was a prodigy who had stepped into the threshold of the laws at the transformation level. His prowess akin to that of a peerless genius. Thus, grasping techniques came easily to him. No matter how complex the method, the laws of the Tao rendered it manageable. Currently, he was nearing the completion of his understanding of these laws. With enlightenment on the horizon, Lin Yuan's unparalleled talent was a rarity among humanity, a phenomenon that emerged once in several 100,000 years, and in the present landscape of Jiuzhou, no one could rival him. Should onlookers witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a juxtaposition of a brilliant master and a dim-witted disciple! Do not cast blame. This is neither my fault nor yours. Rather, the fault lies with the scripture itself, which is simply too arduous to penetrate." Lin Yuan shook his head, offering solace to his disciple, asserting that the issue did not stem from his teaching abilities or Zhongshan's aptitude, but rather from the complexity of the scripture itself. In times of uncertainty, it is wise to shift blame, and this overwhelming burden shall be borne by the scripture. Furthermore, observing Zhongshan's predicament, it became apparent that most of his innate talents had been devoted to physical cultivation, leaving little for the path of qi refinement. It seemed he would need to employ alternative methods to assist his disciple in attaining understanding sooner, lest it take an eternity for Zhongshan to grasp it on his own. With this in mind, Lin Yuan contemplated employing different strategies to aid Zhongshan's comprehension, realizing that mere verbal explanations were insufficient. Initially intending to teach in the traditional manner, he now recognized the necessity for a change in approach. Gazing upon Zhongshan's troubled and remorseful countenance, Lin Yuan discerned the root of the issue and stated, "The Taiyin Sacred Land scripture requires a heart as tranquil as still water, unperturbed by the collapse of heaven. Your mind is in disarray. How can you hope to cultivate? Allow me to take you to a place where you shall understand." Thus, the elegantly attired young man led the tall figure clad in gray away from the Tao platform. Arriving at a location where Lin Yuan utilized his spiritual power to assist Zhongshan in accessing the depths of his inner world. Everyone possesses a realm of the mind, though many remain unaware or unable to enter it. Only through the cultivation of one's spirit to a sufficient level can one access this domain. Lin Yuan essentially opened a gateway for Zhongshan, a portal leading to the depths of his psyche. The environment appeared as a quaint wooden cabin nestled upon a mountainside, where snow fell gently from the heavens, coating the trees and branches in crystalline splendor, while the ground lay thickly blanketed in snow, rendering the world a pristine white. Zhongshan immediately recognized this as the very cabin he had constructed during his childhood in the village, its beams and layout identical to those etched in his memory. Built from what he had gathered with his own hands, my master has brought me back to the cabin of my homeland. Zhongshan mused inwardly. Yet it is still autumn. Winter has not yet arrived to bring snow. How can there be so much snow? He pondered this silently, fearing to disrupt his master. At that moment, a broom was extended before him, as Lin Yuan smiled and said, "You may leave this place only when you have cleared the snow from the ground." Upon glancing again, the figure of the young man in white had vanished, leaving only the vast expanse of white snow. "Master, have we departed?" Zhongshan murmured, clutching the broom as he surveyed the snow-blanketed world. With such a vast accumulation of snow on the ground and more falling from the sky, how could he possibly clear it all? Yet, he understood that his master's task must hold profound significance. Even if he could not comprehend it due to his own limitations, resolving to fulfill his master's directive earnestly, Zhongshan began to sweep the snow, gathering it into piles to form a small mound. Subsequently, he fashioned a basket and shoulder pole from cut branches and vines. The young man in gray commenced to transport load after load of snow into the cabin, gradually filling it to capacity. Compelling him to continue sweeping, raising the mound higher and higher, the piercing cold wind howled through the mountains and forests, enveloping Zhongshan in a chilling embrace. Despite having transformed into a cultivator, he still felt the biting cold in this place. His hands, reddened from the frost, swept the snow in the icy expanse, and the thin fabric of his clothing offered little protection against the relentless snow and wind. In that moment, he felt as though he had reverted to a mere mortal. This was undoubtedly an uncomfortable ordeal, yet Zhongshan continued to labor silently, diligently clearing the snow. Gradually, the snow seemed to diminish, and his heart grew increasingly tranquil. He forgot his previous worries and sorrows, and the restless negative emotions gradually dissipated with each sweep of the snow. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the snowflakes from the sky fell less frequently, and the wind on the ground became less biting. When the snowfall finally ceased, a towering mound of snow had accumulated before the young man in gray. He lifted his gaze to the expansive sky, now clear and serene, and suddenly smiled. That very moment, the ice and snow of this spiritual realm melted away. Life began to stir anew. Spring returned to the earth, and the snow in the wooden cabin vanished completely. Flowers bloomed in the grass, and myriad beasts roamed the forest. In that instant, Zhongshan realized he was not merely clearing the snow of the mountains, but rather the snow of his own heart. These snowflakes embodied his troubles, worries, and anxieties. If he could not extricate himself from these negative emotions, the snow would continue to fall endlessly, unremittingly. Thus, his master had instructed him to clear the snow, intending to wash away the sorrow and anxiety residing in his heart, allowing his spirit to attain a state of utter tranquility, akin to still water, thereby facilitating a more profound cultivation of the true scriptures. At that moment, Zhongshan's heart brimmed with serenity as he comprehended this profound truth, his state of mind harmonizing perfectly with the scripture's demand for a heart as calm as water. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yuan, who had been observing the situation, lowered his head and waved his hand, guiding his disciple to the next prepared scene in the realm of the spirit. In the next instant, Zhongshan felt the world spin around him, and when the dizziness subsided, he found himself in an unfamiliar open space. In the center stood a large pot, bubbling with boiling water that released a thick white steam. However, this pot contained not food, but a collection of stones, each varying in shape yet appearing to be ordinary and solid. Zhongshan noticed an axe lying on the ground, and then a voice echoed in his mind, "Disciple, when you have cooked these stones, you may leave." "Understood, master," Zhongshan replied. He then took up the axe and began chopping down trees, knowing that to boil the stones, he required a steady supply of firewood. And chopping trees was his forte. He discovered that for every tree he felled, a seed would quickly sprout and grow into a towering tree, seemingly endless. Thus, Zhongshan settled into a daily routine of chopping wood, checking on the stones in the pot, quenching his thirst with mountain spring water, satisfying his hunger with wild fruits, and resting his head on a tree stump when weary. Seasons changed, and countless springs and autumns passed. Each day, he tirelessly chopped wood and boiled stones, day after day, year after year, the mountains marking no passage of time, the cold and warmth forgotten. Until one morning, Zhongshan awoke to the fragrant aroma of cooked rice wafting through the air, rich and enticing. Approaching the pot, he was delighted to find that the once raw stones had transformed into a pot of fluffy rice. Upon tasting the rice, he found it deliciously sweet and fresh, accompanied by an indescribable sense of accomplishment. "Master, this is a testament to perseverance. Where sincerity prevails, even stone can yield a tea." This moment, Zhongshan realized the depth of his understanding had grown, his will and state of mind sharpened. Shining like a pearl freed from dust, the next moment, he found himself in an orchard laden with ripe fruits. The peaches were a delightful blend of pink and white. The apricots gleamed golden on the branches. The pink apricots resembled clouds at sunrise, and the green pears sparkled like emeralds. Among the various trees stood many others, all flourishing and graceful. Unbeknownst to him, a bamboo basket had appeared in his hands. Then, Lin Yuan's familiar voice reached his ears. "You may pick the fruit, but under no circumstances are you to eat. Only when I permit it shall you partake." "Yes, master," Zhongshan nodded, approaching a gnarled peach tree, eager to pluck a peach. As his fingers brushed against the pink and white fruit, an intoxicating fragrance wafted into his nostrils, a temptation difficult to describe. Most would have succumbed to the urge and bitten into the peach without hesitation. Yet Zhongshan, maintaining his composure, plucked the fruit and placed it in the bamboo basket. His master's words echoed in his mind, "To conquer the restless mind and endure what others cannot is the path to significant achievements in cultivation." As he continued to gather fruit, Zhongshan soon discovered that the fruits became increasingly elusive. Merely touching them would ensnare him in illusions. In one illusion, he found himself as the emperor of a great dynasty, reveling in wealth and power, wielding life and death over his subjects. However, he quickly shattered the illusion, for imperial authority held no allure for him. All he desired was to follow his master in cultivation, impervious to any temptation of power or status. In another illusion, he was surrounded by enchanting beauties, their graceful dances and songs captivating, yet Zhongshan did not spare them a second glance. The tall young man in gray closed his eyes, thinking to himself that such fleeting beauties were but ephemeral specters, far inferior to the mere hem of his master's garment. His heart was solely occupied by the ethereal figure of the white-clad fairy who had slain dragons by the riverside, leaving no space for anyone else. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, observing the unfolding illusions from above as he savored fruits and sipped tea, was taken aback by Zhongshan's composure. He had initially believed that Zhongshan, having come from humble origins, would be easily swayed by the riches and beauties presented in the illusions. Yet, Zhongshan did not linger, dispelling the illusions with remarkable speed. If only Lin Yuan knew Zhongshan's true thoughts, he would be at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief at his disciple's swift discernment of the illusions. After Zhongshan dispelled countless illusions, he heard Lin Yuan's voice. "Disciple, you may now eat the fruit." "Yes, master," Zhongshan answered, nodding resolutely as he picked a fruit and consumed it in an instant. He felt the world spin around him, and to his astonishment, his form transformed into a towering ancient tree, rooted firmly on a cliff, standing steadfast against the wind and rain. After a considerable duration, he sensed his consciousness morph into a soaring eagle, gliding freely in the sky, unrestrained and liberated. Subsequently, he found himself as a stone, a flower, a blade of grass, listening to the whispers of nature. Such wondrous experiences, unimaginable to ordinary beings, rapidly elevated his state of mind. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan manipulated the flow of time within the spiritual realm. In his hands, a century could pass, while in the outside world, only a blink of an eye would elapse. He was the sovereign of this realm, yet this century was merely a metaphysical concept, akin to an illusion, and could not be utilized for comprehending the laws. When Zhongshan emerged, his expression was serene, his gaze resolute, and his steps firm and powerful, completely shedding the previous restlessness and sorrow. His state of mind had reached a clarity of heart and perception, devoid of distractions and untainted by worldly dust. Above, white cranes danced and called out in the sky, while below, jade-like trees shed white blossoms. Crimson clouds swirled with hues of mist, and emerald peaks towered in vibrant green. The figure of a young man in white, akin to a celestial being, sat at the altar, resting his hand on a chain, a long sword slung across his back, his robes fluttering gracefully. With a smile illuminating his features, he gazed in Zhongshan's direction, just as the verse goes, "In the abode of white clouds and yellow cranes." A chain, a sword, and a cup of tea. Robes of feather often carry the hues of mist, untouched by the flowers of the mortal realm. At that moment, the tall young man in gray bowed respectfully to the white-clad figure before him, saying, "Master, I have comprehended." Zhongshan expressed his deep gratitude within, feeling immensely appreciative that his master, despite his own lack of talent, had not scorned him but instead guided him onto the path with such wondrous means. The contrast between his master Lin Yuan's patient teachings and the scorn he faced from the instructor at the lecture hall was stark, evoking profound gratitude within Zhongshan. Now, having undergone years of accelerated time in the realm of the spirit, his heart was steadfast, and comprehending the essence of the scriptures became as effortless as sailing with the current. This esteemed, transcendent technique, the Ta Ching Xin Wei Zhen Jing, had propelled him into a breakthrough. It was known to be exceedingly challenging to cultivate to the realm of a celestial sovereign, with the difficulty of entry being unimaginably high, a feat that might elude even ordinary cultivators throughout their entire lives. As these words fell, Zhongshan, whose consciousness had entered the realm of the spirit and succumbed to slumber, found himself on the verge of a breakthrough in his cultivation. "Indeed, this is splendid," Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. Sensing the myriad changes around him, he summoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which surged forth like a tidal wave, aiding his disciple in breaking through. Meanwhile, Zhongshan's realm reached a pivotal breakthrough in his heart, allowing him to comprehend the techniques, resulting in a rapid ascension from the upper tier of the first rank to the pinnacle of the first rank. Subsequently, he advanced through the lower, middle, and upper tiers of the second rank, achieving its perfection, and continued his journey until he reached the upper tier of the third rank. This swift progression was partly due to the exceptional tenfold capacity of his dantian, necessitating a far greater absorption of spiritual energy than that of the average person. coupled with the need to solidify his foundation. Had it not been for this, his realm could have continued to surge higher, but such haste would have jeopardized the stability of his foundation. This step is a common theme in many fantasy novels, where consolidating one's foundation is paramount. Though it may be a glitch, it remains applicable to Zhongshan, for as the saying goes, a towering building must have a solid base. Most importantly, Zhongshan now possessed a Dao heart, and with a significant breakthrough in his mental state, his insights and training speed in the way of Qi would accelerate considerably, making the future of his cultivation promising. At this moment, Zhongshan, who had just broken through, opened his eyes in the wooden cabin. He had never anticipated that, with the assistance of his master, he would transform from an ordinary mortal to an upper-tier practitioner of the third rank in just a few days. The scale of this transformation left him feeling as though he were in a dream. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance in helping me comprehend the techniques and transcend my realm." In truth, in his previous life, although Zhongshan had survived a grave injury at the hands of Zhang Qi, he had endured 2 years of bullying and oppression from Zhang Qi and others. Until he stumbled upon his golden finger while sweeping, which marked the beginning of his rise. His arduous journey to the third rank was a matter of years. Cultivating physical strength was resource-intensive, making the early stages particularly challenging, with true brilliance only manifesting in the later stages. Thus he was a late bloomer. Thanks to Lin Yuan's assistance, Zhongshan was able to embark on the path of rising to prominence sooner, enabling him to catch up with the other fated children and display his prowess earlier. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, who also received guidance from an elder, was practicing a technique that was not of the esteemed level but rather a special one that could be upgraded. Thus, he did not encounter the series of breakthroughs associated with high-level techniques. Moreover, there were disparities among the various aids. The ancient sword's remnant soul specialized in the sword path, with only a sliver of its essence remaining, making it incapable of manifesting a mental realm. In contrast, Lin Yuan, aside from the sword path, had dabbled in various other disciplines, his comprehension of the laws and realms astonishingly high, surpassing many early-stage heavenly sovereigns. He deftly grasped the intricacies of the mental realm, showcasing various marvels. One could only say, Lin Yuan's aid is truly invaluable. Now that you have comprehended the techniques, I shall impart unto you the dragon subduing tiger striking fist. Lin Yuan said to his disciple, who had just achieved a breakthrough. He contemplated that once Zhongshan mastered this fist technique, he would assist him in locating the golden finger from his previous life. At that point, they could obtain a body cultivation technique suitable for Zhongshan, who, in this life of dual cultivation of immortality and martial prowess, would undoubtedly possess greater strength. However, he wondered what form that golden finger would take. Zhongshan was once again drawn into the mental realm by Lin Yuan, who began imparting a simplified version of the dragon subduing tiger striking fist. The true technique required at least a practitioner of the creation realm to cultivate, while the simplified version had much lower requirements, allowing even practitioners of the third rank to practice, provided their comprehension was sufficient. The master and disciple found themselves above a vast and boundless desert, where yellow sands spread across the ground, dust filled the air, and winds roared, with undulating dunes stretching endlessly. The scorching sun beat down upon the earth, rendering the sand beneath their feet searing hot. Disciple, I shall demonstrate the superior technique of the celestial tier, the dragon subduing tiger striking fist. Observe closely, for this punch will be quite spectacular, Lin Yuan declared. With that, he unleashed a punch, and a magnificent golden dragon, regal and resplendent, materialized in the sky, its colossal form overshadowing the sun, reminiscent of an ancient divine beast ascending. Each of its scales shimmered brilliantly, glimmering like an indestructible armor forged of gold, inscribed with myriad profound runes, intertwining with the laws of the universe, radiating radiant light. The white-clad youth in the celestial realm punched forth like a dragon, exuding an imposing aura, his divine light swirling, reminiscent of a celestial deity. This punch was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to a true dragon descending to annihilate all in its path, reminiscent of the ancient Taiyin mountain suppressing the four corners of the earth. A thunderous roar echoed as the dragon, soaring high in the sky, collided with the ground, causing a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the continental plates beneath. The boundless sea of sand cascaded into the unfathomable abyss created by the impact. As if plunging into the depths of despair, the entire continental plate obliterated into nothingness. This is the first move, dragon soaring 9 heavens. Did you see it clearly, disciple? Lin Yuan remarked with a smile. reveling in the joy of demonstrating his prowess before the future martial emperor. Originally, the dragon subduing tiger striking fist was merely a technique of the celestial tier, but with his level and comprehension of the laws, its power was extraordinary. To shatter continental plates was merely a casual display of strength. Otherwise, he could have obliterated stars with a single punch, which would necessitate an exhibition in the cosmic expanse. "Master, this is incredible," Zhongshan exclaimed, utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. He had never imagined that the actions of an unparalleled master could be so earth-shattering. This realization made him acutely aware of the formidable strength of his master and the earth-shaking capabilities he possessed. As evidenced by the collapsed continental plates, if onlookers were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim with excitement, "Coach, I want to learn this. Now, let us change our environment to practice the fist technique," Lin Yuan said, waving his sleeve towards the gaping chasm below. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves amidst the cosmic expanse, where the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky. This time, Lin Yuan approached his punch with greater seriousness, altering his stance before delivering a strike. In response, a magnificent white tiger, resplendent with its snow-white fur, appeared in the cosmos. Its deep, penetrating gaze seemed to see through all. Standing upon clouds, radiating an aura of unparalleled majesty, with a roar that echoed like a tiger's cry through the mountains, the tiger unleashed a thunderous sound, its golden eyes sparkling with divine lightning. Its immense body crashing towards the multitude of stars before it. Bang, bang, bang. As the stars shattered into dust, the shockwaves of the attack reduced all nearby celestial bodies to ashes, as a flurry of cosmic dust fell like snowflakes throughout the universe. Master's power is truly overwhelming. Is this the world of the strong? Zhongshan, now wide-eyed and speechless, pondered within himself. This level of strength was indeed awe-inspiring, akin to a mortal standing before a deity. Leaving him uncertain of when he might catch up to his master's steps, he then reflected on the fact that such a powerful master now existed only in a soul form, making him wonder just how terrifying the master's enemies must be. He felt woefully weak, akin to an ant, and resolved to grow stronger, to protect his master and avenge him. Zhongshan's gaze hardened with renewed determination, an unprecedented intensity to become stronger igniting within him, filling him with a sense of urgency. Observing his disciple's astonished expression, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, his heart lightened by the successful display of prowess. He remained unaware that Zhongshan's thoughts were consumed by a non-existent enemy, driving him to yearn for strength. Had he known, he would have been bewildered. Enemies? What enemies? The foes who opposed me have long been vanquished. Once Lin Yuan completed the entire sequence of the fist technique, Zhongshan, overwhelmed with excitement and astonishment, exclaimed, "Master, you are magnificent." The sheer ferocity and strength of the technique ignited within him an exhilarating anticipation. "Now, do you remember the moves of this technique?" Lin Yuan inquired with a smile. This. Zhongshan scratched his head sheepishly, admitting, reporting to Master, "I only managed to remember a few moves, the others eluded me." "That is commendable. Being able to recall even a few moves indicates your good comprehension and innate talent in the art of the fist. I shall demonstrate it once more, this time at a slower pace for you to observe closely." Lin Yuan nodded with a smile and remarked, in his previous life, the martial emperor Zhongshan was renowned for his fist techniques, shaking the stars and his name echoing beyond the realm. This set of dragon-subduing and tiger-taming fist is a top-tier celestial technique, and for ordinary cultivators to master its moves, it requires years of diligent practice. Yet, Zhongshan could recall a few moves after just one glance, demonstrating his extraordinary comprehension of martial arts. Subsequently, the master and disciple engaged in an enjoyable exchange of teachings until Zhongshan had mastered the technique, after which Lin Yuan led the two back from the realm of the mind to reality. Meanwhile, Wan Jishur, in charge of the miscellaneous hall, visited Zhang Qi and his companions' quarters, finding no traces of them. He then took a stroll through the woods on the back mountain before returning. Thus, the investigation concluded. Wan Ronghua had no intention of delving deeper. To him, it was merely the demise of a few miscellaneous disciples, nothing of great significance. When Zhang Qi's inner sect cousin inquired, he simply informed him that Zhang Qi and the others had been devoured by beasts. In Wan Jishur's perspective, a mere mortal like Zhongshan could not possibly have killed Zhang Qi and his companions. The only plausible outcome was that they had encountered beasts while seeking revenge on Zhongshan in the back mountain, resulting in their demise, a case of retribution. Zhongshan's survival and unscathed appearance indicated he had not crossed paths with Zhang Qi, suggesting he was unaware of the incident. The events likely unfolded as Zhang Qi and his companions perished in an encounter with beasts on the back mountain. Or perhaps they encountered infiltrating evil cultivators who silenced them. If such evil cultivators were involved, Wang Jishu felt even less inclined to investigate seriously, deeming it too perilous and not worth the risk. He pondered, shaking his head and muttering to himself that while reporting traces of evil cultivators to the sect would yield rewards, it also posed a significant risk of being silenced by those very cultivators. The prospect of losing his life for a meager reward simply did not warrant the danger. In the words of the players, what is that sect reward worth? Why risk our lives for it? Meanwhile, Zhang Qi's cousin, Lin Yuan, who had recently entered the inner sect, was preoccupied with his cultivation and had no time to concern himself with the fate of his distant cousin. After Wang Jishu reported the incident of the miscellaneous disciples being devoured by beasts, it failed to attract any attention from the sect, and the matter faded into obscurity. Some miscellaneous disciples might still be curious about the whereabouts of Zhang Qi and his companions, but since the steward had already spoken, they accepted it as truth. During this time, Lu Tiniu, a fellow townsman, approached to apologize to Zhongshan for distancing himself out of fear of Zhang Qi and his group. However, Zhongshan did not meet him and offered no further comment. In the days that followed, Zhongshan swiftly gathered firewood and fetched water during the day, then began practicing standing post and fist techniques. The stone he carried, enhanced by gravity magic, grew progressively heavier, increasing from 1,000 to 10,000, then to 20,000, and ultimately reaching 100,000 pounds. Deep in the back mountain, beneath the trees, the young man in gray, bearing the heavy load, sweated profusely as he unleashed punch after punch, his entire body resonating with a powerful hum. Each of his strikes was fierce and potent, the wind of his fists swirling with an extraordinary grace, akin to a ferocious tiger descending the mountain or a dragon sweeping its tail. Amid this swirling magical energy, one could discern the manifestation of dragon and tiger amidst the punch winds, with the faint sound of wind and thunder reverberating. Just observing this scene revealed the high caliber of this fist technique. Hovering in midair, Lin Yuan continuously guided his disciple, pointing out errors in his posture. Your stance is incorrect. Raise your right arm a bit higher. Yes, that's right. Harmonize your body and intent. Merge your spirit and energy. When executing the dragon subduing and tiger taming fist, envision yourself subduing a true dragon and a white tiger. Embody that spirit of capturing dragons and taming tigers. Your technique lacks power. Be more domineering. Imagine this. Your previous punch was too slow. Move like a startled rabbit. Swift as lightning. Not sluggish. Do it again. Each time Zhongshan received his instruction, he promptly adjusted his posture and corrected himself. His movements became increasingly steady and powerful, and his mastery of the technique grew increasingly natural. Under Lin Yuan's guidance and occasional hands-on teaching, Zhongshan's progress accelerated remarkably. After a month of diligent practice, he achieved minor success with the dragon subduing and tiger taming fist. It is noteworthy that this was a top-tier celestial technique, and the difficulty of cultivation was considerable. Ordinary cultivators would typically require many years to reach such a level. Yet, Zhongshan accomplished this in just a month, owing not only to his innate talent in martial arts but also to Lin Yuan's devoted instruction and Zhongshan's own relentless efforts. A month later, at the registration office for outer sect disciples, the disciple in charge of registration nodded at the young man in gray before saying, "Since you have cultivated your magical energy and are 19 years old, you meet the criteria to be recognized as a first-tier cultivator. You are now an outer sect disciple of our Taiyin sect. May I ask your name, junior brother?" The registering disciple thought to himself, I never expected a miscellaneous disciple to become a first-tier cultivator. He looked at the young man in gray, surprised that someone so young could become a cultivator, and was taken aback to find that his talent was rated as low-grade. Typically, only those of low-grade talent would choose to become miscellaneous disciples in order to join the Taiyin sect. My name is Zhongshan, he responded, deliberately revealing only the strength of a first-tier lower-level cultivator. Over the past month, Lin Yuan had also taught Zhongshan a technique for concealing his aura, which could be used to mask his presence and abilities. He patted his disciple on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Disciple, this is a technique commonly found in many fantasy novels, perfect for disguising oneself as a pig to eat a tiger." Although Zhongshan was unfamiliar with what a fantasy novel was, he shared in his master's joy. He roughly understood that disguising oneself as a pig to eat a tiger meant concealing one's true strength to unexpectedly defeat a formidable opponent. His rapid improvement in strength, if left unmasked, would surely attract the attention of the higher-ups at Taiyin sect. Utilizing the aura concealment technique to disguise his realm could prevent excessive commotion. adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble whenever possible. Here is your Outer Sect Disciples token and storage pouch. As an Outer Sect Disciple, you will receive 20 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of chi nourishing pills each month. You must complete one sect mission each month, and successful completion will yield corresponding rewards, such as contribution points or spirit stones. If you have the time and ability, you may take on additional missions to earn more cultivation resources. At the end of each month, there will be a lecture by an Outer Sect elder, held at the Method Hall. Outer Sect disciples can attend lectures at the Method Hall. You are also permitted to enter the Scripture Pavilion to freely select one technique and one yellow-grade method. Subsequent exchanges for techniques or methods will require contribution points. Additionally, you may choose the color of your Outer Sect disciples' robes. What color would you prefer, junior brother? I choose gray, Zhongshan replied, taking the Outer Sect disciples token and storage pouch. He reflected that since he had first met his master while wearing gray, he would continue to wear it, so his master would find it familiar. Very well, junior brother Zhong, here are 10 sets of gray Outer Sect disciple robes. The registering disciple smiled as he selected and handed over the garments, noting that he rarely saw an Outer Sect disciple choose gray attire. Typically, gray robes were worn by miscellaneous disciples, while many Outer Sect disciples preferred white or blue. As they looked down upon wearing the same gray robes as the miscellaneous disciples, however, both Outer and Inner Sect disciples enjoyed the freedom to choose their attire, leading many disciples from prominent cultivation families or those with exceptional talents to don extravagant robes. In his previous life, the rule allowing Outer and Inner Sect disciples to wear whatever they wished had been changed after players entered the Taiyin sect. Some players sported gaudy and colorful outfits, which often appeared outlandish and could be mistaken for something monstrous, severely damaging the sect's image. Observers unfamiliar with the situation might even think that Taiyin sect was a demonic sect. Consequently, the higher-ups of Taiyin sect hastily implemented a rule mandating that Outer and Inner Sect disciples wear the sect's standardized robes and forbidding arbitrary changes of attire. This regulation sparked cheers among players who favored uniforms while provoking ire from those who preferred flamboyant styles. After Zhongshan collected his items and departed, the registering disciple murmured, "The fellow who just left is named Zhongshan. Previously a miscellaneous disciple. That name sounds familiar." Suddenly recalling something, he slammed the table and exclaimed, "I've remembered, Zhongshan, the miscellaneous disciple who was previously detected to have a congenital void meridian. He has actually managed to cultivate and become a cultivator. This is truly astonishing. This matter must be reported to the Outer Sect steward." With that, the registering disciple hurried off to find the Outer Sect steward. "Master, where shall we go next?" Zhongshan inquired through the ring using his magical power. Within the ring, Lin Yuan had already scanned the entirety of the Taiyin sect with his divine sense, meticulously examining every nook and cranny until he discovered a stone orb hidden amidst the grass at the bottom of the steps leading to the Scripture Pavilion. This stone orb appeared rather unremarkable, blending in with the surrounding stones, making it difficult to detect. However, Lin Yuan's divine sense could not penetrate the essence of this orb. This must be the fabled treasure that Zhongshan encountered in his previous life. As Lin Yuan pondered this, he realized that something he could not see through was undoubtedly a treasure, with a 99% chance of being the object they sought. "Disciple, let us go to the Scripture Pavilion. I will guide you to find a treasure." The Scripture Pavilion of Taiyin sect is situated atop a peak in the southeastern corner, where mountains rise and fall, verdant cliffs abound, distant hills resemble ink, and clouds entwine with the mountains. It is a place of deep forests and murmuring springs, where the pavilions and towers at the summit exude an imposing grandeur. When Zhongshan summoned a spirit crane with his disciple token and rode the white crane to the Scripture Pavilion, he did not rush to enter. At that moment, there were few disciples outside, as most were inside the pavilion selecting techniques or doctrines, which are of paramount importance to cultivators. Thus, they took their time, carefully making their choices. "Disciple, it is the 78th stone on the left in the grass at the bottom of the steps." Following his master Lin Yuan's guidance, Zhongshan arrived at a desolate patch of grass at the foot of the Scripture Pavilion steps. He feigned excitement upon seeing the pavilion, intentionally dropping his disciple token to pick it up. As he retrieved the Outer Sect disciple token, he also acquired an inconspicuous stone orb in his hand. "Master, is this the stone?" "Indeed, this is the stone orb. My divine sense cannot pierce its mystery. It must be a treasure. You should first select a technique and doctrine from the Taiyin sect Scripture Pavilion, and then we shall return to study this item." Lin Yuan nodded, curiosity and anticipation evident in his voice. that in his previous life, players had no knowledge of the exact nature of the treasure that enabled the rise of the martial emperor, only speculating that it was likely related to the path of physical cultivation. Now, he was on the verge of uncovering the secret that had eluded the players of his past, brimming with expectation. Understood, Master. Zhongshan nodded, concealing the stone orb in his robe, as he discovered that it could not be placed in a storage bag, indeed quite extraordinary. Afterward, the tall young man in gray entered the scripture pavilion, casually selecting a technique and a doctrine before registering and leaving in Lin Yuan's words. Practicing such inferior techniques and doctrines is a sheer waste of time and life. Upon returning to his modest wooden abode, Lin Yuan set up a barrier to prevent any probing and then spoke to Zhongshan from within the ring. Disciple, quickly acknowledge the treasure as your own, so we may ascertain the quality of this stone orb. Yes, Master. Zhongshan nodded in response that he first infused the stone orb with his magical power, yet it yielded no reaction. Finally, he resorted to the ancient method of acknowledging ownership through blood, an age-old practice often depicted in fantastical novels. Upon contact with his blood, the stone orb emitted a faint glow, gradually brightening until it shone like a luminous pearl at that moment. A gentle voice emanated from the stone orb, seemingly lamenting the passage of time. In the primordial times, who imparted the teachings? Before the forms of heaven and earth, how could one inquire? Young one, how many years have passed in the era of the human emperor? The voice was peculiar, manifesting a youthful tone yet imbued with the weight of ancient wisdom. Zhongshan was astonished to hear the stone orb speak, but quickly recalled that it was the treasure mentioned by his master. So he was not overly surprised. He silently pondered. Master, should I respond to the orb's inquiry? Lin Yuan, without hesitation, urged, of course, answer it. I sense that this orb possesses extraordinary intelligence. Its voice resembles that of a spiritual entity rather than a remnant of a powerful soul. Logically speaking, remnants of powerful souls typically have the voices of adults or elders. Yet the voice from this stone orb sounded like that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Thus, the possibility of it feigning youthfulness was dismissed. Powerful beings usually value their dignity. Hence, it was likely that the voice belonged to the spirit of the stone orb. After reflecting on his master's instruction, Zhongshan scratched his head and addressed the stone orb. Predecessor, the current year is the 5,361st year of the Jiuzhou calendar. As for the era of the human emperor, I am unaware. What? You do not know of the human emperor's calendar from the ancient times? How could my master's established chronology be unknown to anyone? Just how long has it been? The stone orb exclaimed, floating about in agitation and surprise. Predecessor, it has been tens of thousands of years since the era of the human emperor. Zhongshan quickly replied. Recalling the tales of the ancient emperors he had heard, it turned out that it had indeed been tens of thousands of years since then. He wondered about the outcome of that ancient war. Observing the current state of the Jiuzhou realm, with its damaged pathways and significantly diminished spiritual energy, it was evident that the war must have been won, albeit with tremendous losses. Young man, tell me all you know about the human emperor. The stone orb finally ceased its movements and fell silent, only to inquire after a moment that I only know that during ancient times, all races regarded our human race as mere ants. Particularly, the demon race was most rampant, treating our kind as livestock for blood. Until the human emperor rose from a small tribe, he ultimately led the human race to drive the demons out of the 5 continents. The human emperor vanquished the ancient demon emperor and many other foreign sovereigns, earning a formidable reputation that made the myriad races dare not humiliate our kind. He also promoted written language and cultivation methods within the human territories. Later, an exceedingly brutal war concerning the life and death of the Jiuzhou realm broke out. That history has not been passed down. Afterward, the human emperor never reappeared, rumored to have perished in that battle. With no further news, Zhongshan recounted the history of the human race that he had heard from the elders. The stone orb erupted in passionate protest. Impossible, my master, the human emperor, is so powerful. How could he have fallen in that battle? No, I refuse to believe it. The orb spun about, seemingly contemplating some grave issue, before finally stating, there must be some hidden truth to this. Alas, my original form, the human emperor's seal, shattered far too early. I know little about that battle, and now only a fragment of memory remains. With much forgotten, the human emperor's whereabouts are unknown, and time has passed for tens of thousands of years. I must find the heir to the human emperor's bloodline to pass on the legacy and learn more about the human emperor and that ancient war. At this point, the stone orb paused, then continued, young man, what is your name? Since you have awakened me, We are bound by fate. If you assist me in locating the heir to the human emperor's bloodline, I shall grant you some opportunities for fortune. How does that sound? Although your aptitude is ordinary, not even possessing a spiritual body, with my assistance, you can still achieve remarkable accomplishments. Predecessor, my name is Zhongshan. But just as Zhongshan was about to refuse outright, considering that he already had his master's help, seeking the heir to the human emperor's bloodline seemed far less significant than avenging and protecting his master. At that moment, Lin Yuan floated out of the ring with a smile, saying, "Disciple, you should agree to it." He had realized that the treasure from Zhongshan's past life was indeed a fragment of the human emperor's seal. No wonder Zhongshan was able to acquire physical cultivation techniques and rise to prominence. It all made sense now. Zhongshan was somewhat astonished, while the stone orb, suspended in the air, was struck dumb by the sight of Lin Yuan, whose white attire resembled snow, exuding an unparalleled elegance. The stone orb then exclaimed in a tone of disbelief and excitement, "Lord Star Monarch, how could you be here? If the orb could take on human form, its expression would surely be one of tears of joy. It had never expected to encounter the Moonstar Monarch after tens of thousands of years. To prevent Zhongshan from interrupting their conversation, the stone orb employed a spell to render him unable to hear their discourse. "Star Monarch, where does this Star Monarch come from?" Lin Yuan inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Are you addressing me? But I am not a Star Monarch." Only then did the orb realize and scrutinize Lin Yuan closely. It discerned the differences between the ethereal figure before it and the Moonstar Monarch, noting that while the beauty of this white-clad fairy was unmatched, it also bore the regal demeanor and extraordinary grace of the human emperor. Coupled with the pure lunar power emanating from him, it was evident that he embodied the essence of the moon god and carried the bloodline of the human emperor. This was unmistakably the offspring of the human emperor and the Moonstar Monarch. "Your Highness, I apologize for my earlier mistake. You must be the child of the human emperor and the Moonstar Monarch, the princess of our human race. You are mistaken. I am an orphan." Without parents, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, before his traversal, he was clearly an orphan, abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage during winter when he was just a helpless infant. Had it not been for the old headmaster who took him in, his fate would have been uncertain. Moreover, he hailed from the real world. How could he possibly be connected to the Emperor of Humanity from thousands of years ago, or the Lady of the Taiyin? Thousands of years felt utterly distant. This statement evidently struck a nerve with Shizhu, who incredulously exclaimed, "Your Highness, how can you be an orphan? Are you not aware of your own lineage? You possess the Taiyin divine body and the bloodline of the Emperor of Humanity. Judging by the aura of your bloodline, you are not far from awakening the Emperor's body. The Emperor and the Lady of the Taiyin both possess the Emperor's body and the Taiyin divine body. With your dual heritage, you must be the daughter of the Emperor and the Lady of the Taiyin, our little princess of the human race. Your beauty is unparalleled, transcending all, although you are still young. You are destined to become the most exquisite beauty in the myriad realms, just like your mother, the Lady of the Taiyin." Lin Yuan felt that although he was being complimented, he would rather not be praised. After all, he was a male. What use was beauty? What he desired was strength and power. Furthermore, he was male, not some imperial princess. This was his first encounter with Shizhu, so naturally, he could not divulge the secret of his cross-dressing. Lin Yuan understood the importance of keeping secrets. If Shizhu accidentally revealed this matter to future players, he would suffer disgrace in two worlds. The mention of the bloodline of the Emperor of Humanity reminded Lin Yuan of the system notification he received 2 years prior. Upon achieving a reputation of 100 in the Central State, reputation of the human race in the Central State has reached 100. Bloodline of the Emperor of Humanity has awakened by 20%. Effect of the bloodline: it can double combat power, exert suppression on foreign races, and engender natural goodwill and trust among the human race. Reminder: the higher the reputation among the human race, the greater the degree of bloodline awakening. Upon reaching 100% awakening, the Emperor's body can be unlocked. He mused that it was not necessarily the case that one must be the child of the Emperor of Humanity and the Lady of the Taiyin to awaken the Taiyin divine body and Emperor's body. Lin Yuan spoke up, and at that moment, Shizhu explained, "Your Highness, you may not know, but in ancient times, the human race did not possess divine bodies, sacred bodies, royal bodies, or treasure bodies. Most of the human race were ordinary bodies, with only a few capable of naturally absorbing spiritual energy. That it was only after some among our race cultivated to become emperors, sages, and saints that the great paths and laws they created or comprehended were inscribed in their bloodlines. leading to the inheritance of divine bodies, sacred bodies, royal bodies, and treasure bodies. These powerful beings propagated and passed down their bloodlines and formidable physiques through generations. As Shizhu spoke, he glanced out the window at the sky and lamented. In the present world of the 9 provinces, the great paths are obscured, and the heavens are flawed. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary bodies to achieve anything. Spiritual bodies and treasure bodies still hold some hope. While royal bodies have a chance to become sages, only divine bodies and sacred bodies can still stand at the pinnacle of the world. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Yuan understood why Shizhu was so certain he was a descendant of the Emperor of Humanity and the Lady of the Taiyin. It turned out that in this fantastical world, the supreme physiques were all based on bloodline inheritance. Could it be that he truly was the child of the Lady of the Taiyin and the Emperor of Humanity? Or was it all the handiwork of the system? If they were indeed his parents, why had they abandoned him at the orphanage? What was the origin of the system? Who had created it? And what was the connection between the 9 provinces and the real world? One question after another flooded Lin Yuan's mind, leaving him feeling strangely lost, especially when he saw the word awaken displayed on the system panel. Did this imply that he inherently possessed the bloodline of the Emperor of Humanity and the Taiyin divine body, hence the use of the term awaken? I am who I am, not some ancient offspring of the Emperor of Humanity and the Lady of the Taiyin. Nor am I any imperial daughter of the human race. I am Lin Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan spoke with a complex mood, stating that having been an orphan for so many years, he had long grown accustomed to solitude. In his childhood, he envied those classmates who were picked up by their parents with umbrellas on rainy days. But now he had matured. The only path was to grow stronger, to become mightier and ultimately an emperor. Only then could he uncover more truths. Once he reached a certain level of strength, everything would naturally fall into place. Shizhu, taken aback, managed to calm its excited heart, only to realize that the white-clad figure before it was merely a soul body. This revelation ignited an intense fury in Shizhu, who shouted, "Your Highness, who has harmed you to end up like this? How dare they? What are those people in the Emperor's Hall doing? They are utterly useless, incapable of protecting the princess, allowing you to endure such great suffering and hardship. My body has not been harmed. I merely separated a fragment of my soul to converse with you through this ring," Lin Yuan explained. He had heard of the Emperor's Hall in his previous life, known as one of the top 10 sacred places in the 9 provinces. Exalted and revered, above the sacred places, there existed a mysterious and powerful faction, the Emperor's Hall, founded by the first Emperor of Humanity and passed down to this day. Each Hall Master was a being of Emperor level. However, now, after tens of thousands of years, no one had ascended to become an emperor, leaving the position of Hall Master vacant. Nevertheless, this formidable faction remained terrifyingly potent. The Emperor's Hall was shrouded in secrecy, and few knew where their stronghold lay. It was said that they only emerged when a cataclysmic crisis threatened the 9 provinces. In his previous life, when the demonic clan invaded the 9 provinces, the people of the Emperor's Hall appeared. However, they were so enigmatic that Lin Yuan had never encountered them. I see. That is wonderful. Shizhu sighed in relief. Then, after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed in astonishment, "Your Highness, I sense that you are only 19 years old now. Were you sealed for millions of years before awakening? How did the Emperor's Hall care for you? Who did they assign to you?" Lin Yuan pondered. Before his traversal, he had been a high school student. After completing his final exams, he had performed an act of bravery, saving a child, but unfortunately met with an untimely demise, arriving in the 9 provinces where his body had shrunk. Now, in terms of physical age, he indeed appeared to be 19. I was an orphan in my childhood, raised by the old headmaster of the orphanage, who passed away many years ago. After that, I had to fend for myself. I have heard of the Emperor's Hall but am not familiar with it, Lin Yuan replied. After the old headmaster's passing, he moved out to live on his own. He had a talent for gaming, earning money by selling equipment and game materials to pay for his tuition and rent. Although his life was frugal, it was also quite joyful. Lin Yuan relished the feeling of being a formidable presence in the gaming world. During festivals, he would return to the orphanage with gifts, but now he could not go back. "Wah, Your Highness, how can you be an orphan? You are the daughter of the Emperor of Humanity. You should be the center of attention, adored and cherished, living a life free from worries. What are those people in the Emperor's Hall doing, allowing the extraordinarily noble little princess to live alone in hardship?" Shizhu wept, envisioning the plight of the slender, youthful figure before it. Shizhu thought, "No wonder Your Highness claims to be an orphan. What difference is there between this treatment and that of an orphan? Listening to Shizhu repeatedly refer to him as Princess and Your Highness, Lin Yuan felt increasingly numbed. He desperately wished to correct them, asserting his male identity, but he held back. Shizhu seemed to be quite chatty, and it was clear they were not someone who could keep secrets. So it was best not to share with them. Have you heard of the Taiyin Sacred Land? The Lady of the Taiyin founded the Taiyin Sacred Land and became the first Taiyin Empress. Is the Taiyin Sacred Land still in existence? Shizhu continued, wiping its tears. Upon hearing the familiar name, Lin Yuan replied, of course it still exists. The Taiyin Sacred Land not only remained, but had also grown and thrived. And he had become the Taiyin Saintess. Shizhu danced in the air, asking if it still exists. Have the people from the Taiyin Sacred Land come to find you, Your Highness? I am currently the Saintess of the Taiyin Sacred Land. Lin Yuan admitted, feeling extremely awkward about this matter. How wonderful. The Taiyin Sacred Land is indeed reliable. It is a sanctuary created by the Lady of the Taiyin, far more reassuring than the Emperor's Hall. Shizhu exclaimed, glowing with joy. Curiously, Lin Yuan inquired, can you tell me more about the ancient war? Shizhu's radiant light dimmed slightly as it replied, I am sorry, Your Highness. I am merely a fragment of the Emperor's seal. And my memories are fragmented and incomplete. I have lost recollections of the ancient war. I can only regain those lost memories once I find the fragments to restore them. I have a good brother. The Emperor's banner, if it were here, it might know more about that ancient battle. Lin Yuan, upon hearing the well-known name of the human emperor banner from the fantasy novel, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is the human emperor banner genuine? Could it possibly be the 10,000 souls banner? However, seeing that Shizhu had said so, it must indeed be a treasure of great virtue. Let us lift the sound suppression spell you cast earlier. This is my disciple, Zhongshan. There is no need to speak in hushed tones around him, Lin Yuan said, glancing at the anxious Zhongshan waiting outside. Shizhu obediently dispelled the sound suppression spell and remarked, Your Highness, how could you take this lad as your disciple? His talent appears quite ordinary, seemingly unremarkable. What virtue or capability does he possess to become your disciple? Only the most exceptional prodigies are worthy of being your named disciples. Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for words in response. Shizhu, you were the golden finger that heralded Zhongshan's rise in your past life. Is it really appropriate to be so dismissive of him? On the other side, Shizhu shook its head disdainfully at Zhongshan, saying, this lad is far too ordinary, with subpar potential, merely an ordinary body that in ancient times. Comprehension was paramount. Physique was of little consequence as long as one possessed a high level of understanding. Even an ordinary body could grasp the principles of the Tao and aspire to become an emperor. However, in this current era, where the Tao is obscure and enlightenment is elusive, an ordinary body is akin to a wasted body. With limited prospects, this fellow, Zhongshan, aspires to become an emperor in this age. It is akin to climbing the heavens. He is simply unworthy to be your disciple, Your Highness. Shall we not seek another? After all, you are the daughter of the human emperor, a princess of our race, of unparalleled status and dignity. Once you make your intentions known, what kind of prodigious talents cannot be easily chosen? The tone implied that they should not sift through the refuse, but rather select the finest. In Shizhu's eyes, a disciple of the princess must be the best in the world, lest they bring shame upon her in the future. Originally, Shizhu intended to find a mere tool to assist in searching for the human emperor's bloodline heir, but unexpectedly, it encountered a monumental surprise upon awakening. Initially, having deemed Zhongshan somewhat fortunate for awakening it, Shizhu had prepared to impart some techniques to assist Zhongshan in the search for the heir. Now, upon learning that Zhongshan was indeed the disciple of the princess, it naturally became exceedingly critical and dismissive. As the saying goes, what was in the past is past. Do not apply past judgments to the present. I have never judged my disciples by their gifts, even if a disciple possesses no talent. They remain my disciple. Zhongshan is my disciple, and I shall protect him diligently, Lin Yuan declared with unwavering resolve. This sentiment was heartfelt. As long as one became his disciple, regardless of gender or lack of talent, he would ensure their lifelong safety and happiness. Zhongshan, standing nearby, was deeply moved that he realized he was merely a country bumpkin, originally deemed a waste with no potential for cultivation, but his fate was altered upon meeting his master. To think that his master was the daughter of the human emperor, a princess of the human race, of such an exalted status, yet willing to take a waste like him as a disciple, this was a debt of gratitude beyond measure, for which he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. Lin Yuan continued to persuade, Moreover, Shizhu, did you not acknowledge Zhongshan as your master through blood? Why then this disdain? Although Zhongshan is of an ordinary body, his perseverance is remarkable, and he possesses considerable talent in physical cultivation. Your Highness, I have not recognized this lad as my master through blood. You must understand, I am the supreme imperial artifact, the human emperor's seal. Forged by the great human emperor himself, only those of the human emperor's bloodline may wield me. How could such a paltry third-tier novice like him possibly lay claim to me? I merely sense the blood of the human race, which awakened me from slumber. What is his status compared to mine? This lad is merely my chosen aide, to facilitate the search for the heir of the human emperor's bloodline, Shizhu said with a disdainful glance at Zhongshan. In its previous life, Shizhu and Zhongshan merely had a transactional relationship, with Shizhu providing physical cultivation techniques and guidance, while Zhongshan was to fulfill his promise to assist in finding the heir of the human emperor's bloodline. In their past life, they searched for a long time without success, for the vastness of the 9 provinces and the battlegrounds beyond made it exceedingly difficult, and Lin Yuan's heavenly secrets were obscured, leaving them to rely on luck, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Shizhu then turned to Lin Yuan, eager to please, saying, I cannot believe I encountered your highness so soon upon awakening. It is truly a delightful surprise. This morning, the magpies sang on the branches, heralding good fortune. I am bound to serve you, my master, the imperial princess. Only one with the bloodline of the human emperor can wield me. Others are merely daydreamers. You illuminate my path like a flame in the dark, dispelling my confusion. Lin Yuan wished to retort, as the spirit of the human emperor's seal, where do you derive your sense of life? Moreover, Shizhu had not yet awakened this morning. From where had it heard the magpie's song? There were too many points to critique, upon learning that only those with the bloodline of the human emperor could use the seal. This treasure, Shizhu, had indeed recognized him as its master. This surprised Lin Yuan and made him feel somewhat embarrassed. The golden finger of the martial emperor Zhongshan from his past life had unexpectedly acknowledged him as its master. It felt as if he had betrayed the original master in front of the current one. He had thought the opportunity would belong to his disciple, Zhongshan, but it turned out to be his own. In truth, in its past life, Shizhu had solely wished to find the heir of the human emperor's bloodline, and had long ago agreed with Zhongshan that it would leave once the heir was found. To repay Shizhu for its guidance, Zhongshan had diligently sought someone to fulfill his promise to send Shizhu away. Now, in this life, fate had conspired to bring Shizhu, the fragment of the human emperor's seal, to encounter Lin Yuan, the one it had long sought. Zhongshan is also my disciple, and Shizhu, I hope you will assist him as well, Lin Yuan said, wishing to leverage his connections to help Zhongshan grow, ensuring that his disciple could still embark on the path of the martial emperor in this life. With Shizhu's assistance, Zhongshan would become even more formidable in both body and technique. Of course, your highness, you may simply call me Little Zhu that I have already recognized you as my master. You need only command me. Furthermore, without your prompting, I shall certainly guide this lad diligently, lest he becomes too weak and tarnishes your reputation. Shizhu said, floating about, resolved to exert greater effort in instructing Zhongshan in the path of physical cultivation. The intensity of this commitment would far surpass its previous casual guidance. Then I must ask for your help. Shizhu, Lin Yuan said earnestly, I have specialized in swordsmanship, and while I have dabbled in physical cultivation, my understanding is limited. That I would be grateful for your guidance for my disciple. Zhongshan was increasingly moved, astonished that his master would seek help on his behalf. Shizhu, gazing at the expectant expression of the white-clad fairy before it, could not bear to utter a word of refusal. Rest assured, your highness, I shall take this matter upon myself. I will dedicate myself to guiding this lad in the path of physical cultivation. Continuing, Shizhu added, however, since your highness is also interested in the path of physical cultivation but finds it somewhat perplexing, I have numerous techniques and legacies prepared specifically for you. Please take a look and select what you wish to practice. Then, Shizhu emitted a radiant light, translucent and shimmering, transforming the vast array of techniques and legacies into a stream of light that flowed into Lin Yuan's mind. Is this not too much? Lin Yuan marveled. The legacies were formidable, at least of quasi-emperor level. The names of these legacies astonished him greatly. Not only were there the human emperor's legacies, but also those of many renowned figures from ancient times, whose names had left a profound mark in the annals of the 9 provinces' history. There were even core legacies from various other races, presenting an immeasurable treasure trove of techniques. Indeed, these legacies were painstakingly collected by my master. the human emperor, and are of diverse types and high quality. Some of the top legacies from other races were acquired after the human emperor vanquished numerous alien emperors and subsequently stored in the treasury. Your Highness, feel free to learn whatever you desire. These legacies are all for you. The stone orb swayed gently as it spoke, and upon finishing its words, it transformed into a white creature that gracefully nestled into the embrace of the white-clad fairy. Emitting a blissful meow, observing this scene, Zhongshan couldn't help but think how shameless this white creature was to burrow directly into the embrace of its master. Let me see which cultivation method to choose. Lin Yuan murmured to himself while enjoying the pleasure of absorption. All the while perusing through the information on various techniques, he was inclined to select a physical cultivation method along with a divine soul cultivation technique. Soon, a familiar name appeared before him, the divine demon body refinement technique. This was a renowned method among players in his previous life, celebrated for its prowess in body refinement, and it gained fame as the initial cultivation method of the martial emperor Zhongshan. To be frank, Lin Yuan was not well versed in these body cultivation legacies. Amidst a plethora of unfamiliar techniques, discovering one that was not only familiar but had also proven to be powerful alleviated his search. Senior Shizhu, I wish to select this divine demon body refinement technique, Lin Yuan declared to the white creature in his arms, receiving an enthusiastic response. Meow. Your Highness has discerning taste. You have chosen this ancient technique that has survived from the ruins of the divine demons era. It is said to be the method through which primordial innate divine demons refine their bodies, regarded as the strongest body refinement technique. Upon achieving mastery, one's physique can rival that of supreme artifacts or even quasi-emperor artifacts. And one could attain rebirth through blood. It is rumored that upon reaching perfection, one can transform their postnatal body into an innate divine demon body, becoming immortal and unchanging throughout eternity. However, this method is notoriously difficult to master. Merely entering its threshold poses a significant challenge. Even once initiated, achieving any notable progress is exceedingly arduous. In fact, once your bloodline is fully awakened as the human emperor, you could directly contend with supreme artifacts without cultivating the body technique. And the human emperor scriptures contain the most suitable body refinement method for you, allowing for an easy initiation. Do you truly wish to select this divine demon body refinement technique? Indeed, this will be my choice. Since it claims to be the strongest body refinement technique, I shall test whether I can attain perfection with it, Lin Yuan decisively concluded, finding that the more formidable the technique, the more it resonated with him. He preferred to try it out first. Subsequently, Lin Yuan transmitted the content of the divine demon body refinement technique to Zhongshan, saying, Disciple, I will first engage in cultivating this technique. This divine demon body refinement technique is also suitable for you. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with its content. With that, Lin Yuan returned to the ring, closing his eyes as if he had fallen asleep, his mind largely returning to his body in the Beta ancient city where he had been in seclusion. Previously, he had been multitasking, teaching his disciple while also comprehending the principles of the Tao in the Beta ancient city. Now, as he prepared to delve into the body refinement method, he concentrated all his mental faculties on the divine demon body refinement technique. As Lin Yuan closed his eyes to contemplate, he had already memorized the entirety of the technique, immersing his mind in the profound realm presented by the divine demon body refinement technique. As time elapsed, his comprehension deepened. The sight of the white-clad youth seated in meditation in the void was surrounded by an endless divine light, radiating an unparalleled aura that was both ethereal and chaotic. At times exuding a sacred sanctity, and at other moments, a disordered chaos, appearing both divine and demonic, as well as celestial. Above his head manifested a primordial chaos, giving rise to a magnificent spectacle of countless divine demons, each bearing a terrifying presence as the Tao flowed beneath their feet, warping both space and time. It was a grand epic of ancient times where divine beings and demons coexisted, clashing in a relentless and spectacular battle. His mind became one with the scene, as if he had transformed into one of the divine demons participating in this earth-shattering conflict. Days passed swiftly, and upon opening his eyes after a week, golden light flickered, divine radiance surged, and countless mysterious Tao patterns were imprinted deep within his bones and blood. Drops of golden blood coalesced, emanating an ancient and profound aura. The might he exuded was akin to that of a divine demon descending upon the world. As the surrounding area transformed into a sea of thunder, resembling a divine realm of thunder, with the void trembling restlessly, stirring countless invisible waves. Having completed his breakthrough, Lin Yuan directed his thoughts towards Zhongshan. Inquiring of the white creature, Senior Shurju, I spent a day entering the threshold, and 6 days cultivating the divine demon body refinement technique to minor success. Is this speed considered fast or slow? Good heavens, Your Highness, you are truly exceptional. It is well known that even prodigies take a considerable amount of time to enter the divine demon body refinement technique, and to achieve minor success often requires several hundred or even thousands of years. To think you achieved minor success in merely 7 days is nothing short of astounding, a talent unmatched, surpassing even the speed at which the human emperor cultivated this method in his youth. Indeed, the waves of the ocean push the waves ahead. Each generation surpasses the last. Your exceptional talent shines equally in the sword path and in body refinement. Is that so? I thought 7 days might be slow. Lin Yuan remarked, somewhat taken aback. Hearing such a display of praise left Shurju momentarily speechless, eventually responding, Your Highness, if this speed is deemed slow, then what of those unparalleled prodigies who have practiced this technique? Would they not be as slow as a turtle? Well then, it seems this speed is acceptable, that I shall select a soul cultivation technique now. Lin Yuan replied cheerfully, beginning to sift through numerous soul cultivation methods until he finally settled on a top-tier soul visualization technique. The Primordial 8 Trigrams Diagram. This technique involves visualizing the primordial 8 trigrams, which embodies the principles of heaven and earth. As Lin Yuan continued his secluded cultivation, he envisioned the primordial 8 trigrams. Just as it is said, when chaos first opened, yin and yang were set, black and white intertwined like wandering fish. Thunder echoed, startling the heavens. The wind blew, casting dust upon the world. The water of Kan hides mysteries, while the light of Li shines with brilliance. The image of Qian is vast and magical, and the Kuan is profound, nurturing all things. He beheld the universe within his mind's eye, where the primordial 8 trigrams manifested amidst the cosmic starry sky. Accompanied by the resonating sounds of wind and thunder, the lotus flowers, born of water and fire, bloomed resplendently, dazzling like clouds and mist. In that moment, the lunar star appeared, illuminating the osmanthus tree, its branches flourishing as if adorned by a multitude of scattered stars. Wafting a serene fragrance, the jade rabbit was busy concocting elixirs within the forest. On the other side of the primordial 8 trigrams, the radiant sun leapt forth from the diagram, transforming into a blazing orb of light. Exuding an intense heat, the golden crow, perched upon the fusong tree, danced gracefully. The interplay of the sun and moon cast a brilliant glow, showering starlight upon Lin Yuan's soul. He felt his soul power surging rapidly, undergoing remarkable transformations, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of comfort. As he contemplated the boundless mysteries and marvels contained within the primordial 8 trigrams, Lin Yuan sensed his own soul gradually undergoing a metamorphosis, one that also accelerated his comprehension of the principles of the Tao. Having already entered the threshold of the primordial 8 trigrams, he was not far from achieving minor success. 3 days later, upon breaking through to minor success, Lin Yuan noticed that the speed of his soul's transformation had indeed increased, enhancing his comprehension speed by 20%. However, this was still insufficient. Relying solely on his own efforts would require several more years to attain perfection with such an elite soul visualization technique. Yet, years felt like an eternity. The sooner he could perfect the technique that would expedite his comprehension speed, the greater the rewards he would reap in understanding the principles of the Tao. Thus, he resolved to invest experience points into the primordial 8 trigrams visualization technique, determined to achieve perfection swiftly. In his mind, he silently declared, System, I wish to allocate points. In an instant, the system responded, and the visualization technique reached completion. Initially reluctant to exploit the system, saving experience for upgrading his cultivation realm, he realized that enhancing the soul visualization technique could indeed hasten his comprehension speed. This was a clear temptation to utilize the system for point allocation. What cultivator could resist such an alluring prospect? The remarkable acceleration in his journey towards the Tao of Laws can be attributed to the innate 8 trigrams diagram, a premier method of spiritual visualization with an extraordinary and mysterious origin, steeped in the annals of ancient times as a formidable technique. In contrast, other common visualization methods lack the transformative effect on the soul that this one possesses. Even the most esteemed spiritual visualization techniques fall short when it comes to enhancing one's comprehension during the soul's metamorphosis, which is one of the reasons Lin Yuan chose this method from the myriad of spiritual cultivation practices available. Its sheer power and grandeur are compelling. The proficiency levels of this technique are categorized into 6 tiers: entry level, proficient, minor accomplishment, mastery, major accomplishment, and perfection. As Lin Yuan continuously absorbed system experience, his mastery of the innate 8 trigrams diagram surged rapidly, transitioning from minor accomplishment to mastery in the blink of an eye, and thereafter achieving major accomplishment, ultimately culminating in perfection. A torrent of memories flooded Lin Yuan's mind, akin to having practiced this spiritual visualization countless times, immersing him in an experience that felt as though time had accelerated exponentially. In his recollections, he had already practiced the innate 8 trigrams diagram over 10,000 times, each session imparting unique insights. As if 3 or 4 years had passed in mere moments, not only was Lin Yuan grasping the perfected form of the innate 8 trigrams diagram, but he was also attuned to the fluctuations of the temporal laws. Delving into their understanding, each system upgrade brought forth these temporal energies that it appeared that the system experience, utilized for leveling up realms and skill proficiency, likely accelerated the player's own perception of time, allowing for enhanced practice. On the surface, it seemed as though the system was granting the player an advantage, yet in truth, the player's consciousness may have been engaged in accelerated practice within the confines of the system's secluded space, repeating the process an unfathomable number of times. The application of temporal laws in this manner was nothing short of awe-inspiring. With his mind engaged in both the practice of the perfected spiritual visualization and contemplation of the laws of time, Lin Yuan reflected on the insights gained from years of system experience. His understanding of the temporal laws had long since reached an entry-level proficiency, and he had now attained a minor accomplishment. Simultaneously, with the aid of the enigmatic and supreme spiritual visualization method, the innate 8 trigrams diagram, Lin Yuan's mental realm experienced significant breakthroughs. Only a revered practitioner or an emperor-level powerhouse, dedicated to cultivating spiritual power, could transform a nebulous mental realm into a true world. The initial step of converting the illusory into the tangible is the most arduous, for a void mental realm is as unstable as water without roots. To transmute a non-existent world into reality is a daunting challenge. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yuan's originally illusory mental realm had astonishingly coalesced into a tangible existence due to the perfected innate 8 trigrams diagram. Before him, a black and white yin-yang diagram of the innate 8 trigrams radiated profound and arcane truths, and the perfected visualization method brought about a seismic transformation within his mental realm. With a resounding rumble, the mental world began to reconstruct itself, manifesting the chaotic primordial state, with the innate 8 trigrams diagram serving as the foundation to reawaken the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water, thereby giving rise to all things and recreating the world. As the primordial chaos unfolded, the universe was engulfed in darkness, shrouded in obscurity, with chaotic energies swirling around the enclosed realm. At that moment, a Taiji diagram emerged, exuding an exquisite and profound brilliance. This light, akin to the act of creation itself, cleaved the chaos in two. The upper portion transformed into a lofty sky of pure essence, while the lower portion solidified into the dense earth. The sun and moon ascended from the innate 8 trigrams diagram, becoming the radiant sun and moon suspended in the heavens, bestowing vibrant life upon this newly birthed world. The clouds above converged, unleashing torrential rains, while the ground below birthed numerous lakes, rivers, and seas, with trees and flowers flourishing under the nourishing rain. In that instant, Lin Yuan's mental world took a critical step forward, transitioning from the illusory to the real. Marking this as the most pivotal moment, the once ethereal mental world had now transformed into a genuinely existing realm. This wondrous mental world, now a reality, existed not within the 9 provinces continent, but in the vast void of the cosmos. From this point onward, Lin Yuan possessed a new means. He could draw his enemy souls directly into his mental realm for battle, trapping even emperor-level adversaries within its confines. In this self-created mental world, Lin Yuan became the sovereign of heaven and earth, the architect of creation, an invincible entity. Even those of higher realms drawn into his mental space would find their powers suppressed by 30%. Lin Yuan discovered he had gained an additional trump card. However, since the mental realm was intrinsically linked to his soul, any damage inflicted upon it would inevitably affect his spiritual essence. Thus, this card would only be employed in dire circumstances. Nevertheless, the primary purpose of the mental realm was not for combat, but served as a tremendous aid in the exploration of Tao and the contemplation of laws. Due to the perfection of the top-tier spiritual visualization method and the successful transformation of his mental realm from illusion to reality, Lin Yuan now felt his affinity with various laws had increased tenfold. Previously, comprehending these laws felt as if veiled by a thick mist. Now, it was as if that mist had been dispelled. Revealing clarity. The speed of his comprehension had taken flight. The pace of an ordinary cultivator's enlightenment could be likened to walking, while that of a prodigy resembled taking a bus. Lin Yuan's speed, akin to traveling by high-speed train, had now escalated to the equivalent of flying an airplane. Observing his breakthroughs with satisfaction and joy, Lin Yuan concluded that the innate 8 trigrams diagram had indeed exceeded his expectations, justifying the experience he had invested in upgrading its proficiency. Truly, experiencing such advantages is exhilarating. Once one begins to soar, the thrill continues unabated. After consolidating his gains, Lin Yuan retained a portion of his consciousness within his body, which was in seclusion at Beidu Ancient City. While he continued to contemplate the Tao of laws, that he redirected the majority of his focus back to Zhongshan and Shizhu. Upon his return, Lin Yuan noticed a white figure scolding a young man clad in gray. Shizhu, in its white form, lay sprawled on the table, berating Zhongshan. "You imbecile! The Tao pattern you inscribed is incorrect. Those strokes are all wrong. Do it again. It should branch out to the right as if unfurling the heavens, embodying the essence of heaven within the cosmic principles. Your Tao patterns lack fluidity and artistic resonance. I've never encountered a student as dull as you. Even an 8-year-old child in the era of the Emperor of Antiquity could draw better Tao patterns than you." Meanwhile, Zhongshan remained steadfast and silent, diligently carving Tao patterns into the wood with his tool. Undeterred by Shizhu's scathing remarks, he corrected his work and continued to focus intensely on his carving. Tao patterns encapsulate the ultimate truths of the universe and represent a manifestation of the laws of the Tao. However, mastering them poses significant challenges, typically reserved for high-level cultivators of the 6th to 9th ranks. Yet, from Shizhu's ancient perspective, Zhongshan's age at the onset of his Tao pattern studies was rather late. As children in the Emperor's era began learning these patterns from a young age at that moment, Lin Yuan's consciousness returned, and he addressed Shizhu. "Elder Shizhu, I have perfected the spiritual visualization method of the innate 8 trigrams diagram and transformed my mental realm from illusion to tangible reality." Observing Lin Yuan's emergence, Shizhu initially thought that the young lord had encountered difficulties in the path of spiritual cultivation, which was notoriously challenging and heavily reliant on innate talent, much more so than the path of physical cultivation. "What? You perfected a top-tier spiritual visualization method in 3 days. My heavens, such an accomplishment would have been unheard of in the ancient era. Compared to your speed of cultivation, those so-called prodigies are utterly trivial, unworthy even to carry your shoes. Your talent and comprehension are unparalleled, completely overshadowing those from myriad races. Should those illustrious prodigies of myriad clans hear of your remarkable feats, they would undoubtedly be driven to despair, wishing for naught but to find a block of tofu to dash themselves against, or, perhaps, to succumb to the shattering of their own convictions." Shizhu, utterly astonished, gazed at you with the utmost reverence, lavishing you with unrestrained praise. Observing your adeptness, it was evident that you had previously lavished compliments upon the ancient human emperor with great frequency. Indeed, this was the case, as the spirit of the human emperor's seal, Shizhu had been among the most valued of the emperor's many treasures. Otherwise, the emperor would not have chosen to imprint the myriad inheritance techniques prepared for his offspring within the core of the human emperor's seal, rather than opting for other artifacts to preserve such legacies. Upon hearing such excessively flattering accolades, Lin Yuan felt a sense of gratification. However, considering the presence of his disciple, he waved his hand dismissively and, with a nonchalant expression, remarked, "The comprehension of the visualization method to perfection and the reconstruction of the spiritual realm are but trifles, hardly worthy of mention. Your Highness, may I inquire how you accomplished this?" Shizhu asked, her curiosity piqued, while her mind raced to devise ways to extol the virtues of your Highness from every conceivable angle. Lin Yuan mused to himself, "This is what it means to be a genius endowed with extraordinary abilities." Yet, he could not simply tell Shizhu, "You are not a genius, nor do you possess a player system. You cannot possibly understand." Therefore, Lin Yuan cleared his throat and began, "I have reached this stage through my own